Lu Zhao sighed. The Earth Book is indeed very difficult to comprehend. Lu Zhao closed the Earth Book interface. At this time, he found that a task had just appeared. Find the Earth Book remnants? Lu Zhao frowned. That's too much. The human scroll didn't torment people like this. Disciple greets master! Ming Shiyin's voice suddenly came from outside the door. What's the matter? The Taishu Academy requests an audience. Only then did Lu Zhao remember that he was too focused on the heavenly book and forgot about this matter. Taishu Academy keeps testing Motion Pavilion. If they don't give a reasonable explanation this time, Lu Zhao ain't gonna let it slide. Stepping out, he saw Ming Shiyin standing respectfully outside. Lu Zhao casually asked, Just you? Only Ming Shiyin has been showing up these past few days. Where the hell are the other disciples? Ming Shiyin scratched his head. 5th sis and 8th bro are total chads. They've already chopped their golden lotuses for a reboot. As for the others, your disciple has no clue. Just then, a hurried voice came from outside. 4th! Where's 4th bro? My overlord spear technique has leveled up like crazy. You gotta believe me. Whoosh! Ming Xinyin vanished. No wonder that dude has been sucking up at Eastern Pavilion every day, so he was plotting something. Others didn't dare to enter. Duan Musheng really didn't dare to go in. Just glanced at Eastern Pavilion and noped out. Lu Zhao shook his head and headed to the Great Hall. Inside Motion Pavilion's Great Hall, Lu Zhao sat on the main seat. Besides Pan Zhong and Zhao Qifeng, no one else was there. Not a single sign of Motion Pavilion's former glory. 3 dudes from Taishu Academy showed up. As soon as they entered the hall, they all knelt down. Taishu Academy's 2nd elder Zhao Wenliang greets Senior Ji. Taishu Academy's 3rd elder Wang Jianrong greets Senior Ji. Taishu Academy's 5th elder Zheng Gong greets Senior Ji. Damn! Last time it was benevolence, propriety, righteousness, wisdom, and trust. This time it's warmth, goodness, respect, frugality, and yielding. These names are wild. The 3 raised their heads, glanced at the scene in the hall, and thought, this is really Motion Pavilion? Is it a fake? These days, tons of people are cosplaying as Jin Tiandao, and even the 9 disciples have been impersonated a bunch of times. It's practically a damn trend in the cultivation world. Zhao Qifeng said sternly, Stop looking around. How dare you act presumptuously in front of the pavilion master? Senior Ji, forgive us. Zhu Wenliang hurriedly said, We sincerely came here to beg for forgiveness. Sincere repentance? Lu Zhao looked down from above. If you were sincere, then Lin Jin should have come himself. Pan Zhong felt that the pavilion master was spitting facts, so he chimed in. You bunch of Taishu Academy morons, you think Motion Pavilion is easy to fool? After scolding them, he felt great. Without those seniors around, he didn't feel any heavy pressure. When the cat's away, the mice will play. Gotta seize this chance to shine in front of the pavilion master. Zhu Wenliang trembled all over and quickly said, Senior Ji, please listen to my explanation. He hastily pulled out a package from behind and opened it. Please take a look, Senior Ji. Lu Zhao suspiciously looked at the item that was revealed. A set of purplish-red armor. The armor was covered with intricate patterns. Zhao Qifeng and Pan Zhong didn't recognize it, but Lu Zhao's heart skipped a beat. The patterns on the armor looked a lot like the patterns on the coffin brought by the rural tribesmen. Senior Ji and Lin Xin colluded with the crown prince to harm you, and he said this thing could deal with 9 leaves? What a load of BS. Deal with 9 leaves? Lu Zhu was puzzled. Zhao Wenliang continued. Crown Prince Liu Jihe sent this armor, saying that it would unleash a special power upon contact with 9 leaves. I didn't believe it for a second. Please clear things up, Senior Ji. With that, he glanced around, thinking, Motion Pavilion is supposed to be full of demons. Where the hell is everyone? What are these 2 nobodies doing here? But he only dared to think about it. Whether you clear things up or not is none of your concern. Since you love lecturing others so much, why don't you tell Lin Xin to come here and beg for forgiveness? Pan Zhong butted in. Zhao Wenliang awkwardly said, The sect master's words don't even count in front of the ancestral master, so what use are our words? Wang Jianrang, who was kneeling behind him, hurriedly said, Please clear things up, Senior Ji. The 3 of us have sincerely come here to beg for forgiveness. That old fart Lin Xin clearly wants to drive Taishu Academy to its doom. After all, we are the elders of Taishu Academy. How can we just stand by and watch the sect go down? Lu Zhao remained silent, slowly stepped down the steps, and stood in front of Zhao Wenliang, carefully examining the armor in his hand. Lu Zhao's palm slightly lifted, and the armor floated in the air. Every single pattern on the armor was incredibly detailed and exquisite. Zhao Qifeng had previously copied the patterns on the coffin, so he felt very familiar with this type of pattern. He exclaimed, "This thing is similar to the coffin." Lu Zhu stroked his beard while examining it. Zhao Wenliang raised his head and said, "Crown Prince Liu Zihe said that this armor would automatically activate a special energy upon encountering 9 leaves. HMPH. Only kids would fall for such a petty trick. Liu Zihe wants to use Taishu Academy to contain Motion Pavilion, deliberately throwing out a piece of junk armor to create conflict between the two sides." Lu Zhu looked at Zhu Wenliang. "Why are you so sure? Because it doesn't make sense. If there really was a method to deal with 9 leaves, then when the 7 great sects besieged you, the Crown Prince should have brought it out, right? Why hide it and let the sects suffer such a miserable fate today?" Zhao Wenliang replied. Lu Zhao did not deny his words. After all, Zhao Wenliang's words were quite reasonable. It's just that when Motation Pavilion was besieged, no one believed that 9 leaves existed yet. If Lin Xin wore this armor, no 8-leaf could hurt him, so the opponent would definitely have to use 9-leaf power to kill Lin Xin. If so, then it's understandable why Liu Zihe gave the armor to Lin Xin. "Senior, please be the judge," Zhao Wenliang shouted. "A wise man submits to circumstances." Lu Zhao turned around, clasped his hands behind his back, and strolled. "Put it on, huh?" Zhao Wenliang was stunned, not understanding what Lu Zhao meant. Before Lu Zhao could speak, Pan Zhong urged, "Put it on when you're told. Why so much nonsense?" "Yes, yes, yes." Zhao Wenliang didn't dare to be disrespectful, hurriedly putting on the heavy armor. After putting it on, he still knelt on the ground, not daring to move. Lu Zhao said calmly, "Zhao Wenliang." Zhao Wenliang stood up fearfully. Just as he straightened his body, he saw Lu Zhao raise his hand and strike out with a palm. He didn't expect Lu Zhao to suddenly attack him. Before he could react, the palm print had already struck his chest. Bang! Zhao Wenliang bent over backward like a bow. Wang Zhenrang and Zhang Gong frowned. The second elder was sent flying. That palm print didn't immediately disappear, but its remaining force continued to strike Zhao Wenliang, sending him flying to the middle of the courtyard, where the force dissipated. Zhao Wenliang fell to the ground with a thud, his bones feeling like they were broken, extremely uncomfortable, and there was absolutely nothing special about his strength. Wang Jianrang was the first to react, shouting, "Well done! This thing is indeed a fake!" Zhang Gong echoed, "Lin Xin is too despicable, daring to put the entire Taishu Academy in danger." Almost got fooled by Liu Ji. Liu Ju's palm only had the cultivation of a 2-leaf nascent divinity realm, not a real 9-leaf. This old man is also very helpless. If you want this old man to unleash a 9-leaf palm technique, this old man can only give up. No matter how strong or weak, Lu Zhu is still a genuine 2-leaf. Pan Zhong naturally didn't miss the opportunity to brown nose. Pavilion Master's control of the palm print has reached the pinnacle of perfection. Zhu Qifeng's eyes widened. Zhu Wenliang struggled to get up, standing outside the courtyard, bowing to Lu Zhu. "Senior's palm strike is truly powerful. This armor is truly useless." He covered his chest, enduring the pain as he walked into the main hall. Lu Zhao continued to examine the array patterns on the armor. They weren't activated even once. Lu Zhao felt that this item was genuine, similar to that coffin. Perhaps only a real 9-leaf could activate it. While Lu Zhao was still doubtful, a loud voice suddenly came from outside the main hall. "Master! Your palm print is so dazzling, this disciple can see it clearly from afar." Zhu Honggong entered while chattering away. The 8th gentleman Pan Zhong and Zhao Qifeng saluted at the same time. The 3 Taishu Academy elders turned their heads, seeing a fat man entering the main hall, secretly feeling doubtful. "This is Matian Pavilion's 8th gentleman Zhu Honggong? Is that all? Me? Wang?" When Zhu Honggong walked to the 3 people, the flattering expression on his face immediately disappeared. After passing them, a flattering attitude reappeared. His ability to switch expressions had reached the level of perfection. Pan Zhong and Zhao Qifeng completely admitted defeat, recalling how clumsy they had been when brown-nosing just now. Pan Zhong sighed softly. The 8th gentleman and they were truly worlds apart. "What's the matter?" Lu Zhu asked. Zhu Honggong replied, Fourth senior brother asked this disciple to tell master that Taishu Academy and the royal family have long been on the same side. Isn't Ming Xinyan also at the Matian Pavilion? Is there even a need to relay the message?
Zhu Wenliang heard this and hurriedly knelt down, pleading for explanation. Senior, please be the judge.
That was just the idea of that old geezer Lin Xin. It has nothing to do with the three of us. Lu Zhao calmly looked at them, his face showing no expression. This old man can sense your sincerity. Leave the armor behind. Zhao Wenliang was overjoyed, immediately taking off the armor. The three of them bowed and thanked him at the same time.
Thank you, Senior, for your clear judgment. Acquired 3 merit points.
However, the three of them just calmed down and started sweating again after hearing that. If it was truly just Lin Xin playing tricks, then this old man will spare you. But for now, take them away. Pan Zhong and Zhao Qifeng bowed. Yes, Senior, please be the judge.
Senior, every word I said was true. Senior!
While being dragged away, Zhao Wenliang couldn't understand. He clearly didn't say anything wrong, right? What the hell is happening? The three were imprisoned in a warehouse in the North Pavilion.
The warehouse was dark and gloomy, without even sunlight. In the warehouse, Wang Jianrong said, Elder Zhu, will your plan actually work?
Don't worry, it will definitely succeed.
Zhao Wenliang clasped his hands and said, At least old Demon Ji didn't attack us, right?
The problem is that it has now been confirmed that the armor is fake. How can Lin Xin deal with old Demon Ji? Wang Jianrong asked. Zhao Wenliang raised an eyebrow. Real or fake doesn't matter, as long as old Demon Ji believes that Lin Xin is colluding with the Crown Prince. If Lin Xin dies, and the headmaster Xiao Shan goes to Yu Province, then Taishu Academy will definitely belong to us three brothers. Old Demon Ji is a 9-leaf after all. How can we easily fool him? Wang Jianrong nodded. Big brother Zhao is still the most insightful.
Zhao Wenliang snorted softly. People die for money. Birds die for food.
How can you catch tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den? Hearing the words tiger's den, Zhang Gong said softly, Matian Pavilion doesn't seem as scary as we imagined. Zhao Wenliang nodded in agreement. That's right. After interacting with him just now, I think old Demon Ji isn't as hot-tempered as rumored, and he's even someone who can reason. So what should we do next? Wang Jianrong asked. Staying here is fine too. Once that trash Lin Xin dies, old geezer Ji will let us go. Listen up. You ain't allowed to say a damn word out Fadaline, got it?
Zhu Wenliang warned. Yes. Meanwhile, in a courtyard in the South Pavilion, 4 elders were surrounding a set of armor. Leng Luo, Pan Lichen, Hua Wudao, and Zuo Yushu were all checking it out. After hearing about the Taishu Academy, they all went into thinking mode. Then, Lu Zhao finally spoke up. What do you 4 think?
Leng Luo replied. The array patterns on this armor are hella complex. I've never seen anything like it. Can't believe someone could make something like this. I concur, said another. Hua Wudao chimed in. The three looked at each other. Well, duh.
Lu Xiao looked at Zuo Yushu, who was still silent. Zuo Yushu glanced at the 3 old geezers and said, Big bro got this armor from Lin Xin. That's right. Lu Zhao suddenly remembered that Zuo Yushu was an Yuho schoolmaster, so she and Lin Xin were technically bros. Zuo Yushu frowned. Can't believe Lin Xin was in cahoots with the Crown Prince.
I just remembered something. What is it? Back when I first hit 8 leaves, I was invited to the palace to meet the Emperor. The Emperor and I discussed the insights from breakthroughing to 8 leaves. At the time, the Emperor asked if I wanted to break through to 9 leaves. I laughed and said there's no such thing as 9 leaves. Now that I think about it, the royal family must have known about 9 leaves for a while. This armor definitely belongs to some 9 leaves master, Zuo Yushu said. Leng Luo, Hua Wudao, and Pan Lishan were shooketh. The Enho school really knows their array patterns. If I'm not mistaken, once this array pattern is triggered, it'll unleash a crazy powerful force that even 8 and 9 leaves can't withstand. Everyone gasped. And Zhu Honggong looked like he couldn't believe it. That strong? Of course. You're still young and ignorant. The Enho school is the most knowledgeable about formations in the cultivation world. It ain't something new. Understood. Zhu Honggong bowed. Lu Zhao nodded, then suddenly raised his hand, and the armor floated in the air. The 4 elders and Zhu Honggong quickly backed away. They all saw a faint blue light between Lu Zhu's fingers, with 4 seal characters spinning around. Absolute, heaven, chi, will. The palm seal hit the armor directly. When Lu Zhao thought the special power on the armor wouldn't be triggered, the armor suddenly resonated with a loud, "Wuzhong! Get out of here!" Lu Zhao said sternly. The four elders immediately leaped away. Wait for me. Zhu Honggong turned tail and ran. The armor glowed with a dark red light. Lu Zhao didn't leave but stared at it. What kind of power can deal with 9 leaves? Uong uong. The armor vibrated non-stop, and the crimson lines on its body slowly spread like red flames throughout the armor. Lu Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Should I use the fatal block card? He sensed an extremely dangerous and weird energy forming, and at this point, Lu Zhao understood. The Heaven Scroll. Humanity is considered the power of 9 leaves or higher. The Heaven Scroll can trigger the special power on the armor. Vroom, 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 Sectmaster, Master. The powerful energy instantly enveloped the courtyard. Get back! Zuo Yushu grabbed Zhu Honggong and flew away. So it really is a power that can rival 9 leaves. Leng Luo, Hua Wudao, and Pan Lishan praised from afar. The dark red energy spread across the sky, then slowly dissipated into the air, and everything returned to silence. The 4 elders and Zhu Honggong were still watching from afar. Even though they were once 8 leaves masters, they still felt extremely shocked when they sensed that weird energy. The 4 frowned as they looked at the wide courtyard. No one dared to speak. No one dared to move. Zhu Honggong suddenly sat down on the ground and wailed, "Master! Master! You can't die! Master!" The 4 old men stared blankly. Die from what? Isn't that a bit much? But they weren't sure if the sect master was okay. In their hearts, the sect master was a true 9 leaves master. So even if this armor could unleash 9 leaves power, if the sect master used his full strength, he should be able to withstand it, right? Rustles. Strange noises suddenly came from the surrounding buildings. Crash, crash. All the rooms in the courtyard collapsed like tofu. Dust flew everywhere. That powerful red energy had sliced all the buildings into crumbs. The cuts were extremely sharp. Master, you're dead! Your master is fine. That's great. The dust dissipated, and everyone's vision became clear. They saw Lu Zhao still standing in the same spot, not moving, his arms relaxed, his whole body covered in a blue energy, unharmed. Acquired Earth Scroll Fragment. Reward 1,000 merit points. Earth Scroll Fragment. Lu Zhao opened the system interface to check, and sure enough, he saw all the self-symbols of the Earth Scroll being activated, starting to dance. This scene was exactly like when he first obtained the Heaven Scroll. Humanity. This meant that Lu Zhao could now comprehend the Earth Scroll, went to the ends of the earth looking for it, and stumbled upon it by chance. What a steal! In addition, Lu Zhao noticed that the Fatal Block card hadn't been triggered, which meant that the all-annihilating divine power had completely neutralized the array pattern's energy. Looks like Lu Zhao got a bargain this time. Sect Master is godlike. Big Bro's methods are extremely admirable. Even though I don't know this move, I can confirm that it far surpasses 8 leaves. Even Hua Wudao said with admiration. When I first came to the Evil Sky Pavilion, I still wanted to spar with the Sect Master, even if I lost. Now I have no such thoughts at all. Daring to see the Sect Master as an opponent? I was ridiculously foolish back then. These characters are for worship only, not to be surpassed, ya feel? Those 4 slapped so fast it looked like a damn horse farm, leaving Zhu Honggong speechless. WTF? Just as he was about to say something, Lu Zhao was like, "Yo, 8th, why you sitting on the ground like a damn toad?" Zhu Honggong slapped himself a few times. "Master, this disciple is reflecting. And then he slapped himself some more. Lol, whatever. Lu Zhao just snagged the Earth Scroll, so he's in a good mood and doesn't give a damn about Zhu Honggong's dumbassery. Lu Zhao's orders. Tell Lin Xin, I've changed my mind. I want his head within 7 days. Chop chop. Lu Zhao steps out of the courtyard. Scoring the Earth Scroll inside that armor was a total win. When the red array went boom, Lu Zhao knew someone had embedded a fragment of the Earth Scroll into the armor. Clever bastards. The heavenly scroll in Xunhua's tomb remained intact for ages. Turns out the armor lasted centuries thanks to the Earth Scroll fragment, their so-called special sauce. Zuo Yushu approached and bowed. Elder brother, Lin Xin was once my fellow disciple. Can I handle this personally? Lu Zhao glanced at Zuo Yushu. If you were still an 8-leaf, sure, but you've severed your golden lotus and rebuilt. How can you deal with him now? Zuo Yushu slowly raised her staff and tapped it lightly on the ground. A non-golden lotus avatar appeared behind her, with 2 lotus leaves swirling around.
Thanks to your help, elder brother, I'm now a 2-leaf nascent soul realm, flexing hard. She couldn't help but show off a bit. Zuo Yushu had every right to be proud. From severing her golden lotus to reaching 2-leaf in such a short time? Total prodigy.
Lu Zhao shook his head. 2-leaf is still a bit weak. Zuo Yushu looked awkward AF.
Zhu Honggong chimed in. Don't lose heart, Elder Zuo. I'm only 1 leaf. What a simp.
Someone at my level going out there is basically handing my head over on a silver platter.
Zuo Yushu wobbled, barely standing.
Elder Zuo, I'm fine.
Zuo Yushu glared at Zhu Honggong, and she was pissed.
Talent, cultivation, experience, technique.
Zuo Yushu was miles ahead of Zhu Honggong in every aspect, yet he was breathing down her neck.
Stay here and focus on cultivating. There'll be plenty of opportunities to show off later.
Lu Zhao finished speaking and turned to leave.
Farewell, master. Lu Zhao returned to the East Pavilion, not rushing to comprehend the Earth Scroll.
Based on his experience comprehending the Heavenly Scroll's human scroll,
Lu Zhao knew that entering the comprehension state for the first divine power would cause him to lose consciousness for a short time. His cultivation is too weak right now. Plus, the royals are watching Mao Tiangel like hawks. If they truly have a way to deal with 9 leaves, then that armor is just one piece of the puzzle.
Being cautious,
Lu Zhu decided to intimidate them once more.
The next day,
a flying letter was sent to the Taishu Academy's headquarters.
The content of the letter immediately sent shivers down the spines of everyone at Taishu Academy. The elders hastily convened a meeting. Where are Zhao Zhaowenliang, Wang Jianrang, and Zhang Gong?
Lin Xin asked the elders. Ancestor, the 3 elders went out yesterday and haven't returned yet.
Lin Xin frowned.
Forget them. Ancestor, Ma Tiange sent a message. This time, they want your head. How dare they be so insulting? The Crown Prince's visit last time gave these old pigs a bit of backbone.
Lin Xin said calmly, I've decided. 3 days from now, I will challenge Ji Laomo on Dangyang Peak.
A disciple entered. Yes, disciple. Bring out my armor. Yes. Soon after, 2 disciples brought in a chest. Lin Xin looked at the chest, his spirits high. Success or failure depends on this. Immediately afterward, the news of Taishu Academy's ancestor Lin Xin's challenge to Ji Laomo spread like wildfire. Total chaos. Taishu Academy's ancestor Lin Xin is only an 8-leaf expert. How dare he challenge Ji Laomo? All sorts of rumors spread throughout the cultivation world. That afternoon, Hengquan Academy also received this news. Headmaster Shi Hong immediately convened an emergency elders meeting. You've probably heard the news. Lin Xin wants to challenge Ji Laomo on Dangyang Peak. What do you think?
Shi Hong asked. Is Lin Xin out of his mind? When they were both 8-leaf, Lin Xin wouldn't dare mess with Ji Laomo. Now that he's entered 9-leaf,
he's not trying to commit suicide, is he? The 3rd elder finally spoke. I heard Crown Prince Liu Zihe visited Taishu Academy, giving them a boost. A boost? Unless the Divine Capital has someone who's advanced to 9-leaf, or they're moving the 10 Absolute Formation to Dangyang Peak.
The elders were arguing loudly. Sect leader Shi Hong shook his head and said, Our Hengqua sect's elder Zhang Shan is probably dead at the hands of the Evil Sky Pavilion.
The Evil Sky Pavilion's next target is our Hengqua sect.
Everyone was shocked and scoffed.
The Taishu Academy is basically laughing at others today, and tomorrow others will laugh at them.
Second elder,
lead the people to Dangyang Peak and secretly observe the battle.
Yes.
At the Beidou Academy, Dean Zhu Yunkai summoned several disciples and instructed,
I heard that Taishu Academy's ancestor Lin Xin is going to Dangyang Peak to challenge Ji Laomo.
You guys go and investigate the truth, but absolutely do not interfere, remember.
Disciples obey.
Zhu Yunkai nodded. If Lin Xin fails, then pretend you didn't see anything. If Lin Xin wins, immediately send a flying letter.
Yes.
At the same time, Tianxing Academy, the forces in the Divine Capital, the Crown Prince's entourage, the Forbidden Army's forces, and the remaining forces of the 10 famous sects that were slaughtered by the Evil Sky Pavilion, all sent people to the area near Dangyang Peak to secretly observe the battle.
3 days later, on the top of Dangyang Peak, the sky was clear, the wind was gentle, and the snow was warm and pleasant.
Taishu Academy's ancestor Lin Xin sat in meditation in the middle of a circular mound. Two disciples stood not far away, already drenched in sweat. "Has the news spread?" Lin Xin suddenly asked. "Reporting to Ancestor, it's been spreading since the day before yesterday." Lin Xin looked up at the sky. "Bring the armor for this old man to wear." Disciples obey. The two disciples opened a box, took out the armor, and respectfully presented it in front of Lin Xin. Lin Xin glanced at it and asked, "Why is there an extra cloak on the outside?" "Elder Zhu said this can help you increase your style," one of the disciples replied. What does someone as old as Lin Xin need vanity for? But now he suddenly felt that he should still look more imposing. Fine, there must be many sects wanting to see this old man lose face. I have to show them. After putting the armor on Lin Xin, the two disciples stepped back. "Ancestor, we can only rely on you this time," Lin Xin replied. "This old man knows. The people of other sects, even the people of Taishu Academy, think this old man is crazy, but how would they know how the Crown Prince has contacted me?" "Ancestor, what kind of power is that?" "You will see." Lin Xin stroked his beard and nodded. The two disciples were bewildered. On the surrounding mountains, a group of cultivators glided through the air and hid in the corners of the mountains, staring at the top of Dangyang Peak. The sun gradually set in the west, and Lin Xin turned to look at the evil sky pavilion. There were no cultivators flying in the vast sky, so he snorted, "Jilaomo, in the end, you are still afraid and dare not come." Ancestor is right. The later Jilaomo arrives, the more confident Lin Xin is. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, a flying chariot with a long tail like a shooting star suddenly appeared from the horizon. The cultivators hiding in the nearby trees exclaimed, "The evil sky pavilion's cloud-piercing flying chariot is here. It's finally here!" The people hiding around immediately widened their eyes, not daring to miss any details. "It's here! It's really the evil sky pavilion's cloud-piercing flying chariot. I'm a little scared. What if Jilaomo summons a 9-leaf avatar to kill us all? Get lost!" Lin Xin was stunned, looked at the cloud-piercing flying chariot, and then raised his voice. "You've come just in time! You guys retreat!" "Yes!" The two Taishu Academy disciples kept retreating until they were far away from the circular mound, leaving Lin Xin alone standing there. The speed of the cloud-piercing flying chariot was very fast. From the time it appeared on the horizon to the time it reached the top of Dangyang Peak, it only took a few breaths. Lin Xin coldly snorted and raised his head and said, "Jilaomo, you've finally come!" The cloud-piercing flying chariot slowly stopped, but no one answered. "Jilaomo, come out and let this old man experience what the power of the 9 leaves is like." As soon as he finished speaking, whoosh! A spear shadow was thrown from the flying chariot. The spear shadow was as fast as lightning, flying in an arc. Lin Xin said disdainfully, "With such a trick, even if this old man doesn't open his protective astral energy, it won't do anything to me. After all, this armor has the power to deal with 9 leaves, and the array patterns on it are so delicate that it's hard to imagine." Lin Xin had studied it very, very carefully. He was sure that this armor was unique. 9 leaves could activate its special power, but anything below 8 leaves couldn't break through it, let alone this spear. Lin Xin didn't bother to dodge. Puff! Just as it got close, the tip of the spear suddenly spun like a drill, accelerating the stab, piercing through the armor. Not good. Lin Xin reacted extremely quickly. In the instant the armor was pierced, he forcibly burst out with astral energy and leaned to dodge. However, the tyrant spear was already too close. The dodge only helped Lin Xin avoid a vital point, but the spear still easily pierced through his waist. The battle is over. No 9 leaves, no gorgeous elder seals or astral energy flowers, and no earth-shattering fight. The spectators stood frozen in place, their faces twisted, as if someone had shoved a pound of dog SHT into their mouths. Only like this? Another person felt the same way. Duan Musheng standing on the flying chariot. Duan Musheng always liked to go all out when he made a move. He couldn't let the evil sky pavilion be suppressed in terms of momentum, so Duan Musheng threw the tyrant spear in a head-on attack. But no one expected that Lin Xin, a dignified 8-leaf expert, would be pierced by a single spear. Duan Musheng couldn't help but look at his hand, thinking to himself, "Am I really that powerful? Just one spear pierced through an 8-leaf? WTF. Who would believe this story if I told them?" Lin Xin lowered his head and looked down, his eyelids twitching. The tyrant spear pierced through his waist, blood flowing out, soaking the stone mound. The hot sunlight shone down, and the blood quickly began to dry. How? How could this be? Lin Xin took off the armor. Swish! It wasn't an armor with unique array patterns at all. It was clearly just a common armor worn by soldiers. A fake! Lin Xin's eyes widened, his lips trembled, and he gently slapped his hand. Boom! The tyrant spear was knocked away. Lin Xin didn't care about his injury, he only wanted to force the tyrant spear out. Duanmu Sheng jumped down, gently lifted his hand, and retrieved the tyrant spear. On the top of Dangyang Peak, Evil Sky Pavilion's third senior Duanmu Sheng held the tyrant spear, tilting his head to look at his opponent. Lin Xin staggered backward, forcibly pressing his acupoints to keep himself from falling. Seeing this, all the spectating sects were lost in thought. After a long while, Lin Xin clutched his chest and muttered, I understand. I understand now, ha. Understand what? Duanmu Sheng asked. Everyone wants this old man dead. The elders of the Taishu Academy, the disciples, even the crown prince, all want me to go to my death, ha. Duanmu Sheng said, You deserve to die. That's right, this old man deserves to die. Although Lin Xin barely managed to stop the bleeding, the previous spear strike had severely injured his internal organs. This old man wants to talk to Ji Laomo. He looked up at the flying chariot. After a moment of silence, Lu Zhao stood up and walked to the edge of the flying chariot, looking down and saying to Lin Xin, Do you have any last words? Seeing Lu Zhao, Lin Xin's spirit shook. In my entire life, this old man has never feared anyone, except for you, Ji Tiandao. This old man doesn't want to explain much. Lu Zhao put his hands behind his back and said indifferently, Are you done talking? If possible, this old man wants to exchange a few moves with you before I die. A powerful primal chi erupted from Lin Xin's body, becoming more and more concentrated, his aura also increasing sharply. He chose to burn his chi. This was probably Lin Xin's last-ditch effort before death. A move that burned his chi left the distant observers dumbfounded. From afar, Lin Xin looked like he was on fire, burning his chi even before officially fighting. But Lu Zhao coldly replied, You can't even beat my disciple, and you want to fight me? Lin Xin's eyes widened, staggering back a step. That's right. You can't even block a single move from his third disciple. How can you ask for a fight? Duanmu Sheng stepped forward, not afraid of the 8-leaf cultivator in front of him, especially since this person was heavily injured. Lin Xin said to Duanmu Sheng, If it weren't for this armor, you wouldn't have had the chance to wound me. The weak always make excuses. Duanmu Sheng stomped his foot and flew over. Countless spear shadows appeared, stacked on top of each other. Clang! 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 Get lost! Boom! Duanmu Sheng was blasted away by the immense force, spinning in the air, retreating backward. 8-leaf is strong. In the moment of primal chi eruption, the wound on Lin Xin's waist suddenly burst open. Lin Xin cried out in pain. At this moment, all the primal chi in Lin Xin's body stagnated and then dissipated. Grand Ancestor! A figure rushed over, swoosh! A cold light flashed across Lin Xin's chest and abdomen. His chi was torn open. Widening his eyes, he looked at the figure that just left. A confident smile bloomed on the attacker's face, holding a weapon that looked like both a saber and a hook, surrounded by a dense primal chi, restrained within. And the two Taishu Academy disciples standing behind Lin Xin did not move at all. Lin Xin was the grand ancestor of Taishu Academy. He had never felt so stifled in his life. He felt like he had completely fallen into someone else's trap, sinking deeper and deeper step by step. Damn it, all of this is a dirty trick. Lin Xin cursed loudly. Sorry, even if I have to be despicable, I can't let you survive. You can't even beat me, and you want to fight my master? How? How? Sigh. Lin Xin lowered his head, looking at his torn chest and abdomen, filled with resentment. He looked up at the flying chariot, using all his strength to say loudly, You win! After that, Lin Xin chose to accept his fate. He closed his eyes and fell backward. Thud. Grand Ancestor Lin Xin of Taishu Academy died in Huangquan Star before he even had a chance to fight the masters of the Nether Sect. Killed a target, gained 1,500 merit points. Duanmu Sheng stabilized his body, landed in the air, and turned to say to Ming Shiyin, For the sneak attack. Ming Shiyin hurriedly said, Fourth senior brother, it's all thanks to you striking first, causing him to be heavily injured. Your spear was truly earth-shattering.
able to pierce through the body of an 8-leaf powerhouse. Duan Musheng nodded slightly. You're not bad either, thank you, third senior brother, for the praise. While the two were busy bragging, the Taishu Academy disciples standing nearby were frightened and quickly turned to run away. Only Ming Shiyin and Duan Musheng didn't pay attention to such insignificant figures. At the same time, the sects that came to watch were shocked by the result. Lin Xin was an 8-leaf master, yet he didn't even have a chance to fight Jilaomo. How could they not be afraid? The news of Lin Xin's death immediately spread. Beidou Academy hid in a corner, waving their hands and retreating. We didn't see anything, let's go. The people of Beidou Academy quickly turned around and left. The disciples of Henghua Academy blinked. A dignified 8-leaf master actually killed by the disciples of the Nether sect. How can this be explained? Inform the sect leader. Lin Xin is dead. Jilaomo hasn't even made a move. The most devastated were the remnants of the 10 great sects, who originally thought they could use Taishu Academy to avenge their grievances. But Lin Xin's death dealt them an even heavier blow. Is the Nether sect truly invincible under the heavens? Sigh. I overthought it. How ridiculous. How can 8-leaf win against 9-leaf? It's too damn funny. If I were Jilaomo, I would have summoned the 9-leaf avatar and killed all the people of Taishu Academy. Jilaomo is still too merciful. As the saying goes, when weeding, you must remove the roots. That's exactly right. Just as the spectating cultivators were preparing to retreat, the Nether sect's flying chariot suddenly set off, flying towards the Taishu Academy's headquarters. On the flying chariot, Duan Musheng and Ming Shiyin had returned. Lu Jiao stroked his beard indifferently, looking towards the highest tower in Taishu Academy. Ming Shiyin said, "The formation eye is on top of the tower. They probably wouldn't dare to stop us." Before long, the flying chariot flew to the Taishu Academy's headquarters, stopping next to the tower. The Taishu Academy disciples looked up at the flying chariot, unable to understand. The cultivators who hadn't left were also stunned. What exactly is Jilaomo planning to do? Wait, hold up. Is he trying to breach the barrier and go full-on massacre at their HQ? The Taishu Academy disciples ain't daring to step 1 foot outside that barrier. In the cultivation world, the reason major sects can stand tall for so many years without falling is all thanks to protective formations. Back when the 10 great sects besieged the Evil Sky Pavilion, the Golden Court Mountains barrier bought them a lot of time. What the hell is the Evil Sky Pavilion planning? The Taishu Academy is a Confucian sect, and Confucian sects are all about formations. Breaking their barrier ain't gonna be easy. Damn right. Is Jilaomo planning to pull a scorched earth move? Maybe. Either way, the 8-leaf dude couldn't break this barrier. While everyone was still debating, Lu Xiao, standing on the cloud-piercing flying chariot, raised his hand. Blue light emanated from his fingertips, and the 4 massive seal characters, severing sanctity, abandoning wisdom, appeared. The Taishu Academy disciples looked up at the Confucianist pagoda, severing sanctity, abandoning wisdom. Whoosh! Palm facing down, he pressed down. Severing sanctity, abandoning wisdom slammed into the pagoda, shattering it into pieces, scattering rubble everywhere. The massive palm print continued to strike the barrier. When the two collided, a horrifying scene unfolded. The palm print struck the barrier like glass, creating 5 finger-shaped holes, instantly dimming the entire massive barrier. But the palm print didn't stop, continuing to press down. Boom! The pagoda was swallowed by the palm print, sinking lower and lower. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Until severing sanctity, abandoning wisdom touched the ground, the whole world went silent. The tallest pagoda in the Taishu Academy's headquarters was flattened in an instant, leaving behind the imprint of 5 fingers in the ground. This pagoda was the formation eye of the Taishu Academy. Destroying the formation eye means the Taishu Academy's barrier can't be repaired. Without the barrier, any Tom, Dick, or Harry can waltz in and out of the Taishu Academy as they please. Anyone who wants to beat you up can. Taishu Academy is done for. Totally screwed. If Lin Xin's death was a heavy blow to them, then this one move, severing sanctity, abandoning wisdom, completely plunged them into despair. The elders were filled with regret. Why did we have to mess with the Evil Sky Pavilion? Why didn't we insist that Lin Xin go and apologize? Too bad. There's no regret potion in this world. The cultivators watching outside the Taishu Academy struggled to swallow a mouthful of saliva. A voice suddenly came from the Evil Sky Pavilion's flying chariot. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. This is a small punishment for you.
With that, the cloud-piercing flying chariot flew away, but not in the direction of the evil sky pavilion. At this moment, the cultivators watching had only one thought in their minds. Don't mess with the evil sky pavilion. The dignified barrier of the Taishu Academy was destroyed in an instant by a single palm strike from the evil sky pavilion's grandmaster. Half an hour later, the cloud-piercing flying chariot appeared above the Henghua Academy headquarters. The elders and disciples of the Henghua Academy didn't know what had happened at the Taishu Academy yet. Everyone was looking up at the cloud-piercing flying chariot in the sky. Immediately afterward, they saw a sword seal emanating blue light slowly descending, with a delicate small sword radiating a strange ruminic energy in the middle. Swish! The sword seal collided with the barrier, emitting a dazzling light, then pierced through the barrier, stabbing straight into the ground. Boom! The Henghua Academy's barrier was shattered by a single sword strike. After the light dissipated, the cloud-piercing flying chariot changed direction again and flew into the clouds. In the imperial city, the Eastern Palace, Crown Prince Liu Zihe was happily admiring the calligraphy and paintings before him, occasionally humming a few lines. Your Highness, the result of the battle between Lin Xin and Jilaomo is in. A eunuch respectfully reported from behind. Liu Zihe snorted lightly. I'm afraid Jilaomo didn't expect the imperial family to have such a strong trump card, letting him gain the upper hand and be arrogant for so long. Your Highness, the result is, without waiting for him to finish, Liu Zi interrupted. There's no need to say more. I will personally explain the matter of the armor to Father. Father is currently in seclusion. I will handle the remnants of the evil sky pavilion. Liu Zihe smiled confidently. When Father breaks through to 9 leaves, unifying all races will be within his grasp. After speaking, Liu Zihe turned around and saw the eunuch still standing there, so he asked suspiciously, What are you still doing here? The eunuch stammered, his whole body trembling, and then knelt down with a thud. Your Highness, spare me. Your Highness, spare me. Lin Xin couldn't defeat Jilaomo and died in battle at Dangyang Peak. Crown Prince Liu Zihe's body trembled violently, his eyes slowly widening as he looked at the eunuch who was constantly kowtowing. He used a tone that was both dignified and deep, saying, Repeat that again. Lin Xin couldn't defeat Jilaomo and died in battle at Dangyang Peak. The eunuch truthfully replied, knowing that he couldn't hide anything in this situation, even if he was terrified. Liu Zihe's eyes flashed with fire, his expression extremely complex. How could this be? He couldn't accept this result. Didn't the armor trigger its special power? Reporting. Your Highness, Jilaomo didn't even make a move. Liu Zi was stunned. I can't believe it. Even if the special power wasn't triggered, the defensive power of the armor was already very strong, and with Lin Xin himself being an 8-leaf master, how could Jilaomo kill Lin Xin without making a move? Was it Yu Zhenghai or Yu Shangrong? Liu Yi asked in a deep voice. Jilaomo didn't make a move then? It can only be his 2 strongest disciples. But Yu Zhenghai is busy with work in Yu province. How could he have the energy to run over there and kill Lin Xin? Moreover, everyone knows that Yu Zhenghai and Jilaomo have a feud. Could it be Yu Shangrong? Sword Devil. The eunuch finally replied. It was Duan Mu Sheng. The evil sky pavilion. Liu Zihe's expression completely changed, and he said in a deep voice, Duan Mu Sheng has reached 8 leaves. Your Highness, Lin Xing underestimated his opponent, so he was stabbed through the stomach by Duan Mu Sheng with a spear. The armor was useless. The eunuch gave the whole rundown. Liu Zihe frowned. The armor didn't work? WTF? Unbelievable! When Liu Zihe held the armor, he tested it a few times. A normal nascent divinity realm cultivator couldn't do jack to it. How could this be? The eunuch continued. After Lin Xin died, Jilaomo struck twice. 1 palm shattered the barrier of the Taishu Academy, 1 sword shattered the barrier of the Henghua sect. Liu Zihe didn't want to hear anymore. He closed his eyes and growled, Get lost! The eunuch was so scared he scurried out. Liu Zihe muttered, Do I really have to invite that old geezer out of retirement? Or should I keep looking for that mysterious master? Liu Zihe frowned, unable to think of a good solution. At the same time, news of Lin Xin's death at Dangyang Peak spread like wildfire. That wouldn't be a big deal, but Jilaomo broke through the barriers of 2 major sects with 1 move. The whole cultivation world was shook. They used to rely on the barrier to hide, but now the Mothherfcking Devil Sky Pavilion can break barriers like it's nothing. Who dares to oppose them now? Even the Yuntian Luo, 3 sects with more than 2 layers of barrier protection have to think twice. What about the small sects? LOL. This is why Lu Zhao chose to make a move. With the barrier, he can cultivate in peace. Gotta flex on these hoes! When the cloud shuttle returned to the Devil Sky Pavilion, Ming Shiyin said, Master's palm and sword shattered the barriers. No one will dare to underestimate the Devil Sky Pavilion anymore. Duan Wusheng nodded. Of course. With second senior brother back, the Devil Sky Pavilion will return to its peak sooner or later. As the cloud shuttle landed on the tower in the 5 pavilions, a flute sound came. The flute sound was sometimes fast, sometimes soft, and sometimes like a downpour. Hearing the flute sound, Ming Xinyin sighed. Oh crap, Hai Luo is summoning a bunch of savage beasts again. Ming Xinyin had the best view as he drove. He saw a red-maned, snow-white steed descending from the clouds. Golden light flashed in its eyes as it circled the Devil Sky Pavilion. Thinking of the celestial dog, Ming Xinyin quickly reported, Master, a savage beast is invading. Duan Wusheng shouted, You monster! He leaped into the air and thrust the overlord spear towards the steed. Nay! The steed suddenly raised its head and neighed before flying away. Duan Wusheng was stunned. Did that monster just run away scared? From inside the tower, Xiao Yanher flew out and scolded. Third senior brother, it's all your fault! Huh? Duan Wusheng scratched his head. He didn't understand. We were about to catch that horse. Just a little bit more. The flute stopped. Hai Luo smiled sweetly in the tower and said gently, You're back. Lu Zhao stepped out of the shuttle. At this moment, Hua Yuexing flew over from afar, pulled back the bowstring, and shot. The arrow chased the steed, but gradually dissipated. Hua Yuexing frowned. This horse is so weird. No matter how I shoot, I can't hit it. Stop, Lu Zhao said calmly. Hua Yuexing turned around and bowed. Greetings, Pavilion Master. The 4 elders came out of the room, as well as many female disciples, and Fan Zhong, Zhu Jifeng, and others. Pavilion Master, you're back just in time. This monster has been causing trouble outside the barrier since morning. The elders are all in seclusion and can't do anything about it, Hua Yuexing said. Zhao Yan'er said angrily, Master, if it weren't for Hai Luo stabilizing its mind, the barrier of Golden Court Mountain would have been broken. It's so annoying, everyone complained. They were all dissatisfied with the sudden appearance of this troublemaking steed. It seemed they had been tormented by it. Lu Zhao said nothing, only stroked his beard and looked into the distance. The steed stopped some distance away, still stepping on a cloud. Lu Zhao turned to Hai Luo and asked, Did it say anything? Hai Luo understands beast language and should be able to talk to it. Hai Luo shook her head. It doesn't want to talk. Leng Luo clasped his hands. Even Hai Luo can't subdue it. This kind of steed is hard to tame and might cause trouble. This old one suggests the Pavilion Master kill it, to protect the barrier of Golden Court Mountain. This old one also suggests killing it, Fan Litian said. Zuo Yushu added, This old woman finds it strange. Golden Court Mountain is a human territory. Powerful savage beasts usually don't come here to cause trouble. Why is there a steed now? Perhaps this is a conspiracy by the alien race. Don't forget that the alien envoy Ban Nalan once brought a coffin here. If a savage beast like a celestial dog goes on a killing spree, it will cause a bloodbath, Hua Wudao said. As everyone was worried, Lu Zhao suddenly spoke. Relax. Don't rush. Stepping on the void, Lu Zhao took a step and went several zang, standing on the roof of the Devil Sky Pavilion, looking up at the steed in the distance. The Pavilion Master is about to attack. That damn monster is so screwed. Let's see what the Pavilion Master's arrow tastes like. Fan Zhong and Zhu Jifeng looked up at the sky eagerly. Lu Zhao didn't summon the unnamed, but waved his sleeve and said calmly, Jiliang, get down here. The sound waves spread like thunder, shocking everyone. The name of this steed is Jiliang? Seriously? Is he gonna listen just because he said so? Are you kidding me? They respect him, but Lu Zhao's actions were baffling. Savage beasts are hard to tame. If not, you'd see people riding savage beasts all over the streets. Besides, even Hai Lu Gao can't control this Jiliang horse. Everyone only dared to think in their hearts. At this moment, the steed suddenly neighed and ran towards the Devil Sky Pavilion. Everyone held their breath. Is this horse going to crash into the Devil Sky Pavilion's barrier?
You beast! Pavilion Master, please kill it, or shoot it through the heart.
When the steed reached the outside of the barrier, Lu Zhao waved his hand and opened a hole. What the hell? Many exclaimed in surprise. Why did the Pavilion Master let it in? The steed entered the hole, gradually slowed down, and calmed down. It obediently walked to Lu Zhao. Nay! It didn't attack or act violently. Instead, it knelt down in the air. A total simp.
Savage beast subdued? Everyone's tripping. What just happened? Wasn't this horse supposed to be all cocky and arrogant?
Why is it suddenly so obedient and well-behaved? The four elders' faces are priceless. Hua Yuexing bowed and asked, Master, how? How did you do that? Lu Zhao stroked his beard, smirking, looking even more unfathomable. Seeing the look of admiration on everyone's faces, Lu Zhao nodded in satisfaction. HMPH. That's just my personal charm. Lu Zhao reached out and gently patted Jiliang on the back. Hee hee hee! Jiliang neighed happily. Hai Luo, the translator, happily said, It's saying hello to everyone. Saying hello? Hua Yuexing and the others were dumbfounded. That doesn't look like saying hello at all. It's clearly showing off its fangs. Everyone fearfully took a step back. Better safe than sorry. A beast is still a beast. You can't just trust it, Lu Zhao casually said. Don't be afraid. He patted Jiliang's back again. Jiliang stood up, and its four hooves launched towards the crowd. Everyone screamed and hurriedly backed away. Jiliang arrogantly raised its head and stood tall in the crowd. These guys are all the elite of the Monation Pavilion, figures that the cultivation world fears upon hearing their names, yet now they're acting timid and scared in front of a horse. Seeing that Jiliang didn't intend to attack, everyone finally calmed down and began to surround it for a closer look. So arrogant. Who are you looking down on? Pan Zhong stood in front of Jiliang's nose and said. Jiliang neighed softly, as if responding to Pan Zhong. Pan Zhong clicked his tongue in wonder. Wow, so well behaved. Hai Luo covered her mouth and giggled. It says you're trash. Everyone burst out laughing. But even though they were laughing, no one dared to do anything to it. Zuo Yushu gazed at it for a moment, then clasped her hands and said, May I ask where you found this magnificent steed, brother? Lu Zhao descended from the sky and said, I once went to the northern land of no return. There are many savage beasts there. Back then, my reputation was earth-shattering. Never mind. A savage beast like this has extremely high intelligence and must have submitted to me back then. Now that it has appeared at the Mosian Pavilion, it can be considered to have traveled thousands of miles to join us. Whether you believe it or not, I'm just making stuff up. Why it came isn't important. The fact that Jiliang is standing in front of you now is what matters. Jiliang raised its head and neighed twice. Hai Luo continued to translate. It says that's right, the master's got skills. Respect, respect. Hua Wudao clasped his hands and said, To be able to subdue a divine steed, it seems that when the master was in the northern land of no return, he did something earth-shattering. Listening to everyone's flattery, Lu Zhao felt very satisfied. Then, he waved his hand and said, Jiliang! Jiliang understood, turned around, soared into the sky, stepped on the clouds, ran into the forest of Golden Court Mountain, and disappeared without a trace. Lu Zhao looked at the Lantian jade flute hanging on Xia Luo's waist, and said softly, Hai Luo. Hai Luo reached out her hand. Yes. Hai Luo had become accustomed to extending her wrist towards Lu Zhao. Since returning from Penglai Island, Lu Zhao had not yet checked her cultivation status. Now, after checking, sure enough, Hai Luo's 8 extraordinary meridians had become much more solid. In other words, Hai Luo is now a genuine Tongshuan realm cultivator. Someone who had never cultivated before started from the Tongshuan realm. Who else can do that? Follow me. Lu Zhao released her hand. Yes. Without another word, Lu Zhao turned and walked towards the East Pavilion, with Hai Luo obediently following behind. The 4 elders watched them leave, shaking their heads and sighing softly. Ming Xiyin suddenly asked, Why are the 4 elders sighing? I'm lamenting that it won't be long before the Motion Pavilion has another cultivation genius. Pan Liantian, Zuo Yushu watched them leave, muttering, If that kid wasn't taken by Da Shixiang, I'd snatch her as my disciple even if it killed me. Elder Zuo, hold up, Pan Liantian chimed in. If I got a disciple like that, I'd give her this gourd without a second thought. Pan Zhong's eyes went wide, totally lost. Leng Luo glanced at them, then said,
In the past, I'd destroy anything I couldn't have, but now that the pavilion master wants her, I'm happy to step aside. Hua Wu Dao stayed silent. These 8 Lotus big shots loved to brag. He was too smart to get involved. Little girl, how many leaves have you got now? Zuo Yushu asked Yanshire. Yanshire shyly touched her hair, replying, only 3 leaves. Only? Her only maid Panzhong and Zhao Qifeng want to puke blood. The 4 elders of the trampled golden lotus were, at most, 2-leaf. Yana was leveling up faster than them. Ming Xinyin said, Little Shimai, need Shixiong's help? Don't! Yan Care firmly refused. Anyone who touches my golden lotus is getting their head smashed. Yeah, she even waved her tiny fist at everyone. Everyone subtly backed away. The kid was more polite now, but even more possessive. Best not to mess with her. Inside the Eastern Pavilion, Lu Zhao led Hai Luo into the hall. Do you know why I called you here? Hai Luo shook her head. Lu Zhao slowly sat down. I'm asking you, do you want to cultivate? Cultivation is like this. Lu Zhao raised his hand, yuan qi vibrating in his palm, forming a wisp of qi. The qi turned into a blade, a spear, a staff, a halberd, changing rapidly. Hai Luo's eyes lit up. She pointed at the qi, grinning. So fun! I want to learn to play fun too. Lu Zhao felt helpless. But then again, cultivators in their youth had 100 strange reasons to start cultivating. Wanting to fly, wanting to ride swords, wanting to control fierce beasts. Let me test your comprehension. Having talent is one thing, but comprehension is also important. Hai Luo nodded, sitting down on the futon next to him, holding her breath and focusing. Qi at the dantian. Can you feel the yuan qi in your dantian like seawater? Try to guide it. Lead it into your meridians, and out of your body. That is yuan qi. Solidifying qi into form creates gang qi. Lu Zhao had never patiently guided a disciple like this. Maybe he sensed her extraordinary talent and intended to take her in. Very good. Lu Ju saw that Hai Luyo had successfully moved the yuan qi. This yuan qi had existed in Hai Luyo's body since she opened her 5 senses. Though pitifully small, it's enough for her to learn the basics. Just then, Hai Luo looked up at Lu Zhao, seeming unsure. Is it like this? Hai Luo raised her right hand, a buzzing sound resonating in her palm. Then, a gang qi shaped like a chicken egg appeared, hovering. Lu Zhao's eyes widened. This is body tempering, training the body's flexibility, especially the dantian's qi, increasing its capacity to bear yuan qi and gang seals. It enhances the sensitivity of the 5 senses, helping the body conduct yuan qi, sense the condensation of yuan qi, and elevate the will. When the will is strong enough, yuan qi can be condensed into gang qi. The higher the cultivation, the firmer the will, and the more freely one can control yuan qi. But still, even if this girl was naturally at the mystic enlightenment realm, she couldn't condense qi into form this fast, could she? How could Lu Zhao not find this strange? Hai Luo thought she hadn't done well, she whispered. I'm sorry, I can't turn it into a sword shape. Cough, cough. This kid wants to reach the heavens in 1 step. Condensing gang qi into an egg shape was already impressive, and she wanted to make a sword? Calm down, must stay calm. Or, how would he guide her in the future? Lu Zhao stared at Hai Luo intently. I ask you, are you willing to follow me in cultivation? Hai Luo's face lit up with joy, but she didn't agree immediately. Instead, she put her finger to her lip, seeming to think. Lu Zhao frowned slightly. Countless people across the land want to become my disciple. Don't be unappreciative. Me accepting you is your blessing. Then, after cultivation, can I fly on my own? Hai Luo asked. Yes. Can I condense a giant golden figure like Yanher Gerge? Hai Luo asked hesitantly. Yes. Can I defeat those monsters? Hearing this, Lu Zhao was in no hurry to answer. With Hai Luo's talent, she could control all kinds of fierce beasts. Even powerful beasts like the Heavenly Hound listened to her, so why defeat them? You're afraid of them? When there's no flute, they're very fierce, Hai Luo replied. She had a point. Hai Luo couldn't control her talent yet. If it weren't for the powerful divine steed, the flute sound would have attracted many fierce beasts. Besides, having such talent and not cultivating would be a waste. When you step onto the path of cultivation, those fierce beasts will automatically stay away from you, Lu Zhao said.
Hearing this, Hailuo immediately nodded solemnly. Then I'm willing to follow you in cultivation. Good! Lu Zhao pointed to the futon in front of him. Then kneel here. Perform the 3 kneelings and 9 kowtows, and acknowledge your master. Hai Lu Chou obediently followed, stepping in front of Lu Zhao and respectfully kneeling down. Originally, Lu Zhao should have informed everyone on the Evil Sky Pavilion to attend the apprenticeship ceremony, but he didn't like such troublesome formalities, so he skipped it. However, the 3 kneelings and 9 kowtows were essential. First, to remind Hai Luo that apprenticeships required respect, and second, to make her wholeheartedly submit to him. A master for a day is a master for life. With this kowtow, she would officially enter the sect. Master's training mission increased to 10 out of 10. Ji Tiandao's master-disciple system officially removed. Reward. System upgrade card X1. Reversal card X10. 10,000 merit points. Added mission. Strict master produces excellent disciple. The system upgrade card can increase the system's authority. The strict master produces excellent disciple mission, closely monitors the disciple's diligent cultivation for at least 3 months. The non-stop system notifications caught Lu Zhu off guard. Back when he first got isekai'd, he'd heard the master-disciple quest complete announcement, but didn't think much of it. Turns out, it's only being officially resolved now. Don't you dare ditch me, oh great system of mine! Lu Zhao mentally pleaded as the system interface popped up. Phew, still here. Chill out, you're supposed to be a stoic old geezer, remember? Lu Zhao stared at the system upgrade card. Upgrade permissions? What the hell does that even mean? He tapped the card, and the system chimed in. System upgrade in progress. Estimated time, 5 months. All other system functions will be temporarily unavailable. Use card? Nah, hold up, Lu Zhao pondered. Losing system access is kinda sus, and 5 months? That's a long-ass time. What if some haters come knocking on Evil Sky Pavilion's door while he's upgrading? Unacceptable. The 4 elders and the disciples ain't strong enough yet. Good thing he just trashed Lin Xin and messed up the Taishu Academy and Henghua Academy to show Siram who's boss. Lu Zhao checked the quest interface again. Strict master. Excellent disciple. Closely supervise your disciples. Hard cultivation for at least 3 months. Use? Yep. Lu Zhu nodded and closed the system interface. His gaze landed on Hai Lu. Stand up, Lu Zhao said casually. Yes! Hai Luo happily bounced up. Gotta call you master. Yes, master! Hai Luo bowed awkwardly, mimicking Yan Zhen. Lu Zhao waved his hand, sending a cultivation manual flying towards Hai Luo. This is a basic breathing technique. Cultivate according to this, every day. If you don't get something, ask your teacher. This basic cultivation manual is the first step every cultivator takes to enter the profound connection realm. It's a method to increase vital energy in the body and develop the Dantian Qi Si. Only after completing this should you start choosing a cultivation path. Confucianism, Buddhism, or Taoism. Combine it with your talent and preferences to pick what suits you best. Thank you, master! Hai Luo beamed, clutching the manual. Lu Zhao was expecting a system notification about merit points, but nada. He got merit points for all returning disciples, but not Hai Luo? Lu Zhao was a bit disappointed. Hai Sheng Sheng Ming Yue, Tianya Gong Qishi. Does he really have to follow those lines when taking in disciples? Lu Zhao wondered. No point in jumping to conclusions. If so, he can always take another disciple later. Besides, Hai Lu Keo's talent is no worse than his first 9 disciples. She'll definitely be a great asset in the future. Thinking about it made Lu Zhao feel much better. Someone! A voice came from outside the door. At your service, Pavilion Master. Inform everyone to gather in the main hall. Yes. Inside the Evil Sky Pavilion's main hall, everyone was present, except Lu Liju. The 4 elders, Duan Musheng, Ming Shiyin, Zhu Honggong, and Yue Za, stood on one side, glancing at the door, waiting for their master. The others stood on the other side. Wonder what's up with master today, making such a big deal out of it. Ming Shiyin wondered aloud. Chill. Don't rush. You'll find out when the pavilion master arrives, Pan Lishan said. Just then, Lu Zhao entered the hall with Hai Luo. The 4 elders were crafty old foxes. One look at Lu Juhao with Hai Luo and they knew what's up. They immediately bowed and said in unison, Congratulations, Pavilion Master! Lu Zhao led Hai Luo to stand before everyone and announced,
I have 2 matters to announce. The hall went silent. From today onwards, Hai Luo is officially my 10th disciple. Everyone nodded internally. Everyone knows that Evil Sky Pavilion's requirements for taking in disciples are super strict. Countless people want to become disciples of this legendary founder. Even talented guys like Pan Zhong and Zhao Qifeng couldn't catch his eye. You can see how hard it is. Pan Zhong and Zhou Qifeng looked at Hai Luo with envy. They and the other female disciples bowed in unison. Greetings, 10th senior sister? Hai Luo looked awkward. Lu Zhao glanced at her. She understood, nodded slightly, and went to Duan Musheng and bowed. 3rd senior brother. Hello, junior sister. Facing a little girl like Hai Luo, Duan Musheng didn't want to show his usual grumpy face, so he forced what he thought was his best smile. Hai Luo went to Ming Shiyin and bowed. Greetings, 4th senior brother. Junior sister, remember to cultivate hard. If you need to chop a golden lotus, come find me, Ming Shiyin said with a smile. Hai Luo quickly went to Zhao Yu and greeted her. 5th senior sister. Zhao Yu smiled and replied, I'm a bit busy right now. I'll give you a welcome gift later. Thank you, senior sister. Hai Luo bowed to Zhu Honggong. Greetings, 8th senior brother. Junior sister is so polite, Zhu Honggong happily replied. Finally, she went to Yan Zhen. Before Hai Luo could speak, Yan Zhen said, From now on, you're our little junior sister. I'll protect you. Thank you, 9th senior sister. You're the best, Hai Luo said. Then, Hai Luo bowed to each of the elders. Lu Zhao nodded in satisfaction. Hai Luo was now officially a member of the Evil Sky Pavilion. 4th, inform 7th about this. Disciples should know each other. Lu Zhao continued. 2nd matter. I will be going into closed-door cultivation for 5 months. During this time, Evil Sky Pavilion disciples are not allowed to leave without permission. Everyone looked puzzled. Pavilion Master already has 9-leaf cultivation. Why does he need to cultivate in seclusion? Could it be he wants to become even stronger? Yeah, that's gotta be it. We respectfully obey Pavilion Master's orders. We respectfully obey Master's orders. Lu Zhao stroked his beard, nodded, and said, You guys stay. The rest, dismiss. Except for the disciples, everyone else left the main hall. Evil Sky Pavilion. Lu Zhao walked down the steps, scanning his disciples. While I'm in seclusion, you must all cultivate diligently. Your disciple obeys, Master. Li Yongxiao knew that just saying that wasn't enough. The mission of a strict master producing outstanding disciples wasn't easy. He had to make sure these disciples cultivated seriously, so he added, When I come out of seclusion, I will test you all. If I find anyone lazy or trying to slack off, I will punish them severely. The disciples trembled, remembering the feeling of getting their asses whooped if they disobeyed. Good old days. Not. Seeing that his disciples didn't dare to say a word, Li Yongxiao continued. Hai Luo has just joined the sect. Remember to take care of her and guide your little junior sister. Thump. Zhu Honggong suddenly knelt down, banging his head on the ground like a madman, and said, Please rest assured, Master. Your disciple will definitely cultivate diligently. Little junior sister is new to the sect, and as her senior brother, I will definitely help her wholeheartedly and relieve Master's worries. Simp! The other disciples were dumbfounded. Old Eights might be shameless, but he always knew when to step up. Li Yongxiao nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Master, why do you suddenly want to go into seclusion? Zhu Honggong asked, puzzled. The other disciples were also curious, all looking at their master. Li Yongxiao glared at him. What? Do I have to report my actions to you? Zhu Honggong hurriedly kowtowed and apologized. Your disciple wouldn't dare. Your disciple knows his place. Then, he slapped himself hard across the face with a resounding crack. Ouch! The other disciples were still dumbfounded. Bring out the formation diagrams on the coffin. Yes. At this time, Li Yongxiao stood up and waved his hand. If there's nothing else, you may leave. Farewell, Master. The disciples bowed in unison. This time, Li Yongxiao didn't return to the Eastern Pavilion, but went into the secret chamber. As soon as he entered, Li Yongxiao began to inspect the secret chamber. After being repaired, it had been restored to its original state, and even seemed more solid than before. Li Yongxiao sat cross-legged on the futon. Not long after, Duan Musheng brought the formation diagrams and respectfully left. Li Yongxiao carefully examined the formation diagrams. Sure enough,
They were no different from the formations on the armor.
Redrawing the formations was simple. The difficulty lay in manipulating such a complex formation. The level of control over primal chi needed to be higher than the 8 Leaves realm. Where did this person come from?
Li Yongxiao recalled the notes in the ancient texts and sighed inwardly. Is it really impossible to reach 9 leaves?
Even now, Li Yongxiao didn't dare to be certain.
Although he had a method to sever the golden lotus and the experience of Yun Tianluo's advancement to 9 leaves, he still couldn't be 100% sure that 9 leaves truly existed.
After all, Li Yongxiao wasn't 9 leaves himself. After thinking for a moment, Li Yongxiao shook his head and discarded all distracting thoughts. Instead of thinking about useless things, I should focus on comprehending the Heavenly Book.
Li Yongxiao opened the Heavenly Book interface and clicked on the System Upgrade card to use it. As soon as he recited the words, the System Upgrade card turned into specks of starlight and merged into Li Yongxiao's body, disappearing in an instant. At this time, Li Yongxiao noticed that except for the Heavenly Book section, the system interface had turned gray. Next to it, a progress bar appeared with the words, Upgrading.
Li Yongxiao looked at the Earth Scroll interface.
His first impression was that he couldn't understand it. He didn't recognize a single character. But thanks to his experience comprehending the human scroll, Li Yongxiao took a deep breath and tried to cram the characters into his brain. Whether I understand or not doesn't matter. Just pretend I understand. A moment later, Li Yongxiao entered a state of unconsciousness, without sound or sensation. The whole world had been isolated outside.
Specks of blue starlight began to appear on Li Yongxiao's body. Liang Prefecture City, General's Mansion. Si Wuya, holding intelligence reports, casually walked into the main hall, seemingly in a good mood. Seeing Si Wuya's expression, Yu Zhenghai asked, "What good news do you have that makes you so happy, my dear brother?"
"Indeed, there is some good news," Si Wuya replied. "First, Grand Ancestor Lin Xin of the Taishu Academy was killed in one move by third senior brother. This matter has spread throughout the cultivation world. Our third junior brother is incredibly brave."
Yu Zhenghai asked in surprise.
Si Wuya recounted the story of Crown Prince Liu Jihe colluding with Lin Xin, and then analyzed.
Master's actions disrupted the barrier between the Taishu Academy and the Henhua Academy. This is a good thing for the Nether sect.
Yu Zhenghai nodded slightly. That's right. Second, in Yu Prefecture, the command of Commander Gi Qingqing now has only 4 deputy generals left. That mysterious expert has written all their names on his death list.
The morale of Yu Prefecture is very low. It seems the time for the Nether sect to strike has come, Si Wuya said. Hearing this, Yu Zhenghai sighed and replied, "It's a pity that we can't befriend such a heroic figure who is secretly helping us."
Why should eldest senior brother feel regret? Experts have their own personalities and preferences. If it's something that benefits us, then just let him be. Si Wuya is right. Yu Zhenghai nodded. The third piece of good news is that we have a new little junior sister,
Si Wuya said with a smile.
Yu Zhenghai was stunned and frowned. Another little junior sister? I didn't believe it at first, but fourth senior brother sent a letter, so I have no choice but to believe it.
Si Wuya gave the letter to Yu Zhenghai and continued. No one knows our little junior sister's real name. All we know is that her current name is Hai Luo. She is proficient in music, understands beast language, is at the profound connection realm, has naturally opened her 5 senses, and can condense chi into gang.
Eldest senior brother, don't look at me like that. That's right, she is the little girl who was sacrificed on the heavenly sacrifice platform. Such powerful talent startled Yu Zhenghai. He sat down, read the letter carefully, and muttered, "He's so old, yet he still has the energy to take in disciples?"
Si Wuya shrugged.
Master probably broke through to 9 leaves. His lifespan has increased a lot, so he has the energy to take in disciples.
Moreover, in fourth senior brother's letter, he said that Master has issued strict orders for the other disciples to cultivate hard and not leave the Devil Heaven Pavilion without permission.
Yu Zhenghai's body trembled slightly, as if remembering an unpleasant memory. Sigh, he's old and likes to play the good teacher. Well, who told him to be a 9-leaf master? Whatever master says, goes. Hi Luo, I just hope she's as lovely and gentle as 9th junior sister, and doesn't cause trouble. Yu Zhenghai received 200 merit points. Li Yongxiao, immersed in a state of unconsciousness, probably didn't even notice the notification.
Si Wuya shook his head again and said, But I always feel that this girl is a bit strange. Why do you say that? A profound connection realm cultivator by birth, proficient in music. Does eldest senior brother believe it? Shibuya asked. It does seem a bit odd. What are your thoughts, dear brother? When I returned to the Devil Heaven Pavilion, I stepped into Master's room and saw a painting hanging on the wall with the words, "At sea, a bright moon is born. We share this moment though far apart." Shibuya finished speaking, then turned and waved to his subordinate. "Bring the pen, ink, paper and inkstone." Soon after, the subordinate brought the stuff. Shibuya raised his brush, dipped it in ink, and wrote this word on one side, and the names of his fellow disciples on the other. "Eldest brother, please take a look." Yu Zhanghai looked at the paper on the table. Yu Zhanghai, Yu Shengrong, Duanmu Sheng, Ming Shiren, Zhang Yue, Tiangxin Siwuyai, Zhu Hong, Gong Shishu, Yan Nhi Hai Luo. What the hell is this? Yu Zhanghai was so shocked his jaw dropped. So you suspect that from the beginning, Master wanted to accept 10 disciples? Shiwuyai said. That's not right. Yu Zhanghai pointed at the name Hai Luo. If it's really as you say, then why doesn't that girl Hai Luo's name have the word she? Shiwuyai replied. I asked Hua Zhongyang. That girl is simple and naive. She doesn't even know her own name? Yu Zhanghai's eyes lit up. Could it be that this girl is Master's illegitimate child, who was lost outside? Cough, cough, cough. Shiwuyai almost choked because of Yu Zhanghai's words. Yu Zhanghai said, Don't be surprised, my good brother. I'm just joking. It's a good thing Master isn't here, or he'd beat us all up for saying that. Speaking ill of Master behind his back is not Shiwuyai's style. I have investigated many classics and historical books, including the masterpieces left by the sages, but I couldn't find the origin of this poem. With Master's ability to not even understand half a line of poetry, how could he write such a stunning verse? Shiwuyai said doubtfully. Yu Zhanghai clasped his hands. The great world is full of strange things. During his peak, Master traveled all over the 9 provinces and 4 seas, heard many strange and bizarre stories, and thus learned some rare poems, which is normal. Shiwuyai nodded. For now, that's the only explanation. Good brother, the current situation seems promising. Let's talk business. Yu Zhanghai wasn't very interested in poetry. He chatted about these things just to humor Shiwuyai. Shiwuyai then put these thoughts aside. Open the map of the 9 provinces. There's only half a year left, so we must act quickly. I think tonight is the best opportunity. Shocking words. Yu Zhanghai didn't expect it at all. So urgent? A surprise attack will catch the enemy off guard. Good. Yu Zhanghai stepped forward and patted Shiwuyai's shoulder. What you say is exactly what I think. Inside a room in the general's mansion in Yu province, a woman with a heroic aura stood in front of the mirror, tidying up the high bun hidden in her helmet, a sword hanging at her waist, only revealing a fair face with balanced features. General Gi, you are truly a remarkable woman, not inferior to any man. The defense of Yun province can only rely on you. The person next to her was bootlicking. This woman was one of the 8 great commanders, the only woman among them, Gi Qingcheng. Gi Qingcheng said disdainfully, You think Yu province can be defended? The vice-general hurriedly knelt on one knee. General, you are our support. You must be firm. Trash talk. Gi Qingcheng frowned, her hand on her sword. 4 of the 8 great vice-generals have died before the war even started. The Yuming sect is currently like the sun in the midday sky. How can I stop this? The vice-general stammered. Xizong, the sect leader of the Taishu Academy, has brought 1,000 disciples to support Yu province, which can provide some assistance to the general. Cut the crap! Gi Qingcheng raised her hand to stop him, not wanting to continue. As night fell, at the west gate, a huge black flying ship slowly moved across the sky, while Yu province city was completely silent. Several cultivators in the city simultaneously looked up at the night sky. What is that? The darkness of the flying ship covered the vision. Everyone rubbed their eyes, then widened their eyes to look. A blade flew out from the flying ship. That blade showed a faint glow, then the light suddenly burst out, the blade aura expanded, and in an instant it grew 10 times larger. A vortex circle shot out, and when it fell on Yu province city, it brought countless starlight. This was the famous knife technique of the Yoming sect leader, Beishuan Tianjiang Shuantian. Starlight! Not good! The Yuming sect is here. Boom! Before the alarm smoke could be lit, one move of Daishuan Tianzhong had broken through the west gate, and tens of thousands of Yuming sect members immediately rushed in, shouts ringing through the sky. On the flying ship, Yu Zhenghai stood with his hands behind his back, observing the battle situation below. Good brother, what do you think? Eldest brother's knife technique is truly shocking and admirable. Si Wuyai looked in amazement at the Daishuan Tianzhang just now. Yuming sect cultivators quickly flooded into Yen Province City, killing any city guards they encountered. The flying ship slowly advanced, unstoppable. In the southern sky, amidst the dark night, a figure stood with his arms crossed, observing the situation below. He looked towards the west gate and shook his head, muttering, "Clumsy knife technique, boring tricks, limited killing effect. Only good looking." He continued to watch the battle but had no intention of participating, because the defending cultivators were too weak. So weak that they were uninteresting, unable to arouse even a bit of his interest. After waiting for a while, he saw about 1,000 people forming a team and flying into the air. Perhaps because his position was too dark, and his Qingbaoji robe blended with the night sky, these people didn't see him at all. Shit! The leader raised his hand. Sect leader, what now? Avoid the sharp edge, let's go around and leave Yu province, and attack Jing province. The group nodded. Unexpectedly, Yu Zhenghai is so powerful, avoiding him is indeed a good method. A portion of the core experts of the Yuming sect are in Liang province to guard against foreign races. Jing province was originally where Yu Zhenghai personally sits, so if we attack there, it will naturally be empty and unguarded. Ji Laomo destroyed my Taishu Academy. I swear I won't be human if I don't avenge this. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly came from above the group. Sorry, who are you avenging? Sect leader Zhao Shan was startled and looked up, and at this time they saw a Qingpao swordsman floating in the night sky. Swish! A sword with a blazing red light flew out from behind the Qingpao swordsman. The sword changed from 1 to 2, from 2 to 4, from 4 to 8, and in an instant, the sword aura was all over the sky. Boom! A Kongjin Lian law body carrying thousands of sword auras shot towards the Taishu Academy group. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The sword aura pierced into the chests of the 1,000 disciples as easily as stabbing tofu, with almost no resistance. Xiao Shan summons his Dharma body, soaring to block the sword's power. But as he ascends, Yu Shangrong chuckles, gripping the longevity sword and stepping forward. Illusory images flicker on the sword's edge, swirling with 5 lotus petals. Before he arrives, the lotus petals attack first. The 5 sharp lotus petals shred Xiao Shan's protective chi. The longevity sword follows closely, stabbing forward. Shik! Xiao Shan's Dantian Chi Si is cleaved open. Feeling a chilling sensation in his abdomen, Xiao Shan's heart sinks, and he yells, "Let's die together!" Oof! Yu Shangrong, taking the brunt of the attack, feels the chi crashing into his face. He raises his sword. The sword's aura surges like an overflowing sea. In that instant, the sword devil's descent reappears. Yu Shangrong focuses all his spirit, fully dealing with the situation before him, each sword swing meticulous and cautious, the shadow of the sword cutting across the sky like the wind. On the giant Lian, the nether sect's Yu Zhenghai looks towards the southern city. Under the dark night, he can't clearly see the moves and figure of the opponent, but that giant Dharma body is very eye-catching. 6 Zhang Dharma body. Without Golden Lotus, Yu Zhenghai is secretly shocked. Not shocked by the opponent's cultivation, but that after being stripped of the Golden Lotus, he could rebuild to 5 leaves. This cultivation speed is truly terrifying. Senior brother. That's sword chi. The opponent is likely a swordplay master who has been secretly helping us, Si Wuya says. Hearing this, Yu Zhenghai's eyes light up, and he hurriedly says, "If it's really him, I must go take a look. Junior brother, I'll be back in a moment." Saying that, Yu Zhenghai hastily leaps out. Si Wuya quickly grabs Yu Zhenghai's arm, saying quickly, "Senior brother, please prioritize the big picture. Currently, the Nether sect wants to seize the opportunity to take Yung province. The situation seems to favor the Nether sect, but the Divine Capital has many experts. No one can be sure that some expert won't suddenly jump out. At that time, if 8-leaf Yu Zhenghai isn't here to hold the line, things could easily be flipped. The Divine Capital's 8 great commanders and the Confucian school's experts aren't pushovers." Yu Zhenghai sighed softly. "Ah, what a pity. Hua Zhongyang, have your subordinates assist this friend, if possible. This sect leader wants to share a drink and chat with him. Until we're both wasted," Yu Zhenghai said.
Your subordinate obeys. Hua Zhongyang jumped off the flying chariot. The seven-leaf Dharma body appeared without hesitation. Seeing the giant Dharma body overhead, the cultivators defending the city all scattered and fled for their lives, scared out of their wits. But Hua Zhongyang's target wasn't them, but Nanyu Shangrong City. In Nanyu City, Yu Shangrong glanced at the seven-leaf Dharma body rushing towards him from afar, shaking his head and saying, "How boring." He deliberately slowed down the sword qi. Clang, clang, clang. Zhao Shan's vast gang qi struck Yu Shangrong, sending him flying backwards. "Senior!" Hua Zhongyang exclaimed, not having clearly seen Yu Shangrong's face. Even though Hua Zhongyang was a seven-leaf nascent soul realm cultivator, he didn't dare to act recklessly before a five-leaf cultivator who had severed the golden lotus. This senior title was the greatest respect for the other party. Yu Shangrong used the force to retreat, his Dharma body dissipated, and his figure flashed, flying towards the forest outside the city. Hua Zhongyang shouted, opening his seven-leaf Dharma body, his nascent qi surging, the sky filled with turbulence, all dispelled by the Dharma body. Retracting his Dharma body, Hua Zhongyang glanced at Zhao Shan falling down. Zhao Shan of the Taishu Academy, it's like you have a path to heaven but you don't take it, and you barge into hell without a gate. Looks like Ji Qianbei's lesson didn't teach you anything. Hua Zhongyang's hands combined to form a hand seal, and several palm prints struck towards Zhao Shan. Bang! Struck directly in the chest by the palm print, Zhao Shan fell, crashing heavily to the ground, creating a large pit. Hua Zhongyang didn't even bother to look at him, immediately turning around and flying towards the forest. The forest was extremely quiet. Except for the wandering primordial qi filling the air, there was no sign of the other party. So fast. Hua Zhongyang hovered in the air, carefully observing the forest, then hesitated for a moment, deciding not to go deep inside. Hua Zhongyang clasped his hands and said, "Our sect leader greatly admires you, Senior. He ordered me to invite you to visit the underworld sect once. I hope Senior will give us the honor." The voice echoed in the forest, still completely silent, with no response. Hua Zhongyang understood that the other party was an expert, and continuing to chase would be futile. Senior's swordsmanship is superb, surpassing even Erxian Sheng of the Mocation Pavilion. It's a pity that we couldn't meet today. This junior takes his leave. Hua Zhongyang turned and left. The forest remained as quiet as before. After a long while, Hua Zhongyang reappeared in the air, looking around. He's really gone. Hua Zhongyang sighed helplessly, turning around and flying towards Yuzhou City. In the silent forest, behind a large tree, Yu Shangrong held the longevity sword in his arms, whispering, "Clumsy acting, boring tricks." After speaking, he slowly raised his hand to stroke his chest, calming the chaotic primordial qi in his dantian. Five-leaf, after all, is just five-leaf. To be able to shatter Zhao Shan's dantian and escape unscathed is already incredibly astonishing. Also because he was accustomed to the style and work of eight-leaf cultivators, he accidentally miscalculated. Yu Shangrong tightly gripped the longevity sword in his hand, smiling to himself. "Don't worry, I will return to my peak state sooner or later." Hua Zhongyang returned to the flying chariot, bowing and reporting to Yu Zhenghai. "Sect leader, your subordinate couldn't catch up with that mysterious expert. He's too fast." Yu Zhenghai said unhappily, "Zhongyang, you've been getting more and more careless lately. Has this sect leader treated you poorly?" Hua Zhongyang knelt on one knee. "Your subordinate wouldn't dare. Your subordinate is incompetent." Si Wu Yai spoke up to help. "Senior brother, it's not Zhongyang's fault. How could an expert who can cultivate to five-leaf be easily caught?" Yu Zhenghai nodded. "What you say makes sense." In Hua Zhongyang's heart, it was also very bitter. During this time he was indeed having terrible luck. The Right of Heaven altar mission failed, and he even foolishly led Ji Qianbei to the underworld sect branch, letting him beat up the sect leader. Now he couldn't even catch up to a five-leaf cultivator. It was right for the sect leader to scold him. Yu Zhenghai helped Hua Zhongyang up. "You've worked hard." In Hua Zhongyang's heart he was moved, and quickly said, "Your subordinate wouldn't dare." Xin Wuyai suddenly pointed to the building below. "Senior brother, we've arrived at the general's mansion." At this time, the underworld sect disciples had already surrounded the general's mansion. According to their predictions, Yi Qingqing should have come out to fight long ago, but for some reason, she still hadn't appeared. Not long after, the second seat of the Azure Dragon Hall, Yu Hong, flew into the air, bowing and reporting. Reporting to the sect leader, there's no one in the general's mansion. No one at all.
Yu Zhenghai frowned. Si Wuyai pondered for a moment and said, "Very sensible, no wonder we conquered so easily." Yi Qingqing abandoned Yu Zhao early and fled overnight. Yu Zhenghai's spirits were extremely high, and the disciples standing on the flying chariot all bowed and shouted, "Congratulations to the sect leader for capturing Yu Zhu."
The next morning, in the north of Yizhao, in a bamboo forest, one of the 8 great commanders, Yi Qingqing, was sitting in meditation, surrounded by 4 deputy generals standing guard. "General, Yu Zhu has fallen." "I know." Yi Qingqing picked up a water bag and took a sip, then slowly stood up. She looked towards Yu Zhu, her face without a trace of nostalgia. "General, it's getting late. Should we start setting off?"
"Not in a hurry, wait a moment," Yi Qingqing said. The 4 deputy generals were confused. If they had already abandoned Yun Zhao, what were they waiting for?
"Deserting on the battlefield is punishable by death."
"General, your subordinates really can't figure it out. There's no point in running away,"
Yi Qingqing said. While they were still wondering, a green sword-wielding figure slowly approached from the north of the bamboo forest.
The 4 deputy generals,
expressions changed slightly, and immediately stepped to Yi Qingqing's side, drawing their sabers.
Yi Qingqing looked at the Qingbao sword wielder and said softly, "Step back. This general has her own plans,"
Yi Qingqing said. The 4 looked at each other, then stepped back. Yi Qingqing stood opposite the Qingbao sword wielder. "You've come. There was an agreement. How could I break it?" The Qingbao sword wielder smiled faintly. Yi Qingqing said, "What I promised you, I have done. I hope you can wholeheartedly abide by your promise." Yu Shangrong replied, "What is said must be done. What is done must be achieved. You left Yu Zhu, so naturally you are no longer on my list."
Hearing this, the 4 deputy generals understood who the Qingbao sword wielder was. Recently, a swordplay expert appeared in Yuzhou City, imitating Xian Sheng of the Maoxian Pavilion, writing a list of deaths. Yi Qingqing and her 8 deputy generals were all on this list.
That's why these 4 vice generals have been on edge, never expecting that the guy before them is the legendary master.
Yi Qingqing chuckled. "Do you know why I agreed to leave Yuzhou City with you?"
"Listen up. Because every move you make, your style, your words, everything is exactly like the person I admire."
Yi Qingqing didn't hold back, just straight up said it. She glanced at him and continued, "You might think someone like me, a war veteran, is all steel and stone, not easily moved. But that's not true. In this world, the only person worthy of Yi Qingqing is him. Only he fits the image of the man in my heart. Too bad, he's from the Maoxian Pavilion, and we're like fire and water. You look kinda awkward. Do you look down on a girl like me?" A woman standing in front of someone talking about the man she admires is a bit inappropriate.
Yu Shangrong was speechless. Yi Qingqing gave a bitter laugh. "Whatever, you wouldn't understand even if I told you."
Yu Shangrong just smiled in response. "Or do you think I could just casually leave Yu Zhao like that? Don't think that just because you look like him you can make me leave. After all, Yu Zhenghai is his senior brother. If I kill Yu Zhenghai, he will definitely hate me for life." Ever since Yu Shangrong debuted,
challenging one master after another, you admire him as much as the stars in the sky, from old to young, from male to female, from ordinary people to 8-leaf masters. But few have seen his true face. Those who qualify to face Yu Shangrong are usually dead by his sword. "Alright, I'm done talking to you. I'm leaving," Yi Qingqing said. "Hold up," Yu Shangrong suddenly spoke. "What is it?" Yi Qingqing asked suspiciously. "Considering your eye for talent isn't bad, I have a suggestion."
Yu Shangrong pointed his scabbard at the vice general, to Yi Qingqing's left. "Kill him."
The vice general suddenly shuddered, taking a step back. Yi Qingqing raised an eyebrow, not understanding what he meant. "You've deserted the battlefield. The person next to you must be someone you trust. I'm just making a suggestion. It's up to you whether you kill him or not."
Yu Shangrong smiled faintly, implying that the vice general beside Yi Qingqing was a spy. Yi Qingqing looked at Yu Shangrong's indifferent face, then at the general who had followed her for many years. From any perspective, she should trust the person beside her.
But for some reason, Yi Qingqing felt that the man before her was more trustworthy.
"General, don't listen to his nonsense. The loyalty of this subordinate to the general is as clear as the sun and moon."
The vice general hurriedly bowed. Yi Qingqing frowned, her aura rising.
She looked at the vice general, Zhu Huai, and said in a deep voice, "Zhu Huai, Shendu knows my whereabouts like the back of their hand. Did you leak the info?
Give me a reason to trust you. There are many things in this world that cannot be explained clearly. Even couples who have been together for decades can still doubt each other when things happen, let alone a woman who has been fighting on the battlefield all year round.
Whoosh! Zhu Huai didn't say a word and immediately turned around and darted away. If he hadn't run, it would have been fine, but once he ran, it was as good as admitting everything. Gi Qingqing shook her head in disappointment, flicked her fingers slightly, and the sword rushed out of its sheath. Dozens of sword beams shot forward, converging into an extremely large sword beam.
Just as Zhu Huai was about to summon his dharmic body, the sword beam stabbed forward, swish, piercing through his chest.
He didn't even have a chance to resist. Zhu Huai fell. Qi Qingqing indifferently turned away and cupped her hands to Yu Shangrong. Thank you for the reminder.
It was nothing, Yu Shangrong replied. Qi Qingqing found him gentle and polite, and his style of work was very much to her liking, so she asked, "May I ask your esteemed name?"
Yu Shangrong turned around, lightly tapped his toes and flew into the air, his voice echoing down. Just a false name, not worth mentioning, take care.
In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from sight.
General!
The vice-general standing behind Qi Qingqing bowed and said, "If I'm not mistaken, this person is Yu Shangrong of the Moshan Pavilion."
Qi Qingqing didn't care at first, but immediately widened her eyes when she heard this. She jumped into the air, turning her head to look around, but she couldn't see Yu Shangrong's figure anymore.
Although Yu Shangrong agreed not to kill her, it didn't mean he cared about her.
Whether it was Qin Rubing, the daughter of the king of Qi, or Qi Qingqing, one of the 8 great commanders, or a beautiful girl like a flower, admired by everyone, none of them could catch Yu Shangrong's eye.
It was like this in the past, and it will be like this in the future. Half a month later, all 5 cities of Yuchu were captured by the Yuming sect.
The major sects in the Daiyan cultivation world entered a period of rest and recuperation.
The severing of the Golden Lotus and reconstruction had entered a period of rapid development under the suppression of the Masian Pavilion and the Yuming sect. The other sects no longer dared to cause trouble. A month later, Qingjiao fell, and 3 months later, Yangjiao fell. By this point, the Yuming sect had occupied 7 prefectures. At the same time, the speed of the cultivation world's reconstruction and leaf opening was getting faster and faster. In the southern pavilion, Ming Xinyin stealthily flew to the top of a tree, watching Duanmu Sheng diligently cultivating in the martial arts field below.
Third senior brother, from now on you are the hero in my heart, personally severing your golden lotus. Truly admirable. Ming Xinyin gave Duanmu Sheng a thumbs up. After Master went into closed-door cultivation, Duanmu Sheng chose to sever the golden lotus and reconstruct, and he did it himself. What a Chad.
Fourth junior brother, come down here. If you have something to say, just say it. Nah, I'm good. Ming Xinyin speaks. Duanmu Sheng shakes his head and sighs. Why didn't you chop the golden lotus, bro? Why would I chop it? Only those trying to rush to 9 leaves need to chop it. I ain't planning on hitting 9 leaves anyway. Ming Xinyin says, so many peeps can't even reach 8 leaves in their lifetime, but they want to act all cool and chop the golden lotus. Their brains are straight up broken. Duanmu Sheng scratches his head. Makes sense. If you can't even get to 8 leaves, what's the point of chopping the golden lotus? Isn't chopping the golden lotus supposed to help you reach 9 leaves? Don't even mention 8 leaves. Even 6 or 7 leaves are precious. You'd be elder level, stone cold killers in any sect. But then, he's like, wait, hold up. Is fourth bro dissing me? Nah. I'm praising you. You'll definitely break through to 9 leaves.
Ming Xinyin declares dramatically.
Yeah, that's right. Duanmu Sheng is obviously aiming for 9 leaves. Why didn't 9th sis chop the golden lotus? Duanmu Sheng asks again. Ming Xinyin shrugs. Who dares touch the little ancestor if she doesn't want to chop it?
True that, but on the real, breaking through to 8 leaves before chopping ain't gonna hurt nobody.
The 4 great elders have already opened 4 leaves. Duanmu Sheng exclaims in shock. That fast? Ming Xinyin shakes his head. What's so fast about that? 3 months ago I sent a letter to 7th bro about Sikong sis, and he sent one back. Guess what he said? Duanmu Sheng furrows his brow. Just spit it out already. Stop beating around the bush, it's annoying AF. 7th bro said some sword art Chad has rebuilt to 5 leaves. Ming Xinyin reveals. Duanmu Sheng is shooketh. Before chopping the golden lotus, this guy must have been an 8-leaf boss. Seriously, some people cultivate way too fast. Bet he'll open another leaf in these 3 months. The peeps in those big sects ain't slow at opening leaves either.
Ming Yin, sitting on the branch, sees Duanmu Sheng suddenly leave and asks, "Yo, third bro, where you heading?"
To the waterfall to cultivate. Don't bother me if it's nothing important. Duanmu Sheng leaps away and gradually disappears.
Meanwhile, in the imperial city of Shendu, outside a gloomy secret chamber,
Su Nilu Jihi greets Royal Grandpa. The voice echoes faintly and deeply.
Sadly, the secret chamber door remains unmoved. This matter concerns the very survival of the royal family. Grandson requests an audience with Royal Grandpa.
He waits a moment. And finally, the stone door slowly rumbles open. Liu Zihi is overjoyed and quickly rises, cautiously stepping inside. The secret chamber is vast. Entering it feels like entering another world, filled with all sorts of objects.
There are also many classic texts, complete with all kinds of great Taoist cultivation methods, from the 100 schools, techniques to martial arts involving swords, sabers, staves, and spears. Everything is there.
An old man in a long robe, his face haggard, sits upright on a high platform, a beam of light from the ceiling shining upon it. The entire enormous secret chamber contains only this one person.
Royal Grandpa!
Liu Zihi kneels. The secret chamber is completely silent. Liu Zihi doesn't dare to speak rashly. After a while, the old man finally opens his eyes. Everyone knows that this old man has passed away and doesn't meddle in worldly affairs. You're pretty damn bold.
This old man is none other than the father of Emperor Yongqing, the late Emperor Yongshu, whose courtesy name is Liu Guo.
Liu Zihi kneels on the ground, trembling. Grandson doesn't wish to disturb Royal Grandpa, but the world is in chaos. Ma Tiangei's first disciple, Yu Zhenghai, is looting, burning, and killing everywhere, committing endless evil and causing widespread suffering. Although father is at 8 leaves, he also finds it difficult to deal with the underworld sect. Liu Guo frowns slightly and sighs. This old man is even worse than your father. Besides, this old man has been a pile of old bones for a long time.
Crown Prince Liu Zihi bows deeply, his voice trembling. But now grandson can only seek help from Royal Grandpa. If even Royal Grandpa has no way, then this world will change hands.
Liu Zihi's face is covered in tears, each teardrop like a small petal falling onto the ground. Having lived to this age, how could Liu Guo not know this brat's calculations? You could have sought help from your father. The royal family has its own rules.
Liu Guo had abdicated the throne and declared to the world that he had passed away.
If he reappears, how will the royal family maintain its credibility with the common people in the future? Liu Zihi sobs. Father has always been in seclusion, not caring about state affairs. Liu Guo asks suspiciously. This old man heard that he's already at 8 leaves. Why is he still in seclusion? Father wants to rush to 9 leaves. Liu Zihi replies. Upon hearing the words 9 leaves, Liu Guo's eyebrows furrow tightly, his eyes narrow, and a surge of anger rushes to his head. Boom! Liu Guo waves his hand and strikes out with a palm, slicing off a section of the stone table beside him. Liu Zihi is so frightened that his whole body trembles, and he hurriedly kowtows. Royal Grandpa, calm your anger. Royal Grandpa, calm your anger. How many times has this old man said it? No one in the royal family, no matter who, is allowed to rush to 9 leaves. Liu Shang is truly acting recklessly. Tell him to come see me. Liu Guo is furious, his face turning green. Liu Zihi never expected Royal Grandpa to be so angry, and he feels even more helpless. Since things have come to this, he can only continue. Royal Grandpa, you've been in the secret chamber for too long, and don't understand the news outside. The cultivation world has undergone earth-shattering changes. 9 leaves have appeared, Liu Zihi says. Liu Guo frowns and looks at Liu Zi, inwardly astonished, and stands up, saying, Oh? Liu Zihi respectfully rises and obediently goes to Liu Guo's side. Did you see it with your own eyes? This one hasn't seen it with my own eyes, but this news is absolutely true. The 7 great sects besieged Ma Tianjie and were wiped out by Ji Laomo using 9-leaf skills. Currently, everyone in the cultivation world knows. Liu Zihi recounts in a low voice. Evil Sky Pavilion. Ji Tiandao. A deep shock flashed in Liu Guo's eyes. Yep, Liu Guo wasn't exactly surprised, instead letting out a soft sigh. Why him, out of all people? His confusion was laced with a touch of regret. Grandpa, You know him?
Know him?
Dude, your grandpa and he used to be bros.
Liu Guo sighed.
Too bad. Different paths, no shared schemes. His heart was all about cultivation, mine was about the world. We went our separate ways. Never thought after all these years he'd become a freaking nine-leaf.
Liu Zihe whined.
Old Devil G isn't just a nine-leaf now. The cultivation world has totally changed. Changed? Allow your grandson to spill the tea.
Liu Zihe then recounted everything.
Old Devil G attacking the 7 major sects, the Severing Golden Lotus, theory going viral, everyone following it to recultivate. Every single detail was laid bare.
Liu Guo's eyes went wide, blazing with fury. The more he listened, the less he could hold his chill, flicking his sleeve and roaring. How utterly presumptuous! Who the hell came up with that? Severing Golden Lotus? Theory? Liu Zihe spoke softly. It started in some relay stations, then got progressively more bizarre. Once someone actually survived after severing Golden Lotus, everyone else jumped on the bandwagon.
Father has already severed Golden Lotus to recultivate.
Liu Zihe's voice trailed off, becoming almost inaudible. Liu Guo's fury mounted. But then he remembered. He wasn't the all-powerful emperor he used to be.
Time spares no one. How could his old bones still intimidate anyone? All the rules and edicts he'd established? Poof! Gone like smoke.
Emperor Yongshu Liu Guo could only sigh.
Any anomalies in the cultivation world yet? Anomalies? Crown Prince Liu Zihe was puzzled. Do you know why your grandpa issued an edict forbidding breakthroughs to the Nine-Leaf Realm?
No, Emperor Yongshu muttered.
Liu Zihe shook his head.
Liu Guo looked at Liu Zihe's clueless face, shook his head slightly and said, "Never mind. Just tell your grandpa if there have been any anomalies.
The Severing Lotus theory. Nine-Leaf Masters popping up. The imperial family's very existence hanging by a thread. You don't consider these anomalies?"
Liu Zihe shook his head again.
Liu Guo said in a deep voice, "I remember when your grandpa was guided by a mysterious master, luckily advancing to 8-leaf and establishing a golden age of peace. But I never expected someone would actually take another step forward."
Liu Zihe listened, totally lost.
"Grandpa, your grandson has no idea what you're talking about. Is that mysterious master actually legit?"
Liu Guo shot him a dark glare.
"Insolent! My bad, Grandpa. I just don't get it. That guy said 9-leaf brings disaster, but old Devil G's been a 9-leaf for ages, and where are all these disasters? The heavenly Dabio has its cycles. If 9-leaf is forbidden, there has to be a reason. Humans wanting to cross that line will have to pay a hefty price."
Liu Guo eyed his grandson and said,
"Real 9-leaf or fake? Your grandpa will judge that for himself."
Liu Zihe's eyes lit up.
"Grandpa, are you finally making an appearance?"
Liu Guo slowly, stiffly, stood up.
His back was hunched, looking no different from any other old man.
"Who are the 8 great commanders now?"
Liu Zihe mumbled. "Commander of the North Gate, Xuan Jingyun. Commander of the South Gate, Wang Yu. Commander of the East Gate, Han Yu Yuan. But Commander Han sacrificed himself in the battle at Shun Tianyuan. He's currently replaced by Taoist Master Ji Qingqing.
Commander of the West Gate, Xiang Li, unfortunately died in battle during the fight at Liangzhu City. That spot's temporarily vacant. Commander of the Northeast Gate, Ji Yu Yuran. Commander of the Southeast Gate, Maha Luping. Commander of the Southwest Gate, Wen Shu. But Commander Wen tragically died in battle while reinforcing Jingju. Commander of the Northwest Gate, Su Sheng." Hearing these names, Emperor Yongshu Liu Guo mused. Han Yu Yuan always liked acting smart, so his end isn't surprising. But Wen Shu and Xiang Li, they were solid, dependable guys. Why did they die?
Evil Sky Pavilion's 7th disciple, Si Wuya, is a master schemer. That guy's utterly insidious, cunning, and despicable. He even infiltrated the palace to become Grand Tutor. And Princess Yongning kept covering for his ass.
During his years as Grand Tutor, he established the Darknet, a global spy network. His intel is everywhere, even right beside you, grandson. Commander Xiang and Commander Wen? They were totally taken out by that scumbag schemes. Liu Guo shook his head and said, "Looks like I totally underestimated Qian Tiandao. Haven't seen him in years, and he's already churned out some seriously capable disciples."
At this, Liu Guo took a few steps forward. "Tell Su Sheng and Ji Yu Yuran to come with me on a trip."
Hearing this, Liu Zihe quickly bowed and replied, "On it, Grandpa."
As Liu Zihe left the secret chamber, Emperor Yongshu Liu Guo
looked at a dusty chest in the corner of the room, and softly said, "I wish for peace in the world. I wish all these things were just an illusion." Meanwhile, in the evil Sky Pavilion's secret chamber, Lu Zhao's entire body was covered in mysterious runes. His consciousness seemed to have vanished, and his body no longer felt like his own. Who knew how much time had passed? Lu Zhao was immersed in that sensation, as if in a deep, deep sleep. Each rune appearing in his mind slowly transformed into actual characters. Even though the arrangement was still kinda hard to grasp, they weren't just weird, alien symbols anymore. Lu Zhao's consciousness twitched. Suddenly, indistinct voices reached his ears. "Little junior sister, like this, then that." Yeah, exactly. Outside the main hall, Zhu Honggong was patiently teaching Hai Luo how to condense a sword gang. Bigger gang means more primordial Q and way more control. You're a total newbie, so you gotta nail the basics first. Once your primordial Q is sufficient, you can refine and condense it for a purer sword gang. Got it. Hai Luo understood some of it, but mostly not. For 3 months, she'd been grinding her master's breathing method, condensing primordial Qi, and expanding her Danshin and Qi Si. Basic cultivation is, let's be real, boring AF. Every day, Hai Luo saw her senior brothers and sisters condensing gang seals of all shapes and sizes, and she totally yearned for that. Let's start small, okay? Condense a finger-sized sword gang. Follow me. Hold your breath. Concentrate. Guide primordial Qi into your 8 extraordinary meridians, and project that gang with your finger. Zhu Honggong guided her seriously, and at the same time, a finger-sized sword gang quietly hovered in his palm. 8th senior brother is so amazing. Hai Luo clapped. Zhu Honggong proudly puffed out his chest. Poof, this is nothing. Stronger control means purer, bigger, and more sword gangs. Just be patient. You'll get it eventually, with a bit of practice. Right? Zing! On Hai Luo's fair hand, a finger-sized, shimmering sword gang popped into existence. Zhu Honggong froze, rubbing his eyes, then double-checked the incredibly shiny sword gang in Hai Luo's hand, which was even surrounded by a faint red aura. 8th senior brother, Hai Luo whispered. Yeah. It's a little small, but later I can make sword quis as big as this. Zhu Honggong regained his composure and immediately raised his hand. A palm-sized sword Qi appeared. This size should be enough to save some face for your senior brother, right? Like this? Whoa. Hai Luo also raised her hand and created a palm-sized sword Qi. Zhu Honggong was like, who can he even complain to? No way, I have to suppress her arrogance. Looking at the innocent and naive Hai Luo, Zhu Honggong became even more determined to make things a little difficult. A senior brother has to have some face, you know? Solidifying is just the entry level. Being able to condense a palm-sized sword Qi means you've barely scratched the surface. Actually, I'm not too knowledgeable about sword Qi. 2nd senior brother is the real expert in this field. He can condense over 100 sword Qi in the blink of an eye. Even Sword Saint Luo Shisan can only condense 13 sword Qi. But 8th senior brother, what about you? Hai Luo looked at Zhu Honggong with anticipation. I want to see. Cough, cough, cough. Zhu Honggong cleared his throat, regained his composure, and said, your 8th senior brother is best at fist Qi. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Honggong put on his Li Yin gauntlets, threw a punch, and a fist-shaped Q blasted out. Boom! The fist Qi hit a nearby tree, creating a huge hole in the trunk. Wanna learn? Zhu Honggong asked Hai Luo gleefully. Hai Luo was originally interested, but suddenly saw the huge, unaesthetic fist of Zhu Honggong, and her interest immediately deflated. She shook her head and said, nope. Then what do you want to learn? I'll teach you, Zhu Honggong said. Sword Qi? Zhu Honggong was speechless. Sword Qi is fine too, although I'm not an expert, it's enough to teach you. He put away his gauntlets, held his breath, and 3 sword Qi appeared in his hand. The sword Qi wasn't large, and it didn't take much effort for a Yuanshan realm expert. Hai Luo raised her hand. Is it like this? 3 sword Qi appeared in her palm. Zhu Honggong's eyes widened, and his chest was filled with frustration. Ordinary cultivators need several years of training to condense decent sword Qi from the Tongshuan realm to the Ningxi realm, at least 2 or 3 years of cultivation. But Hai Luo did it in 3 months. Don't panic. Stay calm, Zhu Honggong shouted. This time, he went all out. Many palm-sized sword Qi appeared within a few meters around Zhu Honggong,
neatly lined up. How does little junior sister find it? Hai Luo couldn't really do this level of key condensation, but she seemed to like this gorgeous scene very much, and immediately clapped her hands and laughed.
Eighth senior brother, do it again! More! More what? He wasn't good at this in the first place. Maintaining it a little was already pretty good.
Zhu Honggong clenched his fist, and the sword carrying dissipated. This kind of flashy, small sword carry is more senior master's specialty than mine. I can't do it. In the secret chamber, Lu Jiao heard a small voice in his ear, which was originally intermittent and unclear, but Zhu Honggong's last sentence was clearly heard. Under the influence of consciousness, Lu Jiao lightly reprimanded. Nonsense. Deserves a beating. Light blue light and sound waves flew out of the secret chamber, hitting Zhu Honggong's ears like thunder. Zhu Honggong immediately knelt down on the ground, his whole body trembling. Disciple knows his mistake. Disciple will slap himself. He slapped himself twice in the face without hesitation. Suppress greed. Zhu Honggong gained 200 merit points. At 614, Haila looked at the secret chamber in surprise, bowing. Master! The secret chamber didn't respond. Everything returned to silence. Zhu Honggong looked around several times, secretly complaining. Master is omniscient, knows everything, hears everything. I should stay away in the future. He got up and winked at Haila. Junior sister, let me take you to the back mountain. The back mountain is quiet, suitable for cultivation. You've only condensed 3 palm-sized sword quiet. It's not enough.
Senior brother will teach you how to condense the 4th.
The 4th one. Haila scratched her head, then opened her palm. Boom! Primordial chi vibrated, and sword ki appeared in her hand. No more, no less, exactly 4.
Zhu Honggong's expression froze. He didn't know what to say, until Haila clenched her fist, and the sword kinai dissipated. Then he came back to his senses.
Haila said, 8th senior brother, I want to learn how to condense more sword qui like you just did. Zhu Honggong looked embarrassed, turned his head and left. How can 8th senior brother condense even bigger sword quay? Next time. Let's do it next time. 8th senior brother, I want to learn. 8th senior brother, don't run. How can I condense overwhelming sword qui?
Zhu Honggong quickened his pace. Hailai chased after him. The figures of the two gradually disappeared in the distance.
Ming Xiyin then stuck his head down from the tree branch, looked at the two who had just left, heaved a sigh of relief, and raised his hand to pat his chest. Great! Finally, I don't have to teach this little ancestor anymore.
For the past 3 months, each senior brother and sister took turns teaching Haila. At first, everyone did a good job of teaching the child, but later, they realized that Haila not only had terrifying talent, was diligent and eager to learn, but she also liked to research and explore. No matter what the problem was, she liked to ask to the end, asking until the other person wanted to rage quit. From Duanmu Sheng to Zhao Yue, they were all tortured to the point where they didn't want to live anymore. Even a social butterfly like Ming Xiyin couldn't escape this clingy tale. Now that he finally had a rare moment of relaxation, he stretched and yawned, muttering to himself, time for a nap. As soon as he finished speaking, Haila's voice rang in his ear. 4th senior brother, continue teaching me. I want to condense a lot of sword. Kui! Thud! Ming Xiyin fell headfirst from the tree branch to the ground. At this moment, a female disciple hurried up from the foot of the mountain, saw Ming Xiyin and Haila standing in front of the main hall, and immediately bowed. Greetings, 4th senior. Greetings, 10th senior. Ming Xiyin struck the ground with a palm. His body spun in the air and then stood up straight, calmly saying, What's the matter with being so flustered? Someone is seeking an audience at the foot of the mountain. Ming Xiyin was puzzled. Since Master went into seclusion, no disciples of the Demon Sky Pavilion have gone out. After the barriers of the Taishu Academy and the Henghua Academy were broken, all the major sects are resting and recuperating. No one dares to cause trouble. Why is someone coming to the Demon Sky Pavilion now? Little junior sister, you cultivate on your own. Senior brother has something to do, Ming Xiyin said. Yes. Haila obediently turned and left. Ming Xiyin jumped up and flew down the mountain to investigate. As soon as he arrived, he saw a man in eunuch attire standing outside the barrier of Golden Court Mountain. That person was eunuch Li Yuzhao, the Empress Dowager's confidant. Long time no see, 4th senior. Li Yunzhao saluted. It's you? Ming Xiyin asked suspiciously. You've got some nerve, daring to come to the Demon Sky Pavilion? Li Yunzhao looked embarrassed and sighed. I didn't want to come either. But for the sake of the Lord,
I have no choice. Just say what you have to say. I'm busy. I don't have time to waste words with you. Ming Shiyin waved his hand. Li Yunzhao then said, Can I meet with the pavilion master? No, Li Yunzhao continued. Forget the formalities. I have something extremely important, which can only be said in front of the pavilion master.
Seeing that he insisted on not revealing the matter, Ming Shiyin turned to enter the barrier. Stop the nonsense. I don't care about you.
Don't. Li Yunzhao hurriedly stopped Ming Shiyin. The Supreme Emperor wants to meet with the pavilion master. The Supreme Emperor? Didn't that old geezer die a long time ago?
Ming Shiyin suddenly turned around, his whole body erupting with gang qi, attacking Li Yunzhao.
Clang, clang, clang.
Li Yunzhao didn't expect Ming Shiyin to suddenly attack him. He hurriedly raised his hand to block, and a golden seal emerged from his palm, blocking Ming Shiyin's attack.
Li Yunzhao retreated while saying, Fourth Senior misunderstands. The Supreme Emperor is still alive. The announcement of his death before was a last resort by the royal family.
Boom! The two palms collided, and both sides retreated 3 steps at the same time. Li Yunzhao was secretly shocked. After all, he was an expert in the Great Interior, a 7-leaf nascent divinity realm cultivator by the Empress Dowager's side. But now he was forced back 3 steps by Ming Shiyin. Ming Shiyin stabilized his body, cursing in his heart that this damn eunuch was indeed very strong.
The Yongshu Emperor is still alive? Ming Shiyin asked. Yes, that's right, Li Yunzhao hurriedly explained.
The relationship between your master and the Supreme Emperor used to be very good.
Now that he's old, he wants to meet the pavilion master once before his death. My master is not free, Ming Shiyin said honestly. Li Yunzhao's expression froze for a moment. Then he replied. The Supreme Emperor said that if the pavilion master doesn't mind, he will personally come to pay a visit. Ming Shiyin was slightly startled. I said my master is not free. Do you not understand human language?
Li Yunzhao looked around helplessly, then waved to signal Ming Shiyin to come closer.
Ming Shiyin understood and stepped forward. Li Yunzhao whispered a few words in Ming Shiyin's ear, and Ming Shiyin's expression immediately changed. Really? Ming Shiyin couldn't believe it. It's true. Li Yunzhao bowed and said, I am a person by the Empress Dowager's side, and I only said these words because of the kindness of the past. Fourth Senior, just pretend I didn't say anything. You really understand things. Ming Shiyin nodded. The words have been delivered. Other things are no longer my concern.
Fourth Senior, I have a favor to ask. Li Yunzhao said. What is it?
Please, Fourth Senior, hit me with a palm, so that I can report to the Supreme Emperor when I return, Li Yunzhao said. Ming Shiyin scratched his head. How can that be? I, like my master, am a reasonable person. I can't punch you for no reason.
Please, Fourth Senior, just make a move.
If the Supreme Emperor asks personally, I can only resort to this last resort, Li Yunzhao pleaded. No. Ming Shiyin shrugged. I'm not that kind of person. I can't help. If my friend Mr. Ri was here, it might be possible. Li Yunzhao looked regretful and bowed. That's it. Fourth Senior is indeed a gentleman. Even if that friend Mr. Ri made a move, it would be useless.
Fourth Senior, since you are a member of the Demon Sky Pavilion, you should interact less with villains like him in the future. Farewell.
Wait a minute. Li Yunzhao stopped, and as soon as he turned around suspiciously, he was punched by Ming Shiyin.
Boom! Li Yunzhao flew backwards, rolled on the ground several times before stopping.
Ouch! My face! Suddenly, I feel like I can help you. Ming Shiyin retracted his fist. Didn't hurt, did it? Li Yunzhao didn't expect Ming Shiyin to just throw hands like that. He just wanted a little help, but who knew he'd hit so hard? Ouch. Ming Shiyin didn't even look at him, whistling softly as he flew back to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Back at the Evil Sky Pavilion, Ming Shiyin started to worry again. Emperor Liu Kuo wants to come to the Evil Sky Pavilion in person, and coincidentally the underworld sect is attacking the royal family. Him coming at this time definitely ain't good news.
After thinking for a moment, Ming Shiyin decided to ask his master for advice. After all, he's the highest-ranking person in Great Yan, and an old friend of his master.
Looking around and seeing no one, Ming Shiyin walked into the main hall. As soon as he walked behind the back hall, he knelt down and said towards the secret chamber, Disciple greets master. The secret chamber was quiet, silent, and there was no response. Ming Shiyin was uneasy and said again, Disciple greets master. This time he spoke louder. Once bitten, twice shy. Ming Shiyin still obediently knelt on the ground, waiting for his master to respond, without the courage to approach the entrance of the secret chamber. The secret chamber remained silent, without any movement. Ming Xinyin sighed and shook his head. It's better to think of another way.
Restraint, stability, don't court death. Ming Xinyin turned and left. In the secret chamber, Lu Jiao was still in a state of chaotic consciousness. After scolding Zhu Honggong, he immersed himself in comprehending the heavenly book, blocking his senses. Of course, he couldn't hear Ming Xinyin's voice. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, as the sun just rose, a small gray flying chariot departed from the divine capital, flying towards the evil sky pavilion. On the flying chariot, 2 forbidden army commanders, Zhong Guiran and Su Sheng, stood respectfully behind the Yongshao Emperor. The 2 were originally old subordinates of the Yongshao Emperor. Seeing that Liu Kuo was still alive, their emotions surged for a long time and had not yet calmed down.
Are you afraid? Liu Kuo glanced at the 2. The god was only slightly agitated. Liu Kuo looked at the rising sun. The flying chariot flew into the clouds, and he couldn't help but feel emotional.
Remember those days? You 2 and I conquered the world together, and all races were subdued. Many years have passed, and you have all grown old. Liu Kuo sighed. Jiyu Yiran and Su Sheng both had a lot of gray hair on their heads.
Time waits for no one. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are the truths of the mortal world, Su Sheng said softly, looking at the 2 old subordinates. Liu Kuo stroked his chin and said, These years you've been assisting Changer, making things difficult for you. This is all the duty of a subject. As long as we can protect the great Yan, I am willing to go through fire and water, Su Sheng replied. Liu Kuo's eyes scanned the 2, and after a moment he suddenly asked, Are you 2 not planning to chop the golden lotus and break through to 9 leaves? As soon as the words came out, the 2 knelt down in unison, cold sweat breaking out on their backs. For Liu Kuo to ask about chopping the golden lotus, he clearly knew a lot of information about the cultivation world. I have always been loyal, with the sun and moon as my witness. The underworld sect is wreaking havoc in the 9 provinces. How can I turn a blind eye?
They wouldn't dare to disobey the will left by the late emperor.
Liu Kuo nodded in satisfaction, stood up and said, You 2, stand up. I originally wanted to meet Changer once, but he is in closed-door cultivation. This time I will take the lead and call you to come with me on a trip. After all, Liu Kuo had abdicated, and the Forbidden Army was directly under the control of the current emperor.
Su Sheng replied, Your Majesty, just give the order. Liu Kuo said calmly, Lead the way to the evil sky pavilion. Su Sheng and Jiyu Yiran were shocked and felt extremely uneasy in their hearts. In just a moment, the backs of their clothes were soaked with sweat.
Half a day later, the flying chariot slowly arrived at the foot of Golden Court Mountain. Your Majesty, we've arrived.
Su Sheng swallowed and looked up at Golden Court Mountain. Are you nervous? Liu Kuo noticed that the faces of the 2 commanders were very ugly.
To be honest, Jiyu Yiran and Su Sheng were now feeling regret. They never expected the former emperor to want to go to the evil sky pavilion. This is a place that the entire cultivation world doesn't dare to provoke. But they had expressed their loyalty and made oaths, and now they could only persevere to the end. I'm not nervous, just a little worried. Don't worry. I and Ji Tiandao are old friends. This trip is just to reminisce, Liu Kuo said. The guards jumped off the flying chariot and placed several chairs on the ground. At this moment, a figure flew down from the mountainside, hovering in the air, and asked, Is the one who just arrived the Yongshao Emperor?
Yongshu Emperor? Liu Kuo looked up at the person who flew over. You recognize me? Just a guess. I've been waiting for you for a long time. I don't associate with ghosts, do you mind? Ming Xinyin asked.
It's okay, Liu Kuo replied. My master has been in closed-door cultivation for 3 months. I'm afraid he can't meet your majesty, Liu Kuo said indifferently. You are the first person who dares to talk to me like this.
It's okay. There will be a second, a third, a fourth, and many more. Ming Xinyin shrugged.
Interesting. Liu Kuo immediately felt that the young man hovering in the air was very interesting. If I can't meet my old friend, I won't be willing to leave. Your unwillingness has nothing to do with me.
Even if Liu Kuo was the former Emperor Yongshu who was famous throughout the world in the past, he now had to choke and couldn't speak.
Su Sheng frowned and said, Your Majesty has said that he is here only to reminisce. If he really came to cause trouble, then His Majesty would not have brought so few people.
Ming Xinyin muttered. Who knows about that?
Su Sheng cupped his hands and said, Your Excellency, His Majesty personally came here to express his respect for the Evil Sky Pavilion. If His Majesty can't meet his old friend, how can a subject like me sit idly by?
Ming Xinyin frowned.
So what? You want to barge in? The Pavilion Master is 9 leaves, awe-inspiring throughout the world. How dare we barge in?
Su Sheng replied, but his words changed. But as a subject, I have to fulfill His Majesty's will.
In other words, the two who followed Liu Kuo here did not care about life or death.
What Ming Xinyin didn't want to see the most was this kind of person. His eyes carefully looked at Su Sheng, then looked at Liu Kuo.
He sensed that Liu Guo's aura was very faint. This kind of aura was completely different from that of an emperor, giving the feeling that this person looked down on everything in the world.
Ming Xinyin pondered and replied,
My master said he would be in seclusion for 5 months. The time isn't up yet. No one is allowed to see him.
Liu Guo opened his mouth and said,
I will wait for him to come out of seclusion at the Evil Sky Pavilion.
In Ming Xinyin's mind,
as long as he used his master's orders to intimidate, no one would dare to barge in. Now it seems that things aren't that simple. Liu Guo waved his hand, and the guards behind him lifted the palanquin and followed him.
Liu Guo stepped into the barrier.
Su Sheng and Ji Yu Yuran simultaneously put their hands together, and several Confucian seals appeared around their palms.
Ming Xinyin immediately raised his hand to stop them.
Since that's the case, follow me.
Su Sheng and Ji Yu Yuran lowered their hands. A gap opened in the barrier.
Liu Guo walked into the barrier with his hands behind his back. Halfway there, Ming Xinyin felt restless and uneasy.
He suddenly remembered when his second senior brother had just returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion. His master had said, Emperor Yongshu, Liu Guo, and Gong Yuandu can be called the Sword Dao's 3 great sons of destiny.
The sword, Gong Yuandu, came with a coffin and then turned into dust, no longer in this world.
As for this Emperor Yongshao, he had long announced his death, but unexpectedly it was just fake news.
Ming Xinyin stopped and turned his head to ask, My master once said that Your Majesty is a sword master, considered a son of destiny with the sword. I wonder if that's true. Before Liu Guo could reply, Su Sheng immediately said, Back then, Your Majesty fought against all races. Your sword Dao had reached the peak.
Forgive me for speaking bluntly. Even the 3 great sword fanatics are just child's play in front of Your Majesty.
Then what about my second senior brother, Yu Shangrong? This. Mentioning Yu Shangrong, Su Sheng didn't dare to comment casually. After all, he was a famous sword master, known to the world as the Sword Devil, and many 8-leaf experts had died under his sword. Even if they are all 8-leaf, there are still differences, Ji Yu Yuran said calmly. Then it depends on where it is. If it is in the divine capital, His Majesty is invincible. You don't even need a little face. The divine capital has the 10 absolute formation. Who can beat you?
Ming Xinyin didn't care,
letting them say whatever they wanted.
Before long, Ming Xinyin led them to the front of the Evil Sky Pavilion's main hall.
Suddenly, a vicissitudinous voice rang out nearby. Su Sheng, Ji Yu Yuran. The group turned their heads to look. Su Sheng and Ji Yu Yuran were both shocked. They didn't expect that someone in the Evil Sky Pavilion would recognize them. As soon as they looked over, they saw an old woman holding a crutch, walking towards them step by step. Zuo! Elder Zuo! Su Sheng frowned. Su Sheng, watch your words. I joined the Evil Sky Pavilion. Now I am an elder of the Evil Sky Pavilion, not an elder of the Confucian school anymore, Zuo Yushu said in a deep voice. Su Sheng and Ji Yu Yuran exchanged glances. Unexpectedly, the only genius female cultivator of the Confucian school had joined the Evil Sky Pavilion. Liu Guo looked at Zuo Yushu and said softly, 100 years ago, Zuo Yushu, I heard about you. Zuo Yushu sized up Liu Guo. After hearing Ming Xinyin's story about the group coming to see the Pavilion Master, there was no surprise on her face. She only replied, I didn't expect Your Majesty to still be in this world. This old one is courteous. Just then, a sound of arguing suddenly came from inside the main hall. Lao Pan, Leng Mu doesn't accept you. The voice was not soft. Immediately after, another voice replied, If you don't accept it, then you don't accept it. Leng Luo, this is the Evil Sky Pavilion. If you make noise and disturb the Pavilion Master, can you bear the responsibility? Liu Guo frowned. Leng Luo? You were at the top of the blacklist 300 years ago, Su Sheng said in a low voice. It is indeed him. From inside the main hall, Pan Litian, this is not the Jingming Dao. Stop trying to scare Leng Mu. Except for the pavilion master, Leng Mu doesn't accept anyone. Liu Guo frowned again. The #1 expert of the Jingming Dao, Pan Litian? Su Sheng replied in a low voice again. It is indeed him. Liu Guo pondered. Liu Guo's expression remained calm, but he was shocked in his heart. I didn't expect the Evil Sky Pavilion to have so many elders with such strong strength. How did Ji Tiandao subdue them? The conversation hadn't stopped, and another voice rang out. 2 elders, stop arguing. Consider it giving me, Hua Wudao, some face. Lao Pan, you should learn from him. Hua Wudao is also an 8-leaf, but how humble and studious he is, Leng Luo said. This old man's temperament is just like this. What's wrong with me liking it? The 3 people argued as they walked out of the main hall. As soon as they came out, Leng Lugo, Hua Wudao, and Pan Lishan simultaneously saw the group of Liu Guo standing outside, then glanced at each other, snorted, and dispersed. Ming Xiyin nodded secretly. The old guy's acting isn't bad. He glanced at Liu Guo, and sure enough, he saw that this person was frowning and standing still. Ha ha ha, the Evil Sky Pavilion has experts as numerous as the clouds, and asked, Are you scared or not? Yushu opened her mouth and said, This old one still has to study formations. Forgive me for not being able to accompany you. Without waiting for Liu Guo to answer, she turned and left. Who cares if you are the Yongshao Emperor Liu Guo? Who cares if you are one of the 8 great commanders? Su Sheng or Jiyu Yuran? The 4 elders all acted as if they didn't see them. Ming Xinyin was very satisfied with this result, cleared his throat slightly and said, I'm sorry, the 4 elders of the Evil Sky Pavilion are just like that. This kind of person advances to the 8-leaf but doesn't care about life and death, only wanting to find opponents to compete with, and the destructive power of the 8-leaf is too terrifying. They often gather together to discuss the Tao and compete for superiority, inevitably arguing frequently, making your majesty laugh. It's okay, Liu Guo raised his hand. I just want to catch up with an old friend. I don't care about the others. That's good, please come in. At the same time, the 4 elders had returned to the southern pavilion, and everyone turned their heads to look at the main hall, wondering if this move would suppress Liu Guo or not. Pan Lishan said, For now, we can only do this. We have all severed the golden lotus. As long as we restrain our aura, they won't be able to judge our true cultivation level. Leng Luo replied. Hua Wudao shook his head. I am just a 7-leaf, pretending to be an 8-leaf. It's a bit too much. If you don't use cultivation and aura, we're all just standing here with a pair of eyes and a pair of legs. No difference. Relax. Pan Lishan comforted him. Zuo Yushu sighed and shook her head. Liu Guo is easy to deal with. The Nether sect restricts the 9 provinces. I'm afraid Su Sheng and Jiyu Yuran will make trouble for us. The other 3 also nodded in agreement. Pan Lishan added, Don't worry, the sect leader is still here. They don't have the guts to act recklessly. Zhu Ye is Motion Pavilion's backing. Inside the main hall, Ming Xiyin postured. My teacher is in seclusion. I'll entertain you all. Liu Guo didn't rush to sit down, but turned his head to look around, constantly scanning the scene inside the main hall. If he didn't sit, Su Sheng and Ji Yu Yuran naturally didn't dare to sit first, and could only stand and observe. After observing, Liu Guo finally sat down and asked, Were those 4 just now all 8-leaf? Ming Xiyin replied immediately, Of course. After a pause, he continued, Leng Luo was the head of the blacklist 300 years ago. His Majesty probably knows this better than I do. Pan Lishan and Zuo Yushu don't need introductions. They were both famous people back then. Hua Wudao was originally an elder of Yun's sect. Later, Yun's sect became too chaotic, forcing him to leave. He had nowhere else to go, so he stayed at my Mocation Pavilion. I heard that Yun Tianluo isn't a petty person. Why would he let Hua Wudao leave? What's more, this guy is an 8-leaf. He'd be considered a VIP wherever he goes, Liu Guo said. This old fox isn't easily fooled, huh? Ming Xinyin said with an unchanged expression. No need to pay attention to these trivial matters. Your Majesty was once the king of a country. Just a snap of the fingers. All right, Liu Guo nodded, looking at Ming Xinyin. King of a country is just a thing of the past. Now you... no, I should say me. I'm here as an old friend to reminisce with your teacher. Ming Xinyin said, I've said this several times,
My teacher is currently in seclusion and needs at least 2 more months before he comes out. He can't be disturbed before then. Su Sheng, who was standing to the side, asked upon hearing this. I heard that Senior Ji has broken through to Nine Leaf. Why is he still in seclusion? Your meaning is that he's already invincible. What need is there for seclusion? Ming Xinyin glared at him and said, The road of cultivation is endless. My teacher has only just entered Nine Leaf. Of course he needs to solidify his realm. May I ask? Are you the commander of the Divine Capital's Imperial Guards, Su Sheng, who guards the West City Gate? Su Sheng replied arrogantly. Oh, never heard of him. Never heard of him. Then why the hell are you acting surprised? Su Sheng asked again. May I ask why Senior Zuo is at Motion Pavilion? Ming Xinyan didn't answer immediately. He could see that these people were a little wary of Zuo Yushu. It seems the previous act wasn't a waste. Recalling the scene in the canyon when he first met Zuo Yushu, Ming Xiyin was still afraid. If it weren't for his teacher's prestigious reputation, he would have become a ghost under her hand long ago. Elder Zuo has admired my teacher for a long time. You guys should understand the rest, Ming Xinyin said with a smile. Liu Guo nodded in agreement. Back when I and Brother Ji met, there were indeed many beauties who admired him. If Brother Ji's personality was a little better, even I might have felt inferior. Ming Xiyin was speechless. What a shameless bastard. Alright, everything that needed to be said has been said. You've already entered Motion Pavilion. Everyone, please leave, Ming Xiyin ordered, dismissing his guests. Liu Guo slowly stood up and said, If Brother Ji can't come out to meet me, then I'll wait here. Motion Pavilion is so big, surely it won't be so stingy as to not have room for this old bone, right? You want to stay? Ming Xinyin was shocked. I absolutely won't disturb Brother Ji within 3 months, Liu Guo replied. Things are getting complicated. These 3 are all experts. No one knows what will happen along the way. It's clear that they came prepared. If a conflict erupts at this time, it will expose the fact that the 4 elders have severed their golden lotus. But if they're allowed to stay, Motion Pavilion won't be safe anymore. At this time, Su Sheng suddenly spoke. Just now, the 4 elders of Mocation Pavilion restrained their aura. There was no surging vital energy. I was thinking, this is Mocation Pavilion, there are no outsiders. Why do they have to restrain their aura? Ming Xinyin's heart stirred. This trick is indeed difficult to scare people with. Su Sheng continued. Senior Zuo cultivates evil techniques and is also a cultivation genius from 500 years ago. What the old geezer hates the most is the act of hiding things. Even if he didn't say it explicitly, Ming Xinyin understood. He, Ming Xinyin, didn't blush or skip a beat and said, You don't know anything about Motion Pavilion. Su Sheng was slightly stunned. Indeed, Mogashin Pavilion couldn't be regarded as an ordinary sect. In that case, I would also like to discuss with the elders, Su Sheng said with cupped hands. How annoying. Ming Xinyin's mind raced. The 4 elders have severed their golden lotus and are rebuilding. If they spar, they definitely won't be Su Sheng's match. But if no one steps forward, Motion Pavilion will seem easily bullied. While Ming Xiyin was still thinking, Su Sheng said, I sincerely want to ask for guidance. There is absolutely no malicious intent. Motion Pavilion has experts as numerous as clouds. Surely they would be happy to give guidance. Su Sheng pressed closer step by step. Perhaps seeing Ming Xinyin's hesitation, Su Sheng and Ji Yu Yiran both smelled something fishy. Using the name of discussion to probe, they can advance or retreat without offending Motion Pavilion. What a bunch of old foxes. Yu Guo sat quietly on the side, clearly tacitly agreeing to let Su Sheng step forward. Ming Xiyin said unhappily, Forget about discussing. Motion Pavilion doesn't have time to play with you. Just then, a graceful melody floated in from outside the main hall. The flute's melody was gentle and melodious like a spring breeze. The sound not loud, but it entered everyone's ears very clearly. Liu Guo curiously raised his head and looked outside the main hall. Does Motion Pavilion also have someone proficient in music? Ming Xiyin replied. Of course. As soon as he finished speaking, a small sword energy appeared, fluttering in the air like a headless fly flying around everywhere. The sword's chi isn't strong, but it's hella agile. Ji Yu Yiran's like, wait, hold up. Using sound to control the primal chi to form a sword? Who the hell is out there? Ming Xinyin's got thoughts swirling, but he plays it cool. Using sound ain't enough to reach enlightenment, bruh. Su Sheng and Ji Yu Yiran are kinda embarrassed, cause they thought this ability was no joke. These guys, who've been fighting wars for years, Know what kind of skills give you the biggest edge on the battlefield, like the Buddhists' Mingjing Terrace that buffs everyone's strength, or the Confucians' formations. If you use them right, you're guaranteed to win every time. Suddenly, that sword's chi stabs at Su Sheng. Su Sheng's face darkens. Cheap shot! Su Sheng flicks out 2 finger seals, welcoming the sword's chi. The seals instantly burn and devour the tiny sword's chi, letting out a screeching sound. The flute's melody is instantly wrecked. Outside the hall, the flute's like, "Nah, I ain't done yet," and starts playing again, even faster this time. Su Sheng smirks. Interesting. He claps his hands together, and a bunch of seals float up, big and small, colliding and making a ting-tang sound that mixes with the flute. The flute stops for a sec, then goes full-on high-pitched. If it sounded like a little stream before, now it's a freaking tsunami. Su Sheng's hyped. Never heard of anyone in the 9 disciples of the Demon Heaven Pavilion being a sound art master. Meeting you is a blessing. I might be a brute, but I'm a sucker for sound art. Looks like I've finally met my match. Keep it coming. He gets up, changes his stance, and this time he throws out a crapload of seals floating in front of him. Before, it was just a little friendly sparring, just for fun. Now, it's a whole different ballgame. The primal chi is going wild. The seals multiply like crazy, reaching the level of the primordial spirit realm. This is a real fight now. Ming Xinyan's feeling the pressure. He knows who's playing the flute outside, and this Su Sheng guy is one of the 8 commanders of the Imperial Guards. Bang! 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 The seals get huge, colliding with the flute's sound. The flute's melody instantly vanishes, but the crashing sounds keep going. Ming Xiyan suddenly unleashes his chi. Boom! A resonant energy sound appears, and a towering 5-petaled Dharma body emerges, blocking all the sound waves. All the sound instantly stops. Ming Xiyan had to step in. His little junior sister's outside the hall. How could she withstand this kind of attack? Su Sheng scowls. Why are you interfering? This is the Demon Heaven Pavilion, not a place where you can run wild. Ming Xiyan retorts. So he's allowed to provoke me, but I'm not allowed to fight back? Su Sheng can't wrap his head around this logic. Ming Xiyan shakes his head, helpless. I told you, you shouldn't be here. Su Sheng's not having it. A battle must be thorough. Su Sheng claps his hands together, and the seals fly out one after another, forming a circle of light. The circle of light appears, creating a resonant Om sound, like a Buddhist chant. Ming Xiyan frowns. As that deafening Om sound rings out, a thunderous roar suddenly comes from the back of the Demon Heaven Pavilion's main hall. How dare you! Sound waves surge like a tsunami, crashing down. This ain't your typical sound attack. It's booming, powerful, and clean, catching everyone off guard. Su Sheng barely has time to frown before the sound waves converge, slamming straight into him. Bam! Su Sheng cries out in pain, and his whole body sent flying back. An 8 lotus is still an 8 lotus. When attacked by the sound waves, Su Sheng forces himself to stay grounded, so he won't be blown away, and definitely won't fall down. Sometimes getting yeeted ain't all that bad. Just look at Su Sheng RN. If he'd flown out bear there, maybe rolled around a bit to defuse that rampage force, he'd only have some scratches. But nah, he's gotta tank the whole attack just to stay standing. What a Chad. Su Sheng's standing, but he's looking. Back at the main hall like WTF? Emperor Yongsho, Liu Gua, and Ji Yu Yiran are equally shook. Ming Xiyan's freaking stoked, recalling his avatar like OMG, bowing towards the secret chamber. Disciple greets master. Footsteps, slow and steady, making their way over. They know who's coming. The master of the Demon Sky Pavilion. Finally, Lu Zhao strolls into the main hall. For 3 months, Lu Zhao's been deep in Heavenly Book enlightenment mode. No senses, no nothing. But lately, he's been catching snippets of convos, sometimes clear, sometimes muffled. Like just now, when Lu Zhao was in the zone, he heard a bunch of noise. If Heiluo's flute's supposed to be all calm and focus, then that clashing with the seal was like nails on a chalkboard. He couldn't take it anymore. So, Lu Zhao dipped out and potatoed the secret chamber. He walks in, eyes those clowns Su Sheng and Ji Yu Yiran, and freezes. Lu Zhao spots an old face. Liu Gua! Liu Gua's just as surprised to see him. 'Cause in Liu Gua's head, Ji Tiandao was this frail old dude with white hair, barely able to walk, deaf, not healthier than Zuo Yushu. But now? Lu Zhu's glowing, looking, all buff and upright.
with eyes that could stare into your soul. Even that what the hell yell earlier was full of life and power, nothing. Like someone about to kick the bucket. Liu Guo might have been an emperor back in the day, but... Seen? Lu Zhao again? Dude's internally screaming, G. Liu Guo stutters, then remembers that's too formal, quickly correcting himself. I finally meet Brother G. You're not dead yet? Lu Zhao asks. Su Sheng steps forward. Like you can't just say dead to the freaking Emperor Emeritus, bro. But as soon as he moves, Su Sheng yells in pain, blood dribbling from his mouth. That rampage force is he didn't even know he was hurt. Didn't even throw hands. And he's already got internal injuries. 9 Leaves is on another level. Lu Zhao turns away from Liu Guo, looks at Su Sheng. You a fan of bullying the weak? Su Sheng's stunned, enduring the internal damage, bowing, and saying, Senior G, it's just a friendly spar. If I've offended you, I'll take my punishment. Just a friendly spar? As Lu Zhao says this, a small, cute figure dashes into the hall, holding a Lan Tian jade flute. Looking around, she spots her master in the crowd, immediately bows. Disciple greets master? Lu Zhao glances at her, then back at Su Sheng. Su Sheng sees Hailuo holding the Lan Tian jade flute, and his heart drops. That flute earlier. That was this girl. Ming Shi Yin chimes in. Who else would it be? A whole 8 Leaves expert? Bullying? A newbie in the nascent stage? Only you, man. Su Sheng's eyes pop. Nascent stage? He can't believe it, looking at the innocent looking girl again. Maybe some experts hidden her power level, making her look like she's only in the nascent stage? Nah, she's too young. Even if she's got high cultivation, how high could it be? Su Sheng's face turns red. He's so embarrassed. An 8 Leaves expert like him sparred with some kid in the nascent stage. No matter what happened, him sparring with a kid is just straight up shameful. Can't even talk about it. Su Sheng awkwardly looks away, glances at Lu Ju, sees Lu Ju looking back, and his heart skips a beat. G. Senior G. That you like bullying the weak? Line hits him like a slap in the face. Lu Zhao says coldly, if you like sparring so much, I'll indulge you. Ji Zhang. Lu Zhu raises his hand, blue light blooming from his fingertips. Confucian School's absolute sage wisdom. Su Sheng and Ji Yu Yiran are both Confucian experts. No win. This seal right away. Brother Ji, have mercy. Liu Guo frowns. Lu Zhao's set on blasting. Su Sheng ain't gonna let anyone stop him. The 4 big seal characters' absolute sage wisdom fly out his palm. Su Sheng yells, back in, up, hands coming, together, also using absolute sage wisdom. Gotta say, experts are still experts. Su Sheng ain't just defensing, he's counterattacking. 4 seal characters appear between his fingers, but compared to Lu Zhao's absolute sage wisdom, it's a whole different world. But he ain't got a choice. The 4 characters shoot out, meeting Lu Zhao's seal. The 2 absolute sage wisdoms collide. Boom! Su Sheng flies out knee to the main hall, no chance to fight back. He pulls his hands back quick, or else his hands would have been snapped by the powerful seal. Lu Zhao's absolute sage wisdom doesn't stop there, keeps going, sticking to Su Sheng's chest, sending him flying. Finally, stopping in the martial arts square. Thud! Su Sheng crashes down, the seal fades, drifting up and disappearing into the sky. Confucian genius Zuo Yushu looks up, sees all this, and asks, who's using absolute sage wisdom? Su Sheng, Ji Yu Yiran, and the 4 elders frown. Zuo Yushu shakes his head. Those 2 ain't got the skill to pull off a move that strong. It's Liu Guo? Nah, he's too old, fasten. The end of his lifespan. Zuo Yushu speaks. The 4 exchanged glances, finally figuring out who the owner of the seal was. Meanwhile, inside the hall, after Lu Zhao cast the Grand Saint Chi technique, Liu Guo and Ji Yu Yiran were shooketh and stared outside. Same Grand Saint Chi technique, but the chief of the Evil Sky Pavilion's move utterly crushed Su Sheng. After a long silence, Liu Guo suppressed his inner shock and said, Brother Ji, calm your jets. They came with me. I take full responsibility for their screw-up. Lu Zhao nonchalantly replied, this is just a minor punishment. If not for your sake, he'd be dust in the wind. Why so salty, Brother Ji? Liu Guo couldn't comprehend. Lu Zhao frowned, his voice deep. My disciple just entered the meditation stage. Are you saying I should just stand by and watch? According to you? Liu Guo's heart stirred slightly.
After so many years, Jiqiandao was still as hot-tempered as ever, always protecting his own. But Liu Guo didn't show it, and loudly said, "Su Sheng, kowtow and apologize to this girl." The order echoed out of the hall, reaching Su Sheng's ears. Su Sheng barely suppressed the turmoil within him. That palm strike alone was enough to keep him bedridden for a while. The power gap was so huge that he had absolutely no chance to retaliate. Su Sheng endured the pain, struggling to get up and re-enter the Evil Sky Pavilion's hall. Liu Guo ignored him. Su Sheng had no choice but to kneel before Hai Luo. The moment he knelt, Hai Luo panicked and ran to hide behind Ming Shiyin. Ming Shiyin chuckled. "Lil, ancestor knows fear, huh? Not scared?" Hai Luo retorted. "If it were ninth sis, she'd kick his ass. My guts are just a bit smaller." Ming Shiyin said, "Hai Luo and Yan Yer are both good at torturing people, just that Hai Luo is more of a scaredy cat than Yan Yer." Before Su Sheng could say anything, Lu Zhao waved his hand. "This is the Evil Sky Pavilion, not the Imperial Palace. Don't bring Imperial etiquette here." Liu Guo nodded in agreement, saying, "Su Sheng, quickly thank Brother Ji." Su Sheng turned to Lu Zhao and said, "Many thanks, Senior Ji, for showing mercy." Ming Xinying glared at him. "If you'd listened to my advice earlier, you wouldn't be in this mess, would you?" "Fourth sir is right." Su Sheng's face turned red as a tomato. There's a saying, "Beat the dog, look at the owner's face." But Lu Zhao's palm strike not only didn't give Liu Guo any face, but he even roasted him twice over. "Why so triggered, Brother Ji?" Liu Guo said slowly. "I don't have time to argue with you." With that, Lu Zhao beckoned to Hai Luo. Hai Luo obediently went to Lu Zhao's side, extended her hand for a pulse check, then widened her eyes and asked, "Meditation? Meditation stage? Master, I've entered the meditation stage?" Hard to believe, but the truth was right before her eyes. Lu Zhao nodded. "Not bad." Hai Luo beamed with joy. Lu Zhao continued, "But who taught you to use yin energy manipulation?" Ming Xinyin quickly said, "Master, this disciple didn't teach her. Lil, sis might have been taught by 8 bro. Right or wrong doesn't matter, gotta clear my name first." Hai Luo quickly explained, "Master, I figured it out myself." Su Sheng and Ji Yu Yuran were dumbfounded. Su Sheng had thought she was a hidden expert concealing her aura. Now it seemed she was just a noob starting her cultivation journey. He, a dignified 8 Lotus expert, had actually clamored for a spar with such a newbie? He really didn't want to think about it anymore. The more he thought, the more embarrassed he felt. Lu Zhao instructed, "Cultivation must avoid haste and agitation. Focus on diligent practice first. We'll talk about yin energy manipulation later." "Disciple understands," Hai Luo obediently replied. Lu Zhao looked around, his gaze settling on Liu Guo. "Fourth, take Hai Luo outside." "Yes." Ming Shiyin immediately led Hai Luo out of the hall. Su Sheng and Ji Yu Yuran exchanged glances, thinking, "We're the leaders of the Imperial Guards. Surely we don't need to leave, right?" Unexpectedly, Liu Guo said, "Get out! Yes!" Ji Yu Yuran stood up and waved his hand to signal the guards. In a flash, only Lu Zhao and Liu Guo remained in the hall. "Speak, what's the matter?" Lu Zhao asked. Liu Guo sighed. "Time waits for no one. Centuries have passed in the blink of an eye. I'm here just to ask Brother Ji one question." Lu Zhao remained silent. As Brother Ji finally advanced to the 9 Lotus stage, as he spoke, his eyes gleamed, his eyes filled with vicissitudes, focused intently on Lu Juju. The hall was extremely quiet. "Why this question?" Lu Zhao asked. "Does Brother Ji remember that mysterious expert? If you like beating around the bush, then please leave. I don't have time to waste with you." With that, Lu Zhao stood up. The system upgrade wouldn't be complete for another 2 months. That palm strike just now had used up a portion of his extraordinary power. Lu Zhao needed more time to recover. How could he waste time faking it with Liu Guo? Liu Guo was a little surprised, and quickly said, "That mysterious expert came from the northern border, then traveled throughout the alien territories and Great Yan." Lu Zhao remembered the guy named Lan who carried the coffin to the Evil Sky Pavilion. He paused, clasped his hands, and said, "Get to the point. The Great Yan royal family has been able to stand tall without falling, because they received a lot of help from that mysterious expert." Before leaving, he left a word of advice. Quote, "Don't try to break through to 9 Lotus, or the consequences will be dire." Lu Zhao looked at Liu Guo with interest. "Where is this person now?"
Liu Guo shook his head. He stayed in God's capital for a while, left some things behind, and then left. Over the years, the royal family has searched for him everywhere, but unfortunately, they still haven't found any trace of him. You seem to trust this mysterious expert a lot? I completely trust him, without any doubt. Liu Guo emphasized each word. Heaven designs forbidden zones for humans. There must be a reason. Those who try to break the forbidden zone will definitely pay a corresponding price. The path of cultivation should follow the will of heaven. Isn't 1,000 years of lifespan enough to satisfy human greed? I don't think so, Lu Zhuxiao said. What are Brother Ji's insights? I'm all ears. According to you, humans should be satisfied with 1,000 years of lifespan. For mortals, 100 years is already more than fulfilling. Aren't cultivators already breaking the forbidden zone of mortals? Li Luzhao paused for a moment and continued. Besides, cultivation is all about defying the heavens. Defying the heavens? Liu Guo said. That's just what a few people think. The Confucian school fears the mandate of heaven, taking self-cultivation as the path. The Buddhist school fears karma. No one can escape their fate. The Taoist school craves longevity, to exist as long as the heavens and earth. Is there any cultivator in this world who isn't defying the heavens? Lu Juju retorted. Liu Guo was momentarily speechless. In the flow of history, many cultivators have offered their interpretations of cultivation. The three schools of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, or the 100 schools of thought, all have different interpretations, yet they all lead to the same destination. No matter the interpretation, cultivators are constantly breaking through all kinds of restrictions. Liu Guo said, It's just different interpretations. Brother Ji has his thoughts, and I have mine. Lu Zhao stroked his beard and said, Then why are you using your thoughts to impose on this old man? Liu Guo was once again speechless. He turned his head to scrutinize Lu Zhou. Since when did Brother Ji become so eloquent? Hearing this, Lu Zhao slowly stood up, his expression indifferent. See you out, Liu Guo continued. I came to the martial celestial sect just to confirm whether Brother Ji has advanced to the 9-leaf stage or not. If you're really a 9-leaf, then I hope you hide your cultivation, for the sake of the big picture. Lu Zhao suddenly turned around and unleashed a palm strike. The palm print flickered with golden light, striking Liu Guo. Liu Guo crossed his palms, and a wave of primal qi surged from his body, blocking the palm print. This palm print is controlled with subtlety. Brother Jigli's cultivation has indeed improved quite a bit. This palm strike Lu Zhao used his true cultivation, which was of course only the nascent divinity realm 2-leaf. It was not surprising that Liu Guo was able to block it. Liu Guo continued, If a true 9-leaf appears, it will surely bring disaster. I beg Brother Jian to be cautious. Lu Zhao found it very amusing. What disaster? The collapse of heaven and earth? Or the rivers and seas flowing backward into the mortal world? I don't know what disaster, but I believe in the mysterious expert, Liu Guo replied. Many things cannot be explained in detail, but time will prove everything. Please believe me, Brother Ji. Lu Zhao recalled that coffin and the ancient book with the recorded diary inside. The array patterns on the coffin and on Crown Prince Ziliu Zihi's armor both indicated that a mysterious expert truly existed. It was a pity that Lu Zhao was not a 9-leaf and had no way to verify these things. Heavenly Tao restraints, the calamity of lifespan, all have been preordained. After a moment of thought, Lu Zhao said, In 2 months, the cultivation world will have its answer. In fact, Lu Zhao didn't know how long it would take to cut the golden lotus and rebuild to advance to the 9-leaf stage. He was just making up a story based on the remaining freezing time of the system. As long as the system unfreezes, then no one can do anything to this old man, no matter what the answer is. 2 months. The era of cutting the golden lotus has begun. This old man won't be the last 9-leaf, Lu Zhao said. Liu Guo couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. If cutting the golden lotus can really allow cultivators to step into the 9-leaf stage, then no one can withstand this situation. What's more, his son Liu Chang is also trying to advance to the 9-leaf stage. What's the point of constantly targeting the martial celestial sect then? Thinking this, Liu Guanyu said, Before coming up the mountain, my son said that Brother Ji wanted to seclude himself for cultivation. 3 months have passed in these 5 months, and there are still 2 months left. Since that's the case, let's make an agreement with Brother Ji. I will come to the martial celestial sect again in 2 months. What do you think?
Hearing this, Lu Zhao's heart stirred slightly.
Very good. This old man couldn't wish for more. But you said agreement? Does that mean I have to agree with you? You are just a retired emperor. It's rare for you to come to the martial celestial sect once. Aren't you planning to beg for your son? From the moment he saw Liu Guo, Lu Zhao had assumed that Liu Guo had come here to plead for Liu Chang.
Currently, the momentum of the Nether sect is like the sun at high noon. The divine capital and the imperial city are both full of danger.
Liu Guo shook his head and replied, I have abdicated and will not interfere in state affairs. Liu Chang is my son, and Yu Zhenghai is Brother Ji's disciple. It is perfect for the old to fight the old, and the young to fight the young.
At this time,
Lu Zhao looked towards the coffin behind Liu Guo.
Even though the patterns on the coffin were not very clear, Lu Zhao could still recognize that they were identical to the patterns on the armor.
Lu Zhao's eyes lit up. All right, in 2 months this old man will wait for you. Remember to bring the coffin along. Who exactly is the nine-leaf living in the coffin? The advice recorded in the ancient book makes Lu Zhao very curious. It's a pity that the 4 elders of the martial celestial sect have all cut their golden lotus and have no way to defeat Su Sheng and Ji Yuran. Lu Zhao himself is comprehending the earth scroll of the heavenly writing. Before he can unlock a new divine power, his body cannot store the extraordinary power of the heavenly writing, human scroll.
Other functions of the system have been frozen.
Okay, I hope Brother Jia will abide by our agreement, Liu Guo said. Lu Zhao suddenly spoke. Liu Guo, this old man will give you a piece of advice. Please speak, Brother Ji. Don't take yourself too seriously. After saying that, Lu Zhao turned around and said loudly, See them out!
Ming Xinyin escorted Liu Guo and his group down the mountain, muttering, I said from the beginning that Master was in seclusion, yet you guys wasted your time.
Liu Guo, Su Sheng, Ji Yuran, and several guards walked out of the barrier. Liu Guo turned his head and replied, Not really. I have achieved my purpose by meeting the Grand Master and expressing my thoughts. Ming Xinyin glanced at him and couldn't help but be speechless. This guy really has a strong ability to comfort himself.
Ming Xinyin ignored them and flew back to the martial celestial sect.
When there was no one around, Su Sheng spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face covered in sweat.
Liu Guo frowned.
Nine-leaf?
Su Sheng tapped several acupoints on his body and replied, This official dares not confirm, but that absolute sacred qi has the power to destroy the heavens and the earth.
Ji Yuran asked in doubt, Why does your majesty feel that he is not a nine-leaf? Everyone in the cultivation world believes that the sect leader of the martial celestial sect, Ji Tiandao, is a nine-leaf. Only Liu Guo does not believe it. Liu Gai clasped his hands behind his back, saying, You once said that the appearance of a nine-leaf would cause untold disaster. Now, no disaster has occurred. It seems the nine-leaf that the world speaks of isn't the real deal. A fake nine-leaf? Su Sheng's face was filled with shock. But his lifespan tribulation has arrived, and he's completely unfazed. How do you explain that? Ji Yuran said, Your Majesty, are you implying that Ji Laomo's realm is between 8-leaf and 9-leaf? Liu Gez suddenly smirked. I'll wait for him for 2 months. Whether he's a real or fake 9-leaf, I'll give the world a satisfactory explanation. Your Majesty, you want to deal with the 9-leaf?
Liu Gefei casually waved his hand, pointing towards Yang, who was being carried by several guards. Su Sheng speculated, could there be a treasure hidden within Yang, capable of judging or destroying a 9-leaf? Su Sheng was inwardly astonished, and hurriedly asked, If that's the case, why did your majesty make a move just now?
Why did Ji Laomo ask your majesty to wait 2 months, and not 3 or 4?
Su Sheng. Liu Jie suddenly stopped. You're talking too damn much. Liu Gera's voice deepened. This servant knows his crime. Su Sheng lowered his head, trembling all over, not daring to say another word.
Ji Yuran remained silent as always, quietly following behind. A month passed in the blink of an eye. In an unnamed abyss in the moonlight forest, a figure in white flew out of the lake, shooting into the sky. Her gang qi erupted, evaporating all the moisture on her body.
Ye Tiangxin floated in midair, looking towards Cheng Huang lounging in the distance, and said with a smile, Xiao Huang.
Cheng Huang ignored her. Are you still angry, Xiao Huang? Don't be mad. Come here and protect me. Cheng Huang raised its head. Its massive eyes darted around, then looked at Ye Tiangxin in the air. Its body suddenly moved. It clearly just turned around, but its tail lashed out like a whirlwind. Yi Tiangxin had to zoom up higher, cursing softly. "You stingy bastard!" She summoned her Dharma body, and looked down at the spinning seven-leaf golden lotus below, shimmering with golden light. In the past, she never dared to imagine this scene. Yet, in just a few short months, she had advanced to seven-leaf, and was now preparing to attempt to break through to eight-leaf. Ye Tiangxin looked down at the small pond. Though she didn't know what the water in the pond was, she knew it was extraordinary. It contained a unique energy that could help her cultivation advance rapidly. During this time, she had been cultivating in the pond, never leaving it for even half a step. Cheng Huang was also there, protecting her without ever leaving. Gradually, Ye Tiangxin became accustomed to this place, and grew fond of Cheng Huang. When she summoned her Dharma body, Cheng Huang looked up. Yi Tiangxin smiled and said, "Look, eight-leaf." Rings of energy appeared and poured into the golden lotus below. The Dharma body repeated this process for a whole hour, but still no leaf bloomed. However, Ye Tiangxin was extremely patient. She persistently condensed rings of energy without tiring. Away from the chaotic cultivation world, she no longer thought much about the outside world, nor did she overly anticipate breaking through to eight-leaf. The rings of energy continued to nourish the golden lotus. Perhaps because of Ye Tiangxin's unhurried and non-forcing mindset, the process of leaf blooming became extremely smooth. After another hour, the golden lotus suddenly made a crisp sound. The eighth leaf finally appeared. Ye Tiangxin's Dharma body expanded to a height of 30 meters. The eight-leaf golden lotus blossomed with dazzling golden light at the bottom of the abyss. Ye Tiangxin's eyes widened, and she jumped for joy. "Xiao Huang, I really became eight-leaf." You. Cheng Huang let out a long cry as if to congratulate her success. Ye Tiangxin blinked, looking at the eight leaves, feeling like she was in a dream. At the same time, she had the thought of returning. Now that she had enough strength, why wouldn't she want to go back to Dayan? Ye Tiangxin stood inside her Dharma body and flew into the sky. In an instant, she had flown over 100 meters high. She felt the power surging through her body. Unable to contain the joy in her heart, she cupped her hands into a small trumpet and shouted loudly, the sound waves traveling far away. Ferocious beasts rose up, covering the sky. Apart from a few special species of ferocious beasts, Ye Tiangxin, now at eight-leaf, no longer feared them. The 30-meter-tall Dharma body also intimidated many ferocious beasts, causing them to fly away. Ye Tiangxin flew towards the cliff wall, looking up. Just then, Cheng Huang got up and flew over, sitting down in front of Ye Tiangxin in mid-air. Ye Tiangxin said to it, "I want to leave this abyss, Xiao Huang." Cheng Huang looked at the pond, neither nodding nor shaking its head, not knowing what it was thinking. Ye Tiangxin speculated, "You want me to break through to nine-leaf?" Cheng Huang didn't react. "You're such an idiot. There's no such thing as nine-leaf in this world. I'm already satisfied with reaching eight-leaf." Cheng Huang let out a low cry, but unfortunately, Ye Tiangxin didn't understand what it meant. Let's go up together." Ye Tiangxin flew onto Cheng Huang's back. Cheng Huang stepped into the air and flew up, its whole body like an arrow piercing through layers of clouds and mist, through the endless abyss. Time passed quickly, and 2 months had passed in the blink of an eye. In the secret chamber of the Ma Tiange, Lu Zhao once again entered a state of self-forgetfulness, his entire body enveloped in azure light. Just then, the system rang out a notification. Ding! System Authority upgrade successful. The Heaven Scroll, 3rd volume, Human Scroll level has been promoted. The system's coverage area has been promoted. May consume the extraordinary power of the Heaven Scroll. Increase the number of types of item cards. May increase corresponding prices. Notifications rang out continuously in Lu Zhao's ears, but he didn't seem to hear them as he remained immersed in a state of comprehension. The symbols in the Earth Scroll stirred incessantly. The extraordinary power of the Human Scroll and the extraordinary power of the Earth Scroll gradually merged into one. At the same time, at the foot of Jinting Mountain, Liu Ge, Su Sheng, and Ji Yu Yiran reappeared. Your Majesty, the agreed time with Ji Laomo is here. What if he still refuses to meet us? Su Sheng asked. Liu Gua glanced at Su Sheng. Commander Su, watch your tone. Su Sheng quickly replied. This subordinate knows his crime. Ji Yu Yiran said, Brother Su is too worried. Although Senior Ji is from the demonic path, from what I know, he's a man of his word, hopefully. Su Sheng replied,
In the past, Liu Guo would probably make a few comments about Ji Tiandao. After all, they've known each other for so long.
Liu Guo thought he understood Ji Tiandao pretty well, but after their last meeting, Liu Guo was shocked to realize that the master of the Matianjie wasn't as easy to deal with as he'd imagined. Liu Guo walked towards the barrier of Jinting Mountain. Su Sheng understood and cupped his fist, transmitting his voice up the mountain. Su Sheng, guarding the northwest gate of the imperial city, requests an audience with Senior Ji. The words contained a majestic amount of vital energy, but no killing intent. The sound waves swept over Jinting Mountain and dissipated in the rolling mountains. Before long, a figure flew down from the mountain. It was Ming Xiyin. So sorry, can you come back another day? Liu Guo, Su Sheng, and Ji Yu Yiran stared blankly. The three of them were completely dumbfounded. We made an appointment, and now you're saying he won't meet us? WTF? Poor Senior Ji made the appointment himself. How can he just change it? Su Sheng said. Probably because he knew about the existence of the Su Se thing, so Su Sheng's attitude towards Ming Xiyin seemed more assertive than before. Plus, Su Sheng was still salty about getting slapped last time. Ming Xiyin crossed his arms and laughed. I changed it. Your Gramps is old. His closed-door cultivation time isn't calculated accurately. I hope His Majesty understands, Ming Xiyin said. Su Sheng raised an eyebrow. We already made an appointment. How can you break it? Heh, if I don't let you in, what does it have to do with my master? Ming Xiyin pointed to the barrier. You want to try barging in? Ming Xiyin was basically saying, I'm breaking my word, so what? Kura. Which made Su Sheng furious. Just as Su Sheng was about to step forward and argue, Liu Guo suddenly raised his hand to stop him. All right, we'll come again tomorrow. Early the next morning, Liu Guo, Su Sheng, and Ji Yu Yiran, along with several guards, appeared at the foot of the mountain again. Su Sheng continued to use the voice transmission method, and Ming Xiyin flew down as expected, floating in the air and saying, Sorry, maybe come another day. This time he got straight to the point. Fourth Senior, you made an appointment yesterday, and today you want to postpone again. It's not good to break your word, Su Sheng said. Ming Xiyin shrugged. I never said I was a man of my word. This was the first time Su Sheng had met someone so shameless. Even though he was a general who had fought on the battlefield, one of the 8 great commanders, he felt completely helpless at this moment. Liu Guo suddenly cupped his fist and said, Then tell me, when will we be able to meet? Ming Xiyin touched his chin, thought for a moment, and replied, How about a year later? Seeing Liu Guo raise an eyebrow, Ming Xiyin laughed. Just kidding, come back tomorrow. 3 times is enough. Liu Guo certainly wouldn't give him a chance to play tricks, and immediately said, If it's like this again tomorrow, what then? You seem like a reasonable person, unlike him. Tomorrow's matter is naturally for tomorrow. Who knows what will happen? What a cunning demon, Liu Guo said. Then please inform Brother Ji that this old man will come to visit again tomorrow. Liu Guo didn't say a word last time, but this time he spoke himself, which meant that he would definitely go up the mountain tomorrow. Ming Xiyin replied, Your Majesty, take care. I will pass on the message to my master. Liu Guo's group turned and left. Ming Xiyin breathed a sigh of relief and quickly returned to Ma Tiange. Back outside the secret chamber, Ming Xiyin paced back and forth like an ant on a hot pan. What to do? What to do? What to do? These days, he's been waiting for his master to come out of seclusion. But the problem is, there's still no movement inside. Ming Xiyin stood outside the secret chamber and called out softly twice. When he didn't hear his master's reply, he muttered to himself, I can only think of a way to deal with it myself. Now the 4 elders of Ma Tiange have at most only recultivated to the 4th leaf stage. Duan Musheng, Zhu Honggong, and Zhao Yue are also gold lotus stage cultivators. With such strength, how can they suppress Liu Guo and his gang? Ming Xiyin thought for a while and decided to send a letter to find someone to help. That afternoon, at the Netherworld Church's branch in Zhongyang hurried into the main hall. Reporting to the sect leader, the Yu province branch received a flying letter from the Dark Sky Pavilion. The retired Emperor Liu Kuo, Su Sheng, and Ji Yu Yiran are heading to the Dark Sky Pavilion. This ain't gonna be a friendly visit. The Dark Sky Pavilion is requesting the eldest senior brother to oversee Yu Zhanghai. Yu Zhanghai and Si Wuyai were both shook. Does the Dark Sky Pavilion need me to oversee Yu Zhanghai? He asked. Sus as hell. The 4th elder didn't specify in the letter, but from the wording, things ain't looking good. Hua Zhongyang replied, offering the flying letter.
Si Wuyai skimmed it and said, "With Master's 9-leaf cultivation, dealing with Liu Kuo is no problem. Even if Master doesn't act, the Dark Sky Pavilion still has 4 elders." "Why though?" Yu Zhanghai said. "Junior brother, is this a trap set by Master to lure me back?" Si Wuyai immediately shook his head. "No way, man. If he wanted to catch you, Master would have done it last time he was here. No need for all this drama. That old geezer Liu Kuo isn't dead? Did he break through to 9 leaves too?" Yu Zhanghai gasped. This was the outcome he wanted to avoid the most. In the past 5 months, the Netherworld Church has been desperately conquering the 9 provinces, and has now captured Yi Province. Only Yan Province and the Divine Capital remain. Only 1 month remains until the agreed time with Master. The cultivation world has entered the era of severing the Golden Lotus. Seeing a 5-leaf sword cultivator without a Golden Lotus a few months ago already shook Yu Zhanghai to his core. If someone really has recultivated and entered the 9-leaf stage in such a short time, it would be a huge obstacle for the Netherworld Church. Si Wuyai thought for a moment and said, "Liu Kuo and Master were old buddies. Back when Master was in his prime, he knew him. Liu Kuo once invited Master to the Divine Capital to be the Imperial Advisor, second only to the Emperor. But Master didn't like being constrained. He just wanted to stay on Golden Court Mountain and establish the Dark Sky Pavilion, recruiting disciples. Based on the timeline, Liu Kuo's life is about to end, so there's no way he could have reached 9 leaves. From what I know, among the 4 elders of the Dark Sky Pavilion, Leng Luo and Pan Lishan are both injured. Hua Wudao is only at 7 leaves. Senior Zuo Yushu just joined, so she might have some tricks up her sleeve. But she comes from the Confucian school, and so do Su Sheng and Ji Yu Yiran." Hearing this, Yu Zhanghai frowned. Si Wuyai whispered, "Eldest senior brother, I think you should go reinforce the Dark Sky Pavilion." "Of course, that's just my suggestion. It's up to you, whether you go or not." Yu Zhanghai said nothing. Hearing Si Wuyai say this made him feel conflicted, because Si Wuyai understood best how much he wanted to conquer this land. Asking Yu Zhanghai to give up the current favorable situation to reinforce the Dark Sky Pavilion, quote, "If things go smoothly, great, but if things go south, all the efforts of the Netherworld Church would be wasted." If something like that happened, how could Yu Zhanghai face all the Netherworld Church members who are risking their lives for him? Seeing Yu Zhanghai deep in thought, Si Wuyai didn't dare to disturb him further and said, "Eldest senior brother, I'll take my leave." With that, Si Wuyai left the main hall. The others saw this and understood, leaving one by one. The main hall became quiet, and the light gradually dimmed. Yu Zhanghai stood with his hands behind his back, staring at the wall, not knowing what he was thinking. Occasionally, his eyes would look towards the emerald jade saber, reaching out to gently caress it a few times, before falling back into thought. The next day, Ming Xinyin went to the secret chamber to ask his master, but as expected, he still didn't get a response. He sighed and reluctantly flew down the mountain. Not long after, Ming Xinyin saw a small flying chariot appear in the sky. As soon as the flying chariot landed, Su Sheng saw Ming Xinyin standing in the distance. "Fourth Elder, we meet again!" Su Sheng flew up and clasped his hands, saying, "Greetings, greetings!" Ming Xinyin smiled and said, "Senior Ji must have come out of seclusion. Please lead the way, Fourth Elder." Su Sheng smiled in response. Ming Xinyin scratched his head. "I'm really sorry. How about waiting another day? You can just think of me as a two-faced liar who doesn't keep his word." On the surface, he said that, but in his heart, Ming Xinyin was a little annoyed. What's with the host not wanting to meet, but the guest insisting on meeting no matter what? Su Sheng smiled and said, "It's okay. The Dark Sky Pavilion is so big, we can just wait on the mountain for Senior Ji to come out of seclusion." Ming Xinyin laughed. "If Commander Su is smart, he should listen to my advice, so you don't regret it when something bad happens." Su Sheng replied, "I'm afraid you don't have the ability to make that happen." As he spoke, the Zihiji seal appeared around Su Sheng, covered in shimmering golden light, floating towards the barrier. The Confucian school is famous for its formations and the Haoran heavenly canopy. Su Sheng clearly wanted to break the formation. At this moment, dense self-seals also appeared on the mountainside, and the canopy seal struck down from above. Su Sheng frowned and shouted, "Is this how the Dark Sky Pavilion treats its guests?" Both palms pushed out a Confucian school defensive canopy seal, blocking it in front of him. Clang, clang, clang!
All the self-seals striking down from the mountainside were blocked by the defensive layer. A deep voice suddenly came from the mountainside. This old woman wants to see who's so bold as to barge into the dark sky pavilion. Su Sheng bowed in the air and said, Su Sheng greets Senior Zuo. Su Sheng didn't want to barge into the dark sky pavilion, but His Majesty and Senior Ji had an appointment, and we're just keeping our promise. This old woman, on behalf of the sect leader, has decided to cancel this appointment entirely. Get the hell off Golden Court Mountain, Zuo Yushu said in a deep voice. Ming Xinyin clicked his tongue secretly, not expecting Elder Zuo to be so aggressive, but I like it. At this moment, Liu Kwa suddenly spoke up. Zuo Yushu, you don't want Ji to go up the mountain? How dare you stop me? Liu Kwa, this is the Dark Sky Pavilion, not the Imperial Palace. Stop trying to intimidate this old woman. Zuo Yushu stepped into the air and appeared, hovering on the mountainside. The crutch in her hand was raised high, and a series of seal characters appeared, swirling around Zuo Yushu. That seal character was just the character Ren. Su Sheng frowned. Heavenly Canopy, one-word seal. Ren represents people, the core self-seal of the Confucian school. Few people have cultivated this one-word seal to perfection over the years, and Zuo Yushu is one of them. This is the strongest self-seal in the Heoran Heavenly Canopy. Not bad eyes. Zuo Yushu spoke from mid-air. Su Sheng retorted. Back when the Confucian school spread its teachings, Senior Zuo should have been the new sage master. But sadly, the position was passed down to men only. Even so, the disciples of the Confucian school still respected you. Why have you joined the demonic path now? Do I need to explain myself to you? Zuo Yushu coldly replied. Su Sheng was momentarily speechless. Jiyu Yiran then said, Senior Zuo, there's no need to be so aggressive. You can't speak for Senior Ji. With that, Jiyu Yiran unleashed a palm strike. Zuo Yushu frowned, immediately wielding her staff, forming a collision with the palm strike. Clang, clang, clang. The energy dissipated. Senior Zuo, please enlighten me. Jiyu Yiran stomped his foot, shooting straight into the sky, on par with Zuo Yushu. Ming Xinyin was stunned. He didn't expect the usually silent Jiyu Yiran to be such a ruthless dude who loves fighting. Never judge a book by its cover, I guess. Even though Zuo Yushu had rebuilt after severing her golden lotus, she couldn't let others show off in front of her. The staff in her hand danced in the air, carrying countless talisman seals, turning into a roaring dragon. Jiyu Yiran didn't hesitate to summon his avatar, an 8-leaf avatar 10 zang tall, radiating golden light, suppressing all directions. Zuo Yushu's talisman seals immediately dissipated. Zuo Yushu didn't expect him to go all out. The powerful energy forced her to retreat. Jiyu Yiran suddenly said, Senior Zuo, you really aren't an 8-leaf. As Zuo Yushu retreated, she suddenly swung the staff in her hand. Golden patterns appeared on the staff, winding like a dragon. The staff unleashed a mysterious seal, forcing Jiyu Yiran to retreat with his avatar. Dragon staff! Jiyu Yiran exclaimed. No wonder! No wonder! I didn't expect the dragon staff to be in Senior Zuo's hands. The dragon staff unleashed a strike and spun back into Zuo Yushu's hand. Zuo Yushu stood in mid-air on the mountainside, her eyes deep. If you want to get to the Magic Sky Pavilion, you gotta get through me first. Just then, Su Sheng lightly tapped his toes, his body as light as a swallow, flying into the air, standing shoulder to shoulder with Jiyu Yiran. Both great commanders are 8-leafs. Facing Senior Zuo, what's the point? Su Sheng clasped his hands and stepped forward, unleashing a punch. The seals on his hand formed a special formation, attaching to the barrier of Golden Court Mountain. The barrier opened like a door, and Su Sheng stepped into it. Ming Xiyin was shocked. Proficient in formations. This reminded Ming Xiyin of Pan Lishan and second senior brother. At their level, whether there's a barrier or not makes no difference. Zuo Yushu wielded the dragon staff, and a dragon-shaped surge of righteous chi shot out. Su Sheng reached out, and a golden energy seal appeared on his hand, grabbing the dragon chi seal barehanded. This level is at most 4-leaf. Senior Zuo, you should understand the meaning of 8-leaf, right? Su Sheng closed his fingers, and the dragon chi seal dissipated. Zuo Yushu's eyebrows furrowed. She rebuilt after severing her golden lotus, and now she's no match for Su Sheng. For a 4-leaf Zuo Yushu to handle a few moves from an 8-leaf is already impressive. If Su Sheng went all out, it wouldn't be strange to kill a 4-leaf with one move. Su Sheng summoned his avatar. The 10 zang tall avatar stood between heaven and earth, the golden lotus 8-leaf constantly spinning.
Su Sheng was certain that Zuo Yushu's cultivation was no longer what it used to be. Zuo Yushu retreated a few steps, throwing the dragon staff into the air.
A large circle appeared under Zuo Yushu's feet, the seals neatly arranged, shining with golden light.
Su Sheng was puzzled. Not an amplification formation? Wanting to increase her own strength?
Suddenly, a voice came from behind Zuo Yushu. "Young man, you're still too green." Boom! A gourd-shaped energy seal passed through Zuo Yushu's amplification formation, instantly expanding to its maximum size. Pan Lishan flew from behind, controlling the gourd energy seal, smashing head-on into the 10 zang tall avatar. The intersecting energy flew everywhere. Su Sheng's expression changed drastically. After the collision, he had no choice but to retreat with his avatar. Boom! Another loud sound. Su Sheng and his avatar crashed into the barrier of Golden Court Mountain. Pan Lishan looked down at Su Sheng from midair, laughing loudly. "Knowing that the barrier can't stop formation experts like you, might as well let you in. I call this closing the door to beat the dog. You finally got in, and now you have to get out. How much energy does it take to go in and out, Gramps?" Su Sheng stabilized his avatar, looking up at Pan Lishan. Now he understood why Zuo Yushu used that amplification formation. How could Su Sheng, one of the 8 great commanders, allow himself to be humiliated like this? "In that case, don't blame me for being impolite." Su Sheng clasped his hands together and shouted. The 10 zang tall avatar flew into the air. Seeing this, Pan Lishan retreated. At this moment, the 6 Harmony Dao seal appeared behind Zuo Yushu, the 5 large seal characters spinning. Hua Wudao flew over, standing in the amplification formation. The 5 seal characters instantly turned into 9. Boom! Su Sheng's Golden Lotus avatar collided with the 6 Harmony Dao seal. Pan Lishan seized the opportunity to summon the Golden Gourd and strike at the avatar. "So that's how it is!" Su Sheng shouted, his righteous chi taking Su Sheng as the center, the vast energy turning into a surging stream and spreading out. Boom! Pan Lishan grabbed the Gourd energy seal and threw it into the air, and a black shadow appeared. Suddenly, countless black figures appeared in the sky. In an instant, all the black shadows struck the Gourd energy seal. The Gourd energy seal borrowed the force and charged into Su Sheng's energy diffusion area, slamming into the 10 zang tall avatar. Boom! Su Sheng and his avatar got yeeted back. The new edgelord in town? Elder Leng Luo, with 4 elders of the demonic sky pavilion, flexing in a horizontal line in the sky. Su Sheng, doing a reverse flight, gawked at the 4 geezers. He dismissed his avatar, did a few twirls, and bolted out trot of the barrier. Once he regained his balance, Su Sheng's face was a map of, "I ain't happy," staring daggers at the 4 elders. The OG 4 heavenly kings of the demonic sky pavilion? "Young man, the demonic sky pavilion ain't your playground." Su Sheng shook his head. "Too bad, this also spills the tea that y'all haven't recovered your cultivation. I was holding back, but next up, I'm going full send," Su Sheng said, eyes darting to the coffin behind Emperor Yongshao. Liu Guo was his safety net. Su Sheng closed his eyes, the chi around him slowly calming down. A sec later, eyes snapped open. Whoosh! A 10 zang avatar manifested, chained up with talismans. Runes flew out, forming a swirling vortex. Pan Lishan murmured, "Elders." Zuo Yushu, Leng Luo, and Hua Wudao nodded in sync. "It's clobberin' time." Ming Shi Yin, hyped AF, exclaimed, "Now that's what I call demonic sky pavilion elder material. So motivational. I'm dying to know how you guys handle an 8-leaf. Pan Lishan barked. The moment he finished, Hua Wudao zipped forward a few meters, but the other 3 bolted back to the demonic sky pavilion, faster than you can say isekai. Gone in a flash. Hua Wudao blinked. Ming Shi Yin facepalmed. "No fair. That's cheating. Bullying an honest guy. Is this your 8-leaf strategy?" Hua Wudao noped out Rita there. Su Sheng also stood there dumbfounded. "Wait, where did they all go?" "Maintaining a 10 zang avatar drains my mana." Su Sheng clapped his hands together, and the avatar poofed. He turned around. "Your Majesty, I want to smash this barrier. Permission, please." Liu Guo shook his head. "Show some respect." "Yes, sire." The barrier was like a fancy door. For those who knew formations, it's nothing. Even Upper Origin 5 rats could use tricks to get in. Back when Pan Lishan had 0 cultivation, he could still waltz in with his gourd. If you don't know formations, you're stuck with brute force like the 10 great sects. But the best way to deal with a barrier is to use your brain. Swish!
An arrow came out of nowhere. Su Sheng frowned, swatting it away. He saw Hua Yuexing reloading, prepping an even beefier arrow.
Sneak attacking the demonic sky pavilion?
Bunch of low-life villains. Su Sheng launched into the air, throwing out palms, and talismans flew everywhere.
Hua Yuexing's face paled.
Yuexing, retreat!
Ming Xinyin zipped forward, sonic booming towards the demonic sky pavilion.
Hua Yuexing's no match for an 8-leaf. Even the 4 elders ran for the hills.
You're toast.
Su Sheng's talismans were about to hit the barrier when a black umbrella suddenly appeared, blocking everything. Clang! 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 The umbrella opened, intercepting the talismans and spinning.
Huh?
Su Sheng looked up. An old dude in a robe was flying over.
After a few big moves, he was standing on the umbrella.
Huang Shiji. Su Sheng recognized him. It was the island master of Penglai Island, Huang Shiji.
Huang Shiji slowly landed on the black umbrella. Wouldn't miss such a party.
Ji Yu Yiran looked up, eyes blazing, and shot into the sky like an arrow.
He clasped his hands together, fingers interlocked, and charged towards Huang Shiji.
Huang Shiji, you're fighting M.E.
Huang Shiji's eyes narrowed.
Another 8-leaf.
He raised his palm, blocking the long seal.
Boom!
The long seal and the sacred chi collided, sending shockwaves, and both were blown away.
Huang Shiji kept his palm strike pose, and his left hand blasted out another palm, pushing back Ji Yu Yiran.
They glared at each other. The sacred chi move blew Huang Shiji's mind.
Ji Yu Yiran
steadied himself in the air, frowning. Since when did Penglai Island side with the demonic sky pavilion?
I'm bros with Ji. His problems are my problems.
Huang Shiji, you sure you want to stick your nose in this? Not on my watch.
Huang Shiji glanced at Su Sheng,
then at the demonic sky pavilion's barrier, and started channeling his power.
The black umbrella flew into his hand, his left hand twirled,
and suddenly the sky was filled with Huang Shiji clones and black umbrellas. The black umbrellas unleashed a barrage of energy seals. Ji Yu Yiran roared,
100 Tribulation Insight!
Su Sheng also summoned his avatar. The 2 Tenzang avatars dashed through the seal storm, heading into a showdown.
Liu Guo was about to step into the barrier but saw the fight and eagerly watched.
The battle of 3 8-leaves was epic. Huang Shiji was actually helping the demonic sky pavilion.
Liu Guo stood with his hands behind his back, murmuring. A guard stepped forward, bowing. Your Majesty, should we head up?
No rush. Liu Guo continued watching the aerial battle. Huang Shiji traded blows with Ji Yu Yiran and Su Sheng for dozens of rounds, and it was still anyone's game.
Liu Guo glanced at the sun and said coldly, Open the yang!
Yes, sir.
2 guards opened the yang, and a long sword with red patterns appeared.
The guards' eyes widened. Liu Qua raised his hand, and the sword flew into his palm.
This sword is called Ling Shu,
a super celestial grade. He didn't say much, but the 3 words, super celestial grade, were enough to prove its extraordinariness. The 2 guards trembled and bowed, saying, Your Majesty is wise and mighty.
Liu Qua looked at the 3 people fighting fiercely in the sky, raised Ling Shu, and flew up into the air.
Liu Qua finally made his move.
Liu Qua's whole body flew into the air like lightning.
The sword in his hand wasn't flashy, only exuding a faint red light. It didn't attract attention. Plus, the 3 were in a chaotic battle, so no one saw Liu Qua flying through the air. Liu Qua flew through the gap between Su Sheng and Ji Yu Yiran as fast as lightning.
Ling Shu's sword Kui struck the black umbrella.
Boom! Powerful sword energy erupted, and in an instant all 3 were blasted away by a strange force.
Even though cracks appeared on Huang Shiji's body,
he felt a chill all over. The sword ki pierced through the black umbrella, penetrating his protective energy.
Boom!
Huang Shiji flew backward, and the black umbrella fell.
9 leaves?
Huang Shiji exclaimed in disbelief, spitting out a mouthful of blood and hurriedly flying backward. The first thought in his mind was, could it be that Liu Qua has broken through to 9 leaves?
Su Sheng and Ji Yu Yiran stabilized their figures and bowed in the air. Your Majesty!
Seeing Ling Shu in Liu Quai's hand, they knew that what was in Yang was a sword.
I hope you can withstand another sword from Guojia.
Liu Qua mobilized his vital energy, and Ling Shu vibrated.
Seeing the sword in Liu Qua's hand,
Huang Shiji couldn't help but feel heavy. He probably won't be able to escape the next move. Ming Xinyin also looked worried. He was the one who invited Huang Shiji here. If something happened to Huang Xiji, how would he explain it to his master? Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise came from the evil sky pavilion. Everyone turned to look and saw an inexplicable and bizarre scene. A cyan light enveloped Lu Zhao's body, broke through the roof of the secret chamber, and slowly floated up. At this moment, Lu Zhao still had his eyes closed and remained in a cross-legged position, his whole body immersed in the light. Master, Pavilion Master is out! The disciples of the evil sky pavilion all looked up. What's going on? No one could understand this scene. Liu Kuo also stopped and stared at Lu Zhao without blinking. As soon as Lu Zhao appeared, the 4 elders of the evil sky pavilion came out, looking up at the sky, while the other disciples flew to the southern pavilion to observe from afar. Liu Kuo cupped his hands and said to Lu Ju, "Brother Ji, we meet again. Greetings, Senior Ji." "Greetings, Senior Ji." Su Sheng and Ji Yu Yiran bowed in the air, but Lu Zhao's eyes remained closed, as if he didn't hear them, until he flew out of the barrier by dozens of feet before stopping. Liu Kuo stepped into the air, rising to the same height as Lu Ju, and greeted again. "Brother Ji, we meet again." Lu Zhao remained silent. Su Sheng said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, this matter is probably strange." Suddenly, Ji Yu Yiran raised his hand and shot out a palm print. The palm print flew towards Lu Zhao like lightning. Boom! The palm print dissipated. Huh? The palm print disappeared on its own? What's going on? Ji Yu Yiran was shocked and couldn't imagine it. He said to Liu Kuo, "Your Majesty, I was just probing a little. Please forgive me." Probing? Liu Kuo turned his head and glanced at Ji Yu Yiran. "If you have ulterior motives, Guojia will definitely not spare you." Hearing this, Ji Yu Yiran immediately broke out in a cold sweat and bowed, answering, "I wouldn't dare. Now is not the time for infighting." Liu Kuo looked at Lu Zhao, who was floating cross-legged in the air and immersed in the blue light, and continued to speak sarcastically. "Congratulations on breaking through, Brother Ji." The words contained extremely strong vital energy, like a bolt of lightning striking the layer of light enveloping Lu Zhao. Boom! The attack dissipated without any reaction. What kind of cultivation technique is Master practicing? In the sky above the southern pavilion, Zhu Honggong opened his eyes wide. A defensive technique similar to the Buddha's golden body. I've never seen this technique before. Lu Zhu was immersed in the first divine power of the heavenly scripture, the divine power of pure heavenly ears, which could hear any sound or ignore any sound. The sounds of the outside world were isolated, including sound attacks. Liu Kuo's expression became serious. As expected, Brother Ji has advanced to 9 leaves. Lu Zhao once used divine power to activate the armor, proving his extraordinary strength, a strength belonging to 9 leaves or above. It was not strange for Liu Kuo to think so. If that's the case, then please forgive me, Brother Ji, for the sake of the world's safety. Guojia is willing to be slandered as a friend killer? The Lingshu sword vibrated. Su Sheng and Ji Yu Yiran both looked expectant. They knew that His Majesty wanted to attack the only 9 leaves in the world. Liu Kuo raised Lingshu, and a sword seal appeared. Whoosh! The sword energy shot straight into Lu Zhao's chest like a bullet. "Master! Pavilion Master! Brother Ji!" The disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion and Huang Xiji all stared at this scene. The sword seal, like a bullet, pierced through space and time. Boom! The blue light suddenly converged at one point, blocking the sword seal. Liu Kuo was blasted backward. Liu Kuo stepped into the air, turned around, and retreated 10 meters. He raised his hand, and Lingshu returned to his palm. He glared at Lu Zhao. Can it block Lingshu? When Liu Kuo was in power, he had secretly tested the power of Lingshu. Lingshu was indeed a weapon that could shatter celestial-grade weapons. From then on, Liu Kuo blocked all information related to Lingshu, regarding it as his trump card. A mysterious expert once said that 9 leaves could not appear in this world, but if 9 leaves really appeared, he must be killed with this sword. The mysterious expert also left behind the incantation to activate the formation on Lingshu. Liu Kuo looked down at the red formation on the sword, and didn't hesitate anymore. For the sake of the world, for the sake of Great Yan, for the sake of the royal family, 9 leaves cannot exist. Liu Kuo attacked again, but the blue energy reappeared, enveloping Lu Zhao, forming a solid energy cage that was impossible to break. Clang! 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 Liu Kuo's figure flashed continuously, sometimes on the left, sometimes on the right, creating countless sword beams that struck the blue energy cage.
The sword beams were like a storm of wind and rain, the rhythm becoming increasingly dense. This scene was exactly like the sword moves of the sword demon Yu Shangrong.
"Your Majesty!" Su Sheng swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Gu Yuran said, "No wonder His Majesty dared to come to the Evil Sky Pavilion." Just then, Liu Guo suddenly stabilized his figure. The Ling Shu sword floated in front of him, and his palms came together.
Liu Guo began to chant the sword incantation, and the array patterns on the Ling Shu's body lit up. Liu Guo was overjoyed, his eyes like fire as he looked at Lu Zhu, and he said in a deep voice, "Go!" The sword beam bloomed, expanding several times, and then slashed fiercely at the energy cage. Boom! The sword energy burst out, hitting Liu Guo, Su Sheng, and Ji Yu Yuran in an instant, sending all three of them flying away.
Liu Guo was the closest, and the collision of sword energy almost hit his entire chest.
Liu Guo cried out in pain and spat out a mouthful of blood.
The sky became quiet again. The sword beams also disappeared, and the Ling Shu slowly fell to the ground with a clang. The array patterns on its body had become dim at this moment. Why is it like this? What the hell? Liu Guo's heart was full of doubts and horror. From beginning to end, Lu Zhao didn't even open his eyes, and didn't even make an attack. But Liu Guo couldn't even touch a single hair on Lu Zhao's head. Where is the problem after all? Huang Shiji observed from a distance, his heart also extremely complicated, muttering, "Brother Ji's methods are heaven-defying. What am I even doing here? Might as well just stand aside and watch the show." The four elders of the Evil Sky Pavilion were all dumbfounded, their mouths dry. No need to make a move at all? Pavilion Master is still closing his eyes. Is he sleeping? LOL. I have never admired anyone in my life, except for the Pavilion Master. In the sky above the Evil Sky Pavilion, the blue light almost merged with the blue sky. This Chad is OP. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Su Sheng and Ji Yu Yuran kept spinning in the air to reduce the force of the shock. Even so, the collision of sword energy still made their blood churn and their whole bodies tremble. The two barely endured their injuries and caught the flying Liu Guo. The three finally stabilized their figures, floating in the air, while Lu Zhu was still cross-legged, his eyes closed, his expression as natural and calm as if nothing had happened. No one could understand this scene. Ming Shiyin flew up into the air and shouted, "Hey! Hey, you three shameless old geezers! You can't even beat my master while he's sleeping, aren't you ashamed?"
Liu Guo raised his hand and gently stroked, trying to suppress the churning blood in his chest. Su Sheng and Ji Yu Yuran looked at the undamaged Lu Zhao in fear.
"Your Majesty, are you alright?" Su Sheng asked. "I'm fine." The chaotic qi in Liu Guo's body gradually calmed down.
They didn't bother to glance at Ming Shiyin. There was no need to waste time with the disciple who was only at the 5 leaves stage.
Continue. A hint of stubbornness appeared in Liu Guo's eyes. Su Sheng and Ji Yu Yuran wanted to retreat. Even the super heaven-grade Ling Shu couldn't break this strange power, so why continue fighting? This isn't even a battlefield. The battlefield needs willpower to boost morale, but what's the point of doing this now? But a minister dies for his ruler, and a son dies for his father. Liu Guo pointed to the blue light and said, "Look carefully." Su Sheng and Ji Yu Yuran opened their eyes wide and carefully observed. So that's it. That energy is decreasing. This is why Liu Guo still wants to continue fighting. He has discovered that the blue energy around Lu Zhu is being consumed. I am willing to charge forward. I am also willing to charge forward. The two hurriedly expressed their loyalty. Simps! Liu Guo raised his hand, and the Ling Shu sword lying on the ground resonated, and with a whoosh, it flew back into his palm. The array patterns on its body flashed, and then disappeared. It's been a long time since I fought side by side with you. The four elders all flew to the highest peak of the Evil Sky Pavilion to observe. The existence of the Super Heaven grade was beyond their expectations, and no one could help Lu Zhao at this time. They were all experienced people, so they understood very well what it meant to die in vain. Then we'll have to see if I agree or not. Huang Shiji stepped into the air and faced the three of them. Huang Shiji, if you want to die so much, then I will grant your wish. Ji Yu Yuran changed direction, turning his head to wink at Liu Guo and Su Sheng. Who the deer dies to is still unknown. Huang Shiji raised his hand, and a scepter-shaped energy seal appeared above his head. Immediately afterwards, the energy seal rotated and fired countless energy needles. Unexpectedly, Island Master Huang is a person who repays kindness, Pan Lishan said. Wait, hold up, damn. Who knew Island Master Huang was so good at returning favors? Said Pan Lishan. Y'all used your bare hands to lift Penglai Island. Talk about legendary. Looks like that good deed really paid off. The crowd nodded in praise. Huang Shiji was an 8-leaf expert. Dealing with Jiyu Yuran shouldn't be a problem. So what about Su Sheng and Liu Gua? Everyone turned to look. At this moment, Su Sheng flew towards Lu Zhao, palms out, spamming seals like crazy. It's the freaking Niao seals. Zuo Yushu shook her head. What a sly old fox. They saw that Big Bro's energy could be depleted, so they're intentionally using these low-level seals to wear him down. The shameless bastards. Hua Wu Dao turned to look at Ming Xinyin beside him, uttering the last sentence. Where's the shameless part? Doesn't matter. Just curse him. Ming Xinyin glared. Clang! 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 All the seals were blocked and shattered by Lu Zhao's blue energy. For a whole hour, Su Sheng relentlessly unleashed countless Niao seals. Boom! The blue energy sent him flying again. Su Sheng cried out in pain, retreating over 100 meters, shocked to the core. Old Freak Ji is already this strong before waking up. How are we going to deal with him when he's fully awake? Your Majesty, the energy's weakening. Even though Su Sheng was blown away, this attack proved that the depletion method was effective. Liu Gua nodded in satisfaction. Ling Shu in his hand vibrated slightly. He turned to look at Ji Yu Yiran and Huang Shiji who were fighting. The two were evenly matched, making it difficult to determine a winner in the short term. Su Sheng said solemnly, Your Majesty, don't worry about Commander Ji Yu. Commander Ji Yu and I are both Niao sect people, the type that gets fiercer the more they fight. I believe it won't be long before he defeats Huang Shiji. Good, Liu Gua replied. Raising his sword, the patterns on the sword glowed. Su Sheng also clasped his hands in front of him. Seals appeared. Your Majesty and I will advance and retreat together. Seeing this scene, the 4 elders of the Nether sect became serious. Sect Master's defensive energy seems to be weakening. Su Sheng and Liu Gua are trying every means to wear it down. How despicable. Let's make a move later to divert their attention. The 4 elders nodded to each other. Su Sheng and Liu Gua mobilized their primordial energy and flew towards Lu Zhao, seals filling the sky. Su Sheng wanted to use this to exhaust all of Lu Zhao's energy, creating an opportunity for Liu Gua to strike. As soon as the seals landed, a snowy figure suddenly flashed out from behind the cliff. Oh shit! The 8-leaf Dharma body appeared. Primordial energy erupted like mountains collapsing and seas overturning, shattering all the seals, causing them to fall to the ground like snowflakes. Su Sheng couldn't react in time and was sent flying backwards. Having already been injured several times by Lu Zhao's blue energy, Su Sheng suffered a great loss this time. His blood surged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Who is it? Liu Gua rushed over, turning his palm to block Su Sheng. The 10 zang tall 8-leaf Dharma body stood tall in front of Lu Zhu. The Dharma body shimmered with golden light. Beneath it, a golden lotus and 8 lotus leaves slowly rotated. The person standing inside the Dharma body was Ye Tiangxin, dressed in white. 6th senior sister, Ming Xinyin said in surprise. The 4 elders were also shocked by this scene. It's the 6th disciple of the Nether sect, Ye Tiangxin. 6th senior sis has advanced to 8 leaves. Zhu Honggong couldn't believe it. At the same time, in the martial arts training ground of the Nether sect, a group of female disciples gathered together, forming a phalanx, shouting in unison, Welcome back, Sect Master! They were once female disciples of the Yanyu Palace, only listening to Ye Tiangxin's orders. Now that Ye Tiangxin has advanced to 8 leaves and returned, how could they not be excited? Everyone's eyes were wet as they looked up at Ye Tiangxin. Ye Tiangxin didn't greet them. She knew she had more important matters to deal with. Liu Gua heard this and said, I really underestimated Brother Ji. I didn't expect Brother Ji to have such an amazing disciple. Ye Tiangxin, 8 leaves. His voice contained doubt, questioning, and surprised probing. Ye Tiangxin said coldly, Those who offend the Nether sect will be sentenced to death. The 8-leaf Dharma body erupted with a momentum like rivers overturning and seas collapsing. The Azure Sea Tide Surge technique surged wildly. Liu Gua held Ling Shu with both hands and slashed out. Su Sheng also exploded with primordial energy. You want to die? The 3 immediately engaged in a chaotic battle. Primordial energy intertwined in the sky, utter chaos. Part of the primordial energy that struck towards the Nether sect was blocked by the barrier of Golden Court Mountain. The Azure Sea Tide Surge technique is like a wave that stretches for tens of thousands of miles. When cast, it looks like a tide coming endlessly, sometimes as cold as ice, sometimes as boiling hot, making it difficult for opponents to defend. Ye Tianxin blocked the attacks of Liu Gua and Su Sheng. The amorous ring flickered back and forth, shattering Su Sheng's seals one by one. No wonder the Nether sect can shake the world. From eldest disciple Yu Zhanghai to second disciple Yu Shangrong, they are all figures that people admire. I didn't expect even a small sixth disciple to have such ability. Hua Wu Dao exclaimed in fear. Azure Sea Tide Surge technique, taking on two at once. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have found it hard to believe. In this urgent moment, let's wake up the sect master. As soon as these words were spoken, Leng Luo shook her head in rebuttal. No way! Why? Normally, when closing up for cultivation to the critical point, forcibly interrupting it will be completely counterproductive, causing the person to suffer a chi deviation, Leng Luo said. Are we just going to watch helplessly then? Everyone was anxious to death. This girl has just advanced to 8 leaves. She should be able to hold on for a while. The crowd sighed. They could only place their hopes on Ye Tianxin. In a battle of 8 leaves, those below 7 leaves can't intervene. It's meaningless, let alone that the highest cultivation among the people of the Nether sect present here is only Ming Xinyin at 5 leaves, not to mention 7 leaves. Clang, clang, clang. Each strand of primordial energy constantly intertwined in the sky. Every move of Ye Tianxin was extremely focused to the limit. But she was facing Liu Gua, who held the super celestial tier Ling Shu in his hand, and also an 8-leaf commander, Su Sheng, with extremely rich combat experience. Wanting to win was harder than ascending to heaven. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed, and the battle had reached the final stage. At this moment, Su Sheng saw that the blue energy around Lu Zhao's body was almost completely gone. Your Majesty, Old Freak Ji's protective primordial energy is about to disappear. Let me deal with her, Su Sheng said. All right. Liu Gua had also seen this. His opportunity had come. Su Sheng bit his fingertip. Fresh blood flowed onto the talisman in his hand. The golden talisman was immediately stained red with blood. Listen up, brat. Sumo ain't just flexing as one of the 8 great commanders. Yana, red-hot talisman seals filled the sky, morphing into a massive dragon, charging straight for Ye Tianxin. Ye Tianxin swung her Datian Huang, unleashing the Azure Sea Tidal Surge towards the giant dragon, like a dragon swimming on the sea surface. The intensity immediately cranked up several notches. Liu Kua remained unfazed. The crimson lines on Ling Shu exuded a dazzling light. Liu Kua levitated towards Lu Zhu. No way! Gotta stop him! That's the 8-petaled golden dragon Great Divine Power Talisman. This chick's playing. It too cool. Zuo Yushu was so anxious she was stomping her feet. The 4 elders of the Demon Heaven Pavilion simultaneously abandoned the protective barrier and flew straight towards Liu Kua. Liu Kua seemed to have anticipated this. His left hand unleashed several long seal imprints to block the elders, while his right hand firmly gripped the Ling Shu sword and slashed down. A cold fire ignited in Liu Kui's eyes as he said, Time for you to kick the bucket, G-bro. Just then, Ye Tianxin unleashed a flash of great divine power, rushing forward and striking the Ling Shu sword with a palm strike. Boom! Liu Kui raised an eyebrow. This palm strike diverted the Ling Shu sword, but the price Ye Tianxin paid was that the Golden Dragon Talisman seal was right on her tail. Boom! The Golden Dragon Talisman seal slammed directly into Ye Tianxin's back. It all happened in a split second, way too fast. Pfft! Ye Tianxin spat out a mouthful of blood. 6th disciple sister, 6th senior sister. Even though she was an 8-petaled cultivator, it was rare that she could withstand. Till now, she already tried her best. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the white-robed figure stained with red blood, gradually falling. Ye Tianxin's eyes remained fixed on Lu Zhao. In that instant, Ye Tianxin recalled a myriad of scenes from her childhood. She remembered ascending the mountain to learn her skills, the scenes of her fellow disciples playing together, the helplessness of having to leave the Demon Heaven Pavilion, and the feelings of anger and despair when her master crippled her cultivation. She had asked herself countless times if she regretted it. No matter the time, Ye Tianxin's answer remained as firm as ever. No regrets. Everything has cause and effect. All things must be reincarnated.
She must bear the karma she created. Yi Tianxin cracked a contented smile. It was all over. Su Sheng landed a successful blow, gloating loudly. Overestimated your own strength. Liu Qua was hit by Ye Tianxin's palm. The Lingzhu's sword was diverted, stabbing into the position on the left, 1 meter away from Lu Jiao. Just then, a blue lotus suddenly bloomed, with Lu Jiao at its center. The blue lotus expanded to its maximum. The enormous energy swept out from the opening lotus leaves. Liu Qua, standing in the middle, was immediately blown away, without a shred of ability to retaliate. The aftershock didn't stop, but continued to spread. The blue lotus energy also slammed into Su Sheng. Su Sheng and Liu Qua flew out into the distance like kites with broken strings, spewing fresh blood. At this moment, Lu Zhu, who was sitting cross-legged inside the blue lotus, suddenly opened his eyes. In that instant, his eyes were full of spirit, like bright stars in the night sky. Finally, the extraordinary power of the human scroll and the earth scroll successfully merged. Although the extraordinary power of the human scroll was almost exhausted, the extraordinary power of the earth scroll was overflowing in Lu Zhao's body. Successful closed-door cultivation, officially out. Only, the scene before him made him feel puzzled. Lu Zhao's gaze just happened to fall on the white-robed figure, stained with blood falling. His eyebrows furrowed, suspiciously saying, "Evil disciple?" The corner of Lu Zhao's eyes also saw Liu Qua and Su Sheng flying backwards. Huh? Why are you guys injured? Liu Qua and Su Sheng were blasted away. Lu Zhao slowly levitated up. Eyes swept all around. Lu Zhao saw the 4 elders, also saw the disciples, saw the female disciples kneeling in the square in front of the Demon Heaven Pavilion's main hall. Ye Tianxin fell, crashing into the smooth as glass barrier of Golden Court Mountain. Her body slid down to the cliff. The white robe was now stained red. Lu Zhao raised an eyebrow, and scenes from before immediately appeared in his mind. Everything that had just happened was like a movie being replayed in his brain. Even though he was old and had a stable temperament, at this moment, Lu Zhao was also turning purple with anger. Lu Zhao dashed down, his hand lifted, striking Yi Tianxin with a palm of demonic palm print. Ye Tianxin was still sliding down the mountain. Her hazy eyes looked towards the handprint. How familiar this scene was. Back then, in the battle at Qingyang Mountain, Master had also used this move to capture her and cripple her cultivation. The only difference was that this time, the demonic palm print lifted her up, floating in mid-air. Lu Zhao felt Ye Tianxin's life force was draining away quickly. Ye Tianxin struggled to raise her head, softly whispering, "Master, no regrets." Lu Zhao finally opened his mouth. "Repaying kindness with your life, you've never regretted it," Yi Tianxin tremblingly replied. Lu Zhao shook his head and said, "This old man expelled you from the sect. You don't hate me?" "No, I don't hate you." Her life force continued to drain away. In just a moment, her black hair had turned completely white. Ye Tianxin's consciousness gradually became blurred. The power of the golden dragon talisman seal stirred in her body. She felt her mouth was bitter, and her tongue was dry. Lu Zhao raised his hand. A source of energy with life force bloomed, temporarily stabilizing the life force in Ye Tianxin's body. But her life was still constantly being consumed. Lu Zhao realized that Ye Tianxin might die. "Master, don't waste your vital energy. Great calamity is still ahead." Ye Tianxin struggled to open her mouth and said, "Disciple has a lot of things to say to Master. Unfortunately, there's no more time." Her breathing became faint. The power in the Golden Dragon Talisman Seal was beyond everyone's imagination. Several female disciples of Yanyu Palace knelt on the ground, sobbing. The 4 elders of the Demon Heaven Pavilion were also silent. "Rest well, you can't die," Lu Zhao said. "Before I die, disciple wants to beg Master for one thing," Ye Tianxin said intermittently. "What is it?" "Disciple wants to return to the Demon Heaven Pavilion. Disciple no longer has a home to return to. Begging Master to agree." Ye Tianxin struggled to sit up, kneeling in midair. The fatal wound could not suppress her tough will. She bowed deeply to him. A teacher for a day, a father for life. All eyes were on them, filled with anticipation, awaiting the Grand Master of the Evil Sky Pavilion's answer. People's hearts are soft like that. Who wouldn't be moved by such a scene? Master and disciple, old and young, kneeling and standing. Time seemed to stretch on forever before Lu Zhao casually uttered a single word. "All right." Ye Tianxin smiled, then closed her eyes and fell. Lu Zhao waved his sleeve, and the karmic seal acted like a small boat, catching her and bringing her inside the barrier. The four elders immediately mobilized their primal chi to receive Ye Tianxin. Lu Zhao turned his gaze from Ye Tianxin to look at Liu Guo and Su Sheng, who had flown far away. Su Sheng was badly injured, but still had the strength for a fight. His eyes filled with apprehension. Liu Guo flew far away but was unharmed, except for his slightly disheveled hair. Nothing to worry about. Lu Zhao slowly floated into the air, his face extremely cold, staring at the two people standing in the distance. Lu Zhao was too lazy to think about why Liu Guo and Su Sheng didn't run away, and still dared to confront him. Lu Zhao had already seen the sword in Liu Guo's hand, the Luthanshu sword. Liu Guo also met Lu Zhao's gaze. There was no turning back now. Liu Guo was about to open his mouth when he heard Lu Zhao grit out each word. "Giving you face, but you don't want it." As he spoke, Lu Zhao rushed down. The crowd exclaimed, their eyes shining, their spirits lifted, watching the Grand Master display the style of a nine-leaf expert. No matter who the enemy was, they completely believed in Lu Zhao. "Since you don't want to live, what's the point of keeping you around?" Lu Zhao raised his hand and punched towards Liu Guo and Su Sheng. Su Sheng's face turned red, his fighting spirit soared. A veteran like him, who had spent many years on the battlefield, had never feared death. Waving his palms, Su Sheng exploded with astral chi. "Your Majesty, step back. Let me use my fist against his." Lu Zhao's fist was covered with a blue karmic seal. The two fists collided, one gold and one blue. The collision created a sharp wave of astral chi. The outcome was beyond doubt. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. Su Sheng's right arm was severed and flew away. His entire body was sent flying, past Liu Guo, and slammed into the ground, creating a cloud of dust. Liu Guo didn't catch Su Sheng, but stared in shock at Lu Zhao's punch. "You can refine your fist to such an extreme? Could he be a body refinement cultivator who has reached the extreme?" The Ji Tiandao that Liu Guo knew wasn't skilled in fist techniques. Why was this punch so strong? The dust gradually dissipated, and the vision became clear. In the pit, Su Sheng used his remaining hand to cover his shoulder where his arm was missing, coughing violently. Pieffed! He coughed up blood from his serious injuries, staining his chest red, staining the ground red. Lu Zhao said indifferently, "Do you really like bullying my disciple?" Su Sheng's whole body was in pain. He felt his life slowly slipping away, unable to withstand a single blow. Lu Zhao mocked him mercilessly. Su Sheng laid on his back, looking at the sky, his aura weak, unable to move. "Living is just asking for a beating." Liu Guo frowned, gripping the Luthanshu sword tightly. "Brother Ji, you're not worthy!" Lu Zhao's figure flashed, interrupting Liu Guo. The nameless sword appeared in his palm, wrapped in sword chi. Liu Guo's face darkened, raising the Luthanshu to meet it. A cold light appeared as the nameless and Luthanshu collided. "End this in one move." The two hovered in the air, back to back. Liu Guo's arm was still holding the Luthanshu sword horizontally. This sword is called Luxianshu, super long, and has formation patterns engraved on it specifically to restrain the power of 9 leaves. "You lose!" As soon as he finished speaking, crack! The Luthanshu sword cracked, then broke in half. Huh? The crisp sound of the sword cracking made Liu Guo's heart tremble. He turned his head to look, his eyes widening in disbelief. What just happened? Liu Guo's heart sank to the bottom. He retracted his arm, examining it carefully. Only half of the Luthanshu sword remained in Liu Guo's hand. Liu Guo suddenly turned to look at Lu Zhao. Lu Zhao held the nameless sword in his right hand, his back to Liu Guo, the nameless sword radiating dark black runes. "What weapon is that?" Liu Guo exclaimed in shock. Lu Zhao ignored him, flipped his palm, and the nameless sword immediately shot down, the blade wrapped in sparkling blue light. The speed increased. Liu Guo followed the sword's direction, suddenly realizing. "Stop it!" As he spoke, Liu Guo rushed towards Lu Zhao, throwing a palm strike. The blue palm print sent Liu Guo flying. The nameless sword descended from the sky like a meteor, the sword chi suddenly expanding, piercing straight into Su Sheng's chest. Boom! Su Sheng was already seriously injured and had no strength left to stop the sword. The nameless sword pierced through Su Sheng, pinning him to the ground. "I'll take this life of yours, Su Sheng." Ding! Killed a target, gaining 1,500 merit points. Liu Guo, who was sent flying by a palm strike,
suddenly realized that Liu Xiao's power had far exceeded his imagination. Liu Guo's eyes were filled with disbelief. Gripping the remaining half of the Luanshu sword to stabilize himself, he lowered his head to look at Su Sheng, who had been killed by the nameless sword. Why? I'm doing this for the world, for Great Yan, for the common people. Why? Why must you break through to 9 leaves? Liu Guo asked 3 questions in a row. And even a steady and experienced person like Liu Guo was now in a state of extreme emotional turmoil. Lu Zhu glanced at him indifferently, his mouth full of sophistry. I'll take this life of yours. With a slight wave of his hand, the nameless sword in Su Sheng's chest shot up, flying back into Liu Xiao's palm. Sword chi transformed. Liu Xiao stepped into the air and flew towards Liu Guo, his long sword trembling. Liu Guo pointed his hand at his dantian and qi si. His majestic primal qi erupted, and the formation patterns on the Luxianzhu sword began to burn fiercely. Liu Guo spewed a mouthful of blood onto his sword, and the Lingshu sword glowed with a sinister red light. This young master didn't want to do this, but Jibro forced my hand. Guess we gotta go all in. The 2 swords clashed again, just like before. A blue seal appeared on Liu Xiao, but the Lingshu sword pierced through it. The nameless sword also pierced Liu Guo's protective qi, all in the blink of an eye. Liu Guo looked down and saw that his protective qi was shredded, his vitality leaking out like a deflating balloon. He turned to Liu Xiao. The blue seal only had a scratch, but it quickly closed up. Liu Guo lost again. He was stunned, his fingers trembling, gripping the Lingshu sword so hard his knuckles turned white. Liu Xiao spoke again. Is that all you got? And you dared to provoke me? Liu Guo gritted his teeth and ordered, Open the Yang formation! Yes, sir! 2 guards hastily reopened it. Huh? This time, a bunch of talisman papers appeared, all engraved with glowing red patterns. They flew towards Liu Guo faster than a cultivator using a major divine ability. The talismans stuck to Liu Guo and covered him, even merging into his flesh. WTF? The remaining red patterns on half of the Lingshu sword also flew over, merging into Liu Guo's body. Now he looked like a glowing mummy. Liu Xiao looked at the talismans on Liu Guo and said calmly, You finally used it. Liu Guo's voice became deep and muffled. This talisman was left behind by a mysterious expert. This young master will become immortal. I'm not afraid of you. Liu Zhu shook his head. I thought it was some kind of treasure, but it's just evil sorcery. Enough's enough. Liu Guo said, Jibro, seems you've forgotten that the 9-leaf world is inherently evil. Otherwise, why would you seal your own memories? Ha ha. You know about the memory crystal ball? This young master won't allow anyone to break through 9 leaves, even if you're an old friend. I've warned you once, and I can warn you again. And if that doesn't work, then die. As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Guo burst forth, so fast he left only a red afterimage. To the exclamations of the Demon Heaven Pavilion, Liu Guo broke through the air and charged towards Liu Xiao. Just when everyone thought they'd have an epic battle, Liu Xiao suddenly raised his hand, his 5 fingers stretching forward. A blue light appeared on his palm, turning into a massive palm print, grabbing Liu Guo and clenching shut. Liu Xiao felt an extraordinary power continuously draining away. Clearly, Liu Guo had become much stronger. His palm print was consuming nearly 1/4 of his extraordinary power. Immortal? Lu Zhu looked at Liu Guo, clamped in his palm. 2 talismans had seeped into Liu Guo's face, obscuring his features, making him look extremely creepy. You can't kill me. Wanna bet? Snap? The crisp sound of bones breaking echoed, sending shivers down everyone's spines. No one knew how strong 9 Leaves truly was, but after seeing all the Pavilion Master's tricks, the Demon Heaven Pavilion believed it was the power of 9 Leaves. Either nothing happens, or it's world-ending. Through the palm print, Liu Xiao could feel the Great Void Palm, transformed into the Devil's Palm, twisting Liu Guo's organs and crushing his bones. But he didn't hear any system notifications. The palm print dissipated, and Liu Guo fell straight to the ground, still not dead. Liu Xiao observed him. Should I use a lethal strike card? But that's not cost-effective. Liu Xiao had about 1/4 of his extraordinary power left. At this moment, a red light flashed on Liu Guo's body, and the broken bones returned to their original positions. His organs also returned to normal. Ming Xinyin, observing from afar, was dumbfounded. What kind of evil sorcery is that? Disgusting! The Great Yan had never seen anyone cultivating resurrection techniques like this. Even witchcraft needed a living person to manipulate it, using formations to control puppets.
Turning oneself into an immortal was unheard of. The patterns on his body looked similar to the ones on the Newly people's coffin. Could the alien races have developed this sorcery? Impossible. If the alien races possessed such a technique, they would have used it on a large scale to conquer the Great Yan long ago. The crowd nodded, unable to comprehend. Liu Guo's methods were beyond everyone's expectations. Lu Xiao was also observing the mummy gradually recovering. Cough! Liu Guo spat out a mouthful of blood and took a deep breath. He wasn't bothered by his current situation, but instead smiled excitedly. The talisman worked. He really became immortal. This proves that the mysterious expert was telling the truth. Liu Guo looked up at the sky and laughed. Ha ha ha! I'm immortal. Lu Ju recalled a sentence written in a book by the person inside the coffin. No one can live forever. So Lu Zhao observed from the air, thinking about where Liu Guo's weakness lay. After thinking for a moment, Lu Zhu said, "You revere the expert's words so much, you must have heard him say that no one in this world can live forever." Liu Guo was shocked, his eyes wide as he looked at Lu Zhao in the sky. You've met him too?" Lu Zhao saw the red patterns on Liu Guo's body constantly flashing, and he raised his hand. The nameless sword floated in front of him, its body faintly showing dark black runes. Red and black are opposites. Lu Zhao recalled the inscription in the Sword Cemetery Mausoleum, remembering the tomb of Emperor Yongshao. Liu Guo asked, "You were in the Sword Cemetery Mausoleum for a long time?" Liu Guo stood up and said calmly, "To cultivate an immortal body, one must absorb a lot of yin and yang energy." "No wonder," Lu Zhao nodded. "The body is a container. If you want to bear more power, then of course the container must be stronger." The black energy on the inscription seemed not much different from the red energy on these patterns. Liu Guo spread his arms and looked up to the sky. "The truth has proven that I have successfully cultivated and become immortal." It's a little early to say that. Lu Zhao clasped his hands together, pouring the last 1/4 of the extraordinary power in his body into the nameless sword. The nameless sword immediately condensed qi into sword energy, and hundreds of sword beams crisscrossing the sky immediately descended. Liu Guo looked up, wanting to dodge, but found that his entire body was locked in place. "Haha, Ji Tiandao, this young master's lifespan should have ended long ago, but I'm still alive thanks to these talismans absorbing life force. I knew the secret of the golden lotus absorbing people's lifespans 300 years ago, but I didn't tell you. What can you do to me?" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thousands of sword beams pierced through Liu Guo's chest, and all sound ceased. The nameless sword returned to Lu Zhao's palm. Lu Zhao looked at the sword. The black runes were still there, only slightly diminished. Liu Guo lowered his head, staring at the gaping hole in his chest. The red veins didn't reappear, the wound didn't heal, and fresh blood gushed out, dripping onto the ground. No, Liu Guo couldn't believe it. Lu Zhao descended, standing face to face with Liu Guo. Truth has proven, no one is unkillable. Liu Guo looked around, his eyes filled with blurriness and panic. Everything was drifting away from him. The beautiful land, the common people, all things in the world were fading fast, and the wound still wouldn't heal. Liu Guo staggered back a few steps, as if facing an army of heavenly soldiers charging towards him. He flailed his arms wildly, screaming like a madman, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Occasionally he cried out in fear, "Don't come any closer! Don't come any closer!" Fresh blood stained the ground, turning everywhere he stepped red. "I will not die. I can't die. You're lying to me. You're lying to me." Liu Guo's voice grew hoarse, his movements stiffening. Blood flowed from all 7 orifices, 2 lines of bloody tears streaming from Liu Guo's eye sockets. Lu Zhao didn't continue his attack, but indifferently watched him. Liu Guo suddenly said, "Did I make a mistake?" Lu Zhao didn't answer, remaining silent for a moment. Liu Guo seemed to have figured things out and chuckled a few times. He clasped his hands behind his back, looking arrogant, raised his face to the sky, and said calmly, "Brother Ji, see me off. As for the crystal ball, go look for it at the Lulan royal clan. I'll help you succeed." Lu Zhao waved his hand, and a massive palm print descended from the sky. Liu Guo maintained his imperial posture, arms outstretched, head held high, a smile on his face. "I only hope that in my next life, I can be your friend." OMFH! The 5 fingers pressed down with ultimate power, Liu Guo turned to dust. Perfect kill on 1 target.
earning 2,000 merit points. At the same time, Huang Shiji and Ji Yu Yuran fought from the foot of Jinting Mountain to the west. Who knows how long they'd been fighting. The two unleashed attack after attack, their yuanqi almost completely depleted, yet they were still locked in a stalemate. Ji Yu Yuran glared at Huang Shiji. Huang Shiji, you old fart. If I don't kill you, I swear I'm not a human. Huang Shiji sat on the ground, laughing loudly. I'm so scared of you. The Haoran Tiangang of the Confucian school looks gentle, but in reality, it's extremely fierce. The combination of softness and strength creates a sense of righteousness. Therefore, countless cultivators love cultivating Confucian school techniques. Among the 8 great commanders of the divine capital, Su Sheng and Ji Yu Yuran are both Confucian masters. Ji Yu Yuran always follows military orders. Emperor Yongshu conquered foreign races, creating a peaceful and prosperous era. For the sake of the world, for Dian, for the common people, Ji Yu Yuran absolutely will not forgive those who want to disrupt His Majesty's great cause. When Ji Yu Yuran unleashed Haoran Tiangang, the air filled with gang seals, instantly forming a dragon seal field. With Ji Yu Yuran's loud shout, the golden dragon seal flew towards Huang Shiji. Huang Shiji widened his eyes, gritted his teeth, and went all out to respond, simultaneously unleashing gang seals to form a wall in front of it. Boom! The golden dragon seal collided with the wall of gang seals, shattering the wall in an instant. Huang Shiji couldn't help but retreat. Fu Yin golden dragons keep on attacking. At this point, every move they make is a death sentence. One wrong step, and you're screwed for life. Ji Yu Yuran swoops in, exchanges a few blows with the golden dragons, whose eyes flash with huge glyphs. Huang Shixi frowns, bracing himself. Huang Shixi, you fell for it! The Fu Yin golden dragon suddenly splits into 2, ambushing Huang Shixi from both sides. Boom! By the time the strike lands, it's too late for Huang Shixi to dodge. Before the iron seals on his hands can even be unleashed, he gets hammered by the golden dragons. Huang Shixi gets sent flying, staggering as he lands. Ji Yu Yuran nods in satisfaction, 2 Fu Yin golden dragons circling around him. Is that all you got, Island Master Huang? Ji Yu Yuran, bro, I'm already 9 leaves. Why are you guys still being stubborn? Huang Shixi grits his teeth through the pain, trying to talk some sense. Old fool! If His Majesty wasn't confident, he wouldn't waltz into the tiger's den. Liu Gua is also 9 leaves? Huang Shixi asks in shock. There can't be 9 leaves in this world, it's not allowed. I've said what needs to be said. Time to send you on your way. Ji Yu Yuran wastes no more words. The 2 Fu Yin golden dragons merge into one, a golden dragon swirling and flying towards Huang Shixi. This old man isn't afraid of death. Huang Shixi unleashes his vital energy. Just as Huang Shixi prepares to go all out to block this attack, a profound sound descends from the heavens. The sound is too distinct, grabbing both of their attention. In the sky, a jade-green blade spins as it falls, at breakneck speed. The spinning blade carries a fierce gale, unlike any other blade. Most importantly, the blade's target is the Fu Yin golden dragon. Before impact, the blade suddenly unleashes its blade aura. Shing! The Fu Yin golden dragon is cleaved in 2, instantly shattering like glass and dissolving into nothingness. The backlash from the Fu Yin golden dragon's destruction makes Ji Yu Yuran's face change. He's forced to retreat more than 10 steps, stomping his feet hard on the ground to barely stabilize himself. Ji Yu Yuran is terrified, staring at the blade before him. After cleaving the Fu Yin golden dragon in 2, it spins twice and plunges into the ground, the sunlight reflecting off its gleaming edge, creating a dazzling light. Anyone with eyes knows this blade is extraordinary. Heavenly tier weapons can all break vital energy, that's been the case since forever, but there are only a handful of blades in the world that can slice through Fu Yin golden dragons like that, and only one person in the world who owns a jade green blade like this. A name pops into both of their heads at the same time. Yu Zhenghai, only the chief disciple of the Devil Sky Pavilion, sect master of the Underworld sect, the 8 leaves expert sweeping across the cultivation world, Yu Zhenghai, could pull off something like this. Ji Yu Yuran instantly panics. He can't help but look up at the sky, and, as expected, Yu Zhenghai, in a blue robe, hands clasped behind his back, is slowly descending. Yu Zhenghai touches down, the ripple of vital energy spreading in all directions, the Bi Yao sword resonating and flying up, circling before returning to his hand. Ji Yu Yuran swallows hard. They're both 8 leaves, But there are levels to this, even though he's one of the 8 great commanders. When facing Yu Zhenghai, his aura and cultivation are weaker by a mile. Ji Yu Yuran doesn't want to fight such a powerful enemy. He doesn't even want to see Yu Zhenghai. Yu Zhenghai slowly looks at Ji Yu Yuran, nonchalantly asking, Ji Yu Zhenghai. Yu Zhenghai suddenly waves his hand, unleashing a palm strike. Ji Yu Yuran hurriedly raises his arms to block, retreating 3 steps. Yu Zhenghai shakes his head. One of the 8 great commanders? You? Yu Zhenghai charges again. This palm strike forces Ji Yu Yuran to use both hands to block, his entire body staggering back 5 steps. Yu Zhenghai says grimly, "Dare to provoke the Devil Sky Pavilion, huh?" Ha! Another palm strike. This time, Ji Yu Yuran borrows the force to retreat, stepping on thin air, turning, and running away. Run! From the moment he saw Yu Zhenghai, Ji Yu Yuran knew he couldn't win. Only running away was the best option, the only way to save his life. He strains to fly into the sky, his 8 leaves Dharma body radiating majestic vital energy. The fight's not over yet. Where do you think you're going? Yu Zhenghai waves the Biyao sword, which flies out in a spiral, far faster than Ji Yu Yuran. Halfway there, the Biyao sword, carrying vital energy, transforms into a giant Great Xuan Heaven windmill. Xuan Tian Starburst. Trees within 100 meters are all chopped to pieces. The Xuan Tian Starburst slams into Ji Yu Yuran's Dharma body, tearing a gash in it. Ji Yu Yuran has no choice but to retract his Dharma body, landing on the ground, his face filled with shock as he warily eyes Yu Zhenghai. "I don't want to fight you," Ji Yu Yuran says as he retreats. "You think you can just decide not to fight?" Yu Zhenghai walks slowly towards him, hands clasped behind his back. That's really hilarious. Ji Yu Yuran is one of the 8 great commanders. Yu Zhenghai is the sect, master of the underworld. Sect. They're bound to meet again in Shendu. As enemies, how can they not fight? Ji Yu Yuran grits his teeth. "I admit your cultivation is higher than mine, but if I fight to the death, you might not get away unscathed." Yu Zhenghai looks at Ji Yu Yuran like a wolf eyeing a tasty morsel. "Then let's see." Yu Zhenghai waves his hand, the Biyao sword circling as it flies out. Blade subdues the mountains and rivers. Several streams of blade aura fly towards Ji Yu Yuran with strange trajectories. Ji Yu Yuran didn't expect Yu Zhenghai to just attack. His face changes, clasping his hands together. Majestic heavenly vitality appears. But at this moment, Yu Zhenghai's figure flashes, using a powerful divine ability, so his speed surpasses the Biyao sword. In the blink of an eye, he's in front of Ji Yu Yuran, unleashing a palm strike. Boom! The palm strike hits Ji Yu Yuran's chest. Ji Yu Yuran's body slides along the ground, blood surging, struggling to breathe. He crashes into a tree before finally stopping. The Biyao sword doesn't continue its attack, but flies back. Ji Yu Yuran clutches his chest, looking at the sect master of the underworld sect in disbelief. Yu Zhenghai's fighting style is fierce, but also skilled and experienced. A dignified member of the 8 great commanders bullying an old man. Don't you feel ashamed? Ji Yu Yuran really wants to say, I'm also an old man. Yu Zhenghai's words also make Huang Shixi feel embarrassed. Yu Zhenghai steps forward again. Ji Yu Yuran says with bloodshot eyes, "You only know how to take advantage of people in difficult situations. I, the sect leader, will give you 3 moves." Yu Zhenghai extended his left hand in an inviting gesture. "You want to humiliate me?" Ji Yu Yuran finally realized that with Yu Zhenghai's strength, he could have straight up murdered him on the spot. But he didn't. Yep. Yu Zhenghai nodded. A warrior would rather die than be humiliated. Some people just ain't worth respecting. You're good. Ji Yu Yuran was at his limit. No escape. Utter despair. Ji Yu Yuran took a deep breath, raised his right hand, and stared at his palm. He gradually calmed down, his eyes becoming sharp, seemingly indifferent to life and death. "I've never used this move before. If sect leader Yu wants to force my hand, I have no choice. I just hope it'll satisfy you." He raised his hand and pointed at his dantian. His chi began to burn fiercely. The Haoran heavenly chi, like raging flames, began to expand. Ji Yu Yuran's eyes went wide. his bones and muscles gradually changing.
Seeing this, Huang Shiji exclaimed, "Sect leader you should dodge." Yu Zhenghai ignored Huang Shiji's advice, simply looking at Ji Yu Yiran with indifference. Yu Zhenghai had seen countless experts in his life. The three schools of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism each had their strengths. He'd seen so many experts show off their unique skills that he was past caring.
The Haoran heavenly chi continued to burn, Ji Yu Yiran's aura growing stronger and stronger. But just as he was about to launch his attack, the jade green blade suddenly bloomed into a petal. Whoosh! The jade green blade cleanly slashed across Ji Yu Yiran's neck, the speed so fast it was a blur. The fight ended. Yu Zhenghai didn't even look at Ji Yu Yiran's corpse, nonchalantly turning and walking towards the Demon Sky Pavilion. Huang Shiji was utterly baffled. That's all Ji Yu Yiran could do? Only when Ji Yu Yiran's head slowly slid off his neck and rolled on the ground did Huang Shiji, even as the island master of Penglai, gasp in shock. He couldn't bear to look anymore, and turned to follow Yu Zhenghai.
Don't underestimate what he just did. Ji Yu Yiran was burning his essence in Qi Si.
If he actually managed to unleash that attack, killing him would have been a pain. I ain't got time for his boring games. He was gonna die anyway. Might as well end him with one strike, Yu Zhenghai explained as he walked.
Sect leader Yu's methods are divine, truly eye-opening, Huang Shiji replied, then suddenly stopped, turning to look at Huang Shixiong. How's your brother doing lately?
Huang Shiji had helped Yu Zhenghai a lot, so naturally he had to show some concern. Huang Shiji smiled and replied, "Thanks to your help, he used his hands to prop up Penglai Island. My island has escaped the boiling waters." "That's good." Of course, it was also thanks to sect leader Yu's timely rescue. That Ji Yu Yiran guy was a tough cookie, Huang Shiji said.
Yu Zhenghai laughed heartily. "We're brothers, Huang Xiang. Calling me sect leader Yu sounds distant." Huang Shiji was slightly stunned. He didn't mind being brothers with Yu Zhenghai, but the problem was he also called Ji Tiandao Ji Tiang. Wouldn't that mess up their seniority?
Yu Zhenghai understood Huang Shiji's dilemma, so he patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry about it. The master is the master. We are we." Okay. He agreed, but Huang Shiji still felt weird. Yu Zhenghai chuckled. "So you came straight here from Yanzhou?" Huang Shiji asked. "That's right. How's the Demon Sky Pavilion doing?" The two were now flying through the air. "Not too optimistic." Huang Shiji shook his head and sighed. "The Everlasting Emperor isn't dead yet? It seems he's grasped some extremely evil method to prolong his life. Ji Zhong is still in seclusion and can't fight. The others aren't strong enough. I'm afraid their lives are in danger," Huang Shiji explained. Yu Zhenghai immediately said in a deep voice, "Huang Xiang, I'll go ahead." Without waiting for Huang Shiji's reply, Yu Zhenghai's figure flashed, instantly traveling hundreds of miles. Using several great divine power techniques in succession, left Huang Shiji in awe.
Huang Shiji wasn't in a hurry. The primal chi in his body was almost completely exhausted. Going back to the Demon Sky Pavilion wouldn't help much.
The Demon Sky Pavilion had finally regained its former glory. This was what a senior disciple should look like. Huang Shiji suddenly remembered his eldest disciple, Jiang Aijian, and immediately muttered a few words of disdain. That stinky brat. Comparing people is truly infuriating. On Penglai Island, achoo, who's talking smack about me? Jiang Aijian woke up with a start, jumping to his feet.
Li Jinyi was standing in front of him, smiling sweetly, holding a feather and tickling his nose. "Still sleeping in? Lazy bum," Li Jinyi said. Jiang Aijian waved away the feather, pouting. "Don't mess with your senior brother, Shimei. The battle in Yanzhou is about to erupt. Hurry up and give me some pointers." Ever since Li Jinyi entered the palace and joined the army, becoming Wei Zhuoyan's confidant, Jiang Aijian had been guiding her. Thanks to Li Jinyi's help, Wei Zhuoyan was able to become the commander of the three armies.
Later, Wei Zhuoyan died, and a fake Wei Zhuoyan took his place, but his status wasn't as high as before. However, Li Jinyi's position remained unchanged. Old Man Ji has done us a great favor. Of course we have to side with him. Wei Zhuoyan will listen to the people in the palace, so you can just play the disappearing act and let him flounder, Jiang Aijian said. "Aren't you worried about the royal family?" Li Jinyi asked. After all, Jiang Aijian was the third prince of Great Yan. "Not interested," Jiang Aijian said nonchalantly, then leaned his head back against the chair, tilting his head and continuing to sleep. "If Master comes back, remember to let me know. This seat of masters is really comfortable. I need to get some more sleep. At the South Pavilion, Master, 6th Shime's condition isn't good. If it continues like this, I'm afraid.
Ming Shiyin had examined Ye Tiangxin and was very worried. Lu Jiao looked at Ming Shiyin. Old Fourth, go down the mountain and tidy up a bit. If anyone comes, report back quickly. Disciple obeys. Ming Shiyin turned and left. Zuo Yushu then spoke up. The golden dragon seal is extremely vicious. We must dissolve the power of the golden dragon in her body to restore her vitality. But I'm afraid it's too late. Lang Luo recalled the scene of the pavilion master treating Princess Yongning and said, why doesn't the pavilion master try using his treatment methods? Lu Zhao glanced at Lang Luo and said, if there's nothing else, everyone, leave. Yes. The group bowed respectfully and left the South Pavilion, leaving only the female disciples kneeling on the ground, kowtowing to Lu Zhao. Lu Zhao glanced at them and said calmly, Yi Tiangxin is my disciple. I won't let her die. Li. Yep. The female disciples peace out, and the Southern Pavilion finally chills out. Lu Zhao strolls into the room and spots Ye Tiangxin, hair totally white, passed out cold. Lu Zhao raises an eyebrow and a hand. Boom! A souped-up Desperate Measures card appears, and Lu Zhao crushes that sucker. Light sprinkles on Ye Tiangxin, and magical energy seeps into her bod, soothing her jacked-up meridians. The corrosive power of that golden dragon talisman gets yeeted from her system. Internal injuries? Gonzo. Faster than you can say healing plot armor? This souped-up Desperate Measures card is seriously OP. The healing sesh wraps up after a whole hour, but Desperate Measures only restores 60% of the damage. Still, better than Newton. Gotta pull some extra tricks out of my hat to fully patch her up. Lu Zhao slowly reaches out, the healing divine power incantation popping up in his head. Blue Lotus, SOWSUP, landing on Ye Tiangxin. Raw vitality floods out of the Southern Pavilion, invading the main hall, Eastern Pavilion, and Northern Pavilion. Nearby disciples of the Demon Heaven Pavilion are like moths to a flame looking up at the Southern Pavilion. Yanhair and Hai Luo Chilin, on the roof of the Southern Pavilion, also turn their heads. Masters healing 6th senior sister, Yan Ke says, all excited. 6th senior sister's a badass, Hai Luo chimes in. Yeah, all the female cultivators on the mountain used to be her underlings. Even though 6th senior sister's a big deal, her past is a total sob story. Oh snap. The 4 elders in the Southern Pavilion also crane their necks. Zuo Yushu gets shook by the strong life force. She remembers the last time the 4 elders summoned their avatars to sustain the Blue Lotus energy. This time's life force? Totally on another level. Looks like Pavilion Master's cultivation has leveled up again. They exchange glances. 9 Leaves has arrived. The cultivation world's entered the Golden Lotus chopping era. Betcha someone will be trying to reach 9 Leaves soon. Us old fogies better get our act together. But is there really a 10 Leaves Hoa Wu Dao after 9 Leaves? Someone asks, full of doubt. The other 3 elders are shooketh. Zuo Yushu says, I once read a classic text in the Confucian School's Scripture Pavilion. It talked about cultivators from the body-tempering realm to the profound connection realm, coagulation realm, myriad sea realm, divine court realm, and then the primordial spirit realm. From the profound connection realm, you open your avatar, in order. Initial Tai Chi formation, dual polarity creation, 3 flowers gathering on the crown, 4 symbols roaming, 5 energies ascending, 6 lines separating and combining, 7 stars shifting souls, 8 laws circulating, 9 revolutions of yin and yang, 10 directions of universe, 100 tribulations illuminating. When you open the avatar of 100 tribulations illuminating, you condense a golden lotus, bloom the lotus leaves, and reach the heavenly borders Ba Sha at 10 leaves, but I don't remember the rest. The great sects all have some ancient texts. Many texts record the division of cultivation realms after 100 tribulations illuminating, such as the avatar of myriad flows supreme. It's just that humanity today has formed different kinds of truths. Anything outside of those truths is considered fabricated, not real. Some storytellers like to exaggerate and often bring up the heavenly borders Ba Sha and the avatar of myriad flows supreme. So these things are all classified by the cultivation world as realms that only exist in stories. Hoa Wu Dao nods. What we can confirm is that the 9 Leaves avatar is higher than the 8 Leaves Nanzang. If 10 Leaves is really the heavenly borders Bao Sha, then it will definitely be even more terrifying. Old Hoka, it's too early to talk about the heavenly borders Bakesha K.
How can that realm be easily broken through?
Pavilion Master hasn't been promoted to 9 Leaves for long. I guess the recent retreat was to stabilize the 9 Leaves realm,
Pan Lixin says. And everyone agrees. Lang Luo looks up at Ye Tianxin's room in the southern pavilion, and doesn't speak until that life force disappears.
Isn't severing the Golden Lotus the only way? Pavilion Master once said that severing the Golden Lotus is just one of the methods, but if you don't sever the Golden Lotus, it's very difficult to advance to 9 Leaves. How many years have passed in the cultivation world without anyone succeeding? Pan Lixin says. How can you conclude that no one has succeeded without experiencing it yourself? Perhaps some 9-leaf masters disappeared because of some special reasons.
Lang Luo says. And as soon as this guess is made, the other elders get startled, their hair standing on end. At the same time, Lu Jiao pulls back his hand, looking towards Ye Tianxin. This one move of the heavenly writing divine power has completely used up the extraordinary power in his body. Before he had the Earth Scroll, 1/3 of the extraordinary power in the human scroll could kill a 7-leaf expert, but killing an 8-leaf would require using more than half of the extraordinary power. After the retreat, the human scroll and Earth Scroll completely merged, which means that Lu Zhu can use twice the extraordinary power. At the same time, the heavenly writing's divine powers have also become stronger. Ye Tianxin's 6 internal organs and 5 visceras have been healed, but he can't restore that white hair. How much lifespan has Ye Tianxin lost? Luckily, she cultivates the Azure Sea Tide life art, so she still looks young as before. After all, the heavenly writing's divine power still can't restore lifespan. Lifespan seems to be God's forbidden zone. Even the heavenly writing's divine power can't touch it. At this moment, Ye Tianxin suddenly coughs and slowly opens her eyes. Her hazy consciousness gradually clears, as if she had just had a long dream. Master! Ye Tianxin looks up in surprise. Good to be awake. Lu Zhao's not thrilled with the healing results, but keeping Ye Tianxin alive is not bad. Ye Tianxin gets spooked, wanting to get out of bed to pay her respects, but Lu Zhao waves his hand, and Qi Force helps her sit still on the bed. Although you've kept your life, your body is still very weak, Lu Zhu says. Ye Tianxin understands that her master must have saved her, so she quickly bows her head and says excitedly, This disciple thanks, master. Seeing her emotions fluctuate, Lu Zhao doesn't speak, but waits for a moment. You've been hit by Su Shang's Golden Dragon Talisman. Wanting to return to your previous state is, before Lu Zhao can finish, Ye Tianxin shakes her head and replies, This disciple is lucky to be alive. How can I dare to hope for anything more? Lu Zhao strokes his beard and nods. He slowly turns around, turning his back to Ye Tianxin, with his hands clasped behind his back. I expelled you from the sect. Why do you still want to return to the Demon Heaven Pavilion? This disciple made a big mistake. I only hope to atone for it. You once died, and I've already punished you. The relationship between master and disciple was severed long ago. Why do you need to come back here to seek meaningless death? Hearing this, Ye Tianxin raises her head and says, This disciple only wants to atone for my sins. I don't think so much. I ask you, do you sincerely want to return to the Demon Heaven Pavilion? Lu Zhu asks. Yes, my personality's kinda twisted, impulsive, love to beat people up, and really enjoy punishing disciples. Still want to come back to the Dark Sky sect? Yes! The Dark Sky sect is seen as demonic. Everyone wants to wipe us out. If I return, you might have to face the entire world. This disciple doesn't even need her life. Why would I care about that crap? Ye Tianxin replied. Alright. Lu Zhao turned around, meeting Ye Tianxin's gaze. Then I shall restore your status as the Dark Sky sect's 6th disciple. Are you willing? Ye Tianxin was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed. This disciple is willing. She was about to perform a full bow when Lu Zhao waved his hand. Spare the formalities. You already did the big one when you were a kid. This disciple thanks you, master. Ye Tianxin was so touched she teared up. Lu Zhu looked at Ye Tianxin, seeing a string of information. Name, Ye Tianxin. Identity, commoner. Realm, nascent divinity. At the same time, Ye Tianxin's loyalty was at 85%. A ridiculously high number. This completely exceeded Lu Zhao's expectations. She just got back to the Dark Sky sect, and her loyalty is already as high as Yanner's. At that moment, a congratulatory voice came from outside.
Congratulations, 6th senior sister! Congratulations, 6th senior sister! Yanhair and Hailuo appeared outside the door. Lu Zhao waved for Hailuo to come in. Ye Tiangxin didn't recognize Hailuo. She looked at the little girl in confusion. Hailuo obediently walked up to Ye Tiangxin and greeted her. Greetings, 6th senior sister. 6th senior sister, this is little junior sister Hailuo. Master just took her in. You won't be little junior sister anymore, Yanhair said. Ye Tiangxin nodded and smiled. So you're little junior sister. She carefully observed and assessed little junior sister Hailuo. Ye Tiangxin knew that her master was very strict when accepting disciples. Well, the one favored by master must have something special about her. You guys go out first. I have something to say to your 6th senior sister. Yes, 6th senior sister. I'll come find you to play tomorrow. The two skipped out of the room hand in hand. Hailuo's matter can be discussed later. Lu Zhao spoke. When did you advance to the 8-leave stage? Hearing this, Ye Tiangxin immediately recounted everything that had happened to her after leaving the Dark Sky sect, from her devoted cultivation to recover from her injuries, to meeting second senior brother Yu Shangrong, then going southwest to the Moonlight Forest, and meeting Cheng Huang. She told him everything. She spoke very lightly and calmly, but Lu Zhao knew how much hardship was involved. Hearing about Cheng Huang, Lu Zhao asked in surprise, does this species really exist? It really does. This disciple ventured into the Moonlight Forest, originally thinking there was no chance of survival, but unexpectedly encountered Cheng Huang. Ye Tiangxin was usually a woman of few words, but when talking about these experiences, she seemed to have forgotten the wounds on her body, and spoke more and more enthusiastically, not forgetting to describe the appearance of Cheng Huang. She even mentioned the various exotic beasts in the abyss, mentioned the difficulties she encountered during cultivation, to the joy of opening her leaves. Lu Zhao stroked his beard and listened, sometimes showing surprise, sometimes nodding in agreement. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. After listening to the story, Lu Zhao opened his mouth and said, I didn't expect there to really be a Cheng Huang in this world. It seems that the records in the books aren't just bragging. Ye Tiangxin nodded and replied, it's a pity that Cheng Huang refuses to leave the Moonlight Forest. With that size, it really shouldn't leave. If such a huge beast entered the human world, it would probably be attacked by everyone. Lu Zhao said, Master is right. The records say that riding Cheng Huang can extend one's life by 2,000 years. What do you think? This disciple doesn't feel anything. This disciple has ridden on Cheng Huang's back many times, but it's no different from a mount, Ye Tiangxin replied. Cheng Huang is indeed not as simple as imagined. The records can write about it, which shows that the writer knew that Cheng Huang existed. But the cultivation world thinks it's not real. Seeing that it was getting late, Lu Zhao stood up and said, your injuries haven't healed yet. Get some rest. Master, this time the royal family provoked the Dark Sky sect. Before she could finish speaking, Lu Zhuzhu raised his hand to interrupt her. I'll remember this debt from the royal family. With that, he turned and left. Watching Lu Zhao's back, Ye Tiangxin bowed and said, this disciple respectfully sees off, Master. At the foot of Golden Court Mountain, Yu Zhanghai observed every trace of the battle. Besides shock, there was only worry and vexation. Am I too late? The ground was littered with blood and deep pits created by palm strikes. Yu Zhanghai frowned and said nothing, following the trail of blood. The anger in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Just then, a voice suddenly came from not far away. Eldest senior brother! Ming Xinyin dragged a corpse as he ran over. Eldest senior brother. I knew you wouldn't abandon the Dark Sky sect. Cough. Yu Zhanghai immediately stood up straight, put his hands behind his back, and showed an extremely serious expression. Old Fourth, what are you doing here? Yu Zhanghai glanced at the corpse pile. Ming Xiyin replied, you mean this? This is the corpse of that guard who followed Liu Guo here. I offed them in a fit of rage. Yu Zhanghai's eyelids twitched. Didn't know what to say. Let's go see Master on the mountain. I just happen to be passing by. Won't go up, Yu Zhanghai said quickly. Passing by? You just happen to pass by a place thousands of miles away? Ming Xiyin glanced over and said, Big brother, you're late. Master just came out of seclusion and blasted that old fart Liu Guo into ashes. As for that Su Sheng guy, his body's over there. Looks tragic, all flattened and stabbed through with a sword. Oh, big brother, why are you sweating so much? Ming Xiyin asked, surprised.
Really? Is that so? Must be a little hot? Hot? From the 8 meridian vast sea realm, if I say it's hot, then it's H-hot-T. Yu Zhenghai's voice cracked. Ming Shi Yin immediately loosened his collar and fanned himself a few times. Seems like it is a little hot, huh? Yu Zhenghai said, Old Fourth, isn't second brother at the Demon Sky Pavilion? With Yu Sheng Shengrong's skills, even if Liu Guo brought Su Sheng, they couldn't pose a threat, especially since Huang Shiji came to help. Ming Shi Yin said, Didn't second brother go to Yum province to find you? Yu province. Yu Zhenghai's heart skipped a beat. Big brother, you should go up the mountain and talk to master. Standing here isn't good, Ming Shi Yin suggested. Let me think about it. Alright, big brother, take your time thinking. I'm heading back. Yu Zhenghai was silent, looking up at the Demon Sky Pavilion. He stood still, not leaving. Seeing Huang Shiji flying over from afar, Yu Zhenghai waved. Huang Shiji, go up the mountain first. Huang Shiji was also shocked by the battle's aftermath. He originally wanted to say a few words, but seeing Yu Zhenghai's bad complexion, he turned around and flew up the mountain. As the sun set, Lu Zhu opened the system interface to check his stats. Lu Zhu, race, human, cultivation, Yuanshan realm, primal chi merit points, 112,233 points, avatar, 100 tribulations whole of light, remaining lifespan, 20,596 days, items, 1 fatal strike card, X1. Fatal damage block, X62. Passive confinement cage, XBN. Bai Zen, carries beyond. CT quantity absolute land heals, X2. Absolute land heals enhanced version, X1. Thunder Gang, X1. Disguise card, X2. Grand Void Mirror face changing card, X4. Reversal card, X49. Weapon, nameless. Life slaying saber, Jade Dust Whisk. Cultivation method, 3 scrolls of heavenly writing. The biggest gain from this comprehension was unlocking the Earth Scroll of Heavenly Writing. The rest is negligible. Lu Zhao checked the prices of the item cards. And, sure enough, they had all increased. The one-hit kill and damage immunity cards had increased to 10,000 points each. But thinking about how Lu Zhao now had the extraordinary power of the Heavenly Writing, he wouldn't need to use these 2 types of cards often, and his mentality was balanced again. Besides, when the time comes for a crisis, who cares if using a card is cost-effective or not? So where has the system increased its authority? Just as Lu Zhao was wondering, a voice suddenly came from outside. Disciple greets Master! Ming Shi Yin bowed and said, What's the matter? Island Master Huang has returned. Big brother arrived in time to provide support. The Island Master killed Ji Yu Yiran, Ming Shi Yin replied. Where is he now? Disciple has arranged for Island Master Huang to rest in the southern pavilion. As for Big Brother, he's at the foot of the mountain, doesn't have the guts to come up, refuses to come up. Lu Zhu frowned and snorted. This old man gave him half a year, and he's not managing the Nether sect, but running to the Demon Sky Pavilion to watch this old man's jokes? Master, you've got the wrong idea about eldest brother. I saw you were in closed-door cultivation and couldn't handle Liu Guo's matter. So I sent a flying letter to eldest brother and Huang Shiji for help, Ming Shi Yin explained. Lu Zhao didn't reply. The time he spent comprehending the Earth Scroll had indeed exceeded his expectations. The 4 elders already chopped off their golden lotus, and are rebuilding it over 5 months. It's hard to get to the 8-leaf stage, let alone that no one knows if an 8-leaf without a golden lotus is stronger than one with. The other disciples, even if their cultivation improves quickly, are no match for the 8-leaf stage. This can't be blamed on Ming Shi Yin. But it's also true that Yu Zhenghai doesn't respect the master. Tell him to GTFO, Lu Zhao said plainly. Master, eldest brother came all the way here with good intentions. Is it really okay to tell him to GTFO? Ming Shi Yin hesitated. If you agree with him, go stand with him at the foot of the mountain. Disciple, I didn't mean that. I just feel, yes, eldest brother should GTFO. With that, Ming Xin Yin bowed and retreated, then turned and went down the mountain. Sure enough, Yu Zhenghai was still standing there, hands clasped behind his back, neither arrogant nor humble, head raised, looking at the Devil Sky Pavilion, no idea what he was thinking. Seeing Ming Xin Yin coming down, Yu Zhenghai smiled and nodded. I knew Little Fourth had a good heart. Come chat with me. Ming Xin Yin was stunned. Huh? What's up? Eldest brother, what are you doing here? Feeling sentimental, reminiscing about the past,
Can't help but be a little sad. Yu Zhenghai sighed. Ming Xinyin thought, what's there to be sentimental about here? Yu Zhenghai said, when I first joined, I was even more mischievous than you guys. Every corner of Golden Court Mountain has my footprints. I really like this mountain. I could spend all day just looking at every tree and blade of grass. This sounded kinda sus, Ming Xinyin thought, but he didn't dare say it out loud. Eldest brother, are you really not going up the mountain to visit Master? Ming Xinyin probed. No, Yu Zhenghai said, clasping his hands. Master is old. I don't have any topics to chat about with Master. You haven't even tried. How do you know you won't? Ming Xinyin muttered. Yu Zhenghai laughed, saying, how long have you been a disciple? 60 years. Wei Hui has been a disciple for nearly 3,000 years. Yu Zhenghai lectured. No one in this world understands Master better than I do. Ming Xinyin thought for a moment, and finally said, if you really understand Master, you should talk to him. Little fourth, you're not Master's spokesperson, are you? Yu Zhenghai turned his head and asked. Ming Xinyin put away his nonchalant attitude, clasped his hands and said, eldest brother, Master told you to GTFO as far as you can, and if you can't, then off yourself on the spot, and Master definitely won't save you. That's the exact words. What else did Master say? Yu Zhenghai glared, angrily asking. I'm afraid you'll hit me if I say it. Ming Xinyin chuckled. Just say it, I won't blame you. Master also said that in this life, Master accepted 10 disciples, and the worst one is you. Eldest brother, you said you wouldn't hit me. Let go, let go, let go. There's still the second half of the sentence. Ming Xinyin hurriedly backed away, straightened his collar, and continued. Master said you're the most useless. Always timid and fearful, scared as a rabbit. Yu Zhenghai clenched his fist, rage burning in his heart. Little fourth, get me a knife, I'm going up the mountain. With that, he threw out the jade green saber. The jade green saber spun a few times and landed in Ming Xinyin's hand. Yu Zhenghai clasped his hands behind his back, stepping into the barrier as if there was no one there. Ming Xinyin watched Yu Zhenghai's back, his heart pounding non-stop. Holy crap, that was a close call. The sun gradually set, and the shadows slowly covered the mountain. Ming Xinyin and Yu Zhenghai quickly went up the mountain, heading towards the Devil Sky Pavilion, even using great divine powers. Eden, eldest brother, wait for me. At this time, Yu Zhenghai had arrived outside the East Pavilion, returning to his old haunt. Yu Zhenghai should have felt sentimental, lamenting the changes in scenery and people, but for some reason, he felt nervous at this moment. Forget it, maybe next time. Yu Zhenghai just turned to leave, when he suddenly remembered what Ming Xinyin had just said, and felt unwilling. What do you mean timid and fearful? What do you mean scared as a rabbit? He turned back. Ming Xinyin came to Yu Zhenghai's side and said softly, eldest brother, why aren't you going in? Cough, cough. Yu Zhenghai quickly thought of a reason. Little fourth, it's getting late, I'll come another day. Ming Xinyin looked at the sky, thinking, the sun just set. Eldest brother, Master scolded you like that, and you're not angry? It's only right and proper for a master to scold his disciple. How can we disciples argue with Master? Yu Zhenghai patted Ming Xinyin's shoulder. You're still young and hot-tempered. You should be like me. Take it lightly and it'll be fine. I'll go first. Yu Zhenghai was just about to turn around and leave, when a deep voice suddenly came from inside the East Pavilion. Since you're here, come in! Yu Zhenghai was stunned, his heart pounding like it wanted to jump out of his chest. Even Ming Xinyin was surprised. No way. When did Master's hearing become so good? Bang! The door to Lu Zhao's room was suddenly pushed open by a gust of wind. Lu Zhao walked out calmly, one hand behind his back, one hand in front of him, his salt and pepper hair slightly moving, his robe fluttering, showing a Taoist demeanor. As soon as he stepped out, Lu Zhuzhu used great divine power, instantly appearing in front of the East Pavilion. Yu Zhenghai's eyes widened, his whole body trembling slightly. Ding! Yu Zhenghai gained 2 points of merit. Ming Xinyin bowed and said, Master, this disciple takes his leave. In this situation, running is the best strategy. Don't be nosy and get hit by stray bullets. Lu Zhao ignored Ming Xinyin, glanced at Yu Zhenghai, then walked towards the back mountain. Yu Zhenghai understood, although he was nervous. But since it had come to this, he had no choice but to follow. The two of them, one in front and one behind, neither hurried nor slow, just walking like ordinary people. Fan Zhong and Zhu Qifeng were diligently cultivating on the back mountain. It wasn't even dark yet, so their vision was pretty good. Yo, Zhu bro, quick, someone's new here. Fan Zhang pointed towards Lu Zhu and Yu Zhenghai. If I ain't trippin', this guy's probably bros with the boss. WTF are you yapping about? One word. Dip. Fan Zhang nimbly slipped away. Zhu Qifeng nodded. Makes sense. Then also bailed, pretending he saw nothing. Yu Zhenghai followed Lu Zhao straight to the highest, chillest spot on the Demon Sky Pavilion. Lu Zhao casually turned, stroking his beard. You oft? Ji Yu Yi? Yu Zhenghai stepped up next to his Shifu, gazing at the rolling mountains before them, quietly replying, Yep. Where were you when the 10 great experts sieged Golden Court Mountain? Lu Zhao inquired. Yu Zhenghai's heart skipped a beat. Turns out Shifu still holds a grudge about that. I sent one of the 3 great sword freaks, Chen Wenji, to assist. Turns out that guy was two-faced. Yu Zhenghai replied. Lu Zhao shook his head. What could a small fry like Chen Wenji even do? 10 great experts on a siege? Even a 7-leaf Chen Wenji would just be asking for death. How did they get wind of my location during the first siege? The snitch who leaked your location got murked by yours truly. Yu Zhenghai immediately denied. Yongshu. Lu Zhao kinda figured it was Liu Ge, this time fighting Liu Ge. Lu Zhao found out a bunch more intel. Can confirm that before his death, Ji Tiandao tried to ascend to 9 leaves. Even had a shot at it. Liu Ge once said he could persuade him once, so he could persuade him twice. Can't persuade him now, so just kill him. Yu Zhenghai added, I admit I had ulterior motives. Ain't gonna BS my way out of it. Lu Zhao stroked his beard. You want this empire that badly? Yep. And then what? Lu Zhao pressed. Hearing this, Yu Zhenghai suddenly fell silent. Night fell, stars twinkled, the back mountain became hella quiet. Haven't thought that far ahead? Yu Zhenghai finally said. Get it first, then figure it out. Lu Zhao slowly turned to face Yu Zhenghai, saying deeply, I remember when you first joined the sect, you were just a kid. You're different from the others. You've been through countless hardships, understand the suffering of the mortal world, and can endure what others can't. I remember being overjoyed when you stepped into the profound connection realm, cocky as hell, even swore to climb to the top. Hearing this, Yu Zhenghai's heart fluttered. He'd forgotten a lot. Didn't expect Shifu to remember. Maybe because he'd been through too much. The memories in his head were like a stagnant pool, unable to stir a single ripple. My bad was not teaching you properly, Lu Zhu said, making Yu Zhenghai jump. Shifu is a top-tier character. How could he ever admit fault? Yu Zhenghai knelt on one knee, hand to the ground, saying, Disciple wouldn't dare. You call yourself a disciple, but I wouldn't dare call myself Shifu. Lu Zhao sighed. Waste of effort teaching. Yu Zhenghai gained 200 merit points. Yu Zhenghai lowered his head, not daring to say a word. Maybe in a short time, you'll be king of a country. When that time comes, I'll have to give you a full bow. Yu Zhenghai was shook, both knees hitting the ground. Why would Shifu say that? Don't tell me it ain't true? Lu Zhao stared at Yu Zhenghai, loudly saying, I have eyes and ears named Jiang Aijian, the 3rd prince of the great Yan imperial family. It wouldn't be hard for him to inherit the throne, but do you know why he ditched the court and the imperial family? Yu Zhenghai shook his head. Because he saw with his own eyes over 1,000 lives in the Jinghe Palace perish in a sea of fire, including his own mother. Lu Zhao paused, then continued. He could totally become emperor, wield immense power, and then avenge the 1,000 lives of the Jinghe Palace. But he didn't. He chose a smarter path. The rest doesn't need to be said. Lu Zhao believes Yu Zhenghai found out about Jiang Aijian's story through Si Wuya, and also believes what happened in Shuntian Garden has reached his ears. There was a tremor in Yu Zhenghai's voice. I'm not like him, Shifu. Disciple is bold enough to ask you a few questions. Speak. Lu Zhao met Yu Zhenghai's gaze. In his head, he kept remembering the time he was sold to Lu Lan. Remembering the scene of people fighting over a small bun. Do you know what it feels like to eat mud for a whole month straight? This question was ballsy AF. When Yu Zhenghai asked, his palms were already soaked in sweat, his back cold. But remembering his oath, he persisted. Do you know what it feels like to have someone step on your face, unable to move? Do you know what it feels like to be stabbed in the heart by someone you trust the most? Lu Zhao could tolerate the previous questions, but the last one directly opened up his Shifu's scar. Lu Zhao coldly grunted, waving his hand. You little punk. Slap. Yu Zhenghai got smacked. Ding! Punished Yu Zhenghai. Gained 200 merit points. Yu Zhenghai didn't dodge,
forcing himself to take the slap, then insisted, "Shifu, you're high and mighty. You're the master of the Demon Sky Pavilion. You're the #1 8-leaf of the time. Who would dare say no to you?" "But I'm not." His trembling voice gradually became low and strong. "I'm trash. Anyone can step on me, spit on my face. Are the lives of the rich and powerful precious, while the lives of commoners are just garbage? Even pigs and dogs that are tied up and see the butcher coming with a knife know to howl and struggle. Am I not even as good as pigs and dogs? Don't I even have the right to struggle? I just want to crawl up, step by step, crawl up, climb to the highest point." Yu Zhenghai suddenly points towards the distant rivers, mountains, and forests. "Only by standing at the highest point can you make everyone look up in admiration." As soon as he finishes, Lu Zhao yells, "Shut your trap!" Yu Zhenghai is stunned, seeing his master's serious and angry face. He panics even more. Lu Zhao laments his disciple's worthlessness. "Are you insane? Do you think you're the only one who's suffered in this world? Do you think I, as your master, didn't face scorn in my youth? 300 years ago, I was at peak 8 leaves, and in the remaining 700 years, do you think I suffered any less than you? Do you really think it was easy for me to reach 8 leaves? Only I know the bitterness and hardships I endured. Should I also go around whining like you? Raising an 8 leaves trash like you? Do you think it wasn't hard work for me? There's no such thing as fairness in this world. You're so shallow and ignorant. How could I have a disciple like you?" Yu Zhenghai's mind goes blank, and he suddenly realizes something. Master! Yu Zhenghai suddenly realizes he's been taking himself too seriously. That's right. How can anyone easily reach 8 leaves? Which 8 leaves hasn't gone through endless hardships? Lu Zhao says sternly, "Don't call me master." Yu Zhenghai kowtows heavily to the ground with a loud thump. The atmosphere freezes, and silence reigns. Lu Zhao stands with his hands behind his back, facing away from Yu Zhenghai, saying nothing. The two remain motionless in silence, one kneeling and one standing. Lu Zhao doesn't speak, and Yu Zhenghai doesn't say a word, and this continues for half an hour. When the moonlight reaches the treetop, and the night sky is filled with stars, Lu Zhao finally sighs. The sigh breaks the silence, and Yu Zhenghai's entire body trembles. "All I've said is just to make you understand one thing. You can seek revenge, but don't let hatred blind your eyes. You can conquer Shendu, but don't let power corrupt your heart." Yu Zhenghai is startled, his heart aching, and he doesn't know what to say. Lu Zhao turns around, and Yu Zhenghai immediately kowtows to the ground with a loud thump. Yu Zhenghai had prepared himself for punishment. He mustered all his courage to speak the words deep in his heart. Even if his master wanted to punish him, he wouldn't complain. In the past, his master had a bad temper and didn't like reasoning. If a disciple dared to argue, it would be disrespect to the master, let alone how bold he was today. This kowtow is a sign of respect for his master, and also a hope that his master can understand his thoughts. Lu Zhao looks at Yu Zhenghai kneeling on the ground and shakes his head. "Get up!" then says, "This disciple wouldn't dare. What needed to be said has been said. If you like kneeling, then just kneel." Only then does Yu Zhenghai raise his head and stand up. He only listens when you say the opposite of what you mean. Yu Zhenghai's temperament has been like this since he was a child, never changing. It's just that Ji Tiandao was never one to reason with others. Most of the time he used his fists to subdue people. Fists are good and can solve many problems, but some things can't be solved even if you smash them with your fists. Lu Zhao looks at Yu Zhenghai again. Even though Yu Zhenghai had forced himself to calm down, he still felt breathless when he stood up. The conversation just now made him feel a lot of pressure. He is the leader of a sect, yet he feels so nervous at this moment. Whatever. Lu Zhu waves his hand and walks in another direction. A real man can only shed blood. You simping like that doesn't deserve to be a disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion. How can you conquer Shendu like that? Yu Zhenghai is shocked and quickly follows Lu Zhu. "Master, you really agree?" Lu Zhao says as he walks. "I always keep my word. There's less than a month left in this half year. I'll settle your debts all at once." Yu Zhenghai is overjoyed and bows. If that's really the case, this disciple has something to ask. Speak. Now that the 9 provinces are controlled by the Nether sect, if possible, this disciple hopes that the Evil Sky Pavilion won't interfere in this matter. Yu Zhenghai says. Lu Zhao stops and turns to look at Yu Zhenghai. "Are you confident?" "Of course, except for 7th junior brother." Yu Zhenghai says. There's never anything absolute in this world. I hope Master agrees. Lu Zhao doesn't answer immediately, but calmly walks forward, and soon arrives at a large rock. There's a character Hai carved on the rock. Lu Zhu points to the character Hai. This is the mark you carved when you were young, do you remember? The crooked character Hai appears in front of Yu Zhenghai. Even though it's been eroded by wind, rain, and time, the writing is still clearly visible. Yu Zhenghai smiles and replies, I remember. Lu Zhao turns to look at Yu Zhenghai and says slowly, You are the eldest, and you should be tolerant of everything. I hope the iron rules of the Evil Sky Pavilion are like this character Hai, deeply engraved in your heart. Yu Zhenghai kneels on one knee again. Disciples must not kill each other. I have always kept this in mind and never dared to forget. The words carved on the rock remind Yu Zhenghai of when he was learning martial arts on the mountain. Time has passed quickly for 300 years, and the vegetation on the mountain has changed. The wind blows Lu Zhu's beard. Even though the reversal card has made Lu Zhu much younger, his appearance is still that of an old man. Lu Zhu looks at Yu Zhenghai with a sincere expression. Yu Zhenghai, I once had a disciple like you, and you will eventually become like me. If you could go back, what would you choose? Yu Zhenghai is stunned. Lu Zhao doesn't wait for him to answer and waves his sleeve, leaving. The back mountain becomes quiet again. After a long time, Yu Zhenghai whispers, If I could go back, I would still choose the same. On the mountainside of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Ming Shiyin sees Yu Zhenghai off. Senior brother, how did your talk with Master go? Is Master much gentler than before? Yu Zhenghai doesn't answer Ming Shiyin's question, but strolls down the mountain, looking at the surrounding scenery, which makes Ming Shiyin feel anxious. Yu Zhenghai should want to leave this place as soon as possible, so why does he have time to appreciate the boring scenery around him now? Going down the mountain step by step like this is so damn slow. Fourth, I heard Master recently accepted a little junior sister? Ming Shiyin nodded. That's right, this little brat has a natural Xuan Enlightenment Realm physique. She's already at the late stage of the nascent awareness realm, after only 5 months of cultivation. Even faster than 9th junior sister back then. Oh, she's that talented? No wonder Master took her in as a disciple, Yu Zhenghai said. Even if Master didn't, other sects would be fighting over her. Yu Hai asked strangely, This little girl really has nothing to do with Master? Eldest brother, I get your meaning. Why bother asking me again? I'm just genuinely curious, okay? Moments later, Yu Zhenghai and Ming Shiyin arrived at the foot of the mountain, exiting the barrier. Fourth, take good care of Master for me, Yu Zhenghai instructed. Eldest brother actually knows how to care about others? I'll definitely take good care of him, rest assured, eldest brother, Ming Shiyin said. Yu Zhenghai lightly tapped his toes, took off into the air, and disappeared into the night sky in an instant. At this moment, Ming Shiyin patted his chest and sighed. Damn, that was dangerous. So damn dangerous. Lucky I didn't slip up. As soon as he finished speaking, a disdainful voice came from behind a dense tree. Just fake sentiment. Ming Shiyin jumped, turning his head. Second senior brother, why are you here? Yu Shangrong asked. Fourth, such a big thing happened to the Dark Sky sect. Why didn't you send me a flying letter? Uh-oh. Ming Shiyin internally groaned. Life is hard. Damn hard. Was he supposed to say his second senior brother was too weak, and coming would just be bait? He'd get his ass beat for that. Second senior brother? Your whereabouts are unpredictable. I couldn't contact you. Master complained last time, saying you never send letters back, so I sent one to eldest senior brother this time. Hearing this, Yu Shangrong finally relaxed his brow, nodding. I blamed you wrongly. No worries at all. If something similar happens in the future, I'll definitely let you know immediately, Yu Shangrong said. For sure. Seeing him about to leave, Ming Shiyin quickly said, Second senior brother, aren't you going back to the Dark Sky sect to rest? Why not? I have things to do. With that, Yu Shangrong flew away. Farewell, second senior brother. This time, Ming Shiyin was smarter. As soon as he saw him off, he ran back into the barrier and returned to the Dark Sky sect. The next morning, Lu Zhao opened his eyes. He could clearly feel that the speed at which he comprehended extraordinary power had increased. At the same time, his capacity to contain power had also increased greatly. Therefore, it would still take 5 to 7 days to reach a state of fullness. Lu Zhao didn't continue to study the celestial book, but stood up to observe the ancient sheepskin map, finding no new areas had appeared. So he sat back down cross-legged and continued to study the system. After the system upgrade, the extraordinary power was enhanced, and Lu Zhao also obtained a new divine power. Thinking of this, Lu Zhao recited the incantation. Earth Scroll's first celestial book, Divine Power. Sure enough, he began to hear soft conversations in his ear. Master has come out of seclusion. He'll soon be testing the progress of the disciples. This is no joke. Anyone who didn't meet the standard before would get a beating they'd never forget, and would have to be carried back to their rooms to recuperate. Zhu Honggong said I should be patient, so why does the chief seem so rash? The female disciples exclaimed in surprise. You don't understand. This is called knowing the face but not the heart. You can't measure the sea with a pint pot. You think I'm really an idiot? Haha, I am an idiot. Zhu Honggong sighed helplessly. What can I do? I wasn't born smart. Peeled. The female disciple snickered. Listening to old eighth speak is better than reading a book. Lu Zhu understood that the first divine power of the Earth Scroll was hearing. Let's see how far I can hear. At present, this divine power consumes relatively little extraordinary power. But the range of hearing is not wide enough. Lu Zhao's consciousness stirred, and the range of the divine power became wider. But at the same time, the consumption of extraordinary power increased even more. He heard a voice in his ear. Super heavenly grade Ling Shu. I have to find an opportunity to refine it, or use it to enhance the separation hook. Refining it is too difficult. I wonder if Maester has a way. No, he must have forgotten about this sword. I'd better hide it. If Master asks, I'll just say I lost it. Damn, I'm a genius. You trash. I almost forgot about that Ling Shu sword. Lu Zhao didn't bother with Ming Xiyin, and once again increased the extraordinary power, expanding the range of his hearing divine power. This time, Lu Zhao heard the sound of rushing water in his ear, the sound of the waterfall near the back mountain. Duanmu Sheng must be practicing his spear techniques. Old Third is still the most honest. As Lu Zhao was about to expand the range again, his mind suddenly ran out of energy. A wave of fatigue immediately hit him. Lu Zhu stopped using the divine power? Is the consumption that great? Although Lu Zhao currently only has 1/6 of his extraordinary power, according to the ratio, 1/6 can already insta-kill a 7-leaf expert. He didn't expect it to be almost completely consumed in just a moment. The divine power is good, but the consumption is too great. I must be careful when using it in the future. Lu Zhao didn't think any further, and called out, Someone! A voice came from outside. At your service, Chief. Order the disciples of the Dark Sky sect to assemble at the East Pavilion. Yes. Not long after, Duanmu Sheng, Ming Xiyin, Zhu Yue, Zhu Honggong, Yan Shi, and Hai Luo appeared in the East Pavilion, arranged in a horizontal line according to their seniority. Pan Zhong and Zhao Jifeng, although not Lu Zhao's disciples, also ran over to stand outside and watch, seeing if they could learn anything. Ye Tianqin was still recuperating in her room, and did not participate in the assessment. Creak, the door opened. Li Lu Zhao, hands clasped behind his back, stepped outside, glancing over everyone. Disciple greets Master. The disciples bowed. Li Lu Zhao looked towards Ming Xiyin. Fourth, you have a disciple. Ming Xiyin hurriedly stepped forward, excitedly taking out Ling Shu. Here, eh? Ming Xiyin flinched. This master will say it only once. There will be no second time, Li Lu Zhao said calmly, his voice deepening. Disciple will go get it right away. Ming Xiyin hurried back to the South Pavilion, brought Ling Shu, and respectfully presented it to Master. Everyone's eyes were focused on Ling Shu, their faces showing admiration. A heaven-grade weapon was already a treasure coveted by everyone, let alone a super heaven-grade one. Li Lu Zhao picked up Ling Shu, observing it carefully. The red array patterns on the sword were not engraved but refined, and were now integrated with the sword. The delicacy of the array patterns was no less than that on the coffin. Li Lu Zhao placed 2 fingers on the sword. Dangerous energy poured in, creating a resonant sound. Hum. Tadley, this sword is broken. The array patterns are incomplete, so it cannot emit red light, losing the power of the array pattern's amplification. The grade of this sword has dropped a lot. Li Lu Zhao pieced the 2 parts of the sword together, mobilized his primeval essence, and again. The red array patterns lit up, but the light emitted was not strong. Master, this sword is a super heaven-grade treasure, so we should find someone to repair it to avoid wasting it, Zhu Honggong said. Eighth is right.
Master Lu Ping of Luo sect is skilled in this. How about we call him to repair Ling Shu?
Duan Musheng said. Let me think. Lu Ping can make this array pattern? Normal people can't refine it. He only has 6-leaf cultivation. He doesn't have this ability, Ming Shiyin said.
Li Luzhao looked at Ming Shiyin.
Do you have a way?
No. Ming Shiyin bowed and replied.
Then put it in the pavilion. Yes. Just because there's no way now doesn't mean there won't be a way later.
Ming Shiyin swallowed his tears, took Ling Shu into the East Pavilion, and then obediently returned to stand in the courtyard. 8th, Li Luzhu called. Disciple is here. Zhu Honggong said, How is your cultivation? Disciple is fortunate not to disgrace his mission. After 5 months of hard cultivation, Disciple is now a nascent divinity realm 2-leaf, increased by a whole leaf. Before, Disciple had no experience in opening leaves. Zhu Honggong said proudly. Master, take a look. Zhu Honggong raised a 2-leaf Dharma body. A non-golden lotus appeared in his palm. Everyone nodded in admiration. If it were a great cultivator who severed the golden lotus to recultivate, then opening a leaf in 5 months would seem a bit slow. But Zhu Honggong was not like that. His speed was considered astonishingly fast. Zhu Honggong withdrew his Dharma body, waiting for Master to praise him. But Li Luzhu only stroked his beard and said, Take 20 strikes, and face the wall in the cave for 3 days. Zhu Honggong's face fell. The crowd was stunned, and then immediately, My master of the past is back. They were about to be scolded and punished cruelly. Zhu Honggong's cultivation speed was so fast, and he still got a beating. Then what about the others? We're doomed. Hurry up and take your punishment. Zhu Honggong hurriedly said. Master is strictly supervising Disciple. Disciple keeps it in his heart. Disciple will definitely continue to work hard. Disciple will go take his punishment now. Ding! The humiliated Zhu Honggong harvested 200 meters merit points. Li Luzhao's eyes shifted to look at Zhao Yu. And you? Zhao Yu's heart thumped, and she nervously replied, Disciple is ignorant, and is still a little short of opening the 2nd leaf. Not bad, keep up the good work. Thump! Zhu Honggong hadn't even left the courtyard before he fell flat on his face. 8th senior brother, what's wrong? No, it's nothing, boo-hoo. Old 8 mournfully whimpered as he left the East Pavilion. The crowd sighed. Duan Musheng stepped forward, bowed and said, Master, after 5 months of hard cultivation, Disciple's current cultivation is nascent divinity realm 3-leaf. Please, Master, take a look. Oh, he severed the golden lotus, and is now a triple reincarnated 3-leaf. The crowd looked in astonishment at Duan Musheng's Dharma body. Beneath the Dharma body there was indeed no golden lotus. Only 3 rotating lotus leaves. Li Luzhao stroked his beard and nodded. Not bad. Your spear techniques can be put aside for the time being. Focus your energy on opening leaves. Disciple obeys. Lu Zhao glanced at Ming Shiyin, who looked embarrassed, nodding repeatedly, then knelt down with a thud and said, Master, please punish me. I haven't chopped the golden lotus yet. This disciple feels that 8 leaves is already good enough. Why must I strive for 9 leaves? Disciple doesn't seek 9 leaves. Just reaching 8 leaves, living for 1,000 years, and staying by Master's side for life is enough. Simp. The others rolled their eyes. His flattery was 100 times more advanced than old 8's. Lu Zhao nodded slightly. You have your own ambitions. I won't force you. Disciple thanks, Master. Master sees through everything. Master is the guiding light for this disciple. Enough! Lu Zhao waved his hand. Everyone was depressed. Ming Shiyin, with his thick skin, wasn't punished, so why was old 8th? What the hell? Yan Frere. Lu Zhao looked at Yan Hare. Before Hai Luo joined, the entire cultivation world acknowledged the youngest disciple of the Dark Hall as the one with the most terrifying talent. How much has she improved in these 5 months? Everyone looked at Yan Hare with anticipation. Yan Hare stepped forward and said, Master, don't scold me. I've already tried very hard. She didn't say how many leaves she had opened, only quietly summoned her Dharma body in the palm of her hand. Yan Hare manifested a small, exquisite, and adorable Dharma body. Below the Dharma body was a golden lotus, indicating she didn't chop the golden lotus to rebuild. Around the golden lotus were 5 leaves. Who could she reason with? 5 leaves? And she's afraid of being scolded? Then the rest of them deserve a beating. The 5 lotus leaves emitted a blinding light. Yan Cotter looked up at her master, awaiting his evaluation. Lu Zhao stroked his beard and asked her, Didn't chop the golden lotus?
Afraid of pain? The others were speechless. Others don't chop the golden lotus because of poor talent, limited realm, or fear of death. But Yaner? She's afraid of pain? Ming Shi Yin hurriedly said. Ninth junior sister, I can actually help you chop the golden lotus. It won't hurt, huh? When you summon your Dharma body, I'll use lightning speed to knock you unconscious. Before the Dharma body dissipates, I'll quickly strike with my blade. Ming Shi Yin rubbed his hands, even making a chopping gesture. That way, it won't hurt. Yan Fear immediately withdrew her Dharma body and hid behind Hai Luo, refusing. She shook her head vigorously. Ninth junior sister, trust me, it'll be fine. Seeing that the little girl was scared to death, Lu Zhao spoke up. Enough. Ming Shi Yin said nothing more. Lu Zhao stroked his beard and said, 5 leaves. The speed is indeed very fast. First, advance to 8 leaves. Then chopping the golden lotus won't be too late. Hearing this, a terrifying thought suddenly arose in Yaner's mind. Then she'll never reach 8 leaves in this lifetime. Although 4th senior brother is a bit annoying, his words make sense. Even without chopping the golden lotus, her cultivation is improving rapidly, enough to make those below her submit. Yan Fear's examination ended. Immediately afterward, everyone looked at the last disciple, Lu Zhao's newly accepted 10th disciple, all with anticipation. Everyone in the Dark Hall knew that Hai Luo was born with the Tongshuan realm, entered the Ningxi realm after 3 months of cultivation, and now, after another 2 months, they wondered if her cultivation had broken through. Can Hai Lugo condense a Dharma body yet? Lu Zhao asked. The basic cultivation methods clearly explained how to condense a Dharma body. After entering the Tongshuan realm, cultivators can condense a Dharma body at each stage. Hai Luo nodded in response. Yes. Everyone wasn't surprised. Any cultivator could condense a Dharma body. Even those with very poor talent could do it after a few tries. Summon it for me to see. Yes. Little Hai Luo extended her hand, and Gang Qi surged. Buzz! Buzz! A small golden figure appeared in her hand. Upon seeing Hai Luo's Dharma body, everyone exclaimed, 5 Qi Gathering Origin Dharma Body! 5 Qi Gathering Origin corresponds to the Fan Hai realm. The Fan Hai realm has a total of 8 channels. Each time a channel is opened, it's considered passing a gate. The 5 Qi Gathering Origin Dharma Body means little Hai Luo has opened at least 5 channels. The female disciples of Yan Yu Palace and Panzhong, Zhu Qifeng, were all so shocked that they couldn't speak. Yan He's talent was already beyond their imagination, yet little Hai Luo had advanced to the 5 channels of the Fan Hai realm in 5 months. How could Zhu Qifeng, a cultivation genius in a great sect who took decades to reach the divine court realm, live with himself? Zhao Qifeng was once very confident that he was a genius, that he was qualified to enter the mountain gate, that he was once the eldest disciple of the heavenly sword sect, and had some achievements in swordsmanship. Reaching the nascent soul realm at his age was already very talented. Zhao Qifeng still remembered that Senior Ji Qian had said when he came to the Jiang family that his foundation was not bad, and had the idea of accepting him as a disciple. Now, looking back, he only felt like a pile of trash. Lu Zhao was also surprised. This cultivation speed is indeed a bit beyond imagination. Even with Lu Zhao's 1,000 years of experience, he had never seen anyone with such a fast cultivation speed. Lu Zhao stepped in front of Hai Luo and said softly, "Give me your hand." Hai Luo obediently extended her hand, pulling up her sleeve. Lu Zhao used 2 fingers to take her pulse. After a while, Hai Lu Zhao asked, "Master, am I okay?" 8 channels of the Fan Hai realm. The East Pavilion was as silent as death. What is a genius? Perhaps Hai Luo's talent cannot be called talent, but a kind of aptitude beyond everyone's understanding, just like what Ming Shi Yin once said. Her state is awakening. What does awakening mean? It means she already knew these things. Thinking of this, Lu Zhao's heart moved slightly. The more he understood Hai Luo, the more he felt this way. How could anyone be born with the Tongshuan realm and be proficient in music? How could one know about music without learning from birth, and even combine musical notes into a song with a light and refreshing melody? Lu Zhao said, "Don't be arrogant. Continue to work hard." "Thank you, Master." Hai Luo replied happily. "Congratulations, little junior sister. Congratulations, little junior sister." The others also congratulated her in succession. After 5 months, the strength of the disciples had increased a lot. For some reason, Lu Zhao instinctively looked up at the sky, recalling what Lu Liu had said.
If 9 leaves really leads to changes in the world, then what will happen to the cultivation world?
Where exactly is the mysterious expert who once lived in the coffin? This person came from the northern frontier more than 300 years ago, traveled through various foreign countries, and then set foot in Great Yan, leaving behind the Lingshu sword and the coffin engraved with red runes. If this person is really 9 leaves, is he still alive now?
Hai Luo took out the lamb jade flute, and Lu Zhao suddenly said, "All right. Play the melody that you are most familiar with."
Hai Luo nodded, put the jade flute to her lips, and started playing, the flute's sound rising.
Everyone didn't understand what their master wanted to do, all curiously observing, focusing their minds. Using qi to control sound, playing the flute originally requires controlling qi, something even mortals can do, but cultivators use primordial qi to control the rhythm. Hai Luo mobilized primordial qi and channeled it into the Lan Tian jade flute, the sound changing to become even more free, easier to manipulate, the range of transmission increasing several times. Birds and beasts in the forest also soared high. It was Ji Liang on the mountainside. Ji Liang stepped on the clouds and flew up, neighing a long sound, as if very happy to hear the flute sound. With Ji Liang here, other ferocious beasts wouldn't dare come. Lu Zhao also saw Ji Liang, but he didn't know what special abilities Ji Liang actually had. Overall, it just looked like a normal horse, except that it knew how to fly. Lu Zhao didn't care about Ji Liang anymore, but continued to observe Hai Luo using qi to control sound. She succeeded in condensing qi into a tangible form on the first try. The tangible qi formed and was enveloped in the melody. Ordinary cultivators only need primordial qi to leave their body to succeed in condensing qi into a tangible form. But musical cultivators must add a conversion step, which is sound. 3 kinds of methods: primordial qi, sound, and tangible imprint merge into one, creating sonic kill. Hai Luo nodded and began experimenting with condensing the tangible form, everyone looking towards her, hoping she could succeed. The flute's sound gradually showed signs of restlessness, haste, perhaps because the attention was diverted. The rhythm was no longer balanced. Just when everyone thought Hai Luo was about to fail, suddenly a whoom sound rang out. Tangible imprints appeared in the sky. Primordial qi condensed. My little junior sister is so awesome. Ming Shiyin looked up at the tangible qi in the sky. Musicality is not like the 3 schools of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. It has no special symbols, no word imprints or formations, so the tangible imprints condensed by musicality all have the appearance of wind. Slow speed is a gentle breeze. Fast speed becomes a stormy wind. The crowd exclaimed at Hai Luo's incredible talent and comprehension. The tangible qi flowed in the air, slowly dissipating in all directions. Although her current speed doesn't have the killing power of knives and spears, achieving this level is already incredible. Is she even leaving any room for others to live? I'm truly impressed. I believe that 10th Senior's talent is the highest in the Evil Sky Pavilion. Even Yan Care, who had top-tier talent, couldn't help but be amazed by this scene. She didn't show any jealousy, but instead clapped and cheered. Little junior sister, keep it up! Little junior sister, keep it up! Under Yanter's enthusiastic encouragement, Hai Luo surged with strength. She didn't stop, but her primordial qi circulated more and more violently. The Kainkai realm has opened the 8 meridians. Primordial qi tremors. The flute's sound suddenly soared, the rhythm as fast as thunder, voom voom. Everyone was shocked, and quickly summoned tangible qi to protect their bodies, blocking the sonic tangible strikes, clang clang clang. Everyone was astonished. Only Lu Zhu frowned, because Lu Zhu had seen a faint red tangible qi in the trembling tangible qi in the sky. In other words, Hai Luo condensed red tangible qi. Red tangible qi is extremely rare. The cultivation world believes that only when cultivating evil arts or mutated cultivation methods can the color of tangible qi be changed. Mo-chan turns tangible imprints black. Barriers originate from heaven and earth, so they are blue, and healing energy takes vitality from nature, so it is often green. Apart from those colors, the Dayan cultivation world has never seen tangible qi with colors other than traditional gold. This is the first time Red Sea has appeared. Stop! Lu Zhuao placed his hand on the Lan Tian jade flute, gently pressed it, and the sound stopped immediately. Before the tangible qi truly formed, Lu Zhuao didn't want too many people to know about the red tangible qi. The east pavilion became quiet. Ji Liang turned its head, flew towards the forest at the foot of Golden Court Mountain, and disappeared without a trace. Master?
Hai Luo raised her head in doubt. The others also looked at Lu Zhao. Hai Luo has this level of potential, but was suddenly interrupted, making it impossible for them to understand. Lu Zhao said, "The examination ends here. Anything related to Hai Luo is not to be spread outside. If you violate this seat will definitely not forgive you." Everyone realized the seriousness of the matter and immediately bowed. "We respectfully obey your command, Master." "We respectfully obey Master's order." What are geniuses most afraid of? Being nipped in the bud before they can grow their wings. Master is indeed Master. His thoughts are extremely thorough, making the crowd secretly admire him. Little did they know that what Lu Zhao was really worried about was the matter of the red, tangible chi. After the examination, the crowd dispersed one by one. Lu Zhao also returned to the East Pavilion. As dusk fell, Lu Zhao looked at the Lingzhu sword, his head aching endlessly. The person in the red lotus coffin, the notes in the ancient book, and the Luisho family woman are all related to the 9 petals. These clues all lead to one conclusion: do not enter the 9 petals. Clues can still be investigated with the help of others, but how can Hai Luo's red tangible chi be investigated? Red lotus, red tangible chi. Could it be that there really are people in this world who cultivate red tangible chi and condense the red lotus? Hai Luo and the person in the coffin came from the same place, Quinto? In the Chongqing Palace, heavy soldiers guard the outside of the study. The imperial attendant stood outside the door as usual and reported, "Your Majesty, there are results." The imperial attendant's voice had no strength at all. "Enter!" The door opened. The imperial attendant felt a strange heatwave hit his face, causing him to cough repeatedly. Liu Jiang was still sitting cross-legged, his whole body emitting hot air. The imperial attendant didn't dare stare at the emperor, so he quickly lowered his head respectfully. "Kneel!" The supreme emperor led Su Sheng and Ji Yu Yaran to the evil sky pavilion. All died in battle. After saying these words, the imperial attendant knelt on the ground, not daring to move. After a long time, Liu Zhang opened his eyes, not angry, not furious, just calmly replied, "Understood." The imperial attendant couldn't understand at all. After all, the Supreme Emperor was also His Majesty's biological father. The Supreme Emperor just died in battle, yet His Majesty can be so indifferent. But the imperial attendant only dared to think about this question in his heart, not daring to say it out loud. "Your Majesty, currently only Yunzhu and Jizhu haven't fallen to the Netherworld sect. Soon, they will besiege the divine capital. All the civil and military officials want to invite His Majesty to court to discuss countermeasures." Hearing this, Liu Sheng calmly said, "Do my affairs still need to be discussed with a bunch of trash? Issue the decree. The Crown Prince shall lead the expedition. Choose one of the 8 great commanders. Order Wei Zhuoyan to abandon defending the border and return to counterattack Liangzhou. The divine capital imperial guards must be on high alert. If anything unusual is found, kill without question." The chief eunuch trembled all over. He dared not say another word, only replying, "Your wish is my command." After that, the chief eunuch got up and respectfully backed out of the study. Liu Sheng opened his eyes, his hand subtly flipped, and boom, a miniature Dharma body appeared in his palm. The Dharma body had no golden lotus, only 7 vibrant lotus leaves revolving around it. Clenching his hand, Liu Sheng nodded with satisfaction, returning to 8-leaf, charging towards 9-leaf. What do I fear from the Netherworld sect? What do I fear from the Golden Court Mountain? Liu Sheng raised his hand, and a judge's brush floated before him. Its bristles were no longer white, but had turned a brilliant red. The brush dipped into the inkstone, instantly turning black. In the general's mansion in Yuzhou, Hua Zhongyang stepped forward with an intelligence report. Sectmaster, 7th Elder, has thoroughly investigated. The great general defending Mianzhou City is indeed one of the 8 great commanders, Ma Lu Ping. Hearing this, Yu Zhenghai laughed heartily. The imperial family truly has no other choice. This, drawing firewood from under the cauldron, moved by younger brother, works very well for the divine capital. What a brilliant scheme, Si Wuya said. The imperial family has no other methods. If they don't send generals to defend the cities, they'll just die even faster. Hua Zhongyang then added, "Currently, 5 of the 8 great commanders are dead. Han Yu, Yuan Xiang, Lai Jiyu, Yi Ran, Wen Shu. Su Sheng and Ji Qingqing, who replaced Han Yu, have already fled. Now only 3 remain: Wang Yu,
Xuan Jingyun, and Ma Luping.
They fled? Siwuya frowned. Siwuya and Yu Zhenghai always had different ways of thinking. He paid great attention to details that ordinary people ignored.
Qi Qingqing was the only female general among the 8 great commanders. It was rumored that her name was on that mysterious experts list, which scared her so much she fled overnight, and her whereabouts are still unknown.
Yu Zhenghai and Siwuya recalled the situation that night, controlling the flying chariot to attack Yuzhu. The mysterious expert only had 5-leaf cultivation. How the hell could they have scared Qi Qingqing? Yu Zhenghai asked. Your subordinate is unclear. Younger brother, could this mysterious expert be a trap intentionally set by the imperial family?
Impossible.
This expert appeared without a trace and vanished without a shadow. Their performance didn't resemble 5-leaf. Perhaps that night, he intentionally suppressed his Dharma body's rank,
Siwuya said. Yu Zhenghai frowned, suddenly remembering Ming Shiyin's words. If Yu Shangrong comes to Yuzhu, if it truly is him, then why would he help me? Second senior brother, oh second senior brother, we've been rivals our whole lives, and you'd help me? No way!
Just then, a Netherworld sect disciple rushed in from outside the mansion to report. Reporting to the sect master and 7th elder, it's bad news. Yunju City's formation has been activated. The entire city is sealed off. What's the reason?
Siwuya asked. They're arresting someone. I hear they're chasing that mysterious expert.
Yu Zhenghai, Siwuya, and Hua Zhongyang immediately exchanged glances. Play with fire. You get burned. That dude finally got tricked. Yu Zhenghai sighed. Siwuya asked, do you know where this expert is?
Reporting to 7th elder, our informants in Yunju City reported the last time they heard of that mysterious expert was on the street.
But this expert is like a divine dragon, only showing its head but not its tail. Now your subordinate doesn't know their exact location.
Siwuya nodded, then turned to Yu Zhenghai and said, Senior first brother, should we save him?
Yu Zhenghai sat up straight, his finger lightly tapping the table. After a moment of thought, he replied, of course we must save him. I established the Netherworld sect and gained the influence it has today, all thanks to our loyal disciples. If I see death and don't save, how can our Netherworld sect brothers still serve me after this?
Sect master, wise indeed.
Hua Zhongyang bowed. Senior first brother, what insight? Siwuya also bowed. At the same time, in a tavern in Yunzhou City, it was tightly surrounded by soldiers and cultivators from inside to out. The streets below and surrounding buildings were all guarded, with no common folk in sight. Yunzhou City was utterly silent and peaceful, and in the sky, a colossal barrier had enveloped the entire city.
Sword Devil Senior, you should just give up.
The moment you stepped into Yunzhou, I noticed you. Now this entire place is a trap waiting for you. He looked at the green-robed swordsman sitting opposite him. Even just speaking, Ma Qing had to be extremely careful.
I can confirm, you've severed your golden lotus.
After severing your golden lotus, your cultivation must have significantly decreased. You're no longer an 8-leaf expert.
You're very confident.
But this very confidence has harmed you, Ma Qing said. But the person opposite him remained unfazed, holding a teacup, sipping, and enjoying the scenery outside the window. Ma Qing felt he was being underestimated, so he frowned and said, you're not afraid of the green-robed swordsman? Why should I be afraid? The green-robed swordsman replied with a smile. Afraid? I'll kill you. If you can kill me, what's the point of fear? If you can't kill me, then why do I need to be afraid? Yu Shangrong said gently. Ma Qing was getting a headache from Yu Shangrong's circular logic. Sword Devil Senior, I've said so much, and you still don't understand.
He waved his hand, and the cultivators in the tavern immediately drew their swords. The people outside the tavern also closed in, completely surrounding Yu Shangrong, leaving virtually no escape. Yu Shangrong said, if Ma Luping himself had come here, it might have been a bit troublesome. Too bad it's you who came. From a young age, Ma Qing and his older brother Ma Luping began cultivation. Their ages weren't too different, but Ma Luping's talent was a level higher, with extremely powerful cultivation. Everyone in the world only knew of Ma Luping, one of the 8 great commanders. Yet no one paid attention to Ma Qing's existence.
So he's been living under his bro's shadow, huh? Guess Ma Qing wants to prove himself, finally. Now cornering the sword demon Yu Shangrong, the legend himself, is his golden ticket to fame. I'm enough for the cultivation world, Yu Shangrong said casually. I admire your courage. It's all for the sect leader. The underworld sect's victory is set in stone, especially with Senior Ji Lao of the Nine Leaves backing us. Yan province falling is just a matter of time, Ma Qing retorts. Knowing the outcome, why not just run? Ma Qing laughs like a maniac. Of course I'll run. After I kill you, if the royal family ain't gonna reward me, I gotta earn my representative myself. What's Yan province to me? What's this kingdom to me? Just then, a subordinate rushes up. General Ma, the underworld sect has launched a full-scale attack. Ma Qing's eyes widen. Suddenly, a whoosh rings in his ear. Sword demon Yu Shangrong across from him has already drawn his sword. General! General! The crowd gasps. Ma Qing immediately summons his Dharma body. Om! The six-leaf Dharma body shields Ma Qing, instantly blasting the top off the tavern. Debris and junk fly everywhere. The golden six-leaf Dharma body clashes with the longevity sword. Energy going wild. Ma Qing flies backward, out of the tavern, floating midair. The crowd swarms in. Just as Ma Qing thinks the sword demon's strike failed, his vision blurs. Wait, hold up. His men rush to shield him, but he can't see a thing. He strains to focus. When his vision returns, Ma Qing sees three figures charging at him from the left, center, and right. The green-robed swordsman smirks, longevity sword in his right hand, a faint red glow on the blade, sword tilted 45 degrees. Great divine power technique. Return to the three souls. Swish! Yu Shangrong calmly slashes down, the familiar crisp sound ringing out. A clean cut appears on Ma Qing's Dharma body. This is... Fear flashes in Ma Qing's eyes. He numbly watches his Dharma body dissipate. At the same moment, a matching cut appears on his chest. Yu Shangrong remains unfazed, sheathing his sword. The longevity sword flashes back into its scabbard. Yu Shangrong doesn't even look, soaring into the sky. Meanwhile, the cultivators who just charged into the tavern realize they missed. They quickly turn to look at Ma Qing floating midair. General! General! Kill him! Dozens of cultivators swarm like ants. Countless leaf-shaped energy imprints shoot out from Yu Shangrong, whipping up a tornado towards the crowd. What is this? Swish! 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 Golden leaves slice through the cultivators' necks, bodies dropping to the ground instantly. Lotus leaves! They're the lotus leaves of the golden lotus! Careful! The cultivators immediately abandon the chase. Ma Qing floats mid-air, clutching the wound in his chest. He sees countless lotus leaf energy imprints behind Yu Shangrong, slowly dissipating in the wind, until only 6 remain, merging into his body. Ma Qing struggles to speak, trembling. 6 leaves, golden. Golden lotus. Lotus leaves can be used like this. Sadly, it's too late for him to realize. Ma Qing falls from the sky, head lolling to the side, blood gushing from his chest, soaking the ground like a winding stream. Ding! Killed a target, gained 1,500 merit points. Yu Shangrong ignores the system notification, continuing to use his divine power to rush towards the city gate. Killing Ma Qing is nothing to brag about. His brother, Ma Luping, is the real challenge. Yu Shangrong's cover is blown. He needs to leave Yan province ASAP. The formation is activated, a barrier covering the entire city. Can he escape before Ma Luping arrives? Yu Shangrong speeds past buildings until the city wall looms before him. He looks up, seeing a massive black flying ship parked atop the wall. Outside the city walls, the underworld sect disciples are yelling, sieging the city. The barrier outside the city gate is repeatedly struck, creating earth-shattering booms. Sieging now? That's just plain dumb. Yu Shangrong judges. From Yu Shangrong's perspective, the barrier is at full strength, so attacking now is just a big brain fart. Yu Shangrong stops by the city wall, waiting for the barrier to weaken. Just then, a massive blade of energy flies from the flying ship. The jade blade emits a blinding golden light, stabbing straight at the barrier. Great profound sky palm. Profound sky starburst. The blade energy turns into a meat grinder, colliding with the barrier, creating an earth-shattering sound. The barrier ripples, creating waves. The loud noise startles all the commoners in the city. Even though a group of people had already been relocated, many commoners still remain. Yu Shangrong looks and sees the commoners fleeing towards the west gate. At the west gate, many soldiers and cultivators are flying in the air. Stop right there! No one is allowed to run.
Anyone who lives in the city, regardless of age or gender, mortal or cultivator, will be killed on the spot if they try to leave. The commoners panic and turn back towards the east. The guardian cultivators continue to fly low, monitoring the fleeing commoners. Boom! Another massive sound. The jade blade's profound sky starburst emits light as bright as fireworks in broad daylight, rotating energy continuously impacting the barrier. Moments later, the blade energy dissipates, and the barrier no longer ripples. On the flying warship, Yu Zhenghai arrogantly observed the entire city. This barrier is even stronger than the one in Yu province. Yu Zhenghai unleashed the Great Xuan Heaven Palm twice in a row, only causing it to flicker and ripple, with no signs of breaking. Siwuya said, "With such a commotion, we're bound to attract Mo Lu Ping. The mysterious expert imitating second senior brother must have some tricks up his sleeve to escape. Let's just hope he's not a complete idiot." Experts are always confident. If he dares to imitate second senior brother, he must be self-assured. Let's hope he still has some fight left in him, Siwuya said. Listening to you, I think he's that kind of guy too. Yu Zhenghai frowned. How annoying. Just like your second senior brother. Yu Zhenghai flipped his hand and thrust forward. The jade green blade circled and flew out again. This time, Yu Zhenghai spread his arms wide and stepped forward. Countless blade energies appeared around the jade green blade. Reign of the Sovereign! Each blade energy was a replica of the jade green blade, and they all stabbed down simultaneously. The city defense team that was running over suddenly stopped, looked up at the sky full of blade energies, and were filled with awe. In this world, only the current leader of the underworld sect, Yu Zhenghai, can unleash such a move. Great Xuan Heaven Palm, Reign of the Sovereign! If Yu Zhenghai lacked a bit of kingly aura during the battle in Yunzhao Forest, he definitely has it now. In Yanzhou City, those who saw this scene stopped and looked up in admiration. The blade energies poured down on the barrier like a storm. Clang! 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 The barrier vibrated, and the energies clashed wildly. Some of the people in the city even thought that the barrier had been broken. Reign of the Sovereign continued for a while, and under its fierce attack, the barrier weakened by 30%. Some cultivators, who intended to help the city defense team, immediately gave up on that idea. What does the underworld sect rely on to be called the #1 demonic sect in the world? What does the underworld sect rely on to try to conquer the 9 provinces of Great Yan? Now everyone has the answer. Hua Zhongyang swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The sect leader's blade technique has reached the pinnacle of perfection, a role model for all of us. Yu Zhenghai descended, retracted the jade green blade with both hands, and returned to his side. He looked down from the flying warship. The barrier has weakened by 30%. Big Senior Brother's Reign of the Sovereign must have terrified Mo Lu Ping, Siwuya said. Yu Zhenghai was extremely satisfied with his previous move. It's just a barrier. I'll just slash it a few more times and it'll break. Whoosh whoosh. The city wall's giant crossbows fired from afar like a rainstorm. The sound of the crossbows tearing through the air echoed across the sky. The city defense team finally retaliated. Hua Zhongyang quickly said, "Sect leader, leave this trivial matter to your subordinate." Hua Zhongyang jumped down. The 7-leaf golden lotus dharma body opened, expanded for a moment, and then contracted, blowing away all the crossbows. Yu Zhenghai nodded slightly, ignoring the crossbows and observing the city defense team standing on the wall. I'll slash 3 more times. If Mo Lu Ping still doesn't show up, then when the barrier breaks, it will be the moment I take your heads. A thunderous sound wave crashed down, deafening. From the west side of the city, a deep and majestic voice suddenly came. Great sect leader Yu is truly mighty. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice. The city defense team bowed in unison. Greetings, Commander Mo. A middle-aged man flew over, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding a kingly aura. This is one of the 8 great commanders of the godly capital's forbidden army, Mo Lu Ping. This Commander Mo has a gaunt face. Although his build isn't large, his aura is extremely imposing. Wu Zhenghai sneers. Ma Lu Ping, if you got the guts, come out and fight me, bruh. Seeing Ma Lu Ping show up, Wu Zhenghai and Siwuya are relieved. It means the hidden expert backing the underworld sect is safe and sound. Ma Lu Ping retorts. Yo, sect leader Wu, if you got the balls, break through this barrier and come down here and fight me. Stalemate. Just as Wu Zhenghai is about to speak, Siwuya pulls him back, fearing Ma Luping has backup on the way.
Taking Yanzhao needs more discussion. Reinforcements? Wait, hold up. Wu Zhenghai asks, confused. Siwuya explains. Xuan Jingyun and Wang Yue are guarding the divine capital. Those two, plus the 5 elders of the Big Dipper Academy, control the 10 Absolute Formation there, so they won't leave easily. Liu Shang never leaves the 10 Absolute Formation. No chance he's gonna dip. That leaves the 2 Academy heads and the 3 armies, Commander Wei Zhuoyan. They're the most likely to reinforce. Didn't you say Wei Zhuoyan was a fake? Real or fake doesn't matter, bro. What matters is he can command the 3 armies. Even if he can't, he'll still be tempted, Siwuya says. Damn it. If it weren't for Master's support, he wouldn't be where he is today. Human hearts are unpredictable. Siwuya shakes his head. Good thing you reminded me. Wu Zhenghai has used up a lot of qi. Breaking through the barrier will take more time, and by then, he won't be at his peak.
Wu Zhenghai steps to the edge of the flying arc, looking down and shouting, Ma Luping, I'm sparing you because the people in the city haven't evacuated yet. I'm not breaking the barrier today.
Not giving Ma Luping a chance to trash talk, Wu Zhenghai continues with a booming voice. Since I founded the underworld sect, I've had a strict rule. No harming civilians. Now you city guards are using the people as hostages? Disgusting. I may be from the demonic path, but I have principles. I'd never do something as dirty as you. Wu Zhenghai raises his voice. I'll spread this news throughout the land so everyone can see your true colors. Retreat! The underworld sect's flying arc takes the lead, slowly flying out of Yanzhou City. The underworld sect disciples outside the city walls also cease their attack. In a flash, the sea of people disappears. Ma Luping stands there dumbfounded, speechless. The affairs of cultivators shouldn't involve mortals. That's been the rule forever. Killing one person is easy. Killing hundreds or thousands isn't hard either. But wiping out a prefecture, or even all the people in a country, that's harder than ascending to the heavens. That's why Ma Luping is stunned. On the streets, someone yells, "Does the royal family not see us as people?" There's no justice. Even a demonic sect like the underworld sect knows this, yet the city general is using us as hostages. Karma! Why is your official's life a life, but ours isn't? Why? Once someone takes the lead, the shouting rises like a tide, and Ma Luping's eyelids start to twitch. He's strong enough to kill them all, but he knows he absolutely can't. See, Commander, General Ma is dead. Hearing this, Ma Luping's eyes widen, his voice full of rage. Anyone who dares to make noise will be executed immediately. The sound waves boom out, and the murmuring quickly stops. The people look at Ma Luping in fear, not daring to speak. Some are secretly thinking, "Hurry up and take the city, underworld sect." Ma Luping says expressionlessly, "Watch them closely. Anyone who leaves without permission will be killed without mercy." Yes. At the same time, in a nearby alley, Yu Shangrong looks up at the giant flying arc leaving and turns to slowly walk in the opposite direction. Inside the East Pavilion, Lu Zhao finishes comprehending the Earth Scroll and opens his eyes, hearing a voice from outside. "Master, a flying letter from 7th Disciple." Creak. Lu Zhao steps out and sees Ming Shi Yin respectfully standing outside the door offering the flying letter. He casually waves his hand, and the flying letter flies into Lu Zhao's hand. After reading the letter, Lu Zhao says dismissively, "He thinks I don't exist." Ming Shi Yin has already read the letter and knows its contents, so he says, "Master, with your cultivation, why not just fly straight to the divine capital and kill Liu Shang? Then eldest brother wouldn't have to waste time taking each prefecture." Lu Zhao is speechless. "I'd love to, but my strength doesn't allow it, okay? The divine capital has the 10 Absolute Formation protecting it. It's not as easy to break through as you think." Ming Shi Yin slaps his forehead. "Master is right. I forgot. To get past the 10 Absolute Formation, we still need the underworld sect's support. The royal family has remained undefeated for so long, not only because there are many experts in the palace, but also because of the 10 Absolute Formation. It's no exaggeration to say that half of the experts in Great Yan are gathered in the divine capital. If the Big Dipper Academy and the Heavenly Travel Academy join forces, eldest brother might not be able to take Yanzhou. Eldest brother only has Hua Zhongyang and 7th Disciple by his side. The people from the Big Dipper Academy aren't to be trifled with, not to mention Wei Zhuoyan behind them." Ming Shi Yin bows. "Master, I request permission to reinforce eldest brother." "Your eldest brother is stubborn.
He'll never allow anyone to interfere, Lu Zhao says. Ming Xiyin nods. Then let old Huang go reinforce him. Island Master Huang and he are on good terms. He should be well rested by now. He's just been chilling here all day anyway. Ahem. An old voice suddenly comes from behind. Brother Lu. Huang Shiji walks into the East Pavilion as calm as ever. This situation is awkward. FR. The ancients were right. Trouble comes from the mouth. But on the surface, Ming Xiyin is still indifferent. Greetings, Island Master Huang. You're too kind. Lu Zhao looks at Huang Shiji. Island Master Huang, how was your rest? Thanks for the hospitality, bro. Huang Shiji replied. Heard Master Yu is hitting up Yanzhao. Mind if I go check it out? Huang Shiji volunteering is A+, but he's kinda solo in terms of backup. Taking on 9 provinces? Maybe not needing 8 leaves. But the underworld sect's about to siege divine capital. The royals can't just sit on their asses. Lu Zhao paused, then, maybe not. Please enlighten me, bro? This old man believes in Yu Zhanghai's abilities. Lu Zhu said, I'm not questioning Master Yu's skills, but... Before Huang Shiji finished, Lu Zhao turned. We'll discuss this in 2 days. 2 days later, Lu Zhao felt he'd grasped over half of the extraordinary power. Storage is almost pre-Book of Heavens. These days, Lu Zhao's been focusing on the book. Cultivation's stagnant. Lucky him, 100k plus merit points, 2 golden lotus leaf activations. Not bad. Lu Zhao stretched and checked the map. Still no new areas on the mysterious chart. Lu Zhao left, aired himself out. Just then, Ming Xiyin entered East Pavilion, bowing. Master, 7th Senior sent a flying letter. The Northern Dipper and Heavenly Pivot Academies have mobilized. Lu Zhao frowned. What makes Liu Chang think he can disrespect this old man? Disrespecting Yu Zhanghai's disrespecting the Demon Sky Pavilion. Master, Liu Guo could pull out a transcendent grade sword like Ling Shu. Maybe that 9-leaf expert's still in the palace. Ming Xiyin guessed. Lu Zhao's ears perked. Say what now? Ming Xiyin knelt. Master's the number 1 9-leaf right now. Any experts toast before you? Lu Zhao stopped him. Repeat what you just said. Master is the number 1 9-leaf right now. The bit before. Lu Zhao frowned. Sharp usually. Now he's spacing? Liu Guo could pull out a transcendent grade sword like Ling Shu. Maybe that 9-leaf expert's still in the palace. That reminded Lu Zhu. Can't rule it out. Armor, tomes, coffins, Ling Shu sword, red talisman and the protective jade. All from the palace. Liu Guo said that 9-leaf expert visited divine capital. Besides, Lu Zhu forgot something else. It's been the age of severing golden lotuses for so long. Who can guarantee no one recultivated to 8 or even 9 leaves? Like in a new MMO. No matter how hard Lu Zhao grinded, some no-lifed hit max level ASAP. Post-severing golden lotus. Odds are higher. Tell Huang Shiji, he's riding with me, Lu Zhao said. Ming Xiyin gawked. Master's helping eldest senior brother hit Yanzhu? Lu Zhao waved it off. Just passing through. Understood. Ming Xiyin turned to leave. Could Lu Zhao let those 2 academies or any other powered dogpile his disciple? Hell nah. Noon. 3 swift cloud-flying chariots slowly exited Golden Court Mountain's barrier, headed for Yanzhao. Lu Zhao only brought Ming Xiyin and Huang Shiji, plus 3 prisoners from the Grand Void Academy. Everyone's rushing cultivation. Safer in the Demon Sky Pavilion. Plus, these guys are dead weight. On the chariot, Lu Zhao watched the kneeling prisoners. Zhu Wenliang, Wang Jianrong, and Zhang Gong were shivering, frozen. Trapped in the Demon Sky Pavilion, they were constantly spooked, couldn't eat or sleep, and were endlessly tormented by demons. Ming Xiyin, piloting the chariot, asked, Master, why bring these trash? Before Lu Zhu spoke, Huang Shiji chuckled. Grand Void Academy's tight with the royals and chummy with the academies. Lu Zhu glanced at them. Want to live? Zhu Wenliang blurted, Yes, only a fool wants to die. Then I'll give you a chance. Lu Zhao paused. The 2 academies are heading to Yanzhao. I want to meet their principals. Do this right, I'll spare your lives. Zhu Wenliang agreed. Pavilion Master, rest assured, I'll do it. I'll send a flying letter ASAP. Half a day later, the swift cloud-flying chariot appeared on a mountain a few miles west of Yanzhou. The chariot landed. Lu Zhao surveyed Yanzhou, but saw only a vague outline. Zhu Wenliang whispered, Senior Ji, I contacted the Northern Dipper Academy. Good. Lu Zhao ignored him. Huang Shiji said, Knowing Master Yu, he's probably already in Yanzhou.
Yanzhou's eerily quiet. They're cautious. 2 academies looming. Wei Zhuoyan's ambush. Yu Zhenghai's gotta be careful. He's no idiot. Moments later, white-clad cultivators sped over, 1,000 strong, forming a battle formation. Master, they're here. Ming Xian jumped off the chariot, hyped. Master, bust out the 9-leaf avatar. Wipe 'em out. Eldest senior brother's fine. Lu Zhu frowned. Watch your mouth. Wait, hold up. Is your master really the type to go on random murder sprees? This disciple totally misspoke. Please forgive me, master. Ming Shiren hastily said. Master's a virtuous Chad who knows right from wrong. Huang Shiji also clasped his hands and said, Can't speak for other things, but Senior Ji truly has the world in his heart, no cap. Everyone Senior Ji off totally deserved it. If Senior Ji's a demon, then my Penglai Island will gladly follow Golden Court Mountain straight into the demonic path. The moment those words dropped, Zhu Wenliang and the other 2 legit trembled and stumbled. Even Penglai's sect is simping for Golden Court Mountain, so you know how damn charismatic they are. Golden Court Mountain is totally crushing it right now, so a huge fan base isn't even surprised. Just then, over 1,000 white-robed cultivators rolled up, their formation slowly descending, hovering in the air. Zhu Wenliang whispered, Senior Ji, I'll go say hi to them. Go on. Lu Zhao just waved his sleeve, totally not scared of Zhu Wenliang trying to pull a fast one. Like, if he wanted Zhu Wenliang dead, Lu Zhao had a million ways to do it. If Zhu Wenliang had 2 brain cells to rub together, he wouldn't dare pull such a brain-dead stunt. Zhu Wenliang lightly tapped his toes and yeeted himself into the air. Zhu Wenliang of Taishu Academy, salutations! His voice echoed, and over 1,000 Beidou Academy disciples zoomed over, their formation looking sharp AF. The person leading the flight was Beidou Academy's headmaster, Zhu Yongkai. Zhu Wenliang, you are indeed here. Taishu Academy's grandmaster, Lun Xin, has always maintained good relations with Beidou Academy. Now, Golden Court Mountain's eldest disciple, Yu Zhenghai, is out here causing drama, so we should team up with Divine Capital to totally take down Golden Court Mountain, Zhu Yongkai declared. Zhu Wenliang was legit internally screaming. Forget uniting. Taishu Academy has no sect master, no grandmaster, no core defense left, and its disciples have all pieced out. What the hell is Taishu Academy gonna use to fight Golden Court Mountain? Even as the second elder, he felt completely useless. Zhu Wenliang shook his head, no longer beating around the bush. Senior, look this way. Zhu Yongkai followed Zhu Wenliang's pointing finger towards the mountain. There, half a cloud-piercing flying chariot peeked out, and atop the mountain, someone was standing on a huge rock, waving at Zhu Yongkai. Yo, Headmaster Zhu, fancy meeting you here again. Zhu Yongkai frowned and said, Who's that? The 4th master of Golden Court Mountain, Ming Shiren. Zhu Wenliang introduced him. Zhu Yongkai's eyes immediately popped open. So it's the 4th demon of Golden Court Mountain. What are you waiting for? Disciples? Get over here and nab him. And make it snappy, must be alive. With him, we can totally negotiate with Yu Zhenghai. Zhu Wenliang, you actually did good. Taishu Academy might be a shadow of its former self, but as long as I'm here, no one will dare bully your Taishu Academy. Zhu Wenliang, with this kind of brain, how in the world did you become headmaster? Zhu Wenliang was practically sobbing internally. He hastily flew next to Headmaster Zhu, whispering, Headmaster, see Senior Ji is, also here. The latter half of his sentence was a barely audible squeak. Zhu Yongkai's eyes went wide, his whole body jolting. You! Divine Capital's main defense is the 10 Great Formation and the Imperial Fam. Out here, miles away from Divine Capital, they might stand a chance against the Nether Sect, but they're absolutely no match for old Demon Ji. Just then, a deep voice echoed. Headmaster Zhu, why don't you come over and meet this old man? Zhu Yongkai's heart felt like it was dragging an anchor, his nerves strung tight as if facing his ultimate boss battle. The zealous, young, hot-blooded disciples of Beidou Academy, who were just about to snatch Ming Shiren, all freaked out and scrambled back. OMG, it's actually old Demon Ji. Quick, fall back! I'm so damn scared! I'm out of here, I'm done! One disciple was so terrified he lost control of his primal Qi and instantly plummeted from the sky. Zhu Yongkai whipped his head around, glaring at the disciples, thinking, Ugh, what a bunch of wastes. I can't believe my Beidou Academy has such weaklings. This is straight up humiliating. Ming Shiren, still chilling on the huge rock, yelled again. Headmaster Zhu, hustle over here. My master's waiting for you. More than 1,000 Beidou Academy disciples all dared not move. Zhu Wenliang whispered. Sorry, Headmaster Zhu. Okay, so maybe it looks like I'm dragging you into a burning dumpster fire, but seriously, think for a second. If you rush to Yanzhao for backup now, and Senior G pulls a fast one, how are you gonna fight off a 9-leaf expert then, huh? Zhu Yongkai's heart did a little flutter. He didn't want to admit it, but Zhu Wenliang wasn't wrong. Not even a little bit. Zhu Yukai spun around and barked. Beidou Academy disciples, listen up. Anyone here? All of you stay put. No one moves a single muscle without my direct order. Understood. Zhu Yukai took to the air, flying straight to where Ming Shiren was, with Zhu Wenliang hot on his heels. The mountaintop views were absolutely stunning. Under the shade of a massive tree, 2 old dudes were chilling on chairs, chatting it up, with sunlight filtering through falling leaves all around them. The second Zhu Yongkai saw the 2 old men, his eyes bugged out. He gasped, then whipped his head around. If you dare bail, Beidou Academy will face absolute doom. Mark my words. Lu Zhao's voice, deep and commanding, hit him. Zhu Yongkai's entire body seized up, his steps halting without his say-so. The divine capital situation was sketch AF. His Majesty the Emperor had been straight up using Beidou Academy to churn out leaf-opening pills, totally ghosting state affairs. Golden Court Mountain was on top, and the Nether sect had officially become the #1 demonic sect in the world. If Divine Capital actually crashed and burned, how the hell was Beidou Academy gonna survive after that? Chill out, Headmaster Zhu. My master isn't some random mass murderer. If you just behave, why would anyone off you? But if you act up, well then getting iced isn't unfair, Ming Shiren said. Zhu Yongkai sighed, defeated, then turned and walked towards the 2 old men. Lu Zhu just casually waved his sleeve and declared, This venerable one is Ming Shiren. Then he hopped onto the flying chariot and grabbed a chair. Huang Shiji clasped his hands and said, Huang Shiji from Penglai Island. I greet Headmaster Zhu. Heard a lot about Principal Chu. Turns out he's Island Master Chu Yongkai, from Huang Island. After Chu Yukai reluctantly sat down, Lu Zhao glanced at the 1,000-plus Beidou Academy disciples floating in the distance, and casually said, This old man has always distinguished right from wrong, and doesn't indiscriminately kill the innocent. Of course, this old man has never shown mercy to enemies either. These words made Chu Yukai's heart tremble. Senior G wants to get involved in Yanzhu's affairs? Chu Yongkai cautiously asked. I'm not free. Just passing by. Although Yu Zhenghai betrayed his sect, he's still this old man's disciple. I want to see if he has the ability to take down Yanzhu. Chu Yukai was dumbfounded. You're just watching? Oh. Just then, a sudden shock came from Yanzhu City, and saber energy bloomed like fireworks in the sky. Chu Yongkai suddenly stood up, his eyes wide as he looked towards Yanzhou City. Lu Zhao looked at him and said calmly, Sit down. Chu Yongkai suddenly felt his legs weighed down, unable to move. Seeing that he refused to sit down, Lu Zhao sighed and said, If you want to leave, I won't stop you. Be my guest. Ming Shi Yin secretly nodded. Masters using reverse psychology, so profound. Do you dare to leave? Huang Shiji laughed and said, Why are you in such a hurry, Brother Chu? Isn't it fun to sit down here, chat, and enjoy the scenery? Chu Yongkai had no choice but to sit down, his face already flushed red. Beidou Academy is the largest academy in Great Yan, with the world in its heart. Regardless of age or disability, everyone is treated equally. This is what makes Beidou Academy famous. Even royals have to sit with poor students in the academy. Principal Chu, have you ever wondered when Beidou Academy's customs changed to what they are now? Hearing this, Chu Yukai was stunned for a moment. Many years ago, Beidou Academy was known as the #1 academy in Great Yan, with experts as numerous as clouds. Emperor Liu Kuo named the Son of Heaven's Sword, and the ancient sage Zhu Tianyuan of Mobei were all students of Beidou Academy. Unfortunately, no one has continued the legacy in the past few hundred years. Later generations of disciples are inferior to the previous ones, and it has even become a place for training civil officials, becoming a sect dependent on the royal family. Whoa! The formation of Yanzhou City lit up again, looking like a transparent bowl covering the city from the top of the mountain. Inside Yanzhou City, many cultivators were flying towards the city walls.
Yanzhou City was in chaos. Chu Yunkai clenched his fists, his knuckles white. After all, Beidou Academy was still allied with the royal family, but now he could only stand on this mountain and watch the Nether sect frantically attack Yanzhou City without any restraint. He was helpless. Seeing the uncomfortable expression on his face, Lu Zhao said calmly, Thuo Ling defends the city, and Ma Loping is a sinister and cunning man. In order to achieve his goals, he will stop at nothing. To suppress Yu Zhenghai, he doesn't hesitate to use the lives of the entire city's population as hostages. That trash disciple of mine may be from the demonic path, but he's not that depraved. Beidou Academy teaches people with books, educating the world, so do you think it's right or wrong to use the lives of the population as a bet? Chu Yukai raised his eyebrows. Is this really happening? Ming Shiyin replied, Do you think this is fake? The Nether sect was able to recruit tens of thousands of followers in a short period of time? Wasn't it all because they forced them? Chu Yukai was speechless. If there's a choice, who would willingly choose the demonic path? Chu Yukai clenched his fist. One thing at a time, I will personally report to His Majesty about Ma Loping's misconduct. But the Nether sect is wantonly stirring up trouble, causing chaos in the world. Senior Ji, as his master, are you really just going to sit back and do nothing? When he was at Beidou Academy, he heard that Yu Zhenghai was the first to betray the Evil Sky Pavilion, and the two masters and disciples had a feud. Until now, the Evil Sky Pavilion has not come forward to support the Nether sect, so Chu Yunkai dared to ask this question. Lu Zhao said, As you said, one thing at a time. Yu Zhenghai betrayed his sect, and I will personally punish him. No need for you to worry. But Yu Zhenghai wants to conquer this world. This is his personal wish. Principal Chu, you and I are both teachers. You should understand this principle. Otherwise, why did Beidou Academy abandon the Son of Heaven Sword, Emperor Yongshu, to stir up trouble in the world back then? Why are the students of Beidou Academy entitled to take over this world, but my disciples are not? Chu Yunkai was speechless again. The Nether sect is ultimately from the demonic path, and the demonic path does things against the heavens. Aren't you afraid of the opposition from the common people in the world? Now you think of the common people. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. This is an unchanging principle. Don't think that cultivators are so great just because they have the power to destroy mortals. Later generations of the cultivation world are always transformed from mortals, generation after generation. When mortals become cultivators and have enough power to resist, the first ones they will retaliate against are the cultivators who trampled on mortals before. Don't even mention humans. Even the creatures living in the forest understand this basic principle of survival. How can Senior Ji guarantee that Yu Zhenghai will not harm the people? Chu Yunkai asked. In fact, no one can guarantee this. War always brings casualties. But in general, one must still stand on the side of justice. This time, without waiting for Lu Zhao to reply, Ming Shiyin said, Shameless indeed. You turn a blind eye to Ma Loping's deeds that everyone hates, and you assume my eldest brother is guilty before he's even done anything. How can you even utter such sophistry? Chu Yunkai was so slapped in the face that he couldn't speak. Besides, the royal family has repeatedly provoked the Evil Sky Pavilions. The fact that my master hasn't killed you on the spot is already showing you a lot of respect. Don't think that just because you're the principal of Beidou Academy, you're qualified to sit here and reason with my master. If it weren't for my master being a reasonable person, he would have crushed you all to death with one slap. Chu Wenliang, Wang Jianrong, and Zhang Gong stood nearby, trembling non-stop. This hits hard, yet sends shivers down your spine. A demon spouting logic is a joke, but he ain't wrong though. If you want to solve things, why not just one-shot the problem and be done with it? Boom! The barrier around Yanzhou City finally shatters like glass. Tens of thousands of Nether sect disciples flood the city. Cultivators fly in for the kill, smoke and fire rise, and the air is thick with murderous intent. War is always this brutal. Zhu Yunkai sighs helplessly, shaking his head. Lu Zhao suddenly turns to Zhu Wenliang. When's the Heavenly Voyage Academy arriving? Zhu Wenliang replies, I've already sent a letter to the Heavenly Voyage Academy, but their dean is arrogant. He probably doesn't give a damn about a second elder of the Grand Void sect like me and refuses to meet. Lu Zhu turns to Zhu Yukai. Seems the Heavenly Voyage Academy has more face than the Big Dipper Academy? Zhu Yunkai says, Meng Nanfei is indeed a bit of a show-off. With the war in Yanzhou City, he probably won't bother coming here, and will just head straight there to support Ma Luping. Everyone looks towards Yanzhou City.
The fighting is intense. Without the barrier, countless avatars appear, with blades and swords flying everywhere. The Nether sect slowly advances, taking down over 10 cultivators with each step. No Heavenly Voyage Academy disciples in sight. Ming Shiyin says, "Looks like eldest brother's gonna win." Zhu Yunkai's face is grim, but he doesn't have the balls to move. Even with over 1,000 disciples outside, it's useless. The 9-leaf Chad is here. Who dares to pull some suicidal crap? Just then, a cultivator in blue robes flies in from the mountains on the left. It's someone from the Heavenly Voyage Academy. Ming Shiyin speaks. Zhu Wenliang nods. "I'll greet him." Zhu Wenliang flies out to greet him. "I am Zhu Wenliang, second elder of the Grand Void sect. May I ask for your esteemed name?" The blue-robed cultivator replies. "You're Zhu Wenliang. That's right, you're dead meat." These words make Zhu Wenliang raise an eyebrow. There's a saying, "Don't hit a man when he's down." The Grand Void sect situation is bad enough, and this guy's mocking him? How can Zhu Wenliang not be pissed? But Zhu Wenliang has no choice. A tiger falls into the plains and is bullied by dogs, especially since this guy is from the Heavenly Voyage Academy. "Where's Dean Meng?" The cultivator in shabby robes says disdainfully, "What's it to you where Dean Meng is? Trash like you isn't worthy to speak to Dean Meng." Zhu Wenliang barely manages to hold back his anger. "If you're here to insult me, please leave." Whoosh! A figure flies in from behind, calling out, "Yo, don't leave yet." The blue-robed cultivator asks suspiciously, "Who are you?" Zhu Wenliang introduces. "Fourth seat of the Demon Sky Pavilion." The blue-robed cultivator's brow furrows instantly. "Too far, Zhu Wenliang. You're colluding with demons," Ming Shiyin says dissatisfied. "What are you talking about? What collude with Ding?" Ming Shiyin is very dissatisfied with his choice of words. Isn't his master on top of Twin Peak Mountain inviting the two deans to enjoy the scenery and have a chat? What collude with Ding? That's not the right way to use it. "I'm triggered," Ming Shiyin says. "Crazy!" The cultivator raises his eyebrows at Ming Shiyin. Zhu Wenliang shakes his head, saying nothing. Just then, a majestic voice booms from the mountain peak. "Fourth!" Ming Shiyin quickly bows. "Yes, disciple, if reason fails, kill." The blue-robed cultivator also hears the majestic voice. Just as he's about to get angry, Ming Shiyin rushes towards him with lightning speed, a flash of cold light. Whoosh! The blue-robed cultivator suddenly feels a chill all over. His avatar explodes. "Too late!" Swish! Ming Shiyin passes by him without a second glance. The fight is over. Zhu Wenliang gulps. That blue-robed cultivator didn't look weak, but how did he die so quickly? Just how strong is this fourth seat of the Demon Sky Pavilion? Just then, the blue-robed cultivator feels his chest being slashed, and fresh blood gushes out. He stares wide-eyed at Zhu Wenliang, his hand trembling as he raises it. You're courting death. Don't blame me." Awkward silence filled the mountaintop air, giving off a real "are you kidding me" vibe. The Beidou Academy disciples were quieter than a library after hours. Academy headmaster Zhu Yunkai wiped the sweat off his face. Lu Zhu glanced at him and casually said, "Headmaster Zhu, chill out, dude. I'm all about reason. But for folks who don't get it, I ain't wasting my breath. You feel me?" "Yes," Headmaster Zhu stammered. Huang Shiji clapped. "Didn't think Old Fourth's Demon Slayer sect had these kinda tricks up their sleeve." Lu Xiao shook his head. "It's not that he's strong, it's just that the Heavenly Order Academy students are kinda trash." Lu Xiao's tone was slow, but his aura was straight up Chad, making everyone's hearts pound like they were at a rave. Lu Xiao pointed towards Yanzhou City. In terms of personal cultivation, Ming Shiyin still got a long way to go. Following Lu Xiao's finger, a blade suddenly shot out from the Yuming sect's flying chariot, with blade aura exploding everywhere, creating a bloody storm. Anyone who got near the chariot was instantly turned into chunky salsa. Arms and legs? Gone. Huang Shiji nodded. Master Wu's great mysterious heaven palm is on another level. Even I gotta give props where props are due. Zhu Yunkai looked at Huang Shiji, his voice much softer. Island Master Huang is an 8-leaf powerhouse with a top-tier black umbrella weapon. "You can't handle Master Wu?" Zhu Yunkai didn't dare utter the words "demon head" in front of Lu Zhu. Huang Shiji replied, "Headmaster Zhu, you overestimate me. Comparing me to Master Wu is like comparing a Beidou Academy student to you. It's an insult to Master Wu and to Brother Ji. Zhu Yunkai may be the headmaster of Beidou Academy, but it ain't what it used to be.
Zhu Yunkai has only been headmaster for about 100 years.
He probably can't even beat Huang Shiji, and Huang Shiji is hyping up Wu Zhenghe, so what does that make Zhu Yukai?
Huang Shiji, seeing Zhu Yunkai's awkwardness, chuckled and said, "Headmaster Zhu, don't sweat it, just watch."
Inside Yanzhou City, the Yuming sect disciples fought relentlessly below, while in the sky, Wu Zhenghe unleashed waves of blade aura. Anyone who dared to fly up was instantly taken out by his jade green blade.
At the same time, in the Yanzhou City General's manor, Ma Luping led 4 vice-generals out.
Commander Ma, things aren't looking good. Should we just release the civilians as meat shields? After all, we're demons. Sacrificing these civilians will give us a legit reason to lure out all the cultivators.
Ma Luping said,
"Keep it clean." Yes. One of the vice-generals quickly left the general's manor.
Ma Luping ordered, "You, go to the south gate and assist Crown Prince Ma."
"Yes, sir." "You, go to the east gate and assist Wei Zhuoyan."
"Yes, sir."
"And you, go assist the Beidou Academy and Heavenly Order Academy." Chop chop. The Yuming sect is already in the city. We gotta wipe them out in one fell swoop.
"Yes, sir."
The 3 vice-generals received their orders and immediately left the general's manor. Ma Luping clasped his hands and entered the courtyard, looking down at the corpse in the middle. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. "I'll make the entire Yuming sect pay with their lives for my brother." As soon as he finished speaking, a sword appeared on the courtyard wall. A sword-wielding guest was standing there with his arms crossed, a calm smile on his face. Mei Luping was startled, staring wide-eyed at the wall. How long had this person been standing there? Why didn't he notice? Ma Luping tried to remain calm. "Who are you?" "Sorry for accidentally killing your brother Ma Qing. He wasn't on my kill list. It was out of my control."
The blue-robed swordsman said calmly, "It's you. Let bygones be bygones. Try not to be too sad."
Yu Shengdrong lowered his head slightly to show respect for the deceased, but his words were like a slap in Ma Luping's face. Ma Luping lost his temper, raising his hands to unleash countless palm strikes. Clash! 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 Yu Shangrong lightly tapped his toes, his figure twirling in mid-air, descending towards Ma Luping.
Leaping off the ground, his entire body burst forth with Gang Qin. Boom! The walls of the general's manor collapsed, and the two flew towards a nearby lake. Palm strikes filled the sky. Yu Shangrong let out a soft shout, and the long sword emitted a swirling red light from his hand.
Ma Luping turned into golden light, and the two landed on a pavilion by the lake. With a single sword strike, sword aura flew everywhere, shattering the entire pavilion. Ma Luping's fighting style was extremely fierce, each punch containing immense power. He was a true sword maniac. Ma Luping shouted loudly, clasping his hands together, and dozens of palm strikes appeared around his body. Yu Shangrong's face remained unchanged. His long sword danced. Sword shadows appeared, and the sword light cut each palm strike in half.
The reason why heavenly weapons are so terrifying is because they can break through Gang Kui, shattering fist force, and palm strikes like cutting tofu.
Elsewhere in Yanzhou City, on the Yuming sect's flying chariot, Wu Zhenghai, having used up more than half of his primal ki from constantly using divine descent, withdrew his hand, and the jade green blade swirled back into his hand. "Senior brother, save your strength. Leave the rest to me and brother Zhongyang." Siwu Yai stood up and said. Just as Siwu Yai was about to use Peacock Spreads Its Wings, Wu Zhenghai stopped him. "Junior brother, just stay on the chariot and strategize. I'd be worried if something happened to you." Hua Zhongyang, while swatting away a barrage of ballista bolts, said, "There's no need for 7th senior brother to move. The Yoming sect brothers are enough. Look over there." Qinglong Hall's second seat, Wu Hong, led a team towards another city gate. His 6-leaf golden lotus dharma body appeared, killing any cultivator in his path.
Siwu Yai nodded slightly. With senior brother's leadership, conquering the divine capital is only a matter of time.
Wu Zhenghe was overjoyed, grinning. "But I can't be overconfident. The master has given us a tight schedule."
"Senior brother, don't worry. We have enough time. Right now, we need to watch out for the 2 major academies and Wei Zhuoyan."
Siwu Yai was like, "Too bad Baiyu Qingyang Flame and Di Qing aren't here."
Just then, Hua Chongyang suddenly saw a whole mob of commoners in the streets, looking all scared and stressed. A bunch of them were bruised and battered, running towards the Yuming sect dudes.
"Sect leader, look!" Yu Zhenghai and Siwu Yai spotted the same thing. "What the hell is going on?" Hua Chongyang frowned. A real boss wouldn't sweat the small stuff, and straight up slaughtering them would be the most efficient move. But could he really bring himself to do it? If they let them into Yuming's sect territory, it would stir up trouble, or, worse, some spies could sneak in.
Yu Zhanghai clenched his fist, eyes burning with rage. Ma Luping, I swear I'll personally chop you into pieces.
Hua Chongyang knelt down on one knee, spitting out each word. Sect leader, just give the order. I'll follow your command no matter what.
Si Wuyai's heart skipped a beat, glancing at Hua Chongyang. Yu Zhanghai didn't answer, just stared silently at the people below.
Behind the crowd of civilians, there were a bunch of city guards watching, and some kids started bawling. His mom freaked out and covered his mouth. Everyone was tense as hell. Ain't nobody got time for sympathy. Hua Chongyang waited, stone-faced, for the sect leader's orders, fist clenched on the ground. Fall back, Yu Zhanghai finally said, raising his hand. Si Wuyai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Hua Chongyang replied in a deep voice. Understood. He leaped into the air, hovering in front of the flying ship, and shouted, Retreat and defend the city walls. The Yuming sect followers tilted their heads, confused. They were winning. So why retreat? The civilians breathed a collective sigh of relief as the Yuming sect goons retreated towards the city walls, then collapsed on the ground, gasping for air like they'd just dodged a nuke. Just then, a few miles west of the Yuming sect's flying ship, a 10-zang tall, 8-leaf Dharma body shimmering with golden light suddenly appeared. As the Dharma body unleashed its ki, a dude with a calm face also appeared with his sword. He blocked and quickly flew back. Yu Shangrong looked up at Ma Luping, suppressing his surging blood, and said with a faint smile, If I were still an 8-leaf, you'd have been worm food under my sword a long time ago. But, it's more interesting to win with less.
Ma Luping stared seriously at Yu Shangrong below. You really are a sword demon.
He didn't expect that even with his 8-leaf cultivation, he still couldn't force Yu Shangrong to summon his Dharma body. On the giant flying ship, Yu Zhanghai also saw this 10-zang tall Dharma body, and immediately snorted, My brother, I'm leaving this place under your command. I'm gonna personally take Ma Luping's head.
Without waiting for Si Wuyai to reply, Yu Zhanghai leaped off the flying ship. Si Wuyai's sharp eyes looked towards the Dharma body, spotting a figure in a green robe descending within the shimmering golden light. A mysterious master. Second senior brother, Yu Zhanghai, only has Ma Luping on his mind. The 10-zang tall Dharma body, with its unique power, already gave him away. Yu Zhanghai sped towards him, the Binyu blade pressed close, emitting a buzzing resonance. Just thinking about Ma Luping's tactic of using civilians, Yu Zhanghai was enraged. His primal chi was going wild, affecting the Binyu blade, and his entire body radiated a terrifying killing intent. At this point, Yu Shangrong also realized that Ma Luping's Dharma body had exposed his location. Ma Luping didn't notice Yu Zhanghai speeding towards him. He was only focused on sword demon Yu Shangrong, the guy who killed his little brother. Right now, Ma Luping wanted to kill Yu Shangrong more than anything. He retracted his Dharma body, spinning 180 degrees. His right fist clenched, unleashing a fist of power as fast as a shooting star. Sword demon, prepare to die! Ma Luping's eyes were bloodshot, filled with murderous intent. Reaching his level of body refinement would allow him to become an overlord. Yu Shangrong looked up at Ma Luping's incoming fist of power, gripping the Changsheng sword. The Dharma body appeared! What was amazing was that Yu Shangrong's Dharma body didn't just stand there like everyone else's. It could change. The Dharma body clenched its hands together, fingers interlocked. Ma Luping was shocked. He'd never seen such a weird Dharma body before, but the move was already launched. There was no way to stop halfway. Ma Luping held his breath and focused, concentrating his power to unleash the fist. A 6-leaf Dharma body? You're toast! Anyone would assume that an 8-leaf Dharma body, with a single world-shattering punch, would be enough to crush Yu Shangrong's 6-leaf Dharma body. Even Ma Luping believed it. The nearby cultivators were all witnessing this incredible scene. The fist of power collided. Boom! What was beyond everyone's expectations was that Yu Shangrong's Dharma body suddenly reached out and grabbed Ma Luping's shoulders. All of Ma Luping's fist of power struck the Dharma body's right arm. Yu Shangrong frowned, feeling his right arm was in danger, so he swung it out. The aftershocks of the fist of power hit the Dharma body, creating ripples. Yu Shangrong stomped his foot and shot into the sky,
the Changsheng sword glowing with a blazing red light. The lotus leaves spun around the Changsheng sword, and 3 figures appeared. This was Yu Shangrong's signature sword skill. Return home. Enter the 3 souls. Ha ha. Ma Luping threw back his head and laughed like a maniac. You fell for it. Ma Luping's body suddenly shimmered with golden light like burning flames. Great accomplishment of adamantine body. Great accomplishment of adamantine body was the ultimate level of body refinement, infusing all primal chi into the meridians and skin, even compressing the Dharma body to the size of a real person. The combination of the 3 was the adamantine body. It was extremely rare for body refiners in this world to cultivate an adamantine body. Once cultivated, opening the Dharma body was like having the blessing of the Buddha's golden body. With incredibly strong defense, Ma Luping didn't retreat but advanced, his field of vision blurring. But he still chose to move forward, fiercely swinging his fist. How can a sword retreat once it's drawn? Yu Shangrong continued to swing his sword, his eyes filled with determination. Boom! The 3 figures merged. Yu Shangrong spun in the air, and in an instant he descended, thrusting his sword straight down. Ma Luping flew backward, smashing through 3 buildings before slamming into the ground. Dust billowed up, blocking vision, and everything fell silent. This level of combat created immense collateral damage. Nearby cultivators only dared to watch, not to approach. Yu Shangrong looked doubtfully at where Ma Luping had fallen. Only when the dust settled did Yu Shangrong see a huge blade of power sticking into the ground, reflecting the sunlight. Yu Shangrong's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't escape it after all. No wonder Mo Lupi was taken down so easily. He finally showed up, the big bro. Yu Shangrong looked up at the guy floating in front of him. Yu Zhenghai stood tall, hands behind his back, eyes fixed on Yu Shangrong. Yep, he wasn't even looking at Mo Lu lying on the ground, just Yu Shangrong. It really is you, Yu Zhenghai muttered. Yu Shangrong grinned, standing up straight. It's me. Why did you stay to help me? Yu Zhenghai asked. I'm not helping you, I'm helping myself. Helping yourself, Yu Shangrong replied softly. Second bro, I, as the big bro, tolerate you, understand you, and have even yielded to you many times. What's past is past. I won't hold it against you, but... Yu Zhenghai's voice suddenly changed, becoming serious and heavy. The grand plan is at stake. It concerns tens of thousands of our underworld sect brothers. Can't be ignored. I will kill Mo Lupi in your stead. Yu Shangrong chuckled. You're the big bro. I respect you, honor you, and even avoid you to not be considered disrespectful. The grand plan is important, sure, but killing Mo Lupi won't affect it. He's on my hit list. I'm taking his head. Cough, cough, cough. Mo Lupi, enduring the intense pain, slammed his cane on the ground and floated up. To think one of the 8 great commanders would be reduced to a lamb for slaughter, a fish on the chopping block for them to argue over who gets to behead me. How could Mo Lupi not be pissed? Enough! Mo Lupi roared. Yu Shangrong, you're just a 6-leaf law body. What makes you think you can kill this general? 6-leaf law body. Yu Zhenghai's eyes twitched, a sense of unwillingness rising in his heart. He should have been able to rebuild too. Damn this grand plan. Mo Lupi looked up and said to Yu Zhenghai. Yu Zhenghai, this general's reinforcements are on their way. You're a dead man walking. What right do you have to shout at this general? Yu Zhenghai ignored Mo Lupi and continued speaking to Yu Shangrong. Second bro, you're only 6-leaf. I'm afraid you can't kill Mo Lupi. You don't need to meddle in the matters of the divine capital. Yu Shangrong smiled faintly. Big bro, forgive me for disagreeing. The longevity sword trembled, a red glow emanating from its blade. Whoosh! The longevity sword flew forward. Yu Shangrong clasped his hands together. The surrounding origin power surged. A cyclone arose, and the surrounding buildings were blown away. Immediately after, countless sword beams shot out from the longevity sword, densely covering the sky, forming a fan shape. Yu Zhenghai was slightly startled and exclaimed, Return of all things! The origin of all things is the Tao. This invincible move is one of the most difficult great divine power techniques to master from the return to origin swordplay. No weaker than return where you came from, enter the 3 souls. Seeing this, Yu Zhenghai flipped his palm slightly. The jade green saber flew back, and then flew out again,
Reign over the world!
He doesn't attack unless he's going all out. If you had to face these two, what would you choose? Choose the 8-leaf PQ Zhenghai, or choose NGU Shangrong, who looks like he's only a 6-leaf law body.
Mo Lupi endured the internal injuries, once again casting his iron body, iron ki, surrounding his whole body. Mo Lupi stomped on the ground and lunged towards NGU Shangrong. NGU Shangrong chuckled and thrust both hands forward. Return of all things. All the sword beams and the longevity sword merged into one, striking towards Mo Lupi. Mo Lupi said calmly, "Even if I die, I'll drag you, sword devil, down with me." His eyes were filled with obsession and confidence, forcing NGU Shangrong to go all out. Clang, clang, clang! The sword beams pierced Mo Lupi's body. At the same time, Reign Over the World also unleashed countless saber beams. Yu Zhenghai spread his arms like a fierce eagle spreading its wings. The saber beams in front of him were neat and surged like waves towards Mo Lupi. Clang, clang, clang! Several streaks of fresh blood appeared on Mo Lupi's fists and feet. It could be said that Mo Lupi was facing certain death. Attacked from both sides, one side was Return of All Things, the other was Reign Over the World. However, Yu Zhenghai suddenly withdrew his hands, clasped them together, Reign Over the World froze in the air, the jade green saber flew back into his hand, Yu Zhenghai swung the saber horizontally, a golden saber beam several feet long flashed, slashing towards Mo Lupi, while pushing him out of the attack range of Return of All Things. NGU Shangrong jumped back in the air, his movements extremely graceful. But cracks appeared where his toes touched the ground. Mo Lupi flew out, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and rolled on the ground. The saber beams and sword beams disappeared in an instant. Yu Zhenghai still looked at NGU Shangrong, ignoring Mo Lupi, who was seriously injured. "Do you know that last punch could have killed you?" Yu Zhenghai questioned. NGU Shangrong chuckled. "Big bro was afraid my Return of All Things would kill him first, right? If I didn't do that, you would be injured." "Not necessarily. Arrogance isn't a good thing. You've already beheaded Jin Lian, why do you need to compete with 8-leaf to rebuild?" Yu Zhenghai said. "I killed Wen Shu. I killed the 4 lieutenants of Gi Qingqing. I killed the Rat King Li Shangxi. I killed Ma Qing who guarded the southern part of Yan Prefecture," NGU Shangrong said. Hearing this, Yu Zhenghai frowned, then quickly relaxed, disdainfully saying, "Is this why you're arrogant? Just now, the person you faced was one of the 8 great commanders, Mo Lupi, who guarded Yan Prefecture." "Yeah," NGU Shangrong replied. The two were bickering, while Mo Lupi was furious. He brushed the dirt off his body, struggled to stand up. There was a saber wound on his side, a sword wound on his front. A saber and a sword left deep wounds on his body. Fresh blood continued to flow out. If Mo Lupi hadn't had the freaking indestructible King Kong body, Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong could have offed him without even breaking a sweat. Still, even that OP body might not tank the combo of Ruler descends and all things return to nothingness. Yu Zhenghai suddenly switched tactics, saving his bacon. "Bro, arguing is pointless. Why not let the dude choose his own demise?" Yu Shangrong said, eyeing Mo Lupi. "Savage AF." Yu Zhenghai scoffed. "Some people are born to be trash, not respected. Case in point, Mo Lupi." Left hand gripping the emerald jade blade, Yu Shangrong raised his sword too. It's a race to see who strikes first. Facing 2 of the strongest dudes ever, anyone not brain dead knows what to do. Mo Lupi, no words, just GTFO. Running like a rocket, chi exploding everywhere. Mo Lupi realized he was all alone. He didn't dare fly, just darted through the city's alleys. But every place was empty. Creepy. Then it hit him. His lieutenant had rounded up all the civilians and dragged them to the east gate to use as meat shields against the Nether sect. Oof, no choice but to keep running like his life depended on it. Because it did. Why isn't anyone chasing me? He wondered, glancing back. Just then, Yu Zhenghai stood before him, waving. "Think you can escape, trash?" Mo Lupi activated his King Kong body and yeeted himself left, leaving a man-shaped hole in the wall. But before he got far, Yu Shangrong's smirking face appeared on a rooftop. Why prolong the suffering? Mo Lupi was about to lose his SHT. He couldn't stand this cat-and-mouse game, so he stomped the ground and shot into the sky. Predictably, Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai followed, flanking him like a pair of tryhards. "You're all insane," Mo Lupi thought.
They were totally ignoring him. Or rather, he was just a tool for their little pissing contest.
Just then, a cavalry unit swooped in, all armored up, with the distant clatter of hooves. Knights and cultivators entering the city.
Malupi rejoiced, cackling like a maniac. My reinforcements are here! He powered up his King Kong body, and a Tenzang Dharma body appeared, pinpointing his location for the troops, but also making him a big target. Glancing to both sides, he saw a blade and a sword condense into Kuya, hurtling towards him with earth-shattering force. Malupi's heart sank, continuing to ascend. A swarm of sword and saber Kuya relentlessly chased him. Clang! 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 They pummeled Malupi, the blade and sword hacking away before retreating.
Yu Shangrong grabbed his everlasting sword. Yu Zhanghai retrieved his emerald jade blade.
Atop Twin Stone Peak, Huang Shiji, Ming Shiyin, and Zhu Yongkai witnessed the whole thing, frozen in disbelief. Eighth Leaf Yu Zhanghai's saber was domineering, fierce AF. The saber key, looking like it would destroy the world.
Sixth Leaf Yu Shangrong's swordplay was transcendent. The sword like a swimming dragon. Performance was on par with Eighth Leaf Yu Zhanghai.
Holy SHT! Huang Shiji gasped. If I hadn't seen his sixth-leaf Dharma body, I'd swear Yu Shangrong was a peak eighth leaf. That's why I told you not to compare me to sect leader Yu, Zhu Yongkai admitted. I'm humbled, Huang Shiji continued. The sword demon can use sixth leaf cultivation to unleash combat power on par with an eighth leaf and control his Dharma body at will. Reaching such a level after reincarnation is probably unique to him.
Sincere praise, even though Huang Shiji forgot to include Lu Zhao. In fact, he didn't know what tricks Lu Zhao used to promote himself to ninth leaf.
Zhu Yongkai nodded. I'm ashamed to call myself the dean of the Big Dipper Academy. I was so narrow-minded.
What do you mean?
Huang Shiji asked. It's not weird that the nether sect's leader, Yu Zhanghai, could beat Malupi, but that sword demon, Yu Shangrong, still has the confidence of an eighth leaf after reincarnation. That's astonishing. Huang Shiji smiled. Too bad we're too far away to get a good look. You can't use common sense to judge the Evil Sky Pavilion's disciples. Do you know the 9th disciple of Evil Sky Pavilion?
Heard of her?
Huang Shiji nodded. I visited the Evil Sky Pavilion before coming here and met that little brat. She's only been cultivating for 6 years, and she's already a 5-leaf nascent divinity realm cultivator. Zhu Yongkai's eyes widened, his fingertips trembling uncontrollably. 6 years to reach 5-leaf nascent divinity realm? That cultivation speed is unheard of since forever. The body tempering stage alone takes years of training, not to mention the other realms. Almost no one dares to imagine someone reaching the nascent divinity realm in 6 years. Zhu Yongkai's mouth felt dry. His understanding of the Evil Sky Pavilion had been completely overturned.
Ming Shiying glared at him, thinking if he revealed little Hailuo's talent, these guys would probably pee their pants.
Lu Zhao, who had been silent, stroked his beard and criticized, "Got a trash talk before the ass-whooping."
Huang Shiji and Zhu Yukai were stunned. They could have offed Magalupi quickly, yet they wasted so much time. Lu Zhu continued, Yu Zhanghai's ruler descends is a large-scale attack. The resulting saber kui is like a sea wave. Using it against Magalupi alone is a total waste.
Yu Shangrong's all things return to nothingness requires time to mobilize energy and condense sword ki. It's powerful, but not quick and efficient enough. At the crucial moment, they still want to hide their strength. They teamed up but couldn't kill Malupi quickly. They used overly complicated methods and didn't strike decisively.
Still young. The string of criticisms left Huang Shiji and Zhu Yongkai speechless.
What could they say? Damn, if I had disciples like that, I'd sleep with a smile on my face, you know? And yet, this old codger's still dissing? Huang Shiji coughed twice to ease the awkwardness. Just then, Ming Shiyin pointed towards Duyanchao City, saying, "Master, reinforcements!" Zhu Yongkai glanced over, his eyebrows twitching in confusion. Isn't that Wei Zhuoyan from the Heavenly Fate Academy? Shouldn't he be in Liangzhou? Ming Shiyin asked suspiciously. Liangzhou? Zhu Yongkai realized he had blurted something out, and quickly covered his mouth.
Ming Shiyin smirked. Wei Zhuoyan abandoning the border defense and launching a counterattack on Liangzhou is a good move. But taking Liangzhou won't be easy. The Nether Sect has 3 Dharma protectors guarding Liangzhou, unless Wei Zhuoyan colludes with the foreign tribes. Zhu Yukai was stunned. Huang Shiji was stunned. Since ancient times, colluding with foreign tribes is an unforgivable crime. Once this accusation is confirmed, It will bring eternal infamy. A huge number of armored soldiers and cavalry suddenly appeared in Yanzhou City, all heading towards the eastern city walls. A flying chariot appeared in the sky. Though not large, it was clear the owner had quite the background. Behind the chariot were 3 formations of masked, black armored cultivators. The Black Knights of the Divine Capital. Rumor has it that after the leader Lang Luo left, the Black Knights were never the same. But who will be their new leader? Zhu Yukai shook his head. I wouldn't dare to hide anything, but my intel doesn't have this guy's name. Inside the city, Yu Zhanghai and Yu Shangrong stood facing each other. Ma Lupi was on the ground, terrified as he looked at them. Yu Zhanghai said, "Second brother, reinforcements have arrived. It's best if I take Ma Lupi with me. The battle is urgent, we can't drag this on. How about we put our contest aside for now?" Yu Shangrong, gripping the longevity sword, smiled and said, "Since Big Brother has spoken, how could I be so ignorant as to argue? The battle is urgent, let's do as you say for now." Okay. These two have been arguing non-stop, and now they're suddenly playing the humble card. Ma Lupi muttered, "This is bad. If I don't run now, when will I?" He stomped his foot, his entire body erupting with a glimmering golden aura, and rushed towards the nearby wall. Bang! Yu Shangrong didn't even bother to look. The longevity sword had already shot out, and the azure jade blade was not to be outdone, slashing over. This time, the blade and sword didn't collide, but flew parallel to each other. Blade and sword auras appeared everywhere, countless wonders. The blade aura was like a sea wave, carrying the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, while the sword aura was as fast as a shooting star, carrying the power to create the heavens. Bang! The blade and sword auras resonated, simultaneously piercing through Ma Lupi. Yu Shangrong raised his hand, the longevity sword flew back into its sheath, and the azure jade blade circled back and chopped off Ma Lupi's head, then flew away with the wide-eyed head. Yu Zhanghai soared into the air, saying to Yu Shangrong, "Second brother, you're just a 6-petal now. When you return to 8 petals, we'll have another match. What do you say?" Yu Shangrong replied, "That suits me perfectly." Yu Zhanghai said nothing, and flew away with Ma Luping's head. Yu Shangrong also turned and left in another direction, his figure as fast as lightning. At the same time, the city's reinforcements, as numerous as ants, were rushing towards the east city. "Where's Ma Luping, Mianzhao?" A deep voice came from the flying chariot. Just then, Yu Zhanghai's figure flew past. The black-armored knights and soldiers all looked up, their expressions grave. Yu Zhanghai, stepping on the emerald jade blade, suddenly stopped. "Here's your head!" Thud! The head fell onto the flying chariot and rolled around, leaving streaks of dark red blood, quite terrifying. The crowd exclaimed, "Commander! Commander!" Yu Zhanghai clasped his hands behind his back, looked solemnly at the flying chariot, then at the nearby civilians, and said calmly, "This is the fate of those who dare to bully the people." This sect leader has said that the underworld sect will not touch a single hair on the heads of the common folk. Today's matter, this sect leader must go and demand justice from the emperor. His sonorous voice spread out, making the people happy and invigorated. As far as the people are concerned, who sits on the throne doesn't matter. What matters is whether that person can improve their lives. Seeing Yu Zhanghai's demeanor, who wouldn't be swayed? The people immediately rioted, everyone discussing and criticizing the royal family, criticizing Ma Luping. A deep voice suddenly came from the flying chariot. "Ma Luping harmed the people, a crime deserving 10,000 deaths. This crown prince will definitely execute his entire clan. But one thing at a time, how can this crown prince let the underworld sect off so easily? It's the crown prince. This person is His Highness, the crown prince of Daiyans." From within the flying chariot, a man in a brocade robe and hat, with a calm expression, stepped out leisurely. He looked at Yu Zhanghai standing in the air, his eyes filled with killing intent. He is the crown prince, Liu Zhihe. Liu Zhihe's appearance boosted the army's morale. This crown prince is ordered to suppress the rebel Yu Zhanghai. Unexpectedly, the person who came was Liu Zhihe. Based on Yu, even if Liu Zhihe is a cultivation genius, he can't possibly be an 8-leaf nascent soul realm cultivator, and besides, Ma Luping is already dead, and Wei Zhuoyan has gone to Liangzhu. What is Liu Zhihe relying on to resist the underworld sect? Liu Zhihe stepped into the air and flew up, on par with Yu Zhanghai. The black-armored knights behind him immediately followed.
Liu Zihe said calmly. Of course not. Take a look. He waved his right hand, and in the distant horizon, a group of cultivators in white robes suddenly appeared, flying towards them. This group of cultivators appeared behind the misty mountains and flew towards the East City. Clearly, they already knew the situation in Mianzhou City. When the group of cultivators in white robes appeared in sight, the morale of the city's defending army soared. On the underworld sect's giant chariot, Siwuya also saw this scene and frowned slightly. They've finally arrived! The dean of the Heavenly Origin Academy, Meng Nanfei, led his disciples straight towards Qingmianzhou. The dean is almost at Mianzhou City. Good! Once there, everyone must obey orders. Yes, sir. When several thousand cultivators from the Heavenly Origin Academy flew past a mountain peak, one of the disciples suddenly pointed at it. Dean! What's that? Meng Nanfei didn't pay attention at first, focusing all his energy on flying. When he turned his head to look, he saw that on that mountain, a Dharma body was suddenly expanding. The Dharma body grew from 1 zang to 10 zang, and 9 lotus leaves appeared under the lotus seat, rising into the air, radiating a myriad of light. The hair of several thousand disciples stood on end, their bodies jolting as if electrocuted, an extremely terrifying aura crashing towards them. Seeing this scene, Meng Nanfei widened his eyes and shouted, Retreat! The dean of the Heavenly Origin Academy's shout reached the ears of several thousand disciples. Upon seeing the 9-leaf Dharma body, they reacted as if conditioned, retreating in unison. What is the purpose of the Heavenly Origin Academy's arrival here? Of course, it's to support the Crown Prince, support Ma Luping, and defeat the Underworld sect. And who is the owner of the 9-leaf Dharma body on Songshi Peak? It goes without saying that it is the Pavilion Master of the Devil's Sky Pavilion, who is also the master of the Underworld sect leader, Ji Tiandao. In this situation, who dares to act rashly? The smartest solution is to retreat, without saying a word. Just run for your life. They came in droves, but tucked their tails between their legs and fled back into Mianzhou City. Liu Zihe stood proudly in the air. As long as the 2 great academies arrive and set up a formation, it will be time to catch turtles in a jar. What underworld sect? What Yu Zhanghai? All will be captured. But, Your Highness, the Heavenly Origin Academy disappeared! A subordinate rushed over and bowed. Crown Prince Liu Zihe was stunned and frowned as he asked, Disappeared? Unbelieving, he flew higher to observe. The Heavenly Origin Academy, not sooner or later, just happened to see a group of cultivators in white robes fleeing, faster than rabbits, and disappeared into the horizon in an instant. What the hell? Liu Zihe was dumbfounded. What's going on? Are they rebelling? The visibility within the city wasn't very good, and the buildings blocked a lot of people's view. From Yu Zhanghai's position, he couldn't clearly see the situation outside the city either, and his face was also full of suspicion. But on the Underworld sect's giant chariot, Siwuya saw this scene very clearly. The 9-leaf Dharma body only appeared for a moment, only about 10 seconds before disappearing. But that was enough. Master! Siwuya didn't believe that a second 9-leaf would appear at this time. If the person who just manifested the Dharma body on Songshi Peak wasn't his master, then who else could it be? Siwuya immediately seized the opportunity and hurriedly said, Brother Zhongyang, beat the drums and attack. Yep. Hua Chongyang hops to the highest spot on the giant lian, smashes the drum face with his mallet. Thunderous drum beats, boom boom boom. On the city walls, the Nether sect disciples are hyped, charging down in unison. The large-scale battle officially kicks off. Yu Zhanghai glances at the giant Li Qian parked in the air above the city wall, nods slightly. Bros helping me out like this? Can't let myself fall behind. Yu Zhanghai immediately dives into the fray, emerald jade saber swirling around him. Liu Zihe's eyes bug out. He yells, Retreat! Retreat now! Activate the formation! Your Highness, activating the F formation is a no-go. The subordinate's so scared he's stuttering, but he knows one thing. Activating the formation now is like trapping themselves in here. Liu Zihe descends to the flying lian. The flying lian turns around and flies away. Saber energy strikes, instantly mowing down dozens of black knights, heads flying everywhere. Blood and gore rain down. Yu Zhanghai looks towards the terrified crowd, floats in the air and says, Those who believe in this sect leader will survive. The Nether sect will do its best to protect everyone's safety. Yu Zhanghai decides, if he wants the world, he has to win the people's hearts. His voice booms like thunder in everyone's ears. Seeing a glimmer of hope, the people immediately kneel down and kowtow. At this moment, the second seat of the Azure Dragon Hall, Yu Hong, flies past Yu Zhanghai and calls out, "Yu Hong!" Yu Hong hurriedly bows. "Sect leader! This sect leader orders you to protect the safety of the common people with all your might. If there's any mistake, this sect leader will take your head. I respectfully obey the sect leader's command." Yu Hong receives the order. The people are relieved to see the nether sect leader giving orders in front of everyone. Mok Lu-ping's actions earlier completely lost their trust. Many commoners run towards Yu Hong. Yu Hong is cautious, escorting them out of the east gate. Yu Zhanghai is relieved, quickly chasing after the Black Knights. On the Twin Rock Peak, the nine-leaf avatar appears unexpectedly, taking away all of Zhu Yunkai's thoughts. He stands there dumbfounded for a long time, and more than 1,000 Beidou Academy disciples also stare in a daze. That's the nine-leaf avatar. The golden light is dazzling. One person can be mistaken, but a group of people can't be wrong. Dean Zhu, Ming Shi Yin, sees that Zhu Yunkai has been distracted for too long, so he opens his mouth to wake him up, wondering what he's thinking about. Seeing that Zhu Yunkai doesn't answer, Ming Shi Yin calls out loudly again, "Dean Zhu!" Zhu Yunkai is startled, quickly turns around and says to Zhu Wenliang, "Thank you, Elder Zhu, for the reminder." Ming Shi Yin is dumbfounded. Zhu Wenliang, Wang Jianrang, and Zhang Gong are also dumbfounded. What the hell? Zhu Yunkai finally comes to his senses, his face full of embarrassment, and he hurriedly says, "I'm sorry, I didn't rest well last night, making you laugh." Zhu Wenliang secretly curls his lips. "You only know to thank me now?" Huang Shiji isn't seeing the nine-leaf golden lotus for the first time, so he's much calmer. Of course he knows why Jibro is doing this. Clearly wants to shock the disciples of the Tianxing Academy and Beidou Academy. Jibro's move is really unexpected. Admirable. Admirable. Huang Shiji praises. Lu Zhu shakes his head. This old man is just passing by. What about you, Dean Zhu? Zhu Yunkai reveals an embarrassed expression and hurriedly replies, "I'm just passing by, of course." Huang Shiji nods. That makes it easy. If everyone is just passing by here, then there's no need to rush. What's the hurry? Let's chat here for a bit. It would be great if we had some wine. Ming Shi Yin smiles and says, "Sorry, I was in a hurry to go out this morning and forgot to bring it." At the same time, Yanzhou City is now a scene of chaos. Yu Zhanghai shows extremely strong strength, continuously using Descent of the Heavenly King 3 times, killing the Black Knights without leaving a trace of armor. After continuous fighting, Yu Zhanghai's Yuan Qi has been consumed a lot. He looks up ahead. Liu Jihe controls the Flying Lion flying fast. When his Flying Lion is about to leave the city, a pair of golden wings flies from behind. "Senior brother, leave the rest to me." Siwuya, wearing the peacock plume wings, turns his head and says, "Okay, be careful, junior brother. Yu Zhanghai is full of spirit. Don't worry. After all, I'm a disciple of the Demon Sky Pavilion." After speaking, Siwuya rushes out, his wings flapping strongly, shooting out countless needle-like energy, sweeping away the low-level cultivators. Liu Jihe raises his eyebrows unhappily when he sees Siwuya's wings. "There's this trick too. Hurry up and accelerate. Your Highness, rest assured, this subordinate guarantees that you can leave safely." Whoosh! The Flying Lion tilts up, flies over the towering city wall, and heads south. Siwuya's wings are used to the extreme, chasing behind like an arrow. Energy needles are constantly firing at the Flying Lion. Swish! Half of the bottom of the Flying Lion is cut off by the needles, and the formation patterns on the Lion immediately disintegrate. "Your Highness! Ditch the Lion!" A black shadow grabs Liu Zihe and falls from the sky to the ground. The black shadow wears a mask, blocking in front of Liu Zihe. The masked man raises his head to look at Siwuya and says in a deep voice, "Your Highness, retreat quickly. Stop him at all costs." Liu Zihe says in a deep voice, "Yes." The masked man bursts out with a bizarre aura, steps on the ground and shoots up, his palms striking out a majestic palm print. Siwuya raises his eyebrows. Unexpectedly, there are still such experts beside Liu Ji. Then he flaps his wings and rushes down. Huh? The masked man didn't expect Siwuya to ignore him and rush straight to Liu Zihe. Siwuya's speed is too fast, no slower than the speed of the Flying Lion, let alone Liu Zihe no longer has the Flying Lion at this time. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Energy needles fill the sky. The masked man uses a great divine power technique to approach Siwuya,
Is that all you've got? He threw a barrage of punches at the peacock plume. Si Wuyai ignored him and continued to borrow the force to rush down. Thanks! The wings on Si Wuyai's back suddenly detached, combined from 2 into 1. The light dissipated, and the peacock plume turned into a stream of light, carrying gang needles to strike Liu Jihe. Liu Jihe's face turned pale as he unleashed his gang chi to defend. Boom! The peacock plume easily shattered the gang chi protecting Liu Jihe and slammed into his chest. Hoofed! Liu Jihe was seriously injured and flew backward, crashing through several trees. Si Wuyai had no intention of stopping and continued to sprint forward. The masked man cursed. Damn it! Even though he didn't think much of Si Wuyai's strength and cultivation, this unconventional fighting style pissed him off, so he used his great divine power technique to appear next to Si Wuyai and threw a palm strike. Si Wuyai blocked with his hand, retreated in midair, stabilized himself, and landed on the ground. The situation in Yanzhou City is already set. Why bother struggling in vain? Si Wuyai said. It's all for your master. His Highness the Prince has abandoned Yanzhou. Why are you still chasing after him? I'm killing for the enemy. I'm saving my master. Si Wuyai sneered. Crown Prince Liu Jihe is obsessed with the culture of foreign races, and even held foreign dance parties in his palace. To satisfy his personal preferences, he doesn't mind leading wolves into the house. Is such a master worth protecting? The Tao of the sovereign and his subjects is the constant of morality. You rebel army only knows how to spout nonsense, the masked man said in a deep voice. A foolishly loyal person is both sad and pathetic. Wants to die. The masked man unleashed a fist of gang chi, his figure like lightning. Clang, clang, clang! Si Wuyai unleashed double palms. The two engaged in a fierce battle. The masked man displayed incredible combat power, each move pressing Si Wuyai, the fist of gang chi cutting through his protecting gang chi, temporarily making it impossible for Si Wuyai to fight back and forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Boom! 2 fists of gang chi slammed into Si Wuyai's hands, and Si Wuyai retreated again. The masked man laughed loudly. It seems not everyone in the Demon Sky Pavilion is strong. If the opponent was Yu Zhenghai, he would have bolted without hesitation. You're celebrating too early! Si Wuyai flipped his hand, and the peacock plume spun and fired gang needles. The number was small, but the power was immense. The masked man continuously waved his hands to knock away the gang chi. When the last gang chi flew in front of him, it suddenly turned into many small gang needles, using an extremely strange speed to shatter the mask on his face. Shatter! A crisp sound rang out, his mask shattered and fell to the ground. Lu Hong, it's you! Si Wuyai recognized this person. That's right, it's me! Si Wuyai, the Demon Sky Pavilion destroyed my Hanhua school and killed my disciples. As the sect leader, how can I sit still and do nothing? Si Wuyai shook his head and said, the Hanhui school has provoked the Demon Sky Pavilion several times. If my master knew you were so stubborn, Si Wuyai didn't finish his sentence. I'm afraid my master would wipe out your entire Hanhui school. Lu Hong laughed even louder. That's why I have to kill you now, no one will know. The gang chi exploded, and Lu Hong rushed forward with all his might. Si Wuyai retreated, pushing out his palms to deflect the fist of gang chi. Clang, clang, clang. The two advanced and retreated. Si Wuyai retreated again in midair, dodging an attack. Lu Hong smiled faintly. That's all you got. Si Wuyai didn't care about his mockery, but looked at Liu Ji lying on the ground. Liu Ji is going to die. Lightly tapping his toes, Si Wuyai flew into the air and threw out the peacock plume. The peacock plume turned into peacock wings, but did not attach to Si Wuyai's back, but spun in the air. Gang needles like a rain of pear blossoms shot out. From the Great Compassion Mantra, there is a rumor in the cultivation world that people who cultivate the Great Compassion Mantra can make the heavens and earth bleed, and demons cry and ghosts howl. The Great Compassion Mantra, combined with the peacock plume, can maximize the power of this technique. Si Wuyai rarely fights with moves, and the peacock opening screen hardly has any chance to appear. This time, to kill Liu Ji, Si Wuyai must do his best. Lu Hong widened his eyes and summoned his Dharma body to meet the attack. Damn it! The 7-leaf Dharma body appeared, 9 zang long, lying horizontally, shielding Liu Zihe. The rain of gang needles pierced the Dharma body, but it still couldn't block all the gang needles, and several gang needles pierced Liu Zihe. Collect! Si Wuyai collected the peacock plume. The
The Great Compassion mantra also stopped, and at the same time Si Wuyai flew backward without hesitation. Want to escape? Lu Hong didn't expect that he would want to escape after performing the Great Compassion mantra, and immediately rushed to pursue him. Si Wuyai achieved his goal. Of course he had to run away, being a battle maniac has never been his style. But the seven-leaf Dharma body is not so easy to mess with. When Lu Hong was about to catch Si Wuyai, a voice suddenly came from Yanzhou City. "My good brother, where are you?" "Yu Zhanghai." Yu Zhanghai was worried because Si Wuyai had been gone for so long and hadn't returned, so he rushed over. This call made Lu Hong, who was originally as fierce as a dragon, suddenly deflate like a coward. He decisively withdrew his Dharma body and turned to fly towards Lu Jihe. "My good brother!" Another call made Lu Hong's hair stand on end, and his feet accelerated even more. This guy is really not to be trifled with. Si Wuyai shook his head and lowered his hands. He ran away already. Yu Zhanghai flickered over and, seeing Si Wuyai floating in the air, immediately happily called out, "My good brother, are you okay? That person is Lu Hong of the Henghua school. Don't let him escape." Si Wuyai pointed in the direction of Lu Hong rushing into the woods. Yu Zhanghai saw Si Wuyai's disheveled hair and raised his eyebrows and said, "Leave it to me, brother." Whoosh! Another great divine power technique. Lu Hong didn't dare to stop. Carrying Liu Jihe and fleeing with all his strength, he abandoned Liu Zihe, weaving through the jungle, running from corner to corner. Have you ever been chased by someone? People in a state of panic will often run blindly by instinct, sometimes turning left, sometimes turning right, just wanting to shake off the opponent. Lu Hong is like this now. He doesn't dare to fly out of the forest, just running around in the woods. Even Li Hong himself had no clue where he was, totally disoriented. All he wanted was to ditch Yu Zhanghai. Maybe the trick worked? Lu Hong didn't feel anyone chasing him, breathed a sigh of relief, but BAM! A maniacal laugh echoed through the woods. In the sky, the emerald jade saber turned into a freaking meat grinder, blasting out countless mystic celestial beams, wiping out a whole chunk of forest. Lu Hong's heart skipped a beat. He darted out of the woods, yelling, "A mountain!" And disciples from the Beidou Academy? WTF are they doing here? It's Lu Hong from the Henghua school. Someone recognized him and shouted. Lu Hong was overjoyed, screaming like a madman, "Save me! Kill that Ji Laomo's disciple!" He should have kept his mouth shut. Saying that just made 1,000 Beidou Academy disciples change their expressions. At the same time, behind them, a Taoist seal flew over, the blue seal manifesting into a palm strike. The great fearless seal! The seal slammed right into Lu Hong. Lu Hong just proved what happens when you face tank a seal. Boom! Reduced to ashes. Silence returned to the Shuangxi Peak. Zhu Yunkai mouth went dry, his legs felt like jelly, and he couldn't help but tremble. He wanted his legs to steady, but he was powerless. The Henghua school's sect leader, Lu Hong, a seven-leaf expert, just got yeeted into oblivion by a single palm. Zhu Yunkai suddenly remembered when he first arrived at Shuangxi Mountain. The Zhu Wuyang family welcomed him. Then he met Ming Xiyin, and finally, he ascended the mountain to meet Ji Tiandao. If anything went wrong during that process, his ending would probably be no different from Lu Hong's. He dared not remember anymore. Just thinking about it sent shivers down his spine. Lu Zhao didn't give a damn about Lu Hong's life or death. Before secluding himself, he had warned the Henghua school, "If you insist on opposing the great dark heaven, then accept annihilation." To make sure this palm strike was potent enough to kill the target, Lu Zhao didn't skimp on unfathomable power, using a full one-third of his reserves. According to calculations, after comprehending Terra, killing a seven-leaf expert only required one-fifth of his unfathomable power. But to be safe, Lu Zhu used one-third, which was very effective at deterring others. One palm strike turned Lu Hong into ash, and even Huang Shiji was shaken by the sight for a long moment. After a moment of silence, Lu Zhao finally spoke. "Don't be nervous, don't be nervous, don't be nervous." Zhu Yunkai waved his hands repeatedly, appearing calm on the surface. But he was scared less inside. The crowd looked at the giant saber energy above the dense forest. Huang Shiji smiled and said, "Venerable Master Yu is as aggressive as ever." The great mystic celestial palm unleashed such a wide range of mystic celestial beams with only one goal: finding Lu Hong. This scene was very similar to when Lu Zhao wanted to capture Yu Zhanghai at Jingmingdao Mountain Peak, only Yu Zhanghai was much more violent, as the entire forest was cut down. Yu Zhanghai keenly shifted his gaze to the nearby Shuangxi Peak,
simultaneously spotting over 1,000 cultivators dressed in white gathered there. Just then, he saw a massive palm strike, crushing Lu Hong like a fly. Even Yu Zhenghai, an 8-leaf cultivator, was startled when he saw the blue palm seal. Friend or foe? Who unleashed that palm on Shuangshi Peak? Why was the seal blue? A bunch of questions popped up, making Yu Zhenghai hesitant to act rashly. Seeing over 1,000 Beidou Academy disciples, Yu Zhenghai secretly speculated, could it be Zhu Yukai? But on second thought, there was no way Zhu Yunkai's cultivation could unleash such a ghost god wailing palm strike. Just as Yu Zhenghai was about to get closer for a closer look, eldest brother, what's wrong? Yu Zhenghai looked towards Si Wuya running over. The big picture is important. Let's take down Yan Zhao first. There's movement on Shuangshi Peak, probably an enemy ambush, Si Wuya said. You want to investigate the truth? Yu Zhenghai asked. The reason Shuangshi Mountain was named Shuangshi was because of 2 large rocks blocking the view. Plus, the high peak and distance made it difficult to see the situation up there. But how can a 15 zang tall avatar fool me? Si Wuya laughed. Relax, eldest brother. If they wanted to attack us, they would have come already. Why wait until Prince Liu Zihe is dead? And even if he's dead, they still haven't come. Yu Zhenghai pointed toward Shuangshi Peak. Little brother, you didn't see it, but I just saw a massive seal, bluish. Looked like this. Yu Zhenghai was about to gesture and show the size of the seal, but suddenly felt that doing so would ruin his sect leader image, so he just coughed. In short, it was a palm seal that killed Lu Hong. Isn't that great then? With Lu Hong dead, the Henghua school is like a snake without a head, scattered and disorganized. When eldest brother unifies the world, there will be one less obstacle. Si Wuya replied with a smile. Yu Zhenghai nodded and said, so the people on Shuangshi Peak aren't enemies. No wait, those people are clearly Academy disciples. Si Wuya knew Yu Zhenghai's personality. If he knew that their master was helping him, he would be very unhappy. So he quickly said, this is not important. The situation in Yanzhou City is very urgent. Eldest brother should return quickly. Yu Zhenghai sighed helplessly. Fine. For him, the grand cause was more important. Si Wuya was using this to divert Yu Zhenghai's attention. Of course, Si Wuya also knew that he wasn't the only one who saw the 9-leaf avatar, but with the current situation, there was no need to tell his eldest brother and add to his worries. On Shuangshi Peak, Lu Zhao and the others observed the battle situation in Yanzhou City. The Nether sect had completely gained the upper hand. Lu Zhao wasn't in a hurry to leave. He was thinking about what Ming Yin had just said. What if that 9-leaf expert is still in the palace? Brother Ji, the overall situation has been decided. I originally thought I had to make a trip to Yanzhou, but it seems unnecessary now, Huang Shiji said. Lu Zhao glanced at him. Alright, we're just passing by. Huang Shiji immediately corrected himself, also feeling like he was meddling. If a 9-leaf was here, even if he came, he would just be applauding for them. Lu Zhao nodded and said, it's not entirely unnecessary, you just give the orders. Penglai Island will fully support you, at any cost. Huang Shiji replied, tell your chief disciple to work his ass off. This old man told him to investigate the whereabouts of that woman surnamed Luo, and still no concrete news. Lu Zhao scolded. Huang Shiji chuckled sheepishly. Sigh, that good-for-nothing disciple of mine is lazy to the bone and slick as hell. But he's actually good at intel gathering. I'll whip him into shape when I get back. Lu Zhao nodded in satisfaction. Seeing the battle situation in Yanzhou City completely one-sided, he lost interest in watching and casually asked, how's Shuangkong Island doing? Since Brother Ji single-handedly lifted the island, the formation has been repaired properly, and all 5 Penglai Islands have stabilized. Brother Ji used his strength to stop the calamity. As the island master of Penglai Island, I know how to repay favors, Huang Shiji replied. Zhao Yukai exclaimed in shock. Senior Ji, is it true that you lifted the island with your bare hands? Ming Yin rolled his eyes. This guy's a total moron. How can someone this brain-dead be the dean of the Beidou Academy? If I'd known, I would have snatched all the elixirs when I went there looking for Kaye pills, Huang Shiji said unhappily. Dean Zhu, if it weren't for Brother Ji being here, I'd be at odds with you just for that remark. Zhu Yukai looked blank. Brother Ji did Penglai Island a great favor. It's one thing for others to question it, but you're the dean of Beidou Academy. Don't you have any sense of right and wrong? Oh, lifting the island with bare hands sounds unbelievable, but a little investigation will confirm it.
Why question it behind someone's back?
Clearly trying to sow discord between Penglai Island and the Demon Heaven Pavilion. How could Huang Shiji forgive such a person?
Zhao Yukai quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I've been focusing on alchemy and the Golden Lotus these past few months. I didn't realize that lifting Shuangkong Island with bare hands was true.
Zhu Yukai then clasped his hands at Lu Ju. I didn't expect Senior Ji's cultivation to reach such a level. I'm impressed.
Lu Zhao was too used to this kind of ass-kissing to care much, and asked about something else.
What achievements have you made in researching alchemy and the Golden Lotus?
This question made Zhao Yunkai embarrassed. Since the era of severing the Golden Lotus, research projects have been classified. Only core disciples of the Academy and the royal family know, and they're not usually disclosed.
Seeing him hesitate,
Lu Zhu sighed and said, I remember how glorious Beidou Academy was, with the world in its heart. Back then, every student in the world looked up to Beidou Academy. Now, only a few hundred years later, it's become like this. Isolating itself, working alone, and acting recklessly. No wonder it's fallen to this state.
These words made Zhao Yunkai ashamed, his face turning red.
Huang Shiji said, Dean Zhao, what can't you say in front of Brother Ji? Brother Ji is already a 9-leaf. Does he crave your crude experience?
Receiving guidance from Brother Ji once is far better than you studying hard for 10 years.
These words are entirely reasonable. Many young juniors must submit to experienced veterans, just like reading books.
There are countless scriptures in this world. If reading books could truly allow one to understand everything, what would be the point of having teachers?
Moreover, Yu Shangrong of the Demon Heaven Pavilion has cultivated to 6-leaf after severing the Golden Lotus. Does he need your experience?
Zhao Yukai suddenly realized.
Island Master Huang is right. I was being narrow-minded. The Academy's mission is to teach the world, which is why the Academy has survived to this day.
Sigh.
Speaking of this, he sighed. I've been researching severing the Golden Lotus every day for the past half a year, but my achievements have been modest. Tell me a little about it.
Lu Zhao tried to appear gentle and calm, as if they were drinking tea and chatting casually.
Zhao Yukai said, The reconstruction after severing the Golden Lotus is more complicated than we imagined. Severing the Golden Lotus affects not only the speed of cultivation, but also the Dharma body.
Everyone knows that the Dharma body cannot move. It only has one pose, like a sculpture. We can enter inside the Dharma body for defense.
But after severing the Golden Lotus, based on powerful willpower, the performer can control the Dharma body to make some strange movements to release more powerful moves. The number of lotus leaves opened before severing the Golden Lotus will affect the speed of reconstruction. The more lotus leaves, the faster the cultivation. Unbelievably fast. I and the Dean of Tianxing Academy, Meng Nanfei, have discussed this, and we all agree that severing the Golden Lotus is like a kind of recovery.
Huang Shiji was like,
Wait, hold up! The Golden Lotus severance ain't all sunshine and rainbows, you know?
Zhu Yukai jumps in.
The secrets of the Golden Lotus need mad research still. Why the heck does the Golden Lotus suck up lifespan energy? Still a mystery, fam. Chopping the Golden Lotus nerfs the Hoshin, which is supposed to be a tank. The Lotus can block heavenly-grade weapon damage. Without it, you're down 30% power. Straight up trash. Plus, no one's proven you can regrow a new Golden Lotus after you yeet the old one? Ever. Is the 9-leaf even the final form? Is there a 10-leaf waiting to drop? They both turned to stare at Lu Zhao, cause he's rocking the 9-leaf Golden Lotus. Only he knows the post-9-leaf life. Lu Zhu deadpans. 9-leaf's still unstable. 10-leaf is like ages away. They nod. The Lotus Severance era's here. This tide's unstoppable. Who knows what the future holds? Lu Zhao hits M with. Beidou Academy's always been tight with the royals. Any 9-leaf chads hiding in the palace? Zhu Yukai shakes his head. Never heard of it. A kingdom ain't big enough for 2 tigers. If there was a 9-leaf, would the emperor be chill? Nah. But back when the previous emperor was around, there were rumors. He pauses, thinks. He and Senior Ji were homies.
The previous emperor's cultivation talent was trash compared to others. But then he got a mentor. Boom! Power spike! And then he snagged the throne.
Lu Zhu perks up. You know where this mentor's at? Zhu Yunkai sighs. The old mentor kicked the bucket. The previous emperor was heartbroken, mourned for 3 days straight, gave the mentor a royal funeral, even guarded the tomb for 3 years himself. You saw all this? Nah, bro, that was way back. Just rumors, you know? Zhu Yunkai replies. So where's the tomb at?
That's top secret. The previous emperor had it built in secret, then buried all the workers alive to keep it quiet. The historians didn't even write it down. Probably no one knows now. Mysteries solved, basically. Lu Zhao's 99% sure this mentor was the mystery dude in the coffin. No wonder Liu Guo's simping so hard, alive or dead. No one saw it themselves, so who TF knows? Suddenly, Ming Xiyin's being a nosy little SHT. So, how many leaves has the current emperor bloomed? Zhu Yunkai's whole body tenses up. Dude's forehead is now a slip and slide. Zhu Yunkai stammers, glances at the 1,000+ disciples waiting outside. He knows one wrong word means 1,000 deaths. Honestly, all the leaf opening pills the academy makes go straight to the palace. In the past 6 months, the 2 big academies and the Danyang sect cooked up a total of 108 leaf opening pills. Ming Xiyin's eyes go wide. That's a ton. Is he a 108 leaf Chad now? Ahem ahem. Zhu Yunkai stutters. 1 leaf opening pill doesn't guarantee 1 new leaf. The pill works by boosting qi absorption speed, which feeds into cultivation. Once you hit 5 or 6 leaves, you need at least 10 pills, maybe dozens, to open 1 more. So how many leaves has the emperor got? Ming Xiyin keeps pushing. You're dodging the question, bro! Don't you make me mad. If Master wasn't here, I'd punch you in the face. We really don't know how many leaves the emperor has, Senior G. Please forgive us. Zhu Yunkai says nervously. Haha, won't spill the beans, huh? Ming Xiyin's about to blow a gasket, but Lu Zhu raises a hand, cuts him off. Alright, I believe you. Lu Zhao doesn't even know how many leaves his own dumb disciple Shang Rong has bloomed, so it's not a big deal that Zhu Yunkai doesn't know the emperor's level. Thank you for your trust, Senior G. Zhu Yunkai sighs in relief. Academy head Zhu. Lu Zhu says, staring right into Zhu Yunkai's soul. What are you planning to do now? This. Zhu Yunkai clasps his hands. To dominate the world, rebuild the academy, and reclaim its former glory. Beidou Academy has a ton of potential. And Zhu Yunkai, you're no small-minded dude. I suggest you seriously think about what the academy should and shouldn't do when you get back. How to survive long-term. Don't rush into decisions, and don't let blind loyalty cloud your mind. Think it through. Lu Zhu gives him some sage advice. After that, Lu Zhu stands up, flicks his sleeve. 4th, help Master onto the palanquin. Lu Zhao jumps back onto the flying palanquin. Zhu Wenliang, Wang Jianrang, and Zhang Gong instinctively follow. Ming Xiyin whips around, glares at them. What the hell are you doing? Get lost! Oh, want a freeload at the Demon Heaven Pavilion again? Not a chance. Ming Xiyin kicks them. Zhu Wenliang, Wang Jianrang, and Zhang Gong all drop to their knees. Thank you for sparing our lives, Senior Ji. Thank you for sparing our lives. Huang Shiji also gets up, turns to Zhu Yukai. A wise man knows when to fold. Zhu Academy head. A smart bird picks the right branch. Take care, take care, take care. Zhu Yunkai fights down his fear. Watches Huang Shiji fly off on the palanquin. Boom! Ming Xiyin yeets the cloud-piercing flying shuttle and vanishes into the blue yonder. Zhu Yunkai watches it go, then collapses like a sack of potatoes, gasping for air like a fish out of water. The North Star Library disciples finally dare to fly up, only to find their Eni sprawled on the ground. Major facepalm moment. They rush to help Zhu Yunkai up. Dean! You good, bro? Dean? Where did that old geezer hit you? Is it serious? They ask, all worried. Shut your trap! Zhu Yukai suddenly smacks the blabbermouth. Loose lips sink ships, got it? The disciple clutches his cheek, muttering, Got it, Dean. Dean, are we still going to Yanzhou? Are you kidding me? Zhu Yunkai doesn't even glance at Yanzhou City. You wanna die? 'Cause that's how you die. Didn't you see the Heavenly Travels Library disciples hauling ass? What kind of trash did I raise? Back to the library. Zhu Yunkai orders, leading the charge. 1,000 disciples obediently follow. They barely get anywhere when Zhu Yunkai has a change of heart. First, to the Heavenly Travels Library. Yes, sir. At the Heavenly Travels Library in Divine Capital, Dean Meng Nanfei chugs a cup of tea, finally calming down. Was that a hallucination? Meng Nanfei's been back for a while but still feels like he's tripping. Nah, Dean, you ain't crazy. We saw it too. That was 100% the 9-leaf golden lotus, no cap. Yeah, I saw it. Your retreat call was clutch, Dean. Top-tier decision. Meng Nanfei glares at them. Too lazy to deal with these bootlickers. Just then, a disciple runs in. Dean!
Zhu Dean of the North Star Library is here. Show him in!
Soon, Zhu Yunkai struts into the Heavenly Travels Library's council hall with 2 goons in tow.
Meng Nanfei greets him with a fake smile. Dean Zhu, what an honor. Sorry for not greeting you sooner. Zhu Yukai, I ain't got time for your BS. Granddaddy of the Demon Sky Pavilion has a message for ya.
Zhu Yunkai states.
A message? I saw you running for your life. Who runs that cowardly?
Meng Nanfei says seriously.
Spare me the act. I ain't mocking you.
I was there too, remember? Zhu Yunkai retorts.
Meng Nanfei is dumbfounded. The disciples' eyes are popping out.
Zhu Yunkai recounts everything that happened at Twinstone Peak, word for word, repeating Lu Zhu's message.
Meng Nanfei staggers, legs shaking, internally screaming, "That was a close call."
Zhu Yunkai, seeing his pale face, says, Chu Wenliang sent you a flying letter, and you ignored it.
He's a Taishu Academy elder after all. Don't remind me, bro. Thinking about it now scares me to death.
Meng Nanfei waves his hands frantically.
Good thing Meng Nanfei didn't meet Chu Wenliang himself. Otherwise, with that attitude, one palm strike would have turned him to dust, no doubt. After the fall of Han Duyan Chao, the cultivation world splits into 2 factions. One supporting the underworld, simply because the Demon Sky Pavilion is backing them, basically getting protection from the OG 9-leaf. The other faction continues to support Divine Capital, because Divine Capital is unshakable. Meanwhile, everyone's cultivation speed is off the charts. It's only a matter of time before a new 9-leaf shows up. The next day, at the East Pavilion, after a night of comprehending the Heavenly Book, Lu Zhao assesses the extraordinary power stored in his body. While the comprehension speed has increased significantly, so has the power storage capacity, so it'll still take about 5 days to fill it up. Over 100,000 merit points. Time to level up. Through his own cultivation, Lu Zhao is nearly breaking through, which he didn't expect. Maybe it's the result of merging the human scroll and the earth scroll. First, gotta reverse some lifespan. Remaining lifespan, 2,593 days. Lu Zhu uses a reversal card, and energy rapidly gathers. His remaining lifespan immediately increases by 500 days. Before, each card added 300 days. Now it's a whopping 500 days. For a cultivator, the last 100 years of their life are when their cultivation declines. In other words, as long as you're under 900 years old, your cultivation won't be affected by your lifespan. Still need more than 4 years. Lu Zhao decides to use another reversal card without hesitation. The entire East Pavilion is enveloped in thick vitality. The people of the Demon Sky Pavilion are used to this. No one finds it strange anymore. The 4 Demon Sky Pavilion elders look up at the East Pavilion. I'm starting to wonder if the Pavilion Master is practicing some kind of dark art. Hua Wudao asks, puzzled. Dark art? Look, everyone, the vitality in the sky above the East Pavilion is constantly gathering. The Pavilion Master has clearly broken through to 9 leaves. Why would he need to absorb vitality? Hua Wudao remarks. Zuo Yushu shakes his head. If it really was a dark art, Big Bro could just directly absorb other people's lifespans. Wouldn't that be better? Why bother with all this trouble? Pan Lishan says, don't be surprised. Cultivators always make a commotion when they break through. Everyone does. Especially a master like the Pavilion Master. Just get used to it. It'll quiet down soon. Elder Pan makes sense. Suddenly, a resonant energy sound echoes from the East Pavilion again. The 4 elders look up again. Didn't you say it would quiet down? Why the hell is it still going on? Pan Lishan said. Maybe the masters haven't finished breaking through yet. This old man has experienced this before. 1 breakthrough creates 2 movements. This kind of situation is extremely rare. It seems that the masters have gained a lot this time. A moment later, the East Pavilion was as quiet as before. But immediately afterwards, the exact same movement appeared again. This is... Pan Lishan's poker face was completely dumbfounded. Old Pan, stop bullshitting! Lang Luo turned her head and glared at him. How is this possible? The 4 looked at the East Pavilion in confusion, unable to understand. The 3rd wave of life force ended, and a new wave appeared shortly after. Repeatedly, from the beginning of the movement to the 10th wave of life energy, the 4 elders of the Demon Heaven Pavilion were completely stunned. After who knows how long, the 4 regained their senses. Zuo Yushu suddenly opened her mouth and said, there's so much vitality, why don't we take this opportunity to harvest some? Missing out would be a pity. The other 3 simultaneously looked at Zuo Yushu. The massive life energy is converging in one place. it has already been eroded somewhat.
To put it bluntly, the masters are eating meat, and they want to see if they can slurp up some soup. Makes sense.
If the unabsorbable life energy is wasted outside, it would be a waste. Better for us, the family, to salvage some leftover soup. So the four elders went to the East Pavilion and saw the life energy constantly gathering in the sky. The four exchanged glances and walked into the courtyard, sitting cross-legged, breathing in and out. The life energy swept past them and entered the room. At this moment, Lu Zhao had no idea how much he was shocking the elders. He wasn't worried about anyone disturbing his cultivation. After what happened before, whenever Lu Zhao went into seclusion, the disciples of the Demon Heaven Pavilion would actively avoid him. It's just that this time the life energy was too dense. Life energy doesn't affect young people much, but for these old fogies, it's a priceless treasure. After using 10 reversal cards, Lu Zhu looked at the system interface. Remaining lifespan, 25, 593 days. Nothing unusual. Each reversal card grants 500 days of life. If it weren't for wanting to increase his strength quickly, Lu Zhu would have used all his merit points to buy reversal cards. Continue. Lu Zhu took out another reversal card. The four elders of the Demon Heaven Pavilion had gradually gotten used to it, constantly absorbing the life energy lingering in the air without entering the room. This situation is just like the saying, when one person attains the Dao, even his chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. Soon, Lu Zhao used up another 10 reversal cards, and his remaining lifespan had reached 3,593 days, 82 years. 18 more years to reach 100. Lu Zhao couldn't help but sigh. For ordinary people, how many times in their life do they get 18 years? Even an 8-leaf cultivator whose lifespan is running out would understand how valuable these 18 years are. 100 years pass by in a hurry, like the blink of an eye. Lu Zhao sighed inwardly and continued to use 13 more reversal cards. Remaining lifespan, 37,093 days. Calculating a bit, Lu Zhao has about 101 years of life. He felt a lot more relaxed. Immediately afterwards, the effects of the reversal card became apparent. At this moment, Lu Zhao had strands of auburn hair on his shoulders. When he first transmigrated, his hair was snow white, but now it was interspersed with black and white. The wrinkles on his hands had also reduced, and his skin looked more vibrant. Lu Zhao really wanted to see how his appearance had changed, but the Demon Heaven Pavilion didn't have a mirror, and he didn't have a camera. Oh well, this old man must be a handsome and dashing old man. Lu Zhao stood up and did a series of body movements, feeling not bad. If it weren't for the fact that Lu Zhao only had 16 reversal cards left, and that hoarding cards would cause the system to increase prices, Lu Zhao would have used all his merit points to exchange them. Breaking through my cultivation is more important. Lu Zhao raised his hand, and a small Dharma body appeared. Underneath, the golden lotus had 2 glittering golden lotus leaves. Lu Zhao concentrated his mind, gathering energy. Soon, countless circles of energy gradually gathered around the Dharma body and fell onto the golden lotus. The 4 elders sat on the edge of the courtyard, constantly breathing in and out. After a while, the remaining life energy gradually disappeared. The 4 opened their eyes. Zuo Yushu said, "I didn't expect that Big Brother could harvest so much life energy. It seems he's reached his limit." Lang Luo also spoke. Perhaps the masters are researching some healing methods like the Buddhists' mirror terrace or Shihang salvation. When performing Shihang salvation, it also creates life energy. That's possible, but casting it continuously more than 30 times is a bit twisted, isn't it? Zuo Yushu frowned. Dare to speak ill of Big Brother behind his back, this old woman will go and report you. Don't, Senior Zuo, please forgive me. I was just joking a little. Hua Wu Dao waved his hands repeatedly. What do you guys think? Lang Luo asked. Pretty good, Pan Lishan replied. This life energy is extremely rich, very good for the meridians, and can also prolong life. The only bad thing is that there's too little. I didn't absorb enough. Old Pan, don't be too greedy. As the 4 were discussing, a ray of light suddenly shot out from the room, carrying a strong gale. The 4 were startled and looked over. The gale wasn't strong, but for experienced old men like them, they were too familiar with this situation. Leaf opening, Pan Lishan said in surprise. The masters are opening a leaf. The masters are already 9 leaves. Could it be they're opening a 10th leaf? Hua Wudao widened his eyes. How is that possible? Lang Luo stood up abruptly, his face grave as he looked at the room in front of him. Zuo Yushu shook her head and said, "That's not right. The gale just now wasn't very strong, at most only 3 leaves or 4 leaves. Stop guessing." Pan Lishan turned and walked away, waving the gourd of wine in his hand. Once bitten, twice shy. No matter what the masters do, this old man won't find it strange. Don't be curious, no matter what. That makes sense. Hua Wudao also turned and left the East Pavilion. Leng Luo and Zuo Yushu also followed out of the East Pavilion. The 4 stopped. Damn, Shixiang's cultivation is acting up today. Guess I'll just babysit him here. I'll stand here and watch too, said Pan Lishan. Lan Luo and Hua Wudao coordinated like pros. The 4 of them lined up, turning their heads toward Dongyi of Green Willows, and nodded in satisfaction at the 3 leaves before them. Originally, Lu Xiao planned to save up merit points for later leaf openings, but now it seems his cultivation progress is too slow. He can keep accumulating merit points while leveling up. 2 birds, 1 stone. Plus, now that he's a 3-leaf nascent divinity realm cultivator, it'll take even longer to open leaves on his own later on. Bought a golden lotus leaf opening seed, costing 50,000 merit points, yielding a golden lotus leaf opening experience different from opening leaves manually. This time, the moment Lu Xiao had the thought, he felt a magical energy vibrating, surrounded by dense primal qi. The primal qi rapidly condensed into a torrent, falling onto the Dharma body, and rings of energy formed around the Dharma body, plunging straight down onto the golden lotus. Swoosh! A glittering golden leaf slowly emerged, and Lu Zhu officially became a 4-leaf nascent divinity realm cultivator. At the same time, Lu Xiao felt his dantian and qi si expand several times over, and the primal qi stored within also increased considerably. Lu Xiao was overjoyed. He wasn't lacking in skills, experience, or insight. The only thing he lacked was primal qi. Continue to buy golden lotus leaf opening seed, costing 50,000 merit points, yielding a golden lotus leaf opening experience. Outside the east gate, the 4 elders, eyes glazed over. Did I just see things? Hua Wudao raised his hand and rubbed his eyes. Old me saw it too. The leaf opening vibration appeared again. Lan Lugo's tone was firm. Opening leaves twice in a row? Zuo Yushu asked doubtfully. Old Pan, why aren't you saying anything? Old me originally wanted to say that opening leaves twice in a row is extremely rare but not impossible. But a 3rd time is definitely impossible. However, old me was afraid that as soon as I finished speaking, Master would open 3 leaves. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? As soon as he finished speaking, a familiar energy wave came from Dongji. It really is opening 3 leaves. Pan Lishan, the other 3, looked at Pan Lishan as if they were looking at a senile old man. You actually thought of such a brain-dead idea? You were once the top expert of the Jingming Dao, and now you're one of the 4 great elders of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Can't you even figure out such a simple truth? Master is already a 9-leaf. What's with opening leaves? Master isn't opening leaves at all, but experimenting with a new toy. The 3 ignored the senile old man Pan Lishan and turned to look at Lu Xiao's room. Zuo Yushu said, 500 years ago, everyone respected me, thinking that old me was a cultivation genius of the Confucian school. At that time, Shixiang hadn't achieved anything yet, but even then, old me could see that Shixiang was definitely not just a fish in a pond. 300 years ago, Shixiang reached the peak of the cultivation world, becoming an 8-leaf powerhouse. You can see how accurate old me's eyes were. The only thing old me regrets is that when I was young, I didn't understand and missed out. Hold up! Hold up! Pan Lishan raised his hand. Why are you bringing up old history? Old me was just feeling sentimental and wanted to talk about the glorious days of the past. Can't I? Pan Lishan replied. Alright, go on, continue. Lan Luo was speechless and could only glare at Pan Lishan. Serves you right for being single till now. Interrupted by Pan Litian, Zuo Yushu also lost the mood to continue. The 4 elders all looked toward Dongye. The commotion finally stopped, and no more energy emanated from Dongye. Inside the room, Lu Xiao contentedly looked at his Dharma body and the 5-leaf golden lotus in his hand. In the cultivation world, the nascent divinity realm is considered the entry level of cultivation. From 1-leaf to 4-leaf are small-time cultivators, and only reaching 5-leaf does one become a major cultivator. In other words, now with his 5-leaf nascent divinity realm cultivation, Lu Xiao has officially become a major cultivator. He clenched his hand, the Dharma body dissipated, and Lu Xiao stood up in satisfaction. Then he went to the desk to look at the ancient sheepskin map. The map didn't expand in area, still only showing the entirety of Great Yan, but it looked clearer. If the ancient sheepskin map shows information related to the Book of Heaven, then the next clue is probably in Great Yan.
Thinking of this, Lu Zhao sighed inwardly. To this day, he still doesn't know where the memory crystal ball is, and there are no clues about the other fragments of the Book of Heaven.
If you don't help me find clues, what do I need you for? Lu Zhao cursed at the map and turned to leave the room. Creak.
The door opened, and Lu Zhao walked out with his hands behind his back.
The four elders simultaneously looked up at Master, then everyone's faces turned blank. Although the clothes, demeanor, and aura hadn't changed, Lu Zhu's hair, eyes, and skin had undergone earth-shattering transformations. The four elders stared at Lu Zhao. What the hell? Their minds couldn't process it. Is that Master's younger brother? Hua Wu Dao stammered. Old Me has never heard of Da Shixiang having a younger brother. Old Me suspects this person is an imposter. Impossible. Who could get past the eyes of the four of us to enter, and even fool Master? And if that person was a 10-leaf, would they need to impersonate anyone? The four looked at each other, their analysis very reasonable.
Zuo Yushu leaned on her panlong staff and stepped forward, bowing and saying, Dai Shixiang looks very much like he did 500 years ago today.
Lu Zhao knew that his rejuvenation would cause them to overthink. But was 500 years ago a bit of an exaggeration?
Lu Zhao wasn't worried that the four elders would cause trouble, even if his current cultivation was only 5-leaf. Even if the four elders really had bad intentions, Lu Zhao's extraordinary power could solve all four of them as easily as flipping his hand, let alone that this situation was impossible.
Pan Lichin cupped his hands and said, Master looks very imposing, with high spirits. His cultivation must have broken through again. Hua Wudao also followed suit. Congratulations, Master! Lu Zhu clasped his hands behind his back, stepped down the stairs, and looked at the four of them. Each leaf opened adds 50 years to one's lifespan, but how much the 9-leaf adds, Old Me doesn't know. The four people's hearts stirred upon hearing this. Opening the 9 leaves does indeed increase lifespan. Looking at Master's appearance, it doesn't seem to be just a simple 50-year increase. Even if they couldn't sense Lu Zhao's powerful aura, no one dared to doubt it. Lan Luo cupped his hands. It seems Master's 9-leaf Dharma body has stabilized its foundation. Lan Mu felt ashamed and asked to return to cultivation. The old geezer also went back to cultivating.
Hua Wu Dao and Zuo Yushu didn't plan to stay either. Lu Zhao waved his hand and said, Off you go.
Lan Luo saying Lu Zhao's 9 leaves had stabilized his foundation was also very reasonable. The Yuan Shen realm is divided into 3 stages: Dao Source, Hunyuan, and Harmony. When Lu Zhu was at the 2-leaf stage, he was in the Dao Source stage. Now that he is at 5 leaves, he has entered the Hunyuan stage.
Just as Lu Zhao was about to return to his room to continue comprehending the heavenly book, Ming Shi Yin suddenly appeared outside the eastern pavilion.
Disciple greets, Master, what's up? Ming Shi Yin bowed and replied, Master, Princess Yongning's injuries have almost fully recovered. Originally, I planned to have her stay here longer, but she wants to go back and see what's what. Do you think we should keep her or send her off?
Lu Zhao stroked his beard and pondered. That day when he and Emperor Yongshu, Liu Kui, had a big fight, Princess Yongning and Zhao Yuo didn't show up. After all, they were from the royal family and knew to avoid suspicion.
Now that Liu Kui is dead, they must have some mixed feelings. Respect her wishes and inform Si Wuya, Lu Zhao said. Understood. Ming Shi Yin wanted to say more but seemed hesitant. The second thing. Your eldest brother sent a flying letter, he said. Spit it out! Lu Zhao frowned.
Ming Shi Yin was startled and quickly said, Eldest brother said he's very grateful you stood by and intimidated the opponents, but hopes you won't interfere in his affairs anymore.
Insolent!
Lu Zhu cursed. Ming Shi Yin quickly chimed in, That's right, Master.
Eldest brother is so damn insolent, daring to talk to you like that. Master, do whatever you want. How can a disciple like him make demands? Master, don't pay him any mind. Let me send a flying letter and scold him, and let him know what master-disciple respect is all about.
Lu Zhao looked at Ming Shi Yin. If he likes to show off that much, then let him show off.
I'll ignore him. Calm down, Master. Calculating the time, there's less than a month left. Yu Zhanghai wanting to take down the divine capital won't be that easy. Lu Zhao stopped thinking about Yu Zhanghai and asked,
How's Ye Tianxin doing?
Consider her stable. It's just that I feel Sixth Sister consumed a lot of her lifespan. I don't know if she can recover it later, but keeping her alive is already a great thing. Her mentality isn't bad. She'll be fine after some rest. Should I call her over? No need. I'll go send a flying letter to eldest brother. I'll definitely give him a good scolding. Please rest assured, Ming Shi Yin said, then respectfully left the eastern pavilion. As night fell, in Yanzhou City, Yu Zhanghai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, facing away from Hua Zhongyang. Hua Zhongyang reported. In the letter, Fourth Master also said, "Please, for the love of God, don't mess with Senior Ji. Senior Ji is already old after all. Besides, taking down the divine capital is definitely not easy. You must think this over." Si Wuya laughed. Fourth brother is truly a genius. Yu Zhanghai nodded. Wei's flying letter will surely anger Master, but for what's to come, Wei must disregard it. Isn't it good to have Master's help? Why? Si Wuya couldn't understand this. He knew eldest brother really wanted this world, and Yu Zhanghai had prepared very carefully for this goal. Eldest brother tried every possible way to avoid Master before. Now Master has given him half a year, and even intimidated the two great academies. This should be a good thing. Why is eldest brother still unhappy? Yu Zhanghai sighed, and gently waved his hand. You stay, everyone else leave. Yes. It seems there's something hidden. When only the two of them were left in the hall, the atmosphere became quiet and tense. Si Wuya didn't speak, waiting for Yu Zhanghai to speak first. After a long silence, Yu Zhanghai finally said, "I'm afraid Wei doesn't have much time left." Si Wuya frowned, his face not showing too much emotion, as if he had already guessed something. He sat still in his chair, motionless, his left hand holding the peacock plume, his fingers moving over each pattern engraved on the weapon. Yu Zhanghai looked at Si Wuya. You guessed it? Yes, Si Wuya replied simply. Ever since he recorded that diary, Si Wuya knew this day would come, which is why he hid the diary so carefully. He doesn't know how many people will guess this, but this is indeed the... In his younger days, Yu Zhanghai was sold to Lulan, living a life of utter misery. In the end, a royal clansman crushed his heart, causing him to bleed to death. That first death cost him 300 years of lifespan. The second death came after a brawl with his master, when he was killed by an enemy taking advantage of the situation, similarly costing him 300 years. Yu Zhanghai cultivated on the Devil Heaven Pavilion for a total of 300 years. Adding in his youth, even if he was a peak 8-leaf expert at the Great Perfection stage, he still has to face the 1,000-year tribulation. Yu Zhanghai really doesn't have much time left. Yu Zhanghai said, "There's nothing to be sad about. Vixong's life has been worth it." The senior brother has always been curious. Your time is running out, so why are you so insistent on taking down Shendu? Si Wuya looked up at Yu Zhanghai. Don't give me any more grand, inspiring speeches. I didn't ask before, but do you think you can still keep it from me now? What's the point of occupying Shendu when you don't have many years left to live? Want to work hard for others to enjoy? Yu Zhanghai sat down and said sincerely, Vixong didn't lie to you. Vixong does have another reason, but it's better if 7th junior brother doesn't ask about it. Si Wuya noticed that Yu Zhanghai's way of addressing him had changed again, clearly indicating a shift in his emotions. Si Wuya chuckled softly, then sighed. Senior brother, do you know why I want to help you? Fellow disciples helping each other is only one of the reasons. Si Wuya slowly said. When I left the Devil Heaven Pavilion, I was young and ambitious, wanting to make a name for myself, wanting to prove myself right, so I went to Shendu as a grand tutor. Later, I discovered that these things didn't satisfy me, so I started researching the 10 Absolute Formation, researching the abilities of the royal family, researching the restraints of heaven and earth. Humans are very small, and each person's perception is like a circle. As this circle gets bigger, coming into contact with more things, they become more afraid of the unknown. I once thought that there was no problem in the world that I couldn't solve. I knew the 9 provinces of the Great Yan, knew the operating methods of each province, and also knew the rules of nature and weather. The only thing I don't know is what the prison of heaven and earth is. Si Wuya sighed, making Yu Zhanghai's head as big as a bucket. Well, it's good that you have a goal to pursue. I, your senior brother, have my goal to pursue, and you have your goal to pursue. Could it be that what you're pursuing is just Shendu? Si Wuya went around in a circle, finally returning to the main topic. Yu Zhanghai frowned and said,
You'll understand this later. No matter what, Vixen wants to take down Shendu, and no one can stop me. After I die, go back to the Devil Heaven Pavilion and take my punishment from Master Form. Seeing how stubborn he was, Si Wuya didn't ask any further. Just then, Hua Zhongyang came outside the door to report. Reporting to the sect leader, there's news of an emergency raid from Liang province. Hua Zhongyang quickly walked in, not even bowing to Yu Zhenghai and Si Wuya. Si Wuya noticed that his expression was unusual and quickly asked, "What's wrong? Something happened in Liang province?" Hua Zhongyang took a deep breath, regained his composure, and continued. Wei Zhuoyan colluded with the Ru people, ambushing Liang province city. Yang Yan, Di Qing, and Bai Yuqing defended the city to the death and were seriously injured. After he finished speaking, the meeting room fell silent. Si Wuya and Hua Zhongyang could both feel Yu Zhenghai's rage. Yu Zhenghai desperately suppressed his anger, asking, "Are their injuries serious?" Bai Yuqing is better. His cultivation is the highest. He needs half a year to recuperate. As for Yang Yan and Di Qing, Hua Zhongyang shook his head. "I'm afraid they won't be able to stand up again in this lifetime, and it's unknown whether their cultivation can be restored." Crack! Yu Zhenghai's fist clenched tightly. "Bring them back! This subordinate has already sent people to pick them up. But if we bring all three of them back, the offensive against Liang province city will be even stronger. What should we do?" Hua Zhongyang asked worriedly. "This subordinate request to go and defend Liang province city." Yu Zhenghai didn't immediately agree. Even the three great protectors were seriously injured. Hua Zhongyang going there alone would be no different from going to his death. But if they didn't defend Liang province, the foreign races would take advantage of the empty house and invade. At that time, Yu Zhenghai would become a sinner for eternity. "Good brother, do you have any brilliant plans?" Yu Zhenghai looked at Si Wuya. Si Wuya didn't answer immediately, but asked Hua Zhongyang, "What's the situation in Ji province?" "It's basically been successfully taken down. Currently, only Shendu remains. The battle at Shendu is approaching, and most of the underworld sect's forces are gathered around Shendu. The invasion of the foreign races at this time is definitely not a coincidence. This is also the moment to test the underworld sect." Si Wuya decisively ordered, "Send a flying letter to the Penglai sect, the Masha sect, the Flower Intersecting sect, and the Myriad Poison sect to request reinforcements. Transfer half of the forces from Jing province, Yu province, and Yan province to protect Liang province and Yi province." Then, turning to Yu Zhenghai, he said, "I will also mobilize the brothers in the dark web." Hua Zhongyang asked doubtfully, "Mobilizing our sect members is no problem, and the Penglai sect will also help. But will the Masha sect, the Flower Intersecting sect, and the Myriad Poison sect be willing to help us?" "Don't worry. These forces have survived between the pressure of the royal family and the underworld sect for many years. They have always been neutral. Now that senior brother has reached out to ask for reinforcements, how can they miss this good opportunity to show their worth?" Si Wuya replied, "Those who want to accomplish great things must know how to accept others. What if they betray us during the battle? Standing before the foreign races, I believe even demons have their principles." "Good, let's do it like that." Yu Zhenghai immediately agreed. 3 days later, a flying chariot flew from Liang province back to Yan province city, and 3 stretchers were carried into the courtyard. Yu Zhenghai, Hua Zhongyang, and Si Wuya all personally went out to greet them. The faces of the 3 people lying on the stretchers were all pale, without a trace of blood. Apart from Bai Yuqing, who was still conscious, Yang Yan and Di Qing had both fallen into a deep coma. Yu Zhenghai frowned. Even though he was the sect leader of a sect, when he saw his brothers who had followed him for many years now having such a tragic end, his heart was still as chaotic as a panicked demon, to the point of losing his way. Sect leader. This subordinate is incompetent. Bai Yuqing wanted to sit up, but because he was too seriously injured, he could only lift his shoulders up and then fall back down. Yu Zhenghai stepped forward, gently supporting his shoulder and laying him down. Yu Zhenghai knew that he couldn't panic at this time. His heart had to be as firm as a rock. "You've done very well." Yu Zhenghai suppressed his emotions and said softly, "War is like this. There will be injuries. There will be bloodshed." Sect leader, the Ru general, Li Taluer, after his cultivation has reached the 7th leaf, combined with witchcraft, we subordinates are no match for him. The sect leader must be careful of this person. Bai Yuqing panted and said, "They cultivated to the 7th leaf, Yu Zhenghai, Si Wuya,
and Hua Zhongyang were all shocked. Bai Yuqing endured the pain and said, "In the past half a year, the three of us, in addition to defending Liang Province City, also sent people to investigate the foreign races. The Nhu Li peeps are worshipping Ling Wang, and their survival rate after beheading Jin Lian plus their recovery speed is, like, super sus." Yu Zhenghai lays a hand on Bai Yuqing, channeling his weak sauce primordial energy into her to stabilize her breathing. "Get them to the infirmary and fetch the best doc ASAP." "Yes, sir." As the trio gets carted off, Yu Zhenghai's brow furrows deep. Si Wuyai chimes in. "This is totally unexpected. Looks like the perfect chance for those foreign devils to invade Dalian." Hua Zhongyang adds, "The Nhu Li Yi have always been eyeing Dalian. Ever since Emperor Yongshu took the throne, they've been constantly poking at the border. Lu Lan may have intermarried with Dalian, but they're still treacherous backstabbers. The other 10 states in Rongbei and Rongxi are just weathercocks." Hua Zhongyang dropping truth bombs. Si Wuyai nods. "A 12-state alliance is a long shot, but they'll get there eventually. Once they align their interests, Dalian will be in deep kimchi." Yu Zhenghai barks. "If it weren't for the incompetent royalty, they wouldn't have this chance." Hua Zhongyang and Si Wuyai know Yu Zhenghai has a major hate-on for Lu Lan, wishing he could wipe him off the map. If that's the case, then just Island Master Huang Shiji alone ain't gonna cut it. Everyone nods in agreement. The underworld sect may be top dog in Dalian, but most of their forces are gathering around the divine capital for the final showdown. Sending troops to Liangzhou would make taking the capital even harder. Even without foreign interference, the underworld sect has an uphill battle, let alone splitting their forces. "Bro, any bright ideas? We can't let those foreign devils get a foothold." Yu Zhenghai retorts, "Don't you have spies among the foreign tribes? If they aren't fighting, stir up some beef. You're the expert at that." "That's not a compliment. That's a low-key roast." Si Wuyai. "Senior brother needs time to investigate. A bigger rift needs long-term planning, but the battle for the divine capital is imminent. Unless..." Si Wuyai's voice drops. "We ask Master to hold down Liangzhu." With that bombshell dropped, Si Wuyai braces for Yu Zhenghai's wrath. Knowing Yu Zhenghai, he'd rather send the whole damn army than ask their master for help. Hua Zhongyang backs away slowly. This topic's too spicy for him. Just when everyone expects Yu Zhenghai to blow a fuse, he suddenly asks, "Would master even agree?" Si Wuyai's eyes widen. "Oops, just spitballing. Besides, you just sent a letter that pissed off master. Asking him now is just begging for a beatdown. You're lucky if he doesn't beat you senseless." "Bro, why the silence?" Hua Zhongyang continues to shrink into the shadows, sensing he'll catch stray bullets if the sect leader actually invites Ji Qianbei. Just then, a gentle voice echoes from outside the chamber. "Leave it to me." Soft but crystal clear, vibrating with primordial energy, proving the newcomer is a freaking powerhouse. "Who's there?" All three heads snap toward the door. A figure descends from the sky and strolls into the chamber. Backlit and mysterious, arms crossed, robes billowing, with the hilt of a sword peeking out from his left shoulder. Even without seeing his face, Si Wuyai instantly recognizes the man. Si Wuyai smiles, cupping his fist in respect. "Greetings, second senior brother." "Greetings, second sir." Hua Zhongyang bows. Yu Zhenghai asks, puzzled, "Second junior brother?" Yu Shangrong says calmly, "Yu Zhenghai, senior brother, how have you been since our last encounter? It's only been a few days. Quit acting like it's been ages." Yu Zhenghai waves it off. "Second junior brother, the grand plan is at hand. I don't have time for games. I'm not here to spar." Yu Shangrong shakes his head and takes a seat. Indeed, Liangzhu's position is crucial. Such a vital spot can't be defended by Huang Shiji and a bunch of small fry sects. Even if senior brother came personally, a breezy victory is out of the question. Only I can solve this. Only I can hold Liangzhu. Only I can slay the Wolf King. Each word drips with Yu Shangrong's overflowing confidence. Seeing Yu Zhenghai's awkward expression, Yu Shangrong smiles. "My apologies, I've always been blunt. If senior brother finds my words offensive, I'm willing to make amends." Yu Zhenghai, Si Wuyai, and Hua Zhongyang are speechless. Seeing their silence, Yu Shangrong asks, "What's up?" Just as Yu Zhenghai opens his mouth, Si Wuyai speaks first. "Second senior brother, Liangzhu is not easily defended.
Are you confident?
No, that's why it's interesting. The question isn't whether it's easy, but what trump cards do you have? The point is, you are only at 6th leaf. How are you going to defend Liang Zhao? This is also what Yu Zhenghai is thinking. The two brothers never got along. And now, Yu Shangrong is only at 6th leaf. Yu Shangrong replies serenely. Ahem, where does your confidence come from?
Si Wuyai presses on. A flash of light, the Changsheng sword leaps from its scabbard and hovers before Yu Shangrong, a faint red glow shimmering on its blade. Si Wuyai stammers. Talking is such a waste of breath. Yu Zhenghai asks, puzzled. Second junior brother, why do you want to help me?
Of course not. There are 2 reasons. 1, I've been bored lately and need something to do. 2, the underworld sect is fighting on 2 fronts, and the battle for the divine capital will be a fight to the death. If something happens to you, I'll have no worthy opponent. Life will be so boring. Yu Zhenghai's face remains impassive. If something really happened to you, I wouldn't be at peace either. I really want to go to Liang Zhao. My mind is made up. Yu Shangrong rises, turns, and coolly exits.
Whoosh! The Changsheng sword returns to its sheath. Holding down Liang Zhu won't be easy, especially since you're only at 6th leaf. Hua Zhongyang, go with him.
Yu Zhenghai orders. Hua Zhongyang bows instantly. Your subordinate obeys. Yu Shangrong pauses, glances back at Hua Zhongyang, and offers a warm smile. If you can keep up with me, I'll show you something awesome. Hua Zhongyang's heart skips a beat. He looks up to see a whirlwind swirling around him. A great teleportation technique. All that's left is a blurry after-image. Hua Zhongyang unleashes his own great teleportation technique to chase after him, appearing in the skies above Yanzhou City in a flash.
He glanced around, and finally spotted a Dharma body zooming off to the west, gone in a flash.
Wait, hold up, that's seriously just Lu Ye? Hua Zhongyang stuttered. Si Wuyai just smirked, watching Yu Zhenghai step forward with his hands clasped behind his back. Yu Zhenghai stood in the courtyard, gazing up at the sky for a hot minute before dropping his gaze.
Soon after, Hua Zhongyang returned to the courtyard, kneeling and reporting. This subordinate is useless. I lost track of second. Second senior's too damn OP. Couldn't keep up.
Yu Zhenghai didn't blame Hua Zhongyang, just sighed. Even though he's gone, I hope eldest won't be pissed at second. Si Wuyai chuckled. Yu Zhenghai replied, just hoping he's confident, not cocky. I trust second senior.
Si Wuyai said. 2 days later, in the council room of Yanzhou City, the eldest, Huajian sect, Masha sect, and Wandu sect all sent messages saying they'd go all out to hold Liang province.
Si Wuyai asked. No reply from Penglai sect? Yu Zhenghai was puzzled. Island Master Huang set off yesterday. Turns out, Ai Jian is Island Master Huang's top disciple. He and Li Jinyi went with Island Master Huang to Liang province. Yu Zhenghai nodded slightly. Good. The attack on Chengdu will proceed as planned.
3 days from now, we'll go all in on Chengdu. In Dongge, Lu Yajiao woke up from his comprehension. His primal energies were already over half full.
Thinking about the first divine ability of the Earth Scroll, Lu Zhao got curious and started chanting the incantation. Pale blue primal energies swirled around his ears, and Lu Zhao heard the sound of the waterfall behind the mountain.
He cranked up the primal energies around his ears, and heard Duanwu Sheng practicing his spear.
Lu Zhao used even more primal energies, and this time he heard all sorts of chaotic sounds, like birds chirping, wind blowing, leaves rustling.
The primal energies drained like crazy. Lu Zhao immediately stopped and concluded,
the range of this divine ability is directly proportional to the energy consumed. Lu Zhao shook his head. This divine ability is kinda trash. Besides eavesdropping, it's got no practical use.
At that moment, Ming Xinyan's voice came from outside the courtyard. Master, 7th senior sent a message saying eldest is prepping to attack Chengdu in 3 days.
Also, Penglai sect, Wandu sect, Huajian sect, and Ma Sha sect are all heading to Liang province to help fight the aliens.
Bai Yu Qingyangyan and Din Qing got wrecked and had to retreat to Yanzhou. Oh yeah, second seniors in Liang province too. Creak. Lu Zhao pushed the door open and, with his hands clasped behind his back, said to Ming Xiyin, the aliens finally lost their patience.
Lots of aliens treat wild beasts as gods, so when they chop their golden lotus, they're decisive, savage, and fearless of death. Their recovery speed after chopping the golden lotus is also faster. Eldest wants to attack Shendu, so the aliens will definitely take advantage of the unguarded home and invade, Ming Shiyin said. Lu Jiao stroked his beard and nodded. I've been to the alien lands before. They really do worship fierce beasts. But I didn't expect chopping the golden lotus to benefit them. So they're total dumbasses. Since chopping the golden lotus is beneficial, why don't they cultivate like crazy so the entire alien race can surpass Great Yan? Wouldn't invading Great Yan be easy then? Ming Shiyin said dismissively. Slap! Ming Shiyin immediately raised his hand and slapped himself. They're not stupid. They know to take advantage of the unguarded home to sneak in. How annoying. Master, what now? Lu Jiao fell into thought, stroking his beard as he stepped down the stairs, then looked at Ming Shiyin. Fourth, got a job for ya. Head to Liang province. Huh? Don't wanna? Lu Jiao frowned. Ming Shiyin quickly waved his hands, explaining, It's not that I don't want to go, I'm just a little surprised. Eldest told us not to meddle in his affairs. I'm just afraid he'll be pissed. That's Liang province, not Shendu. Lu Jiao sighed. Among you, you're the only one I trust to get things done. Your second senior is always arrogant, cocky, stubborn, and likes to act tough. I'm worried. Ming Xiyin's heart fluttered slightly. He looked up at the old man before him, the carefree smile on his face slowly disappearing. At that moment, he finally saw the serious expression on Lu Jiao's face. Every word, every action showed his sincere concern for his disciples. Ming Xinyin had initially thought it was just another one of Master's routines, but now it seemed Master had really changed. Fidelity plus 1%. Lu Jiao saw Ming Xinyin's loyalty increase and asked, You want to go or nah? Ming Xiyin knelt on one knee, clasping his hands and saying, This disciple is willing. Good. Lu Jiao raised his head and shouted softly, Gelu! On the hillside of Golden Ting Mountain, Gelu the horse raised its head and neighed, happily, then stepped through the air and flew to Dongge, slowly landing in the courtyard. Gelu is a rare good horse, let it take you. He. Gelu responded, as if understanding Lu Ju's intentions. Ming Xinyin looked excited, assessing Gelu the horse, thinking about the badass scene of riding a legendary mount in front of everyone. Ming Xinyin was instantly full of anticipation. Gelu walked in front of Ming Xiyin, lowered its head and sniffed, then neighed, and shook its head repeatedly. You're dissing me? Ming Xiyin was speechless. Lu Jiao also didn't expect this horse Gelu to be such a judgmental creature, so he called out, Biggin! Biggin came from the forest, stepping on clouds and landing in the courtyard. Compared to Gelu, although Biggin's appearance looked fierce, it was much more obedient and willing to carry others besides Lu Jiao. Ming Xiyin laughed. Biggin's not bad. Ugly is fine. Can be used to scare people. His sarcastic praise immediately displeased Biggin. It took 3 steps back and then knelt on the ground, not moving. Ming Xinyin was truly speechless, and could only look at his master with pitiful eyes. Lu Jiao shook his head. He originally intended to call Bai Zed too, but thinking about it, he was an old man, and a gentle mount with an aura of auspiciousness was more suitable for him. With that thought, Lu Jiao sternly shouted, Gelu! He! Gelu cried out aggrievedly, then reluctantly took a few steps to Ming Xiyin's side. Ming Xiyin nodded. That's more like it. Lu Jiao waved his hand. Go! Ming Xiyin jumped on Gelu's back, earnestly saying to Lu Jiao, Master, rest assured, with this disciple here, second senior will definitely be okay. I swear on your horse. He. Gelu raised its hooves and flew into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. Perhaps the commotion Gelu caused was too great, so the other disciples had gathered outside Dongge long ago. Xiao Yuanair, Zhu Honggong, Yanair, Hai Luo, and Duanmu Sheng all stepped forward. Master, we disciples are willing to go to Liang province to help. Lu Jiao glanced at the disciples and said indifferently, If you really want to help, then cultivate diligently. The disciples were speechless. Third, you supervise them. They all have to double their cultivation time. Yes, your humble servant obeys. Shendu, inside the Chengqing palace. Liu Shang suddenly snapped his eyes open. Someone! A eunuch timidly shuffled forward, but before he could even kneel, Liu Shang barked, Why haven't the 10 Kaye pills from the Beidou Academy been delivered this month? Your Majesty, the eunuch stammered, headmaster of Beidou Academy, Zhu Yukai, says they've run out of raw materials. The Academy is currently gathering resources to continue refining, so, no Kaye pills. This month, it seems, the eunuch replied. HMPH. Liu Shang frowned. I haven't treated him badly, yet he dares to act with selfish motives. The materials have always been supplied by the royal family. Liu Shang ain't no fool. How much material does it even take to make Kaye pills? Could it be he thinks I'm stupid? Summon the elders of Beidou Academy and Tianxing Academy to the palace? Understood. Also, what's the situation with the Yuming sect? Liu Shang asked. The eunuch flinched, trembling. Your Majesty, the 9 provinces of the world have fallen to the Yuming sect. I fear it won't be long before they launch a full-scale attack on Chengdu. Hearing this, Liu Shang stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and looked out the window. Looks like I underestimated you. Good, it's time to settle old scores. Currently, morale within the imperial city is extremely low. With the 9 provinces under the Yuming sect's control, many eunuchs and palace maids have secretly fled the palace. The eunuch didn't know what the emperor was so confident about, but thinking about the constant supply of Kaye pills from the 2 great academies over the past 6 months, a thought flickered in his mind. Perhaps His Majesty has a winning strategy. Not daring to linger, he respectfully departed. That afternoon, the 2 elders from Beidou Academy and Tianxing Academy were led by guards into the imperial city, arriving outside the Changqing Palace. You are all pillars of the academies. His Majesty has summoned you, so it must be for important matters. After entering, please do not offend His Majesty. The situation is unique, and that's all I can say. Thank you for the reminder, Eunuch Chen. The 2 elders followed Eunuch Chen into the Changqing Hall. 10 people from Beidou Academy entered from the left, and 10 people from Tianxing Academy entered from the right. Inside the main hall, Emperor Liu Shang was already seated, as if waiting for them. All 20 people knelt in unison. Greetings, Your Majesty. Perhaps because he had been in seclusion for too long, Liu Shang didn't care much for formalities. He stood up, stepped down from the dais, and said indifferently, Rise. Thank His Majesty. The 20 people stood up. Liu Shang slowly walked through the crowd and circled back, nodding slightly after inspecting them. Do you know why I've summoned you? The crowd shook their heads. Liu Shang raised his voice. Throughout this world, no cultivator doesn't fear Chengdu, for Chengdu is protected by the 10 Absolute Formation. Now, rebel demonic forces are wreaking havoc everywhere. You are responsible for guiding the 10 Absolute Formation. Without you, the 10 Absolute Formation is useless. I must ensure your safety. Your Majesty, the leading elder on the left spoke up. This matter should be discussed in court. Chengdu has many experts and the Imperial Guard to protect it. Under normal circumstances, we don't need to use the 10 Absolute Formation. As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Shang's gaze turned towards him. You feel it's not necessary to activate the formation? This humble servant only believes in the capabilities of the Imperial Guard? Liu Shang asked. If the Imperial Guard were useful, why are only 2 of the 8 great commanders left? Liu Shang spread out his hands. I didn't summon you here to teach me how to do my job. Suddenly, the judge's pen on the table floated over, flashing a crimson light, and slashed across the elder's neck. Thwack! The elder had no ability to resist, and immediately fell to the ground. The remaining elders all paled, looking at the person on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Anyone else dare to question me? Liu Shang's gaze swept over the elders. The atmosphere in the Changqing Hall became silent and oppressively suffocating. You are my loyal subjects, yet your hearts are with the rebel forces? Liu Shang said nonchalantly. This accusation was too great, scaring everyone into kneeling at once. We wouldn't dare! Liu Shang looked at the crowd kneeling before him, took a few steps forward and said, It's because the motion pavilion has produced a 9-leaf. The crowd trembled, not daring to say a word. Liu Shang suddenly raised his hand, and the sound of resonating energy echoed. A miniature Dharma body appeared in the palm of his hand. Beneath that Dharma body, there was no golden lotus platform, only 8 glittering golden lotus petals. Everyone's eyes widened, looking in disbelief at the Dharma body. This indicated that their emperor, the master of the imperial city, the person with the highest status in the Great Yan, had once again reached the peak of the 8-leaf stage. Is this even human? Liu Shang retracted his hand, and the Dharma body dissipated. He was very satisfied with the effect of the suppression. Looking at the trembling crowd on the ground, Liu Shang said in a deep voice, Before long, I will be able to enter the 9-leaf stage. The elders shouted in unison, Your Majesty is mighty, eternal reign. Your Majesty is mighty, Eternal reign! Your Majesty is mighty! Eternal reign!
3 consecutive shouts rang out, and Liu Shang burst into laughter. Only, his laughter made those who heard it feel terrified. Perhaps because he had been in seclusion for too long, his personality had changed quite a bit.
Someone! Outside the Chengqing Hall, many imperial guards immediately appeared. Liu Shang ordered, "Take the elders to rest, ensure their safety, and do not let them out of your sight." Understood. 3 days later, mist swirled over the river, and sunlight filtered through the white mist, creating a beautiful, hazy scene.
Outside Qin City, the towering trees were also shrouded in mist. In the forest, on a narrow path, a series of carriages were heading towards Shendugat.
In the low sky, a huge black flying ship was slowly flying. On the flying ship stood cultivators.
Surrounding the flying ship, more than 1,000 cultivators were flying in formation to protect it. Yu Zhenghai sat on the flying ship, observing the land. The sun slowly rose, the mist disappeared, and the appearance of Shendugat came into view. Sect leader: there are 20,000 people west of Shendu, led by the 4 branch leaders, Ning Jinshui, Qianhu, Meng Jue, and Shan Gongfeng. South of Shendu, there are 20,000 people led by the 4 branch leaders, Ran Zhet, Lu Yun, Tian Quan, and Feng Wenz. North of Shendu, there are 20,000 people led by the 4 branch leaders, Shi Haidong, Ji Juntao, Ruo Ke, and Qing Hao.
Heading east toward Shendu are 15,000 peeps, led by our Lord and the 7 immortals themselves. Hua Zhongyang reports the numbers. Yu Zhenghai listens and nods. 8. Bet. Lord, the all-out attack's about to pop off. What do we do with those neutral cultivators? Hua Zhongyang asks.
Shendu's crawling with high-level masters.
A real hidden dragon, crouching tiger kind of place. And ain't nobody knows which way these neutral guys are gonna swing. Could shank us in the back, stay neutral, or even jump in against us.
Shendu's Yu Zhenghai says,
"Announce it! 1 hour. Anyone not involved better bounce out. Tita Shendu, ASAP. Anyone still here is considered an enemy. Everyone in the Imperial City is the enemy."
"Yes, sir."
From all directions, the Yuming sect disciples are swarming towards Shendu like ants. On the city walls, the guarding soldiers finally see the Yuming sect crowd approaching like a horde, and the horns are immediately blown, alarm smoke billowing up. At the same time, in the tea houses, taverns, and brothels of Shendu, all cultivators stopped what they were doing, listening to the distant sound of the horn. The horn carries yuanqi, the sound waves crashing down, reminding everyone in Shendu of one major thing: the Yuming sect is here.
In an instant, Shendu descends into total chaos. The Yuming sect's flying galleons hover 1,000 meters outside Shendu's city gates, and the entire army halts. Everything suddenly goes silent. Shendu and the surrounding area within 10 miles is shrouded in murderous intent. Yuming sect's war machines fill the sky.
1 hour later, on the Yuming sect's flying galleon at the east gate, a 7-leaf Dharma body suddenly descends from the sky.
The Dharma body is 9 zang tall, a golden 7-leaf lotus spinning in the air, slamming several palm strikes towards the city walls, kicking off the battle at Shendu.
At the same time, at the south, north, and west gates, the Nether sect's army was attacking like crazy. In the sky, Hua Zhongyang hovered mid-air, glancing towards the city walls. Immediately, hundreds of arrows came flying. Hua Zhongyang activated his Dharma body, spinning around, unleashing his inner chi, blowing away the arrows, breaking them into pieces. The Nether sect disciples in the rear also quickly rushed to attack the city. 5 cultivators immediately appeared on the city walls, holding bows and arrows, drawing back the bowstrings, shooting at the Nether sect disciples below. Whoosh, whoosh! Each arrow took a life. The 5 archers continuously drew their bows, killing dozens of vanguard troops in an instant.
Standing on the flying chariot, Yu Zhenghai frowned slightly at the scene. Sharpshooters?
The effect of sharpshooters in a siege battle is much greater than usual.
Si Wuyai laughed. To use sharpshooters at the start of the battle, it seems the defenses of Shendu aren't that great.
My wise brother is right. Yu Zhenghai looked down at the corpses of his fallen brothers, his eyebrows furrowing. War is like this. Casualties are inevitable. This is the price to pay. If we retreat now, it would be the greatest insult to those who have shed blood. What he needs to do now is to take Shendu, completing the goal that everyone wants to achieve. To deal with them, Si Wuyai jumped up. The peacock plume in his hand flew out, emitting a dazzling light. Peacock unveiling. When the peacock plume landed on Si Wuyai's back, he spread out his arms, golden wings sparkling. Several zang long also spread wide. Si Wuyai dived towards the city walls. "Seventh senior, be careful." Hua Zhongyang looked up and reminded. "Don't worry." When the 5 sharpshooters saw the giant wings rushing towards them, their eyes shrank. They retrieved the bows and arrows in their hands, and then lowered themselves, retreating. Dozens of city-defending soldiers stood in front of the 5 sharpshooters. Si Wuyai smiled indifferently. Dharma body. The 6-petaled Dharma body quickly expanded. The peacock plume left his back, turning into inner chi needles shooting towards the 5 sharpshooters. "Block them! Hurry, block them!" However, each inner chi needle was extremely sharp, like the tip of an ice stalactite in winter, piercing through the chests of the soldiers. Finally, the needles pierced the sharpshooters. The sharpshooter's eyes widened, looking at the hole in his chest, his face full of disbelief. He turned his head in shock to look behind him. The inner chi needle had pierced through his chest and was pinned into the city wall, then slowly dissipated, leaving only pale holes. As he fell, he only managed to see that his 4 companions had also suffered fatal injuries like him, their chests gaping with a deep hole. Ding! Killed a target, obtained 1,000 merit points. Ding! Killed a target, obtained 1,000 merit points. Lu Zhao opened his eyes, no longer comprehending the heavenly book. Lu Zhao stepped out of the East Pavilion. "Hua Yuexing!" Lu Zhu called out. Hua Yuexing, who was cultivating in the West Pavilion, immediately flew to the East Pavilion upon hearing this, bowing and saying, "This subordinate greets Pavilion Master. How is your cultivation?" Hua Yuexing looked ashamed and replied, "This subordinate has severed the Golden Lotus and is rebuilding to the 2 leaves stage." Lu Zhao turned his hand, and the Grand Void Mirror appeared in his palm. The primordial chi vibrated. The Grand Void Mirror appeared, the light shining on Hua Yuexing. A 2-leaf phantom appeared in the mirror. "Not bad," Lu Zhao nodded with satisfaction. "The Pavilion Master intends for you to make a trip to Chengdu. Remember to prioritize protecting An Ning," Lu Zhao said indifferently. "This subordinate obeys." As Hua Yuexing stood up, Hua Wudao suddenly stepped into the East Pavilion, bowing and saying, "Pavilion Master, I am willing to go to Chengdu with Yuexing." Lu Zhao did not agree immediately, but used the Grand Void Mirror to shine on Hua Wudao. A 4-leaf Dharma body appeared in the mirror. Lu Zhao thought for a moment and said, "Hua Wudao, by the Pavilion Master's orders, you are assigned the task of protecting Hua Yuexing to Chengdu. Remember to prioritize protecting your An Ning first." "Understood." Hua Wudao and Hua Yuexing bowed at the same time, then turned and went down the mountain. Lu Zhao shook his head, gently cursing, "You damned brats." Outside the East Pavilion, the 3 other elders appeared. Lu Zhao turned his head to look at the 3 people. "Do you also want to go?" Zuo Yushu bowed and replied, "If Great Brother needs Old Me is willing to go to Chengdu." Lu Zhao shook his head and said, "Chengdu has the 10 absolute formation. Even Old Me isn't confident of winning. You guys going would be going to your deaths." Hua Yuexing is a sharpshooter, and with the lunar tier bow to help, going there will have a great effect. Hua Wudao is good at defense, and can protect Hua Yuexing safely. The 2 of them working together will be able to stop a great army. The 3 elders all nodded in agreement. They are all old geezers. If there wasn't the 10 absolute formation, they could still make some noise, but once they enter the 10 absolute formation, they might not even be able to beat a young man who is only at the body-tempering realm. Going to Chengdu would be useless. In the end, whether Chengdu can be taken down still depends on the Nether sect. At this time, Heiluo and Yanher walked forward hand in hand. "Greetings, Master." "Greetings, Master." Lu Zhao looked at the 2 little girls, asking in confusion, "What's the matter?" Yan Ke said softly, "Master, this disciple heard 4th senior talk about eldest senior's story. Eldest senior is so pitiful. How about letting this disciple go and help him?" "Don't be ridiculous. This disciple understands Master's intentions. Chengdu has the 10 absolute formation, but Heiluo can." Yanyer turned to look at Heiluo. "Right, Heilu?" Little Heiluo nodded quickly. "Yes, Master. This disciple can summon fierce beasts to help." The 3 elders' eyes lit up. "This is truly an amazing trump card." Lu Zhu raised his hand, shining the Grand Void Mirror on Heiluo. A small 6-hexagram separation and reunion Dharma body appeared in the mirror. Seeing this scene, the 3 elders were shocked at the same time.
This girl's talent is truly rare. It's actually a 6-hexagram separation and reunion. This girl's cultivation has already reached the divine court realm. 6 months of cultivation, and he's already at the divine court realm. I'm starting to doubt if you're even human. As soon as he said that, Hailuo suddenly took 2 steps back, a look of fear in her eyes as she looked at Zuo Yushu. Lu Zhu, remembering Hailuo's red avatar and the secret of her background, opened his mouth and said, "All right." The crowd immediately lowered their heads. Hailuo is my disciple. Of course I have to protect her. From now on, no one is to spread anything related to Hailuo. This is the last time I'm reminding you. His words were soft, but had a very strong, penetrating power. The 3 elders immediately bowed. "We will obey your orders, master." Pan Lishan's heart stirred slightly. Could this girl really be the master's illegitimate daughter? Wait, hold up. Cough, 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 Elder Pan, do you have any questions? Lu Zhao looked over. Pan Lishan was stunned and quickly replied, "This old man has no questions at all. I was just scared by this girl's talent. If Pan Zhang had this kind of talent, I could die in peace." "Old Pan, you're too greedy. Pan Zhang's talent is actually not bad. His 3 yin styles and 6 yang skills are already quite proficient, and he has also opened 2 leaves in the past 6 months. I believe it won't be long before he inherits your abilities," Lang Luo said with a smile. "Cough, cough. Are you jealous that I have such a good heir?" Pan Lishan laughed. "I don't care about you." Lang Luo turned his face away indifferently. Zuo Yushu glared at Pan Litian. "Even I feel ashamed in front of this girl, and you're comparing her to Pan Zhang." Pan Lishan quickly shook his head. All right, I know I'm wrong. I apologize to everyone." He couldn't stand the teasing and ridicule of the 2 elders anymore. At this moment, a female disciple pushed a wheelchair over, and Ye Tiangxin sat in the wheelchair, arriving outside the East Pavilion. Sixth Senior Sister. Yi Tiangxin, with snow-white hair, appeared in everyone's sight. Apart from her life force seeming weak, her condition seemed stable. When Yi Tiangxin saw Lu Zhu, she quickly stood up and saluted. "Disciple greets master." Lu Zhao stroked his beard, nodded, his eyes looking at Ye Tiangxin with a hint of doubt. Although her life force is weak, the aura flowing in her body is normal. This kind of situation is very rare. "What's the matter?" Yi Tiangxin said, "Disciple wishes to go to the divine capital to support senior brother." "Nonsense!" Lu Zhao waved his sleeve, turned around and stepped onto the steps, walking to the front of the room. Lu Zhao paused and said, "Except for sending and receiving letters, no one is allowed to go out without permission." Disciple obeys. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the eastern sky above the divine capital, the Nethersex giant flying chariot hovered there. After 3 days of attacks, the eastern city wall was riddled with holes. The wall was filled with messy corpses, blood splattered everywhere, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. The Nethersect disciples had already occupied the city wall. The flying chariot slowly flew forward, and the disciples on the ground also followed the chariot. Yu Zhanghai stood on the flying chariot, observing the divine capital, taking in the entire battle situation. "My good brother, when will the 10 Absolute Formation be opened?" Si Wuya used to be a grand tutor in the palace, and had studied the 10 Absolute Formation quite a bit. "Don't worry, senior brother. Even if Liu Chang opens the 10 Absolute Formation, we don't need to be afraid of them. The 10 Absolute Formation will isolate all origin chi, and anyone standing in the formation will have to use their bodies and skills to fight. The 100,000 Nethersect disciples will not lose to the divine capital. With you here, my brother, it is enough to stop an army of thousands." Yu Zhanghai laughed loudly. At this moment, Hua Zhongyang flew from afar, standing on the flying chariot and bowing to report. "Sect Master, we have captured the eastern city wall." "Very good." Yu Zhanghai looked around and said, "Hua Zhongyang, you go to support the North City, and report any abnormalities in a timely manner." Your subordinate obeys. "Wait, please instruct, Sect Master." "Bring Kui Niu with you," Yu Zhanghai said. Hua Zhongyang was shocked and quickly knelt down and said, "How can this subordinate do that?" "It's all right." Yu Zhanghai stepped forward and helped Hua Zhongyang up. "You have followed me in battle for many years, and have endured hardships to achieve your current results. Now, the siege is only a little bit away from success. If something happens to you, my heart will be uneasy." Hua Zhongyang was extremely moved. "Sect Master, please rest assured. Go." Yu Zhanghai patted him on the shoulder. At the same time,
He released a sound skill, and from the rear of the nether sect, Kui Niu stepped through the air and stood in front of Hua Zhongyang.
Hua Zhongyang stood on Kui Niu's back and flew around to the North City. In the divine capital at this time, apart from a few daring people, everyone else had left.
Only the defending soldiers occasionally ran back and forth in the city. The Imperial Guards are deployed. It's the Imperial Guards, be careful. From within the Imperial City, a group of Imperial Guards as numerous as ants spread out in all directions, all wearing black armor. It is rumored that there are 30,000 Imperial Guards garrisoned in the Imperial City. This is the strongest force of Great Yan. Their leaders are the 8 great commanders, all of whom are top experts in the cultivation world of Great Yan. Even if only 2 of the 8 great commanders remain now, the Imperial Guards are still a force to be reckoned with. A group of Imperial Guards formed a neat phalanx, summoned the 10 Directions Qiangkun avatars, and flew towards the North City. At the North City gate, the 4 Nether Sect Altar Lords floated in the air. Brothers, let's go!
Push harder! The city gate's about to crumble. Below the gate, the Netherworld Sect disciples relentlessly assault, directed by the 4 chief protectors.
Just then, the Kuiox's roar echoed from afar.
Ooh!
The 4 chief protectors turned, faces lighting up with joy, bowing.
Welcome, Guardian!
Hua Zhongyang, atop the Kuiox, eyed the teetering North City wall.
Keep attacking!
Yes! Hua Zhongyang soared higher, surveying the Imperial City. Spotting a squad of hundreds of cultivators, wielding the 10 Directions, Qiangkun Dharma body rapidly approaching, he bellowed.
Brace for defense!
Yes! In a flash, the Imperial Guards arrived at the wall, diving headfirst into the Netherworld Sect disciples.
Hua Zhongyang coldly spat.
Kill! 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 The 4 chief protectors instantly summoned 400 Tribulation Cave Illumination, 2-leaf Golden Lotus Dharma bodies. The 4 Dharma bodies swept across the Imperial Guards. In a whirlwind of blood and gore, half of the hundreds of Imperial Guards instantly bit the dust.
Hua Zhongyang, ignoring the Imperial Guards, kept his eyes glued on the Imperial City.
Though the Netherworld Sect held the advantage, he wasn't letting his guard down for a second.
The big shots of the Imperial Guards hadn't shown their faces yet. Boom! The North Gate burst open.
Netherworld Sect disciples flooded into the divine capital, plunging into a frenzied battle with the defending troops. Hua Zhongyang surged forward, but as he was about to clear the wall, a gray figure materialized, his voice like ice. I've been waiting for you. A ghostly image flickered, unleashing a palm strike, the Taoist mantra hand seal. Grand Void Protection Seal. Whoosh. The golden glowing palm imprint hurtled towards him. Hua Zhongyang's face darkened, raising both arms to parry. Bam! The Kuiox swooped in, catching Hua Zhongyang mid-air. Hua Zhongyang yelped, barely regaining his footing, eyes locked on the new arrival on the city wall. Halt! Hua Zhongyang's sound wave blasted out. The Netherworld Sect disciples froze, looking up. Hua Zhongyang, perched on the Kuiox, suppressing the churning blood within, sized up the guy. One of the 8 great commanders? Xuan Jingyun? So it's Senior Xuan, a Taoist master. Long have I admired you. To think you only suffered minor injuries from my palm.
Xuan Jingyun, hands clasped behind his back, glanced down at the Netherworld Sect disciples.
Senior Xuan, the divine capital is doomed. Why fight destiny? Our sect leader acts on behalf of the heavens, aiding the world. Pledge allegiance, and you'll drown in endless riches and glory. Hua Zhongyang pitched. Sorry, dude. I'm already drowning in that stuff. Whoom! An 8-leaf Dharma body manifested, towering in the sky. The Netherworld Sect's advance ground to a halt. By His Majesty's decree, all Netherworld Sect members shall be killed without mercy. A blur, and Xuan Jingyun lunged at Hua Zhongyang, unleashing a palm strike from afar. Ah! Hua Zhongyang, caught off guard by the 8-leaf powerhouse's sudden attack, desperately unleashed dozens of palm strikes to intercept. But 8-leaf and 7-leaf were worlds apart. Hua Zhongyang's strikes only slowed him down. Xuan Jingyun's palm devoured them all in an instant. Fall back! Retreat! The Netherworld Sect scrambled away from the gate. Bam! Hua Zhongyang, overpowered by the 8-leaf, was sent flying backward.
Xuan Jingyun, hands behind his back, sneered. The Netherworld Sect's 4 great guardians are nothing special.
His figure blurred, hurtling down, murder glinting in his eyes, hand twisting and turning.
This general will take your life. Whoosh! Xuan Jingyun vanished, reappearing before Hua Zhongyang a split second later, delivering a palm strike. Great protector! Great protector! Great protector! Seeing Hua Zhongyang in dire straits, the four chief protectors simultaneously spurred their dharma bodies, shooting like arrows to surround Xuan Jingyun. Xuan Jingyun casually swatted Hua Zhongyang away with a palm, then glanced at the four with disdain. Beyond your abilities, Xuan Jingyun spread his arms, instantly unleashing 4 palm imprints. The Solitary Ring Seal, Grand Void Protection Seal, Outer Circle Mysterious Seal, and Inner 8 Character Seal, flying towards the chief protectors from all directions. Clang! 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 Wham! The four were blasted away, coughing up blood. They were only nascent Soul Tribulation Realm 2-leaf. How could they withstand an 8-leaf? Their assault on Xuan Jingyun was just a diversion to rescue Hua Zhongyang. Seizing the chance to catch his breath, Hua Zhongyang retreated, barely stabilizing himself, his face drained of color. Ooh! The Kui Ox pawed the air, then charged at Xuan Jingyun. Kui Ox? Xuan Jingyun's eyes narrowed at the charging Kui Ox, roaring, "Beast!" courting death. He raised his palms, primordial energy surging. The Kui Ox lowered its head, horns raised. Ooh! Bam! Xuan Jingyun grabbed the Kui Ox's horns, momentum dragging him back over 100 meters. Primordial energy condensed into gauntlets, blasting the Kui Ox away. The Kui Ox spun in the air, its condition unknown. Hua Zhongyang yelled, "Kui Ox, return! Ooh!" The Kui Ox obeyed, turning and flying towards the East City Gate. Xuan Jingyun ignored the beast, focusing on Hua Zhongyang. Prepare to die. Xuan Jingyun resolutely unleashed a great divine power technique. Hua Zhongyang's face fell, taking his dharma body and fleeing into the distance. "You can't escape!" Xuan Jingyun scoffed, giving chase relentlessly. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner near the north gate, a figure gazed upwards, then slipped into a dark alley, pulling a carrier pigeon from his sleeve, tying a letter to its leg. This was none other than the imperial court expert Li Yunjiao. Li Yunjiao raised the pigeon, releasing it. The pigeon shot away like lightning, vanishing in the blink of an eye. "I hope my hunch is right," Li Yunjiao muttered, and his figure flickered, gone without a trace. Xuan Jingyun pursued relentlessly, eyes locked on Hua Zhongyang, unleashing a palm strike. Bam! The palm strike landed on Hua Zhongyang's back. He went down, but still ain't dead. Xuan Jingyun didn't expect this dude to be so damn durable. 1,000-ton drop. Xuan Jingyun dove down like a boulder. The nether sect peeps kept back in. Up. Whoa! Hua Zhongyang summoned his dharma body again, flew towards East City, and without hesitation, tapped on his Dantian Chi Si acupoints. Grand Siat Elder, no! The 4 Ultramasters didn't expect Hua Zhongyang to burn his Chi Si. Chi Si's on fire! Hua Zhongyang unleashed his primal Qi, immediately using some major divine power technique. Ha ha! Hua Zhongyang cackled. A dignified 8-leaf expert, and I'm playing you like a fiddle. Xuan Jingyun, is that all you got? Xuan Jingyun frowned, clasped his palms together, and said in a deep voice, "Where do you think you're going? Come and get me! You better chase after me, you shameless bastard! Come on!" Hua Zhongyang kept taunting, continuing to fly east. Wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, he muttered, "Hope the 4th senior's trick works." Xuan Jingyun originally thought a sneak attack at the city wall would insta-kill Hua Zhongyang, but he ended up dragging this out. How could Xuan Jingyun not be pissed? Seeing Hua Zhongyang burn in his Chi Si, Xuan Jingyun slowed down, sneered, and said slowly, "You will die." His figure flashed, and his right hand unleashed a palm strike, the golden palm print flying over. Hua Zhongyang turned around to meet it. Looks like he can't dodge this one. "Sect leader, may we fight side by side in the next life?" Hua Zhongyang raised his hand, teeth clenched, his eyes full of unyielding resolve. Bam! Just as the palm print was about to hit him, a huge blade aura suddenly swirled in and sliced it apart. The blade aura spun around, looped back, and flew away. Who? Xuan Jingyun immediately turned his head to look around. Damn it, he'd gone too far from North City. He followed the direction of the blade aura and finally saw a figure suspended in the air, eyes glaring at him. The figure raised his hand and grabbed the blade aura in front of him. It dissipated, turning back into a jade-green blade gleaming with cold light.
Hua Zhongyang's face lit up with joy. "Sect leader, you're here!" Xuan Jingyun's heart sank, and he asked gravely, "Yu Zhanghai?"
Whoosh! Yu Zhanghai's figure suddenly vanished, appearing in front of Xuan Jingyun a second later, unleashing a great Xuan heaven palm. A palm strike carrying 5 smaller palm strikes. Bam! Xuan Jingyun's chest was hit, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, plummeting to the ground. Yu Zhanghai's expression was indifferent. Hands clasped behind his back, body as steady as a mountain, feet stepping on astral imprints as he descended. Xuan Jingyun lay in the deep pit below, his heart filled with despair. Great Xuan Heaven astral imprint. Yu Zhanghai's legs were covered in astral imprints, and he descended straight down. No! Xuan Jingyun desperately wanted to dodge, but Yu Zhanghai's speed was at its limit. Boom! His feet slammed down on Xuan Jingyun's chest, dust flew up, and the fight was over. The surroundings went silent. After a while, when the dust settled, Hua Zhongyang saw Xuan Jingyun being stomped deep into the ground by Yu Zhanghai, his chest and abdomen sunken below the sand. Xuan Jingyun stared wide-eyed at Yu Zhanghai, blood gushing out of his orifices. Yu Zhanghai looked indifferently at Xuan Jingyun and opened his mouth to say, "Is that all?" P.U.H. Xuan Jingyun coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yu Zhanghai used his qi to prevent the blood from splattering on his clothes and coldly lifted his foot. Hua Zhongyang was shocked. Xuan Jingyun's chest and abdomen were completely crushed. Xuan Jingyun opened his mouth and struggled to say, "You! Why are you so strong?" Then his head lolled to the side, and he stopped breathing. One of the 8 great commanders, Xuan Jingyun, was stomped to death by Yu Zhanghai. Yu Zhanghai sighed and looked at Hua Zhongyang. Hua Zhongyang hurriedly knelt down. "This subordinate is incompetent. This isn't your fault. With your abilities, how could you be a match for an 8-leaf expert? Kui Niu only suffered minor injuries and will heal quickly. The problem is you. Burning your qi si. This leader is sorry," Yu Zhanghai said. "This subordinate has long disregarded life and death. What war doesn't have casualties? Please, sect leader, continue to command the operation." Hua Zhongyang's eyes drooped. Yu Zhanghai looked at Hua Zhongyang, then shook off his emotions. "Let's go!" The flying Nether Fairy is slowly entering Divine Capital, and the Nether sect disciples in East City are also attacking en masse. Yu Zhanghai took Hua Zhongyang back to the flying Nether Fairy. Siwuya looked at Hua Zhongyang and asked softly, "Burning your qi si?" Yu Zhanghai didn't say anything, only clasped his hands and went to the area next to the helm to observe Divine Capital. Hua Zhongyang said, "It's just a small matter, but this one can no longer fight. Please leave the rest to us," Siwuya said and walked out, standing next to Yu Zhanghai to look down at Divine Capital. At this time, the second-seat elder of the Azure Dragon Hall, Yu Hong, flew over from afar and landed on the flying Nether Fairy. Reporting to the sect leader, only the East and North City gates have been breached. There are many Imperial guards participating in the South and West City gates, and they have not been breached for the time being. Yu Zhanghai smiled and said, "I want to see how long they can hold out." Yu Zhanghai looked at Siwuya, who was deep in thought. "Wise brother, how can we break the deadlock at West and South City?" Siwuya smiled and replied, "Leave a few thousand men to harass the enemy. When they advance, we retreat. When they retreat, we advance. The rest gather at the East City Gate." Dope! Yu Zhanghai waved his hand at his subordinate, signaling him to spread the order. Siwuya observed the Divine Capital and said, "But the Divine Capital is huge. There might be some hidden experts. From the East City to the Imperial City is dozens of miles away. If a 8-leaf expert attacks, we can only rely on senior brother. Are you confident?" Siwuya asked. Yu Zhanghai's expression looked extremely confident and indifferent. For some reason, Siwuya always felt that his senior brother's attitude had changed slightly, but he couldn't describe it clearly. The brothers of the Underworld sect have tried their best all the way, but in the end, the one who decides the winner with Liu Shang will still be Yu Zhanghai. Half a day later, at the west gate of the city, the 4 Underworld sect leaders, Ning Jinshui, Qian Hu, Gong Feng, and Meng Juishan, hovered in the air looking toward the city wall. Divine Capital is indeed the Divine Capital. After fighting for so long, it still hasn't been breached. Don't worry, we will break it sooner or later. Just try a little harder. More than 100 underworld sect disciples flew towards the city wall. A group of phantasmal ocean realm cultivators plunged into the battle with the defending soldiers. Gang Chi collided. All kinds of Dharma bodies flew back and forth. Careful! The Imperial Guards! Ning Jinshui pointed to the team wearing armor that was flying over. As soon as those people reached the city wall, they summoned their Dharma bodies. Dozens of cultivators all had the 10 directions Chiankun Dharma body, while the underworld sect people were only in the phantasmal ocean realm. The Imperial Guard swept across, and in just a moment, dozens of underworld sect members fell. Ning Jinshui frowned and said, "The Imperial Guards are really not simple. Go!" The 4 of them flew into the air. Among the Imperial Guards, there was one person who was not prominent at all and was short in stature. However, this guy suddenly summoned the 100 Tribulations Cave Illumination Dharma Body and rushed forward. 4-leaf Golden Lotus. One move of Dharma Body outburst caused dozens of sect members on the city wall to be knocked to the ground. Intentionally hiding his cultivation, Ning Jinshui and the 3 other leaders flew towards that person, and the 4 of them simultaneously unleashed several palm prints. Boom! A golden Arhat body appeared on that person's mind enlightenment, combining the mudra seal with 2 moves to block all the palm prints that had just been struck. People from the Buddhist sect! The 4 underworld sect leaders looked at the expert with complex expressions. Why doesn't this bald donkey obediently chant scriptures in the temple, and instead runs to the divine capital to fight against the underworld sect? Are you tired of living? Ning Jinshui scolded. That guy raised his eyes, retracted his hand, and said, "Amitabha, this humble monk's dharma name is Zhi Shui. My teacher is Abbot Dakong of the Zikong Temple in Jiangshu Tomb. My teacher was killed by Ji Laomo. The demonic path is too rampant. How can this humble monk stand idly by?" So you are Kong Yuan's disciple. Grievances have their source, debts have their debtor. Why don't you go to the Devil Heaven Pavilion to find Senior Ji to avenge your teacher? Ning Jinshui found it very funny. Monk Zhi Shui smiled indifferently. What's wrong with this humble monk coming to support when the divine capital is in danger? Nothing's wrong. Today is your death day. The demonic path is indeed the demonic path. Etiquette is too heavy. Now this humble monk will teach you a lesson on behalf of my teacher. After saying that, Monk Zihi Shui stood in the middle of the golden Arhat body and flew towards the 4 of them. The 4 leaders volleyed their palms. The palm prints collided with mind enlightenment. Boom! The 4 of them flew backwards. At this moment, from a towering tree outside the West City, a beam of arrow gang suddenly flew over. The white arrow gang was as thick as an arm, as sharp as a meteor, splitting the sky and flying towards Monk Jishui's face. Jihi Shui was shocked, clasped his hands together to clamp the arrow gang, but the arrow gang continued to push forward. Boom! Monk Zhi Shui spun several times upside down. God, Archer! The underworld sect people turned their heads to look at the towering tree, where 2 people were standing, one old and one young, looking towards the divine capital. Hua Yuexing raised his bow again, pulling the arrow gang. Meteor chasing the moon. Whoosh! Swish! Several beams of arrow gang shot out from between Hua Yuexing's fingers, shooting towards the defending soldiers. One beam of arrow gang immediately took a person's life. Hua Yuexing ignored Zhi Shui and continued to frantically attack the soldiers on the city wall. In just a moment, the city wall was covered in blood. All the soldiers fell into pools of blood. A bloody hole appeared on their chest. The archery is really exquisite. Ning Jinshui praised. Brothers, attack the city. We have experts helping us. The underworld sect disciples were full of energy and continued to launch attacks. At the same time, Monk Zhi Shui looked at Hua Yuexing standing on the towering tree and frowned slightly. He jumped down the city wall and flew towards the outside of the West City at an extremely fast speed. Although the distance is very far, it only takes a few breaths for a nascent soul realm expert to arrive. Monk Zhi Shui said in a deep voice, "Lay down the butcher knife and become a Buddha on the spot." Both of Zhi Shui's palms combined. Mind enlightenment and the mudra seal were cast at the same time. The hand interweaved between the 2 palms and shot out the Vajra wheel hand seal. Hua Wudao glanced disdainfully. "Bald donkey, how dare you show off here with just you?" Hua Wudao stepped in the air. 8 trigrams appeared under his feet, and 9 large golden seal characters shining with golden light kept spinning around him. Dharma body open. 5-leaf golden lotus. Monk Zhishui's eyes widened, and he hurriedly retreated.
The five-leaf Dharma body suddenly reached out and grabbed the mudra seal. Retreat! Monk Zhishui immediately cancelled the mudra seal. Bald donkey, if you don't go to hell, who will? The 9 seal characters slammed into Zhishui's chest.
Without the mudra seal, Monk Zhishui was as thin as a piece of paper, and was hit without hesitation by the 6 harmonies Dao seal.
He fell to the ground, no longer breathing. Hua Wudao looked towards the west city wall. Yuexing, continue shooting. With me here, no one will get close. Yes. Hua Yuexing's spirit was greatly lifted. Under Hua Wudao's protection, she raised her bow and shot without any scruples. As long as the cultivator appeared on the city wall, they would be sent to the Western Paradise by her arrow gang. The 4 leaders launched an offensive. The defending soldiers did not have high-level cultivators, so they could only passively defend, and could not do anything to the god archer Hua Yuexing, standing thousands of meters away. The sect leader orders: leave 3,000 men to continue attacking the city to harass. The others gather at the east city. The next day, inside the Matian pavilion, Lu Zhao opened his eyes, feeling the extraordinary power had reached saturation.
Compared to when he comprehended the human scroll, Lu Zhao could clearly sense that the extraordinary power contained within his body was much greater than his current cultivation. Even without the extraordinary power, cultivators below the 5-leaf stage were no match for him.
Lu Zhao stopped cultivating and stepped out of the east pavilion to stretch his body. At this moment, Duan Musheng hurried over and bowed, reporting, Master, Li Yunzhao sent a flying letter.
Li Yunzhao invites Master. Duan Musheng presented the flying letter.
Lu Zhao opened the letter, his eyebrows slightly raised. Have you read it? Duan Musheng nodded, then knelt on one knee. This disciple is willing to go to the divine capital.
Lu Zhao stroked his beard thoughtfully. This, after all, is still his personal matter, but he is also your martial brother, Duan Musheng said. But, have you considered that if what Li Yunzhao said is true, and this master gets involved, your first martial brother will definitely resent master?
Lu Zhao shook his head. This matter, Duan Musheng was stunned. Some people are stubborn to the bone, and cannot be changed. Just like Hua Wudao came to the Montian Pavilion that day to resolve his 20-year knot, only wanting to exchange one move with the master of Montian Pavilion, regardless of success or failure. Hua Wudao didn't need Yun Sek's support, and even sent his disciple back. The path one has chosen, even if you have to crawl, you must go to the end. One day a teacher, a lifetime a father.
Standing from Lu Zhao's perspective, how could he ignore his disciple seeing death and not save him?
This was an extremely difficult choice. Lu Zhao remembered when Yu Zhenghai knelt before him in the back mountain, remembered the hardships he had experienced, remembered the many years of ups and downs in Yu Zhenghai's life, remembered the 2 deaths. Wait. Hold up. Lu Zhao suddenly raised his hand. Master? Duan Musheng looked at his master blankly, not understanding what he was thinking.
Send a flying letter to Si Wu Yai? This master wants to confirm if Yu Zhenghai has died twice already.
Yes. 2 days later, when the morning mist still shrouded Jinting Mountain, Lu Zhao stood in the courtyard as usual, stretching his muscles. Master, 7th martial brother sent a flying letter. Duan Musheng held the flying letter and entered the east pavilion, presenting it.
Lu Zhao accepted the flying letter, opened it and read it, then said indifferently,
That unfilial disciple. Indeed, that unfilial disciple. Master, did first martial brother really die twice? Duan Musheng asked in surprise. The characteristic of the Wukai clan is that they can only die 3 times in their lifetime, each death costing 300 years. Your first martial brother is afraid he doesn't have much time left. Lu Zhao sighed.
Duan Musheng heard this. His mind went blank.
Divine Capital. The Nether sect successfully breached the east and north cities, gradually delving deeper into the Divine Capital.
After 5 days, nearly 100,000 troops of the Nether sect finally arrived at the Imperial City. Apart from the Imperial City, the surrounding Divine Capital had long turned into ruins.
On the flying lane of the Nether sect, a low voice sounded. After several days of continuous fighting, the flying lane has also become rickety, full of injuries. Yes, the flying lien slowly descended. In front of the Imperial City Gate, tens of thousands of followers knelt on one knee in unison.
Greetings, sect leader. Yu Zhenghai, Si Wu Yai, and Hua Zhongyang stepped out of the giant lien. Imperial City. Yu Zhanghai looked up at the towering, majestic red wall of the imperial city. This was the place he had wanted to set foot on day and night, and he had finally achieved it. Yu Zhanghai said heroically, "Submit to me and live. Defy me and die." Hundreds of thousands of Nether sect followers shouted in unison, "Submit to me and live. Defy me and die." The rushing sound waves enveloped the imperial city. Creak! The gate, over 30 meters tall, of the imperial city suddenly opened. The scene inside gradually appeared before everyone's eyes. First, a small gap, then gradually widened. Finally, a horde of heavenly soldiers and horses as numerous as ants appeared in sight. At the same time, on top of the imperial city, a white-clad cultivator raised his voice. "Open the 10 absolute formation!" Tens of thousands of Nether sect followers simultaneously looked up. Buzz! 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 Above the sky of the divine capital, wind and clouds surged, formation eyes lit up, and the world changed color. Taking the imperial city as the center, 10 formation eyes standing in all directions lit up simultaneously, and the sound of resonating energy rang out violently, showing the world that the 10 absolute formation had officially opened. Around the divine capital, other cultivators turned their heads to look. People from the major sects also rose into the air to observe. And everyone saw countless thin screens covering the entire divine capital. The vital energy was completely blocked, the view to the sky became hazy, the air was suffocating, and breathing was difficult. Even cultivators outside the divine capital couldn't help but retreat. Even without being trapped in the 10 absolute formation, they felt that the 10 absolute formation was extremely terrifying. The 10 absolute formation has finally opened. For many years, the divine capital had never activated the 10 absolute formation. Only other cities had used the simulated version of the 10 absolute formation. The 10 absolute formation in the divine capital is even more harsh than the simulated 10 absolute formations. Besides the vital energy being blocked, the air is also stagnant. The longer the time, the harder it will be to breathe, and the greater the pressure, no different from hell on earth. Yu Zhanghai felt the vital energy in his Dantian Qi Si being depleted rapidly. All cultivators with vital energy in their bodies were forcibly extracted by the 10 absolute formation. Some cultivators who intended to resist and seal their Dantian Qi Si were sucked into the air by the 10 absolute formation, touched the layer of net, and when the vital energy dissipated, they fell from the air and turned into meat paste. Si Wuyai watched the peacock feather in his palm gradually lose its light and become extremely dim. The Nether sect brothers seemed to have lost 30% of their morale. "Don't panic! In the 10 absolute formation, all beings are equal," Hua Zhongyang said. Although the sound was not loud, it had a calming effect. The Nether sect had practiced the attack method in the 10 absolute formation countless times. Si Wuyai looked up at the white-clad cultivator on top of the imperial city. "The 10 absolute formation has been opened. Liu Shang too is still on top of the imperial city." The white-clad cultivator turned around and bowed. "Greetings, Your Majesty." All the imperial guards in the imperial city knelt down. "Greetings, Your Majesty." A dragon carriage slowly flew out from the imperial city, and a person wearing a dragon robe and a crown appeared in everyone's sight. They finally meet. On the dragon palanquin, Liu Shang slowly stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and looked at Yu Zhanghai, saying in a clear voice, "I once said there would be a time when I would stand before you." Yu Zhanghai said, "The two of us face to face, surrounded by soldiers like ants." Liu Shang spread out his arms, the dragon robe reflecting the sunlight to form a dazzling light. "I did underestimate you. But is what you're doing worth it?" Liu Shang asked. Yu Zhanghai retorted, "My troops have reached the imperial city. What do you think?" Liu Shang nodded, then looked up to the sky and laughed. "You're still the same as before, stupid and shallow." Yu Zhanghai also laughed loudly, his laughter without restraint, the sound resounding. "So should I call you Ping An or Liu Shang?" Within the 10 absolute formation, the entire divine capital fell silent. The great battle lasting for days and nights. Bricks and tiles were shattered, and the alarm smoke filled the city. The divine capital completely lost its former prosperity, with nothing but desolation and silence. Yu Zhanghai didn't need to use his Yuan Qi, his words already echoed everywhere. Si Wuyai narrowed his eyes, unable to hide the surprise in his eyes. He once asked his senior brother why he had to take down the divine capital. Yu Zhanghai didn't answer directly. Was it ambition, the desire for the country, or the desire to reach the highest peak? Now it seems that the senior brother really has other secrets. Si Wuya's intuition is right. Ping An, who the hell is that? Liu Sheng laughed. With his hands behind his back, he looked at Yu Zhanghai. Yu Zhanghai, it's meaningless to talk about this now. I ask you, in the 10 absolute formation, with the strongest imperial guards, how do you plan to win? We'll see. Yu Zhanghai waved his hand and said, after this battle, I will write your name, Yu Zhanghai, into history, for 10,000 people to insult and spit on. After speaking, Liu Sheng waved his hand, and more than 1,000 imperial guards immediately rushed forward. Yu Zhanghai also said loudly, unfortunately, you are not a member of the royal family at all. The blood of the Wookiee clan flows in your body. Kill! All the Netherworld sect disciples shouted loudly, kill! Under the earth-shattering shouts, people instinctively erupted the strength in every muscle, and the long knives in their hands waved and slashed at the enemy. Yuan Shi dissipated. The air was suppressed, and the rising temperature made the war primitive, becoming instinct, and becoming earth-shattering. The two sides fought fiercely. Yu Zhanghai stared at Liu Sheng on the dragon palanquin, his eyes never leaving. Liu Sheng also stared at Yu Zhanghai. At this time, Si Wuya suddenly understood everything. Recalling when his senior brother once told a story, his senior brother once had two brothers of the same clan, one named Ping An and one named Jiang. The three of them were the last survivors of the Wookiee clan, experiencing countless hardships together, trampled by princes and nobles, tortured by people, and living a vagrant life. Why did things turn out like this? Why did Ping An become the supreme emperor of the Great Yan? Swish! A human head flew across Si Wuya's face, and blood fell like rain. The war finally pulled Si Wuya back to reality. I don't know how long it has been. The casualties continue to increase, and the number of imperial guards is gradually decreasing. Another day passed. In the East Pavilion, Duan Musheng, holding a flying letter, quickly ran to the outside of the East Pavilion and said, bowing, Master, Li Yunzhao sent another flying letter. Swoosh! The door was pushed open by a gust of wind. Lu Zhao appeared at the threshold and asked indifferently, What's the matter? The Grand Senior Brother is probably in danger. The 10 Absolute Formation has been opened. The two sides are fighting with brute force, and both the Netherworld sect and the Imperial Guards have suffered a lot of losses. If what Li Yunzhao said is true, then the Grand Senior Brother will definitely suffer. The content of Li Yunzhao's flying letter is a shocking secret. Li Yunzhao is by the Empress Dowager's side all year round. Who understands her son best if not his mother? The Empress Dowager had long known that the current Liu Shang is not her son Liu Shang. No one would believe this secret even if it was told, but instead it would cause chaos in the world. When the battle in the divine capital began, the Empress Dowager told Li Yunzhao about this. This world is too absurd. No one in the righteous path is trustworthy, except for the Demon Heaven Pavilion. Li Yunzhao no longer knows who to turn to, and this flying letter is his last hope. As for what the outcome of the world's strife will be, it all depends on fate. Yu Zhanghai has died twice in great disasters, and his life is coming to an end. If Liu Shang is really a member of the Wookiee clan, how can Yu Zhanghai be able to fight him? Master, that dog emperor summoned 20 elders from the Skywalking Academy and the Big Dipper Academy right before the war started. Currently, one of the 8 great commanders is still alive in the divine capital, and there are many hidden experts waiting to reap the benefits. After this battle, the Grand Senior Brother will become meat for others to devour, Duan Musheng said miserably. Lu Zhao stroked his beard, looked up at the sky, and after a moment of silence, he shook his head and said, Forget it. This unfilial disciple never ceases to worry this old man. Pass down the order, everyone in the Demon Heaven Pavilion. Assemble. Receiving his master's order, Duan Musheng happily replied, Yes, this disciple will inform everyone immediately. All 4 pavilions and the disciples on Golden Court Mountain received the news from Duan Musheng. In the 5 pavilions, 3 elders sighed. In this world, it's always the old protecting the young. That kid Yu Zhanghai really doesn't give people a break. After all, he's the leader of the world's #1 demon sect. If he comes back, what will the two of you think? The Demon Heaven Pavilion disciples gathered at the North Pavilion upon hearing the news. A moment later,
the cloud-piercing flying shuttle flew into the air and disappeared into the horizon. At the same time, after a day and night of fighting, the Imperial Guards and the Netherworld sect were exhausted. The isolated air and yuan shi made everyone in the 10 Absolute Formation feel suppressed, and the rising temperature made everyone feel like they were being burned in a furnace. Sweat and blood mixed together, and most people were exhausted to the point of numbness. Yu Zhanghai stared at Liu Shang, the sound of weapons colliding and the endless shouts of killing coming to his ears. Yu Zhanghai glanced around and frowned slightly. Si Wuya, who was standing next to him, noticed the change in Yu Zhanghai's expression and said in a low voice, "Grand Senior Brother, rest assured, most of the sect members participating in the war are body-tempering realm cultivators. High-level cultivators have not been dispatched. I have ordered them to hide in the rear. The Imperial Guards can only suffer losses when fighting with us. Mutual destruction is inevitable. Grand Senior Brother, you must be strong." Yu Zhanghai nodded, retracted his gaze, and looked forward. "Right now, the only thing we need to guard against are the neutral cultivators hidden in the divine capital, wanting to reap the benefits," Si Wuya said. "Just a bunch of cowards. After I kill Liu Shang, I will take them all in one fell swoop. Grand Senior Brother only needs to deal with Liu Shang and Wang Yu. I can handle the others." Of the 8 great commanders of the Imperial Guards, only Wang Yu remains, known as a treacherous and sinister guy who loves to hide in the shadows and strike. After the 10 Deadly Formation was activated, Si Wuyai tried hard to find him, but unfortunately, still no luck. The array's net shimmering above dimmed by a third. Si Wuyai looked up and said, "The most difficult period in the 10 Deadly Formation has arrived. In this half hour, we must take down the Imperial Guards." Yu Zhanghai grabbed the jade green blade and dashed madly towards the dragon carriage. Several Imperial Guards in armor tried to stop him, but Yu Zhanghai didn't hesitate, sweeping the blade across, slicing through the armor, instantly killing 2. No cap, Yu Zhanghai prepped the most for this 10 Deadly Formation. This decisive, clean method of killing proves it. Each strike flows like water, practiced countless times. Charge! Within half an hour, seize the Imperial City. Tens of thousands of underworld followers swarmed forward. "Stop them! You are my most elite soldiers!" Liu Shang waved his hand. The Imperial Guards also charged. Boom! In an instant, the gravity increased several times. All the Imperial Guards had to dismount, their war horses kneeling on the ground, cracking, and the ground gradually cracking apart. "Get rid of the armor! Everyone take off your armor!" Liu Shang glared at Si Wuyai. "You know about the 10 Deadly Formation. Besides isolating primal chi, the 10 Deadly Formation has many other uses, all appearing randomly. It could be ice falling from the sky, chilling to the bone, or a heat wave engulfing and incinerating everyone, or a raging storm with blades killing like mowing grass." After the gravity doubled, most people were sitting on the ground, sweating, panting. On the underworld side, several burly figures, neatly dressed, slowly walked towards the Imperial Guards with their swords. "How could this be?" Si Wuyai said with satisfaction. "This is a preparation specifically for you guys. Kill!" Swish! Swish! Their movements were slow, but enough to deal with the exhausted people sitting on the ground, each swing taking a head, instantly looking like an execution ground. Yu Zhanghai looked up and walked towards the dragon carriage, each step leaving a footprint. Arriving in front of the dragon carriage, Yu Zhanghai swung the blade down fiercely. Boom! The strike landed, shaking the dragon carriage. Yu Zhanghai held his breath and struck again. "If that's the case, then I'll fight you to the death." Liu Shang drew the sword from the guard beside him and jumped down, standing straight, feet planted on the ground. "Oh, Jen!" The bricks and stones within tens of meters shattered, Liu Shang's feet creating 2 deep pits. Yu Zhanghai raised his blade and pointed it at Liu Shang. "Very good." He then rushed forward. Without cultivation, without primal chi, under the effect of extreme gravity, there were no more elegant moves or majestic divine powers. They could only rely on brute force and skill. Yu Zhanghai swung his blade. Liu Shang refused to be outdone, and the two became entangled in a fight. Si Wuyai couldn't help but be surprised. The king of a country actually has such good strength. Si Wuyai looked around. Apart from a group of burly figures swinging their blades, the underworld only has a group of people sitting on the ground with no strength to move. Most of the Imperial Guards are wearing armor, and can't move at all, and those who took off their armor have been killed. Unexpectedly, Liu Shang, like Yu Zhanghai, could use physical strength to fight back. Liu Shang swung his sword, Yu Zhanghai raised his blade to block, then swung his blade in retaliation. After several exchanges, the two were covered in sweat, staring at each other. The Wookiee clan are naturally brave and strong. My brother shouldn't be surprised, Yu Zhanghai said. I'll come help you. Siwu Yai was about to step forward when he felt his whole body incredibly heavy. If cultivators hadn't tempered their bodies before, the gravity in the 10 Deadly Formation would have been enough to kill them. No need for assistance. I want to end Liu Shang myself, Yu Zhanghai said. Liu Shang sneered. Who the deer dies to is not yet known. Whoosh! The long sword moved, its speed suddenly changing. Yu Zhanghai raised his blade to block, constantly retreating, his hand shaking from the impact. The two fought dozens more rounds. Boom! Blade and sword collided. The two retreated, staring intently at each other. Yu Zhanghai said indifferently, You've lost. Your Imperial Guards have been defeated by my army. Even if you break the formation now, you are no match for me. Ping on! I said I would personally chop off your head. Liu Shang laughed, replying in a deep voice, If I could kill you once, I can kill you a second time. At this moment, the net of the 10 Deadly Formation in the sky changed again. Boom! The formation changed. The increased gravity disappeared. And at the same time, the actual gravity decreased several times. Siwu Yai ordered, Gather into small groups of 3 to 5. Liu Shang nodded with satisfaction, lightly touching his toes. His whole body as light as a swallow, flying through the air. This was not due to the use of primal chi, but because the 10 Deadly Formation had reduced the gravity on everyone, making everyone as light as a feather. Clang! 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 In an instant, Liu Shang thrust 3 swords. Yu Zhanghai stomped his feet hard, jumping 10 meters high. Liu Shang followed closely behind. The two used the most savage methods to wrestle again. At this time, on top of the Imperial City, a cultivator in white shouted, Prepare! 1 more quarter of an hour. Siwu Yai turned his head and said, The 10 Deadly Formation will disappear in 1 more quarter of an hour. The cultivators above the Divine Court realm prepare to go into battle. Understood. At the same time, many archers suddenly appeared on the Imperial City. On the other side, a burly cultivator looked down at the battlefield and ordered, Prepare to shoot. Siwu Yai looked up at his senior brother and Liu Shang, reminding them, Wang Yu has appeared. Careful, senior brother. Yu Zhanghai seized the opportunity to slash 3 times in a row, knocking Liu Shang away, and at the same time borrowing strength to retreat back to the underworld group. Master, I'm fine. Turns out, Yu Zhanghai's arm is straight up numb. Can't even twitch. Liu Shang glances back at him, then barks. Fire! Pew! 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 Yu Zhanghai raises his jade blade, swinging like a madman, slicing those arrows out to the air. Just then, Siwuya taps his toe, leaps like 5 meters high, and clicks that peacock spiritual thingy. Dozens of golden needles shoot out, each one a headshot for the archers. Wang Yu shouts, It's you, Siwuya! Siwuya slowly descends, looks up and smirks. General Wang, you finally showed up. Traitor! Siwuya used to be a royal official. No surprise Wang Yu knows him. Emperor Liu Shang just rolls his eyes. Seriously? You got time for trash talk right now? Then he orders. What are you waiting for? Obey the orders. Wang Yu, standing on the city wall, eyes the underworld sect and yells, Elders of the Northern Dipper and Celestial Movement Academies, get in position. 10 major formation eyes, each one with 2 white-robed cultivators inside. Only one formation eye has just 1 dude. But it doesn't stop them from running the 10 absolute formation. 19 elders look up at the sky. After the 10 absolute formation fades, it takes half an hour to reboot. Everyone listen up! Slaughter the demonic cult. Show off our imperial might. Slaughter the demonic cult. Show off our imperial might. Slaughter the demonic cult. Show off our imperial might. The roar is deafening. Every last Imperial Guard in the city shows up. With gravity nerfed, the armor-clad Imperial Guards are suddenly OP, light as a feather with maxed out defense stats. Underworld sect's gonna have a bad time. Seeing this, Siwuya commands, 3-man squads, engage. Underworld sect is well trained. They instantly form squads, no retreat, just full-on charge. Imperial Guards already took heavy losses, and Underworld sect got numbers. Even at a disadvantage, they can Zerg rush the guards. So what if you're strong? Ain't got 3 heads and 6 arms to stop us. All-out brawl. Fists and blades. Total chaos and carnage. Yu Zhanghai stomps the earth and rockets towards Liu Shang. Boom! Jade Blade crashes into Liu Shang's longsword. That sword never stood a chance against a heaven-grade weapon. Shatters instantly. Eat this! Yu Zhanghai raises the blade to slice Liu Shang's face. Liu Shang dips and slides back a few steps. Right then, the huge net covering the whole capital city bursts with a loud bang, then slowly fades away. Gale force winds. Raw energy floods everyone's body. In an instant, everyone's cultivation is back online. Liu Shang throws out 2 palm strikes. Yu Zhanghai backflips, lands steady. Liu Shang and Yu Zhanghai both got their mojo back. 10 absolute formation. Gone. Yu Zhanghai. Even the heavens ain't on your side. Time to accept your fate. Boom! Avatar time. The 8-petaled golden lotus avatar stands tall in the sky, flexing on everyone. Cultivators in the capital all look up. Yu Zhanghai is also shook. Didn't expect Liu Shang to rebuild to 8 leaves so fast. The avatar's presence alone is enough to stun the entire city. Wang Yu roars, also summons his avatar. Boom! He jumps off the city wall, eyes the underworld sect. No 8 leaves to deal with Wang Yu. Underworld sect's about to get wrecked. In the sky, 19 white-robed cultivators float up, suspended in mid-air. Yu Zhanghai also hovers, eyes darting around. Northern Dipper Academy, Celestial Movement Academy. Demonic cult causing chaos. They must be purged. An elder announces. One leads the charge. Others echo. Demonic cult causing chaos. They must be purged. Shibuya looks up and says, Big bro, I'm counting on you. This is why Shibuya asked Yu Zhanghai if he was confident before. Yu Zhanghai needs to be a one-man army. Otherwise, breaking the 10 absolute formation was pointless. The underworld sect bros only got this far with Yu Zhanghai. The rest depends on his skills. Yu Zhanghai clasps his hands behind his back. Tone gets dark and cold. 8 leaves, 19 elders. Not 8 leaves. Only Liu Shang and Wang Yu in the Imperial City are 8 leaves. Yu Zhanghai disappears out of nowhere. Huh? Wang Yue didn't expect Yu Zhanghai to attack so fast. A second later, Yu Zhanghai appears over Wang Yu's head, jade blade glowing like the sun. Great mysterious heaven palm, rule the world. With Yu Zhanghai as the center, the entire Imperial City is drowned in blade energy. Blade energy drills down like crazy, Imperial guards can't stop it, instantly annihilated. Wang Yu controls his avatar to fly up, trying to dodge, but Yu Zhanghai casts some great divine power spell. Flashy moves. Blade suppresses the land. Blade energy stabs Wang Yu's avatar. Slash! Avatar's arm gets chopped off. Wang Yu screams, scrambles to retreat. Yu Zhanghai keeps casting great divine power spells like a hawk snatching a chick, then dives down. Mysterious celestial membrane. Blade energy blocks his escape. Wang Yu turns to fight back. Jade blade twirls and slashes at Wang Yu. Boom! Wang Yu flies back. No fight left in him. Same 8 leaves, but the difference is night and day. Cultivators in the capital are stunned. Does Wang Yu look like 7 leaves? Wait, hold up. Is that a fake 8-leaf? Am I trippin'? Or is Wang Yu just playing us? No freaking way. How could a fake 8-leaf Dharma body even exist? Low-tier Dharma bodies maybe, but high-tier? Ain't nobody faking that? I'll eat dirt if he's faking. After 3 times using his ultimate divine power, Wang Yu is out of juice. Yu Zhanghai floats on up. Liu Chang, who's been spectating the whole time, finally claps. That really broadened my horizons. Too bad. You wasted too much vital energy. Wang Yu has fulfilled his mission. Let this sect leader see what you've been up to in the palace these past few years. Whoosh! Yu Zhanghai's figure flickers, and he immediately throws out a divine power technique. A moment later, he appears in front of Liu Chang, unleashing the great dark heaven palm print. Liu Chang raises his hand to block, but the force of the palm sends him flying backward. Everyone stares wide-eyed. Only now do they realize that every move Yu Zhanghai makes is a full power attack. Si Wuyai frowns. This scene is just like when Maester dominated the world, but if he keeps going like this, eldest brother will run out of vital energy. How's he gonna keep fighting? The 19 elders are suppressed by Yu Zhanghai's judo power. No one dares to attack. They can only stand there dumbfounded. Boom! Bang! Bang! Yu Zhenghai keeps going head-to-head with Liu Chang, flattening everything in their path. "You crazy bastard!" Liu Chang curses with a frown, hands constantly swinging palm prints. "I said I'd take your life today." Saber Chi appears. "Great Dark Heaven Gang! You're insane!" Liu Chang doesn't bother talking and immediately turns to flee the divine capital. Seeing this, Si Wuyai hurriedly orders, "Send a flying letter to the Demon Sky Pavilion. Hurry! To Yunnu River." "Yes." Si Wuyai looks around and says, "Hua Chongyang, step forward and stand beside me." Si Wuyai is overflowing with power. Hua Chongyang obeys and steps forward. Boom! A 7-leaf Dharma body appears, swells up, and disappears into the nether sect. Any cultivator with a Dharma body will instinctively summon it. Boom! A sound of energy resonance appears. The difference compared to individual Dharma bodies appearing alone is that this continuous resonance will buff the Dharma bodies. 12 altar masters summon 2-leaf and 3-leaf Dharma bodies, and hundreds of disciples summon Dharma bodies. The 10 directions Xiankun is filled with brilliant Dharma bodies, illuminating the entire divine capital. Hua Chongyang barely conceals his pale face and injuries, raises his head, and shouts, "I want to see who dares to move." The elders are shaken by the scene before them. They all look at each other, then at the heavily injured Wang Yu lying on the ground. They immediately exchange glances. "Let's wait for His Majesty to return." After Yu Zhenghai and Liu Chang battle their way out of the city gates, the cultivators in the divine capital finally dare to breathe a sigh of relief. No one can keep up with their speed, so they can't witness this earth-shattering battle firsthand. Everyone sighs helplessly, forced to focus their attention on Si Wuyai and the 19 elders. Yu Zhenghai and Liu Chang, one in front of the other, the saber key sweeps through forests, rivers, and mountains. "Let's see how far you can run." Saber Chi blooms with radiance, striking towards Liu Chang. White seals suddenly appear all around Liu Chang. The seals collide with the saber Qui. Clang! 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 Liu Chang turns around to look behind him, then stops, ceasing his escape. Yunnu River is where you'll be buried, HMPH. Yu Zhenghai is raging. "If it weren't for Si Wuyai, a fool like you wouldn't be a match for me. You were like this before, and you're still like this now." Liu Chang floats in the air. Words are useless. Yu Zhenghai's figure vanishes, then reappears above Liu Chang. "Reign over the world!" The saber Qui pours down like a river, collapsing. "Liu Shang!" he roared. "You really think I have no tricks up my sleeve?" He waved his hand, and a red glow flashed in his sleeve. The judge's pen, a red feathered brush, floated in front of Liu Shang. It emitted a series of fiery red seals, forming a shield that blocked all the blade energy. A fierce glint flashed in Yu Zhenghai's eyes. "You and I were both sold to Didi Lulan. I treated you like a brother. We shared life and death. I even saved your life. Yet you killed our fellow clan member Jiang Lai for wealth and glory, and even ambushed me when I was injured. If you don't die, how can I face Jiang Lai? How can I face myself?" Turns out I was right. The great wizard of Lulan promised to give me the face of a king. You used to say you didn't want to be bullied. You wanted to crush those who bullied you under your feet, and I've done all of that for you. "Okay, shouldn't you be happy?" Liu Shang said. "Happy? Go explain yourself to the Vukai clan ancestors in hell. I wiped out the tombs of your ancestors long ago. From now on, there will be no Vukai clan members left in this world." Whoosh! Great divine power technique. Every move Yu Zhenghai made was a great divine power. A Swantian starburst struck Liu Shang in an instant, the blade energy like a meat grinder. Wine pen creates flowers. Liu Shang dodged the judge's pen, which drew seals that scattered around, like red flowers flying towards the Swantian starburst. Clang! 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 Yu Zhenghai summoned the 8-leaf avatar from the heavens. Liu Shang snorted and also summoned his 2-palm avatar. The 8-leaf avatar rose up to block Yu Zhenghai's avatar. At the same time, 8 lotus petals swirled out like spinning blades. Yu Zhenghai had no experience fighting against a golden lotus expert, so he felt very strange. Boom! The first lotus petal rushed over. Yu Zhenghai retreated into the air, immediately sensed the danger, and dodged the lotus petal's attack completely. Liu Shang said indifferently, the sound waves rolling, "You will die on the Yunnu River and sink to the bottom of the river forever, without being reborn. I have Vu magic protecting me, and I will be reborn after death." How can you fight me?
Yu Zhanghai frowned. Liu Shang continued.
Besides, you can't even beat me.
Yu Zhanghai widened his eyes.
Take a closer look at my avatar.
Yu Zhanghai looked at the 8 lotus petals flying back and forth, one of which was in the state of splitting in half.
8.5 leaves!
Yu Zhanghai was shocked. I have the research of the Beidou Library and the Tianxing Library, and I have mastered the combat methods of the Golden Lotus Avatar.
The reason I've been tolerating you all this time is just to lure you here.
Liu Shang raised his hand slightly, uttering each word with emphasis.
So what if it's 8 leaves?
Yu Zhanghai did not hesitate, took out a pill from his waist, and put it in his mouth.
Liu Shang was startled, not knowing what he was doing.
Yu Zhanghai said indifferently,
8 leaves is indeed very strong.
Yu Zhanghai's figure disappeared in an instant and appeared in the middle of his own avatar, merging with the avatar.
At the same time, golden light rose from his body, as if burned by flames.
You're still the same as before, still so crazy.
I also want to see what the manhwa secret medicine can do.
Boom! The 2 avatars collided, the sound echoing through the forest, causing flocks of beasts to fly out in a hurry, and the fish in the river also jumped out of the water, the waves rolled, and the storm raged.
Yu Zhanghai chose to use the manhwa secret medicine. This is why he crazily used the great divine power today.
The BYU blade stabbed towards Liu Shang's avatar at a strange angle.
Liu Shang threw out the judge's pen, and the 2 weapons collided.
Boom! Liu Shang landed, Yu Zhanghai flew high, and the 2 plunged into a fierce battle on the Yunnu River. From beginning to end, Yu Zhanghai had exerted all his strength. Under the crazy attack of the peak 8 leaves, even Liu Shang, who had 8.5 leaves, felt powerless.
Oh yen! Another move. The ruler arrives, blade energy attacking Liu Shang's avatar.
Liu Shang finally couldn't bear it anymore.
Enough. He unleashed his potential and mobilized the avatar.
The 2 hands of the avatar began to move, reaching out to grab Yu Zhanghai's avatar.
The judge's pen bloomed with a dark red light. Pen sweeps the heavenly army, the ultimate holy artifact.
The judge's pen quickly wrote 4 seal characters.
4 red seal characters of ultimate holy artifact appeared, surrounding the pen tip and flying into the palm of the avatar.
Liu Shang's avatar grabbed the seal character of ultimate holy artifact and stabbed forward.
Yu Zhanghai led the avatar to advance instead of retreat.
Swish!
The judge's pen stabbed into the chest of Yu Zhanghai's avatar, and the BYU blade turned into a huge blade energy and slashed down from above, cutting off Liu Shang's shoulder.
Boom!
The 2 landed at the same time, and the avatars dissipated with the wind. Yu Zhanghai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, tapped the acupoints on his dantian, and he burned the dantian key C.
Yu Zhanghai arrogantly stepped into the air and flew up, clenching his hand.
The BYU blade swirled back and slashed again.
Liu Shang didn't give him a chance to breathe.
You want to die with me? In fact, Liu Shang had long felt that Yu Zhanghai's fighting style was completely desperate, killing each other to die together. But Liu Shang didn't want to lose his life. Look at me peacefully, remember my face, and now die. The blade energy slashed down. I won't die! He gritted his teeth, angrily raised his hand, and the judge's pen stabbed instinctively.
Swish! The 2 faced each other and fell at the same time. The pen pierced Yu Zhanghai's heart, and the BYU blade also shattered Liu Shang's internal organs.
The wind gradually stopped blowing, and the gang energy dissipated. Yu Zhanghai held the BYU blade tightly in his hand, using force to pin it into Liu Shang's body, while Liu Shang also held the judge's pen tightly. Fresh blood flowed out, the blood of the Wukai tribe as red as flowers falling into the Yunnu River, dyeing the river red. Yu Zhanghai's face was expressionless, but the corners of his mouth turned up, as if very satisfied with the result. You lost. I didn't lose, you lost. Liu Shang's eyes were full of unwillingness. His life was about to be lost.
Boom! The 2 separated. Yu Zhanghai looked at the Yunnu River in front of him.
He had never felt that human blood could become so beautiful, as red as flowers swaying in the spring. The magic origin elixir's effect wore off, and the primal chi in his body vanished.
Yu Zhanghai felt his life slipping away.
I've died twice already, then spent 300 years learning the ropes on the mountain. My lifespan's been screwed for ages. Either way, I'm winning this. Yu Zhanghai laughed like a maniac and continued. And you? You died once in Lulan, now you're dying again. You also spent 300 years learning the ropes. What good is rebirth to you now?
You!
Liu Chang glared at Yu Zhanghai. You think you are the only one studying the nine-leaf tower? Think again! The golden lotus absorbs lifespan. Without the golden lotus, you can't extend your life. You're gonna die too. In the end, you'll kneel with me, begging for forgiveness before our ancestors. The one who needs to repent is you! Liu Chang surfed across the river, his body erupting with gang qi. Yu Zhenghai smiled, a look of satisfaction on his face. He looked towards the clouds on the horizon, his eyes gradually filling with figures. He remembered his master, remembered everything that happened on the Dark Sky Pavilion. All of it, compared to all the memories in his life. Maybe the time spent learning and getting his ass kicked on the Dark Sky Pavilion was the most precious moment he engraved in his heart. Yu Zhenghai saw the cloud-piercing flying chariot appear on the horizon. Master, illusion. Everyone says the illusion I see before I die is the lingering regret in my heart. I'm sorry. In the next life, your disciple will be filial. But from the flying chariot, a palm print flickering with golden light suddenly flew out and struck fast as lightning. Great unsurpassed seal! Liu Chang sensed the danger. He stopped everything he was doing and looked up. The judge's pen he lifted shone with red light, instantly transforming into a talisman. The Buddha's handprint slammed into the red talisman. Boom! The handprint pushed Liu Chang back towards the cloud-numinous river, waves flying everywhere. Liu Chang's face was aghast as he looked at the 5 fingers in front of him, his eyes wide. The power of the 9 leaves. He frantically released his primal qi in an attempt to negate the power within the Great Unsurpassed Seal. But the Great Unsurpassed Seal didn't diminish at all. Instead, it stuck to him even tighter, pushing him further and further away. Liu Chang was pushed through the cloud-numinous river, through the towering trees, and finally slammed hard into a cliff face. Ding! Eliminated a target, gaining 2,500 merit points. On the cloud-piercing flying chariot, the people of the Dark Sky Pavilion stared wide-eyed at Yu Zhenghai, lying in a pool of blood, momentarily speechless. Our invincible 8-leaf senior brother, is this heavily injured? Lu Zhao stepped through the air and descended, unleashing a heavenly riding power of healing. Zuo Yushu threw the weapon in her hand out. This old lady will give senior brother a hand. Panlong staff. How can Leng Luo stand by and watch? Me too, this old man as well. Pan Lishan threw out the golden gourd, and 3 golden lotusless avatars appeared behind him at the same time. The 3 elders of the Dark Sky Pavilion coordinated extremely well. When they saw Yu Zhenghai was so heavily injured, all 3 knew what Pavilion Master wanted to do immediately. They didn't hesitate to unleash the most powerful healing methods they knew. The formation patterns on the Panlong staff scattered to form a spherical area. This is a formation that has the effect of buffing from the Confucian school. The 3 avatars rapidly expanded, and Lu Zhao's 5 fingers descended. A blue lotus bloomed in his palm. Under the support of the 3 avatars, the healing power was even stronger than the healing of the sea conch at the Dark Sky Pavilion. The blue lotus descended from the sky onto Yu Zhenghai. In the blink of an eye. In his dying moments, a drop of water on the cloud-numinous river fell onto his forehead. The drop of water sparkled like crystal, blocking Yu Zhenghai's vision. The blue lotus bloomed with extraordinary brilliance. Just as the blue lotus landed, Yu Zhenghai lost consciousness. Lu Zhao's gaze was focused, his 5 fingers still raised to maintain the blue lotus. The blue lotus bloomed, emitting a faint blue light that enveloped Yu Zhenghai's entire body. Lu Zhao could feel Yu Zhenghai's life force rapidly fading. Lu Zhao recalled the scene of Yu Zhenghai kneeling at the foot of the mountain asking to become a disciple, recalled when Yu Zhenghai wanted to master the Great Xuan Heaven Palm and buried himself under the waterfall day and night, recalled when Yu Zhenghai made a mistake and was beaten half to death by Ji Tiandao. Scene after scene flashed before his eyes. If you have to pay with your life, just to climb to the highest position, or to kill that scumbag Ping An who betrayed his origins, is it worth it? Yu Zhenghai has died twice, and now he is facing the threshold of his lifespan, and yet, he used all his strength to exchange for 1 life of Liu Chang. Is it worth it? If you feel it's worth it, then it's worth it. The avatars of the 3 elders released powerful force, under the buffing formation of Zuo Yushu. The special effect of the Panlong staff was also released. The blue lotus became even stronger, taking Yu Zhenghai as the center. The energy of life spread in all directions. Fish in the water leaped up, algae under the water grew frantically, wildflowers on the shore bloomed quickly, and broken trees sprouted new buds. Lu Zhao clenched his hand, and the blue lotus dissipated. His left hand rose, and a demonic Buddha handprint descended, grabbing Yu Zhanghai. Lu Xiao stepped through the air and returned to the flying chariot. The three elders also withdrew their avatars. Senior brother! Senior brother! Duan Musheng, Zhu Yueye, Tianxin, Zhu Honggong, Yan Shi, and Hailuo all called out worriedly. The others were even more uneasy. Yu Zhanghai's eyes were tightly closed, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. His whole body only had a faint life force running back and forth in his chest. The wound on his chest had been completely healed by the Blue Lotus, no longer bleeding. His skin was also healed, but Yu Zhanghai was still unconscious. Master, how is senior brother? Yan Shi raised her head and asked. Everyone's eyes also turned to Lu Zhichu, waiting for an answer. He has more ill than good, Lu Zhao replied softly. Zuo Yushu said in surprise. Even Big Bro can't save him? This is really hard to accept. Everyone here had witnessed Lu Zhu's healing methods, as well as the huge life force of the Blue Lotus. If this kind of method can't guarantee Yu Zhanghai's life, then other healing methods of the Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism sects are meaningless. Pan Liqian sighed and said, at least his last wish was fulfilled. Truly a stubborn guy. Ordinary healing methods are probably useless. Only unusual methods can guarantee his life, Lang Luo said. Unusual methods. I heard that 7th Senior Si Wu Yai has used all the power of the Darknet to investigate the entire world, including the alien races, territories, and found a kind of talisman that can absorb lifespan. Maybe we should ask Si Wu Yai about this. Everyone immediately nodded. Each time the Wookiee race dies, it consumes 300 years of life. He has died 3 times. Even if he absorbs the talisman, I'm afraid he will still encounter the great tribulation of his lifespan, so this old body feels that we should find another method. Just then, Lu Zhao raised his hand to stop them. Enough. He indifferently turned around and looked at the cliff next to the cloud-numinous river. Third child, have a disciple bring him back here. Master, he must have turned to ashes long ago. Does everyone still want to desecrate his corpse? Zhu Honggong asked doubtfully, then nodded. Makes sense. Anyone who dares to kill our senior brother deserves 100 lashes. No need for you to do it, Master. This disciple is best at this kind of thing. The atmosphere, which was originally serious, anxious, and even a little sad, was ruined by this idiot, Zhu Honggong. Everyone was speechless. Duan Musheng regretted that he couldn't make steel from iron. You blockhead. That Liu Chang isn't the real Liu Chang. He's a Wookiee clansman. Wookiee clansmen can die 3 times. Lu Zhao wasn't sure if Liu Chang had died before, so to be safe, it's best to send someone to check it out. Upon hearing this, Pan Liqian nodded and said, let this old man go with Duan Musheng. Duan Musheng leaped down, flying towards the cliff. Pan Liqian followed closely behind. The two arrived at the cliff and were secretly tongue-tied when they saw the deep pit. The chief's palm power is something else. Pan Liqian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. An 8-leaf expert on par with Yu Zhanghai couldn't withstand a single move from the chief. Is 9 leaves that strong? I'll go take a look. Duan Musheng stepped into the hand-shaped cave, Overlord spear pointing forward, no movement. Duan Musheng mobilized his primal chi to break a stone wall, and Liu Chang's body rolled out. Pan Liqian said in a deep voice, be careful. Let this old man handle this. With that, he unleashed a palm of Gang Chi, swirling around Liu Chang, slowly lifting him up. There's something else. Duan Musheng saw a red pen, raised his hand, and the pen flew into his hand. The two immediately returned to the flying chariot. Seeing Pan Liqian bring back the body, Zhu Honggong was furious, and shouted, Master, leave the corpse desecration to me! Whack! 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 Zhu Honggong's fists flew out incessantly. Old 8, stop fooling around, be serious! Duan Musheng scolded. Lu Zhao glanced at Liu Chang's body. Before, every time he used a deadly strike card, a palm print would turn the opponent into ashes. But this time, Liu Chang was still intact. The system couldn't possibly report an error. Liu Chang was clearly dead, and the effect of the deadly strike card had been triggered. The only thing to guard against is his possible resurrection. Master, this is what I found on him. Duan Musheng presented the judge's pen. Lu Zhu looked at the judge's pen, slightly surprised. Obtained a super-grade heaven weapon, judge's pen. Needs to be refined again before use. Another super-grade heaven weapon. This red pen reminded Luo Zhao of the coffin and armor with red runes.
In addition, the super-grade heaven weapon Ling Shu also had red lines on the sword. This was also left by that mysterious nine-leaf expert.
Master, the battle situation in Chengdu is urgent. We've been here for too long, Duan Musheng said. He was careful. Lu Zhao turned and headed towards Chengdu.
To Chengdu,
yes! The flying chariot flew rapidly towards Chengdu. Zhang Honggong went to Liu Chang's corpse and said fiercely, "I'll keep an eye on him." At the same time, on top of the imperial city, 10 elders observed tens of thousands of Yuming cult disciples in the air. Only 1/3 of the imperial guards remained. Hua Zhongyang and Si Wuyai looked up at the sky. Time passed minute by minute. Sunlight shone on everyone's faces. The air gradually heated up. The blood under the ground gradually solidified and turned black. And flies smelled the blood and immediately buzzed over. Hua Zhongyang suddenly cried out in pain, staggering back. "Grand Guardian! Grand Guardian!" 2 Yuming cult disciples hurried forward to support Hua Zhongyang. Crap! Si Wuyai put his hand behind Hua Zhongyang's back, channeling his primal qi to heal him. The 19 elders finally understood and winked at each other. An hour has passed. The 10 Absolute Formation can be activated again. The Beidou Academy and the Tianxing Academy have always been effective for the court. Now that Chengdu is in trouble, how can we stand by and let the demonic path wreak havoc? They should be executed. 10 people returned to the Formation Eye to activate the formation. The remaining 9 cleared the area. All 10 elders agreed. 10 people went back to activate the 10 Absolute Formation, and the rest continued to observe in the air. At this time, many cultivators in Chengdu slowly flew up, each summoning a 3-leaf, 4-leaf, or 5-leaf avatar, all flying towards the imperial city. In addition, many Divine Court Realm cultivators summoned the 10 Directions Qian Kun avatars, flying through the air, like snipes and clams fighting, benefiting the fishermen. The 9 elders nodded in satisfaction. If the world is in trouble, when will you act, if not now? This is an opportunity to eliminate the Yuming cult. Among them, an elder saw that the cultivators were still hesitating, and added, "His Majesty is about to advance to 9 leaves. Anyone who follows the mandate of heaven will enjoy glory and wealth for the rest of their lives." 9 leaves! Kill the Yuming cult! Kill the Yuming cult! One person shouted, and the crowd followed, the sound shaking the sky. The Yuming cult leader's face was pale, and Si Wuyai frowned. He was secretly confused, not understanding why senior brother had not returned yet. At this time, outside the west gate, 2 figures suddenly flew over. Whoosh! 2 arrows of Gang Qi broke through the air and shot straight into the chests of 2 low-level cultivators. It's a divine archer! I want to see who dares to move! The crowd turned to look at the divine archers who had just arrived. Hua Yuexing and Hua Wudao hovered in the air, pulling their bows taut, threatening the crowd. The situation is getting more and more tense. No one dares to act rashly. They're just 2-leaf divine archers. Send 3 elders to capture them, and the rest of you follow me to capture Si Wuyai. Hua Zhongyang has been seriously injured. We are sure to win this battle. The elders and neutral cultivators nodded slightly. Hua Zhongyang was extremely uncomfortable, trying to suppress the blood surging in his chest, and said, "This subordinate is incompetent. Now is not the time to blame yourself. Hua Zhongyang, do you dare or don't you dare to do something?" Hua Zhongyang was puzzled. Si Wuyai took out 2 pills from his waist and placed them in his palm. Demonic essence, secret medicine. Hua Zhongyang's eyes widened, and then he firmly replied, "What's there not to dare?" He snags a demonic essence pill, waiting for the right moment to pop it. Si Wuyai nods. Good. Wang Yu then levitates, using acupressure to stop the bleeding, and says in a low voice, "Just struggling before death. Yu Zhenghai is gonna regret not finishing me off later. I'm going first." Boom! He stomps hard, his whole body shooting towards Si Wuyai like an arrow. Even though Wang Yu is heavily injured, a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. This 6-leaf cultivator ain't got a chance. Si Wuyai throws out a palm seal. Wang Yue throws a punch, sending Si Wuyai flying. 7-star sir! 7-star sir! Hua Chongyang rushes to catch Si Wuyai. Si Wuyai lands, staggering a few steps to steady himself, his arms shaking. Wang Yue's sneak attack boosts the confidence of the 5 elders. Hua Yuexing, watching from afar, is getting antsy. Wang Yu wipes blood from the corner of his mouth and smirks. However Yu Zhenghai hurt me, I'll repay you 100-fold. He didn't kill me, but I can kill you. Who can stop me in this imperial city? Wang Yu roars at the sky, then leaps. Wang Yu, you sly dog! Someone realizes that Wang Yu was deliberately hiding his strength, waiting for the perfect moment to strike back. 7 stars, sir. Get out of the way!
Hua Chongyang shoves Si Wu Yai aside and is about to swallow the demonic essence pill when a figure flies over from afar.